Chapter 1. The Beginning of Divorce Preparations. In the city of Yun, at the Yu Jing Manor, a moment of disorientation passed, and Lin Jing opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness. After scanning his surroundings, he realized he was lying on a bed. He had traversed dimensions. A tantalizing fragrance wafted nearby, and as his eyes adjusted, he beheld a strikingly beautiful face before him. Though her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, revealing a cherubic visage that was slightly plump, a true beauty in the making. Lin Jing felt a fleeting sense of confusion as fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Jing, and beside him lay his wife, Bai Weiwei, whom he had married merely 6 months prior. Their acquaintance had begun in university, where Lin Jing, relying on his handsome visage and relentless pursuit, finally won her heart. After graduating, they wed. Bai Weiwei had generously provided 5 million to Lin Jing to start a business otherwise. Given the original owner's background, a humble family, a parasitic mother, and a troublesome younger sister, it would have been a daunting challenge. Thankfully, the original Lin Jing possessed a modicum of cleverness, and the company flourished. However, after Bai Weiwei married him, she endured the relentless toil of a housekeeper, faced harassment from his mother and sister, and took on a part-time job delivering food to contribute to the household. A quintessential love-struck fool. Lin Jing shook his head and sighed, gently brushing a strand of Bai Weiwei's hair from her face. She remained fast asleep, her face registering a hint of discomfort as she twitched her nose. He quickly rose from the bed. Anyone who had just traversed dimensions would be unsettled by the presence of a beautiful woman beside them. Entering the bathroom, Lin Jing gazed into the mirror and noted that the original owner bore a striking resemblance to him. Deep-set eyes, a chiseled jawline, and a lock of hair cascading across his forehead. With such features, he could easily carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. No wonder he had managed to win over the campus belle, Bai Weiwei. With his good looks standing at 185 centimeters, he appeared somewhat slender. After splashing water on his face to awaken himself, he felt a slight pain in his eyes. Shaking his head, he reopened his eyes to behold several lines of text materializing in the air. Name: Lin Jing, 0 attribute points. Intelligence: 110. Thought process: 80. Physique: 70. Charisma: 80. Exploration points: 2 view character attributes. 1 can explore individuals and gain attribute and exploration points through interaction. Character overview: Lin Jing, the male supporting character in a domineering CEO novel, is the ex-husband of the female protagonist. He divorced her for a mistress, unaware that she belonged to the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. After facing severe backlash, he resorted to kidnapping her for money, only to be rescued by her brothers and ultimately spend his life in prison. Upon reading these words, Lin Jing felt a mix of astonishment and delighted to finally possess a system, yet alarmed by the revelation that he was merely a cannon fodder character destined for a grim fate. The crux of the matter seemed to be that this was a female-targeted domineering, so novelist's understanding was limited to the general tropes gleaned from his previous life online, but at least the patterns appeared consistent. His primary concern now was how to evade the fate of a supporting character. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jing returned to the bedroom and gazed at the delicate figure on the bed. Despite being his wife, he hesitated to disturb her. Instinctively, he waved his hand, sending an exploration point toward Bai Weiwei, which settled upon her, and in an instant, a character attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Bai Weiwei, female protagonist. Intelligence: 130. Thought process: 110. Physique: 60. Charisma: 95. Romantic misery value: 20. Character overview: Bai Weiwei, the daughter of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, has 3 older brothers, the eldest president of the Bai Group, the second, a medical prodigy, and the third, a popular idol. In her youth, to escape familial constraints, she enrolled at Yun City University and later severed ties with her family to marry Lin Jing. She even sold her mother's necklace for 5 million to support Lin Jing's entrepreneurial venture. 3 years later, after being divorced by him, she returned to her family and, through a series of entanglements, ultimately sent Lin Jing to prison before ending up with her elder brother's adopted son. Lin Jing felt a pang of sympathy for this love-struck female. Protagonist was the portrayal of female characters in such novels truly so absurd? Upon further comparison, he noted the only distinguishing factor was the romantic misery value. Could this be the key? Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Lin Jing decided not to dwell on it further. He cautiously climbed back into bed, sighed deeply, and prepared to sleep. A pair of delicate arms wrapped around him like a sloth clinging to a tree, murmuring something adorably in her sleep. The faint scent entwined around his nose made sleep elusive, as the soft warmth of her presence tested Lin Jing's resolve. With a resigned sigh, he turned and embraced her, closing his eyes once more. At dawn, Lin Jing awoke to find a lovely figure beside him had vanished, leaving only a lingering warmth in the air. After getting up and freshening up, he made his way to the living room, where he was greeted by a cacophony of complaints. "You jinx! Can't you even manage to cook breakfast properly? What use are you at home?" It was unmistakably the voice of his mother. Bai Weiwei replied, "No, Mom. I'm sorry. I overslept today. I'll have it ready in no time." As Lin Jing entered the dining area, he spotted a sharp-tongued old woman seated at the table, berating the flustered figure in the kitchen. Bai Weiwei, clad in an apron, hurriedly scrambled eggs and soon emerged with a plate to set on the table. "Mom, Lin Jing, breakfast is ready, come eat quickly." Lin's mother scoffed, biting into a bun and complaining, "This is awful, your cooking skills are deteriorating." Unable to endure any longer, Lin Jing interjected, "Be quiet if you're going to eat, at least keep your mouth shut." Initially, Lin Jing had intended to observe the situation, but he quickly realized that the original owner's mother was excessively caustic, making Bai Weiwei's life a torment for 3 years. He could no longer remain silent. Caught off guard by his retort, Lin's mother hesitated, but upon meeting Lin Jing's warning gaze, she fell silent and sipped her porridge. Bai Weiwei beamed at Lin Jing for his support, her affection for him evident in her expression. Lin Jing felt helpless. She was indeed a love-struck fool. After only a few bites, Bai Weiwei announced she was running late and needed to deliver food. Lin Jing sighed, realizing there was no hope for her. As she stood to leave, he reached out to stop her, saying, "Don't go, finish your breakfast first, then come to the company with me." Bai Weiwei hesitated, glancing at Lin's mother and then at Lin Jing. Before she could make a decision, Lin's mother interjected, "If you don't go deliver food, how will you contribute to the household? We don't support idleness." Lin Jing replied, "Mind your own business, I have my plans." Lin's mother sensed her son's unusual demeanor and chose not to press further. After marrying, Bai Weiwei initially assisted in the company, but once it was stable, she left to become a housewife. However, she faced constant scrutiny from Lin's mother and sister, who accused her of being a freeloader. With no choice, she resorted to delivering food while managing household chores in her spare time. It was indeed absurd that a well-bred young lady had been reduced to such a state due to her infatuation. Lin Jing felt a sense of bewilderment regarding his impending fate. Chapter 2. Heritage. After finishing breakfast, Lin Jing took Bai Weiwei by the hand and left the house. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke. Lin Jing was at a loss for words, preoccupied with his thoughts as he drove. Bai Weiwei continually observed Lin Jing, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar with him. She had fallen asleep in his warm embrace the previous night, which had caused her to oversleep. That in the past, Lin Jing had always seemed disdainful of her, avoiding any physical contact. Yet last night, his embrace had provided her with a sense of security that had lulled her into slumber. The office was not far, and they arrived swiftly. After parking the car, Lin Jing paused for a moment, then clasped Bai Weiwei's hand and led her into the company. Bai Weiwei was momentarily stunned. Lin Jing had never behaved like this before, and she felt a surge of joy within her. Shyly, she followed him, unable to lift her gaze. Upon entering the company, they attracted a multitude of astonished stares as Lin Jing made his way to the CEO's office. "Take a moment to rest. I have work to attend to." "All right," Bai Weiwei nodded and settled onto a nearby sofa. Lin Jing picked up the documents from the desk, finding them quite easy to comprehend, thanks to his extensive experience in various jobs. After processing a few files, the office door swung open, and a graceful figure entered, holding a cup of coffee. Upon seeing Bai Weiwei, the woman rolled her eyes dramatically and remarked, "Oh, Weiwei, you're here too. How rare." Lin Jing frowned, sensing something amiss about this woman. Could it be? Instinctively, he threw out a probing thought, and a character panel appeared. Name: Lu Qian, supporting female. IQ: 90 thinking, 70 physique, 60 charm, 85 toxicity value. 10 character description: Lu Qian. Bai Weiwei's close friend, harbors jealousy towards her, often attempting to steal her possessions. Later, she seduces Lin Jing, leading to the couple's divorce. Their collusion results in a series of misfortunes, ultimately landing them both in prison alongside Lin Jing. Bai Weiwei furrowed her brow. Qian, it's been a while that Liu Qian casually rolled her eyes again, swaying the cup of coffee as she approached Lin Jing. President Lin, your coffee. Lin Jing grimaced, the overwhelming scent of her perfume prompting him to push his chair back slightly. Lu Qian, feeling rebuffed, set down the coffee and shot a disdainful glance at Bai Weiwei, preparing to leave. She had initially assumed their awkwardness stemmed from Bai Weiwei's presence. Wait a moment, Lin Jing called out to Lu Qian. Lu Qian turned eagerly. Lin Gage, is there something you need? The shift in address led her to believe something favorable was in the works. Liu Qian, you're fired. You need not come in starting tomorrow. Lu Qian appeared to be in disbelief, stepping closer to grasp Lin Jing's hand. Lin Gage, why? I've been diligent in my work. I may not have accomplishments, but I've put in my effort. Lin Jing shook off her hand. Am I going to have to repeat myself? Are you not aware of your own actions in this company? Lu Qian glanced between Lin Jing and the astonished Bai Weiwei, stamped her foot in frustration, and hastily exited. Bai Weiwei approached Lin Jing. Why did you fire Qian? Lin Jing raised an eyebrow to can't you see? She's been trying to seduce your husband. Bai Weiwei's mouth fell open in shock. Seduce? What do you mean? Lin Jing sighed, pulling her onto his lap. He traced a finger along her nose. My dear. While you may be intelligent, your emotional quotient leaves much to be desired. Bai Weiwei, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in Lin Jing's embrace. Lin Jing stroked her hair gently. Liu Qian is your close friend, right? Think back. Hasn't she always tried to compete with you for the same thing since the beginning? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Weiwei slowly nodded. Now she is trying to claim your husband, can't you see? She is envious of you and wants to take everything from you, including your husband. Bai Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been the one to invite Lu Qian into their lives, never realizing the trouble she brought along. From now on, avoid contact with Lu Qian. Her intentions are far from pure. Bai Weiwei nodded, clinging to Lin Jing. Lin Jing helped her to her feet and resumed typing at the computer. Bai Weiwei, still confused, turned to the screen and froze upon seeing a photograph of a necklace, exactly like the one she had sold. Is this necklace yours? Lin Jing pointed at the image. Bai Weiwei nodded slowly. This necklace belonged to my mother. When I severed ties with my family, it was the only piece I took with me. I sold it to start a company for you, that I didn't hide this from you. But at that time, you only cared about the money, not the means that I didn't expect you to know that in a few days. This necklace will be auctioned. Let us go together. Bai Weiwei looked at Lin Jing with delight, nodding eagerly. Yes, let us. That you're so wonderful. She leaned in and placed a kiss on Lin Jing's cheek. Lin Jing smiled, touching his cheek and then turning serious. After we buy it back, we should get a divorce. Bai Weiwei was momentarily stunned, tears welling in her eyes. Why? Lin Jing sighed. This was a thought he had contemplated deeply. First, for the story's progression, she loved the original owner. Second, he did not wish for Bai Weiwei to become mired in the quagmire of their family. She deserved to shine in her own right. The original character was a wealthy heiress and a talented jewelry designer. Third, Lin Jing wanted to see if he could change the original character and test his own abilities, that he reached out to wipe her tears away. That necklace belonged to your mother, right? Bai Weiwei sniffled softly. Lin Jing continued. That necklace once adorned the neck of Bai family's matriarch. That it was one of her favorites and had made headlines when it went missing, causing quite a stir, but eventually, it faded from public memory. Bai Weiwei was taken aback, her tears forgotten as if a secret had been revealed. She dared not look up. You are the heiress of the Bai family. Aren't you? Bai Weiwei fidgeted with her fingers, unable to respond. Lin Jing embraced her, patting her back gently. Don't cry yet. Let me finish. Bai Weiwei gazed at him with teary eyes, looking pitiful enough to tug at Lin Jing's heartstrings. You are a wealthy heiress who married me for love. It must be quite a burden for you. Bai Weiwei urgently wrapped her arms around Lin Jing. No, not at all. Lin Jing, I love you. I am willing to give up everything for you. Lin Jing shook his head. Being infatuated can be perilous. He gently placed her back on the chair, offering comfort. Wei Wei, you're still young. You have your own responsibilities and path to follow. Love is not the only thing that matters. No, I just want to be with you, Bai Weiwei insisted, shaking her head resolutely. Lin Jing sighed. All right, I'll give you time, or we can make a pact. Bai Weiwei, still sniffling, asked, what kind of pact? A pact to meet at the pinnacle of our success. This company is largely funded by you. I will give you the majority of the shares. I will manage the company well. And we shall have 3 years. If you still love me by then, we will be together. Do not forsake your family and position. I hope my identity and status can match yours. I do not wish for you to be the only one making sacrifices. After hearing this, Bai Weiwei stared at Lin Jing, lost in thought that he truly seemed different now. She reached out and embraced him. Husband, I will consider it. All right, it's getting late. Let me take you out for a meal. Bai Weiwei wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. Chapter 3. The auction time flew by. After finishing dinner post-work, they returned home. Lin Jing was not keen on encountering his sharp-tongued mother and wished to spare Bai Weiwei any distress, especially since she was often out gambling. Upon arriving home, they found the house empty. His sister was still at school. Lin's mother was indeed absent, likely upset by their earlier behavior and having gone out to play cards. Lin Jing headed to the study to familiarize himself with the company affairs. Although he retained the original owner's memories, it was prudent to refresh his understanding. To his surprise, while the original owner possessed some capability, the company was plagued with personnel issues and disorganized structure, relying heavily on a few major projects that Bai Weiwei had likely facilitated. Rubbing his temples, Lin Jing felt a headache coming on. It seemed the label of being a kept man would be hard to shake off. That he promptly began drafting a plan to optimize the company structure, preparing for a thorough cleansing of the inept. Bai Weiwei entered at some point, carrying a cup of tea. Watching Lin Jing work with such focus, she found herself entranced. It wasn't tea until he called her name twice that she snapped back to reality and set the cup down. Husband, you seem a bit different lately. Lin Jing raised an eyebrow, surprised. What do you mean? Bai Weiwei moved to sit on Lin Jing's lap, her voice softening. You seem to have become more handsome. As was customary, Bai Weiwei would never dare to tease Lin Jing in such a manner. However, after spending a day together, it felt as though they had returned to the fervor of their romantic days. Perhaps even more so than before. The scent of freshly washed hair wafted from her, and through her sleepwear, he could feel her warmth, which was somewhat intense. Lin Jing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain clarity. Yet he could not resist cupping Bai Weiwei's cherubic face and planting a kiss on her forehead. Don't be mischievous. Go rest, I will finish my work. Taken aback by the kiss, Bai Weiwei blushed fiercely and hurriedly exited the study as if fleeing. Lin Jing chuckled softly. This little girl was already married, yet still so bashful. Was it not peculiar? Coming back to his senses, he resumed working on his proposal. For several consecutive days, Lin Jing was engulfed in work, bringing Bai Weiwei along to prevent her from being bullied at home, resembling two blissfully married couples. Initially, the company was unfazed, but as they began hiring and optimizing in large numbers, a sense of unease permeated the workplace. Leaving little room for gossip, Bai Weiwei shadowed Lin Jing during this time, witnessing his remarkable work efficiency, decisive and effective in projects. His presentations were succinct and clear, devoid of unnecessary verbiage in the past. While Lin Jing was indeed capable, he had been somewhat prideful, often coming across as arrogant during meetings, which was off-putting. Now, with the same capabilities, he emphasized efficiency, maintaining a clear system of rewards and penalties, avoiding futile efforts. Though his demeanor had grown somewhat aloof, it was a significant improvement compared to before, and the atmosphere within the company had improved considerably. Bai Weiwei felt a tinge of melancholy. She was pleased with Lin Jing's transformation, as he embodied the man of her dreams, and her affection for him was growing. Yet, thoughts of Lin Jing's previous mention of divorce caused her distress. She did not wish to be a mere ornament, nor did she want to leave him on the weekend. They attended an auction. They were both elegantly dressed, arriving at the renowned Yunding Hotel in Yun City. Bai Weiwei's necklace had found its way here, and today she needed to reclaim it. Bai Weiwei was still somewhat incredulous that they had actually come, although she had attended numerous auctions of this caliber in the past. This was her first time attending as Lin Jing's wife. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Lu Qian approaching, entwined with a man's arm. Weiwei, what brings you here? Bai Weiwei furrowed her brow, recalling Lin Jing's earlier words, which made her reluctant to engage. Clinging to Lin Jing's arm, she replied, "I came with my husband. He was worried I might be unhappy at home, so we decided to take a stroll." That Liu Qian's expression shifted. Glancing at the indifferent Lin Jing, her anger flaring. She always had a penchant for snatching things from Bai Weiwei, and this was the first time she had been thwarted by her husband. Lin Jing, wishing to avoid further interaction, merely greeted her before proceeding to their seats. That it seemed Liu Qian was the archetypal antagonist, always appearing wherever they went. That Liu Qian pushed her companion's hand away and stormed over. While her oblivious partner scrambled to appease her, the auction commenced. The host presented a pair of earrings, crafted entirely from meticulously polished sapphires, shaped like teardrops, and quite unique in appearance. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up in surprise at the unexpected presence of these earrings at the auction. Lin Jing, noticing her reaction, assumed it was due to her fondness for the earrings. Named Tears, these earrings were the creation of emerging designer Xiaoye, a competition piece starting at a price of 1 million. With each subsequent bid no less than 100,000 that the host enthusiastically called out, 150,000, 160,000, until the bidding reached 3 million, where it finally began to slow, as many were intrigued by Xiaoye's work. Lin Jing boldly shouted a bid of 5 million. Bai Weiwei quickly grasped his hand, feeling that such an expenditure was unnecessary. Lin Jing comfortingly patted her hand, signaling that it was all right. After his 5 million bid, no one else dared to contest, and the earrings were secured for him. Bai Weiwei's expression turned pensive. She was at a loss for words. Lin Jing, however, paid no attention to anything else. Waiting patiently for the necklace, at last, the host announced tonight's grand finale product, the necklace named Kanglin. Its reputation precedes it. Starting bid 5 million. Bai Weiwei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the auction house would be so unscrupulous. Originally sold for 500,000, the starting bid was now 5 million. Incensed, she fixed her gaze intently on the host. Lin Jing smiled, ruffling her hair, explaining that auction houses often inflate prices. Bai Weiwei, who had little concept of money, had indeed sold her necklace for far too little. The bidding escalated rapidly to 10 million, with Liu Qian inciting the nearby wealthy bidder, who hesitated before finally calling out 15 million. Lin Jing shot a sidelong glance at Liu Qian, who raised her eyebrows in triumph. Bai Weiwei, noticing this, felt her irritation rise, muttering under her breath as if casting a curse upon them. 20 million, Lin Jing declared without hesitation. Bai Weiwei looked over, anxious. Although she was not managing the company, she knew that the funds from Lin Jing's business and his personal assets could not possibly stretch this far. Hesitating, she reached for her phone, intending to call for assistance. Lin Jing pressed her phone down, signaling her to remain calm. Liu Qian continued to urge the wealthy bidder to raise the stakes, prompting him to call out 21 million. With a hint of arrogance, Liu Qian glanced over, fully aware of the necklace's value. Having seen it before, there was indeed a wealthy fool ready to snatch up Bai Weiwei's possessions. Lin Jing, dismissing further dialogue, proclaimed 30 million. The gasps echoed through the crowd. While the necklace was well known, its expected price range was between 10 and 20 million. 30 million was exorbitantly high. The wealthy bidder withdrew, unable to justify such an expense. The necklace thus naturally fell into Lin Jing's possession. Bai Weiwei anxiously leaned in closer, cautiously asking, "Honey, do you have enough money? Should I transfer some to you?" Lin Jing gently pinched her cheek, relishing the softness. "Rest assured, your husband has enough funds. I made a profit from some stocks I purchased recently." Bai Weiwei felt reassured by his words, placing her trust in him. Lin Jing approached to finalize the payment. He received both the necklace and the earrings. He deftly removed the earrings from their box and placed them onto Bai Weiwei's earlobes. In the public eye, Bai Weiwei's ears flushed a deep crimson. "The necklace was originally yours. Consider this earring a gift from me." Bai Weiwei nodded, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, husband," she said, kissing Lin Jing once more. Lin Jing chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek again, whispering, "It feels nice." Bai Weiwei laughed, playfully swatting at him. Just as they were engrossed in their affectionate exchange, a commotion erupted nearby. Following the sound, they beheld Liu Qian berating an event staff member who had inadvertently spilled a drink on Liu Qian's dress. Already irritated, Liu Qian seized this opportunity to vent her frustrations, not only slapping the staff member, but demanding she kneel and apologize. This was rather excessive. Lin Jing glanced at Bai Weiwei, silently asking if they should intervene. Before he could even look back, Bai Weiwei had already stepped forward, shielding the staff member. It's just a piece of clothing. How much is it? I will compensate you. There is no need to be relentless with this person. Do you have any idea how much my haute couture gown costs? It's worth 100,000. Lu Qian retorted, her tone haughty. The staff member stood bewildered, unable to comprehend how a dress could cost so much. She was merely working part-time to gather funds for her mother's surgery, never expecting to encounter such a situation. Lin Jing shook his head, stepping forward. Could you not be reasonable? A counterfeit worth 100,000? Don't be absurd. And a murmur rippled through the crowd. As they began to whisper about the accusation of counterfeit, Liu Qian's face flushed crimson with rage, ready to explode. Then on what grounds do you claim it's a counterfeit? Do you have any evidence? Threads are coming undone. It's clearly a counterfeit. This dress is worth at most a few thousand, Lin Jing replied helplessly. The murmurs around them grew louder, and Lu Qian, feeling increasingly humiliated, promptly fled the scene. The staff member hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you so much for today. Bai Weiwei quickly reassured her. It's nothing. We simply couldn't stand her. The staff member continued to express her gratitude. And at that moment, Lin Jing finally took a good look at her. She wore light makeup that accentuated her striking features, and her enchanting eyes were captivating. Glancing at the name tag pinned to her chest, he read Nanfeng. Lin Jing paused, the name reminiscent of a character from a novel, but he dismissed it, thinking it was unlikely that fate would be so kind. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Jing and Bai Weiwei departed as well. Nanfeng gazed at the retreating figures of the couple and turned to her friend beside her, inquiring, who were those two? They didn't introduce themselves earlier. Her friend, responsible for registration, found the stunning couple to be quite memorable. That I believe they are from Lin Corporation. The man is Lin Jing, and the woman is Bai Weiwei. Nanfeng nodded, committing their names to memory. On the drive home, Bai Weiwei could not stop admiring the earrings in her makeup mirror, delighting in their beauty and snapping selfies. However, upon arriving home, she fell into a contemplative silence, clutching the necklace box. She followed Lin Jing into the room. As they entered, Bai Weiwei carefully placed the necklace down, then turned to Lin Jing with a solemn expression and said, Husband, let us divorce. Lin Jing paused, gazing at Bai Weiwei's serious demeanor as he cupped her face and gently rubbed it. Have you thought this through? Bai Weiwei nodded. Over the past few days, I've come to realize that I am not suited to be a caged bird at home. I desire my own path. Weiwei, you are exceptional. You should shine brightly on your own stage. Shaking her head, Bai Weiwei replied, I would rather assist you with my own capabilities, to be the one supporting you from behind. Lin Jing smiled and embraced her tightly. All right, I will wait for you. Bai Weiwei tilted her head, cradling Lin Jing's face in her hands. Let us agree on this. 3 years. After 3 years, I will come find you during this time. You must not date or marry. Lin Jing nodded, resting his forehead against hers, relishing the warmth of the moment. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. The next day, they held hands and went to obtain their divorce certificate. The staff at the divorce office were taken aback, mistaking the couple's affectionate demeanor for that of newlyweds. The marriage registration is next door. One of the staff remarked that we are here to divorce. Bai Weiwei replied with a smile. The staff member was momentarily stunned, glancing at the other couples waiting for their own divorces, who looked equally bewildered at the sight of the embracing couple. Strange things happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant, the staff mumbled. Half an hour later, they received their divorce certificate. Yet Bai Weiwei clung to Lin Jing even tighter, as if fearing she would lose him the very next moment. Lin Jing observed Bai Weiwei and noticed a change in her attributes. Name, Bai Weiwei, female protagonist, intelligence, 130 thought process, 120 physique, 60 charm, 115 love-hate value. 0. The love-hate value had vanished. Instead, enhancing her foundational attributes with charm and thought process, each increasing by 10 points. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Jing opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Jing, 20 attribute points, intelligence, 110 thought process, 80 physique, 70 charm, 80 exploration points. 2. Viewing character attributes allows exploration of individuals. Gaining attribute and exploration points through interaction. He realized he had also gained 20 attribute points and 2 exploration points. It seemed that by resolving the love-hate value, he could increase his attribute points. with 10 love-hate points convertible into exploration points. Understanding this, Lin Jing felt a sense of relief. Not only did he possess a golden opportunity, but he might also have the potential to alter the storyline. No longer bound to follow the original plot, the weather shifted abruptly, dark clouds gathering as rain began to pour. Lin Jing removed his suit jacket and draped it over their heads as they hurried through the downpour. That evening, both had been caught in the rain and subsequently took showers. After finishing his bath, Lin Jing poured himself a cup of hot water and entered the dimly lit room. The sound of rain continued outside, the droplets striking the fallen leaves, creating a melodic rhythm that a faint fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of incense. Quite pleasant, as Lin Jing prepared to turn on the light, he felt a figure collide into his embrace. It was Bai Weiwei, clad in her sleepwear, that as he touched her body, he felt a warmth radiating from her. Leaning closer to Lin Jing's ear, Bai Weiwei whispered, "Husband, I want." Lin Jing instinctively pulled back, his gaze falling upon the alluring figure of Bai Weiwei. Her hair cascading around her flushed face, her eyes filled with desire. Lin Jing felt a tickle in his throat as he beheld her luscious lips. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned in for a greedy kiss. Bai Weiwei wrapped her arms around his neck, responding passionately, in an instant, they tumbled onto the bed, while the spring rain continued to fall unabated outside. Chapter 5. Recruitment at 6 in the morning. Bai Weiwei reluctantly rose from bed, rubbing her stomach as she gazed at the sleeping Lin Jing, her eyes lingering on him for a long moment. Gently, she pressed a kiss on his forehead and murmured, "Husband, goodbye." After saying this, she got up and sent a message, "Brother, I am coming home." Half an hour later, a convoy of luxurious vehicles drove into the villa area, halting at Lin Jing's doorstep. 3 tall figures emerged, each possessing an imposing presence. They were Bai Weiwei's 3 brothers, the eldest Bai Muqiu, the second Bai Muqin, and the youngest Bai Yu. These 3 prominent figures had flown in from the capital upon receiving news that their beloved sister was returning home. Bai Weiwei approached them, pulling her suitcase behind her. "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, you've all come." The youngest Bai Yu remarked, "My sister has escaped her suffering. Of course, we must support her." The eldest Bai Muqiu asked Weiwei, "Has he bullied you? Tell me, and I will avenge you." Bai Weiwei smiled, taken Bai Muqiu's hand. "No, he hasn't bullied me. Lin Jing is wonderful. Our divorce was amicable." Observing Bai Weiwei's demeanor, Bai Muqiu nodded, convinced she was not mistreated, and opened the car door for her. Bai Weiwei glanced back at their second-floor bedroom, a place filled with memories, before stepping into the vehicle. The 3 brothers exchanged puzzled glances, finding their sister's behavior unusual. Their curious gazes turned towards the second-floor window, where the curtains had been drawn open, a figure clad in sleepwear appeared, and it was the first time they laid eyes on Lin Jing. They all harbored a certain animosity towards the man who had whisked away their sister. Relieved that the divorce had taken place, Lin Jing watched as Bai Weiwei got into the car, then waved at his 3 brothers, offering a casual greeting. The youngest felt a surge of impulsiveness, wanting to rush over. The eldest restrained him, saying, "Let us go. It's unnecessary." As they entered the car, the convoy quickly vanished from sight, restoring the tranquility of the surroundings. Lin Jing turned away, placing a hand on his waist, shaking his head with a wry smile. That girl. He had been unable to resist the previous night, and with her fervent enthusiasm, Lin Jing allocated all 20 of his attribute points to his physique, just to withstand the evening's passionate escapade. Approaching the mirror, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Jing, 0 attribute points, intelligence, 110 thought process, 80 physique, 90 charm, 80 exploration points. 2. Viewing character attributes allows exploration of individuals, gaining attribute and exploration points through interaction. His physique had increased by 20, and Lin Jing felt his muscles had become more toned and firm. Even his height seemed to have grown by 2 to 3 centimeters. With his strength significantly enhanced, after tidying himself, Lin Jing made his way to the dining room, where he found breakfast laid out on the table. Beneath a glass of milk was a note. "Lin Jing, I have returned home. Please forgive my abrupt departure. I feared that if I stayed any longer, I would become too attached." Lin Jing tucked the note away with a sigh. "That girl, I fear I might become too attached as well." Just then, Lin's mother emerged from her room, sitting down at the table and sipping a glass of milk. "Where has that wretched girl gone?" "Off gallivanting again." Lin Jing slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a loud thud. startling his mother. She stared at him bewildered, as if she were seeing a stranger. "I have divorced by Wei Wei. Please refrain from speaking ill of her from now on, that I will ensure your and my sister's living expenses are deposited on time. If I discover any more of your outrageous behavior, I shall send you to a nursing home." Though Lin's mother had a fiery temperament, she feared her son greatly. Upon hearing his threat, she fell silent, taken aback. After a moment, Lin Jing added, "And tell Lin Shui to focus on her studies. If she fails to get into a good university, she should be wary of her living expenses being cut off." Lin's mother, stunned by her son's authoritative demeanor, nodded in silence. Lin Jing said no more and left the dining table to IT the Lin Corporation. In the president's office, Lin Jing was hard at work. "Sigh, with my wife gone, I must concentrate on my work." His assistant brought in some documents. "President Lin, here are the profiles of your newly recruited secretaries. These 3 are for your review." Lin Jing glanced through the resumes and spotted a name that caught his attention: Nan Feng. Upon reviewing her qualifications, he noticed that despite her work experience being somewhat lacking, her academic credentials were outstanding, having frequently earned scholarships during her university years. "Let Nan Feng be hired," he instructed. The assistant nodded and exited the office without further comment. Lin Jing surveyed the documents again. Rubbing his temples, he looked around and noticed the absence of that girl. Sigh, on the first day apart, I find myself missing her. After resting his eyes for a moment, he was unaware when the door opened and a figure stepped inside. Nan Feng observed the man reclining in his chair, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. She stood there hesitantly, as she gazed at him. With his handsome features and tall stature, he appeared somewhat fatigued, exuding a masculine charm that left her momentarily entranced. Lin Jing sensed someone watching him and opened his eyes, discovering a figure standing before his desk. After a moment of adjustment, he recognized it as the woman he had encountered before. Dressed in professional attire and standing around 1.7 meters tall, her hair was elegantly pinned up, showcasing her refined features. Clearly well-groomed ITSU. Your academic credentials are quite impressive. Why were you working part-time there before? Lin Jing casually inquired, causing Nan Feng to pause in surprise, as she had not expected him to remember her. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am pleasantly surprised that you recall me. I am the new secretary, Nan Feng." Lin Jing nodded, remaining silent. Nan Feng continued, "I recently resigned from my previous job due to financial pressures at home. So I have taken on this part-time role." "Very well, from today onward, let us commence your work diligently. You shall not be deprived of the appropriate benefits," he stated, gesturing for her to leave. Nan Feng prepared to exit. She hesitated for a moment, then resolutely said, "Mr. Lin, may I request a favor from you?" Lin Jing's gaze flickered as he studied the anxious woman before him, contemplating her request. "Please, tell me what it is." Nan Feng exhaled softly. "Could I possibly receive an advance on a few months' salary? My mother's hospital expenses cannot be delayed any longer. Rest assured, I will devote myself to my work and ensure that I bring value to the company." Lin Jing placed the documents he was holding aside, intrigued by her. Typically, such a request would be rather forward, and a refusal would be understandable. However, upon hearing about the hospital fees, he decided to extend an exploratory point. A panel appeared before him. Name: Nan Feng. Protagonist: Intelligence, 120 Thinking, 105 Physique, 70 Charm, 90 Drama Value, 30 Character Profile. Nan Feng, originally surnamed Shun, lost her father at a young age and has a gravely ill mother. Possessing exceptional work capabilities, she became the mistress and secretary of a surnamed Fu for 4 years to cover her mother's medical bills. Eventually, the CEO's true love returned from abroad, leading to their breakup and her resignation. After the separation, the CEO relentlessly pursued her, resulting in a series of events including her mother's passing, an unexpected pregnancy, and the rediscovery of her heritage, ultimately culminating in their reconciliation. Lin Jing was taken aback, realizing that yet another protagonist had a higher drama value than Bai Weiwei, suggesting a rather unfortunate storyline. Setting aside the protagonist's circumstances, it was her remarkable work ethic that truly caught Lin Jing's attention. Chapter 6. Nightshade Club. Resolute in his decision, Lin Jing asked, "How much will your mother's treatment cost?" Nan Feng hesitated, feeling somewhat constrained as she responded, "If surgery is necessary, it will be approximately 1 million. This figure was one she had envisioned countless times in her dreams, a sum that was currently beyond her reach. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jing replied, I will cover your mother's medical and surgical expenses. But there are two conditions. What are they? I am willing to comply with any conditions. Nan Feng responded eagerly, recognizing the glimmer of hope and determined to seize it regardless of the circumstances. Observing her expectant gaze, Lin Jing pondered whether she had misconstrued the situation. Firstly, you must sign a 3-year contract with the company, during which your salary will be maintained, and you must not resign without repaying the full amount of the expenses. Secondly, you will have 1 month to familiarize yourself with the company and draft a development plan that I find satisfactory, demonstrating your ability to generate a profit exceeding 20% for the company. Should you succeed, the debt will be forgiven. He paused, awaiting Nan Feng's response. She stood there, seemingly unable to process the information, uncertainly asking, "Is that all?" Lin Jing, seemingly not having heard her clearly, inquired, "What else do you expect?" Realizing her thoughts, Nan Feng's cheeks flushed as she quickly composed herself, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I assure you, I will excel and not disappoint your expectations." Lin Jing, bewildered by her reaction, said, "Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements for the medical expenses. You may leave now." Nan Feng refrained from saying more and swiftly exited the office. Finding a secluded spot, she leaned against the wall, cradling her face in her hands to cool her flushed cheeks. "Nan Feng, what were you thinking? What were you hoping for? Did you truly believe he would take you in as a mistress? His wife is so beautiful. How could he possibly seek companionship elsewhere?" After calming herself, Nan Feng felt a renewed sense of happiness. Her mother's medical expenses were secured, and she was determined to work hard to prove her worth to her boss, ensuring he did not misjudge her capabilities. In the following days, Lin Jing focused intently on work, often staying late and arriving early, while Nan Feng frequently accompanied him during these extended hours. Lin Jing's friends had gradually distanced themselves, having been turned away after several invitations to socialize. Only one college friend remained, Lu Feng, a wealthy heir with whom he had maintained a decent relationship during their university days. Lu Feng had completed many of Lin Jing's coursework in the past. After marriage, their interactions had dwindled, but Lu Feng was the sole individual who had previously advised Lin Jing to treat his wife with care. As the end of the workday approached, Lu Feng arrived at Lin Jing's office. Dressed in a flamboyant floral shirt. Upon seeing Lin Jing engrossed in work, he paused, seemingly unable to recognize him. "Mr. Lin, have you truly turned over a new leaf? I heard you haven't been out for a while," Lu Feng remarked. Lin Jing set aside his documents and replied, "What brings you here?" Lu Feng casually perched on the desk, twirling a pen as he spoke. "I heard you got divorced. Is that why you are so focused on your career?" Lin Jing, exasperated, snatched the pen from Lu Feng and placed it aside. "It's nothing dramatic, just a peaceful separation." "Well, it's probably for the best. After all, you were a scoundrel. It's better that you parted ways." Lin Jing raised his gaze. Irritated, "If you have something to discuss, then speak. If you're here to mock me, you may as well leave." Lu Feng, deciding to drop the jest, said, "The illustrious Feng Xiao of Yun City recently returned from overseas. Their SA gathering tonight at Nightshade. I'll take you to meet him and see if their SA chance for collaboration." Lin Jing recalled the name Feng Xiao, the wealthiest man in Yun City and the current CEO of the Feng Group, who had just returned to the country after a long stint abroad. The company operated in various sectors, including commerce, real estate, and fashion, and held significant influence in Yun City. Turning to Lu Feng, Lin Jing asked, "Is it really that simple?" "Of course. Hurry up," Lu Feng urged, raising his voice. Lin Jing ceased to inquire further, tidied his belongings, and followed Lu Feng. Before long, the two men arrived at the renowned Nightshade Club, a nationwide chain and a well-known haven for the affluent, where patrons could easily spend tens or hundreds of thousands in a single night. Lin Jing had frequented the establishment in the past, and several staff members recognized him, greeting him enthusiastically. Feeling somewhat out of place, Lin Jing was led by Lu Feng into an opulent VIP room filled with young socialites indulging in drinks. A group of them flattered a central figure, a man seated with an air of aloofness that he wore glasses, with striking features yet an icy demeanor that made him appear distant from the lively atmosphere. It was evident he was Feng Xiao, the wealthiest man in Yun City. The others present glanced at Lin Jing with surprise, noting the resemblance between him and Feng Xiao. While Feng Xiao exuded a frigid, unapproachable aura, Lin Jing radiated warmth, akin to gentle sunlight on a spring day. At that moment, Feng Xiu cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jing before returning to his drink. Unfazed, Lin Jing and Lu Feng exchanged pleasantries and settled into their seats. As they observed the flurry of attention surrounding Feng Xiu, Lin Jing chose not to intrude, instead engaging in conversation with Lu Feng. When it seemed the room had filled, one of Feng Xiu's companions clapped his hands, signaling the entrance of several stunning attendants. "Feng Xiu, I prepared something special for you. Feel free to choose anyone you like," he announced. Feng Xiu frowned slightly, clearly displeased, yet he did not refuse, casually waving his hand. Lin Jing found the scene rather tedious, regretting his decision to attend. Leaving now would be awkward, so he resolved to endure it. Lu Feng leaned closer, saying that individual is Wang Zhe, one of Feng Xiu's subordinates. They have known each other for quite some time. Wang Zhe possesses average capabilities and has only achieved his current status through Feng Xiu's connections, that he is the one who invited me here to observe the festivities. Lin Jing looked over, noticing Wang Zhe cozied up to a beautiful woman. Pouring drinks with a sense of anticipation for the events to unfold, he decided to stay a while longer, as more guests arrived. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, yet two figures remained conspicuously detached: Feng Xiu and Lin Jing. Feng Xiu, noticing Lin Jing's gaze, acknowledged him with a slight nod, prompting Lin Jing to raise his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. Feng Xiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually raised his drink in response, downing the contents of his glass. Chapter 7. The new protagonist. At that moment, the door to the VIP room swung open, and a woman dressed in work attire entered, holding a file. Her presence felt out of place amidst the lavish surroundings, and she quickly recognized the atmosphere, momentarily stunned upon seeing the man seated in the center. The others in the room instinctively turned their attention to the unexpected intruder. Feng Xiu's expression shifted subtly. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, his gaze remained fixated on the woman. Realizing her mistake, she attempted to retreat, but Wang Zhe blocked her path. "Tang Xan, weren't you here to discuss a collaboration? Why do you wish to leave at the sight of us?" Tang Xan lowered her head, took a deep breath, and replied, "Wang Xiao, you seem quite occupied on your end. Perhaps we can discuss the collaboration another time." Wang Zhe, relentless in his pursuit, approached her with a wine glass in hand, insisting, "That simply won't do. If you leave now, you may find that I won't seek your collaboration next time." Tang Xan, feeling cornered by Wang Zhe's insistence, locked eyes with Feng Xiu, only to find him unresponsive. Resolute, she inquired, "What must Wang Xiao do to facilitate our collaboration?" Wang Xiao glanced at Feng Xiu before responding, "Finish this bottle of XO, and I'll sign the agreement." "How does that sound?" Lin Jing observed the scene, sensing a history between Tang Xan and Feng Xiu, which piqued his interest, prompting him to throw out a probing question. Name: Tang Xan, female protagonist, IQ 105, thinking 95, physique 60, charm 95, tortured love value 40, character introduction. Tang Xan, Feng Xiu's first love, experienced a passionate relationship during their university days. However, due to unforeseen family circumstances, her mother becoming a vegetable following a car accident, and her father bringing home a mistress who conspired with her and her daughter to oust Tang Xan from the family, she was forced to seek medical treatment for her mother abroad. Accepting 5 million from Feng Xiu's mother, she ended their relationship. 5 years later, they reunite amidst obstacles such as drugging, kidnapping, and a car accident orchestrated by Wang Zhe and his stepmother's daughter, Tang Ling. Ultimately, with Feng Xiu's unwavering support, they reconcile. Below are the detailed events to be unfolded. Lin Jing chuckled at Tang Xan's profile, finding her tortured love value of 40 intriguing, that he attempted to direct a probing question toward Feng Xiu, but realized it had no effect. Likely due to his indifference toward men, Lu Feng, observing Lin Jing's amusement, questioned, "What is so funny? Do you know her?" Shaking his head, Lin Jing replied, "Just watch and don't speak out of turn." Tang Xan's gaze remained fixated on the wine in Wang Zhe's hand before shifting back to Feng Xiu. Mistakenly believing he was behind this ordeal, resigned, she stated, "Fine, I'll drink that. I hope Wang Xiao keeps his word." With that, she seized the bottle and tilted it back, the fiery liquid coursing down her throat as she struggled to swallow. Discomfort evident on her face, Lin Jing kept a watchful eye on Feng Xiu, gauging his response. Feng Xiu gripped his wine glass tightly, his eyes betraying an internal conflict that he knew Tang Xan was allergic to alcohol and wouldn't normally drink. Yet he remained seated. As Tang Xan consumed half the bottle, she could no longer endure and set it down, coughing incessantly, her face flushing crimson. Wang Zhe, unsatisfied, remarked, "Miss Tang, you have quite the tolerance. There is still half left. You won't be leaving until you finish it." After a moment, Tang Xan shot him a resentful glance, then looked at the stoic Feng Xiao, offering a bitter smile before reaching for the bottle once more. Lin Jing prepared to intervene, fearing for Tang Xian's well-being. But before he could rise, Feng Xiao finally spoke. "Enough." He stood, taking the bottle from her. "Are you trying to endanger your life, knowing you can't drink? Are you really that desperate for money?" Feng Xiao's voice was laden with anger. Tang Xian, now slightly intoxicated, leaned against Feng Xiao, defiantly asserting, "Yes, I want the money." "What of it?" Lin Jing took a seat, enjoying the unfolding drama, while Lu Feng looked on in bewilderment. "What's going on?" Wang Zhe stepped forward. "Feng Xiao, I'm just trying to defend your honor here." Feng Xiao's icy gaze turned toward him. "Was this your doing?" Wang Zhe, taken aback, nodded instinctively, "That don't take it upon yourself to meddle in my affairs, that if you do, you'll bear the consequences," Feng Xiao warned coldly. Before anyone could respond, he swept Tang Xan into a princess carry and exited the private room. Lin Jing patted Lu Feng. "So, this is the show Wang Zhe wanted you to see?" Lu Feng nodded absently. "You do realize Wang Zhe is courting disaster, right?" Lu Feng looked surprised, having picked up on the tension in the previous exchange. "You should steer clear of Wang Zhe. His good fortune is about to run out." Lu Feng queried. "Why is that?" Tang Xian is Feng Xiao's first love. Wang Zhe has crossed her. Feng Xiao will not let this slide. Lu Feng's eyes widened in realization, relieved he hadn't acted inappropriately earlier. "How do you know all this?" Lin Jing chose not to respond, scanning the area as the main players had departed. "Let's leave. It is time to meet our Feng Xiao." The two hurried out, finding Feng Xiao waiting downstairs with Tang Xan still in his arms, awaiting his assistant's arrival. Tang Xian, now disoriented, clung to Feng Xiao, mumbling incoherently, while he tenderly comforted her. Lin Jing approached. "Feng Xiao, I believe Miss Tang is experiencing an alcohol allergy. A trip to the hospital would be prudent." Feng Xiao, noticing Lin Jing's approach, was too weary to engage, merely responding with a non-committal Lin Jing continued casually. "Miss Tang was my senior. I've heard bits about the past that if you're interested, perhaps we could discuss it another time." Feng Xiao's attention shifted to Lin Jing, his voice cold as he demanded, "What do you know?" Lin Jing smiled but refrained from answering. That as Feng Xiao's car arrived, he remarked, "Let us prioritize taking Tang Xian to the hospital. We can reconnect later." Observing Tang Xian's flushed state, Feng Xiao understood the urgency and nodded, carefully placing her into the vehicle. Once the car departed, Lu Feng spoke up. "His aura is formidable. His gaze earlier felt like it could consume me. Don't be fooled by appearances. He is a good man, a romantic at heart." Lu Feng looked puzzled. "How do you know that? Wasn't he your first meeting?" Lin Jing, unwilling to elaborate further, redirected the conversation. "Let us go. We'll discuss this later." Lu Feng, sensing Lin Jing's reluctance to share details, went home separately. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Feng Xiao cradled Tang Xan, who had succumbed to sleep, resting peacefully against him, that he gently stroked her hair. Feeling a pang of sorrow for the woman he once cherished, now reduced to this state. Reflecting on Lin Jing's earlier words, he wondered if there was more to the story, addressing his assistant. He instructed, "Find out everything about the man who spoke earlier. I want his contact details. Set up a meeting for tomorrow." The assistant nodded. "Understood, boss." Feng Xiao sighed, silently vowing, "This time, you shall not escape me." Chapter 8. Negotiating collaboration. The following morning, Lin Jing's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. That he answered, and a man's voice greeted him. "That Mr. Lin. Hello, that I am Feng Xiao's assistant. That he asked me to reach out to you. When would you be available for lunch today?" Lin Jing chuckled, noting the urgency. "Sure, how about noon? You can choose the venue and send me the details." "Certainly, Mr. Lin. We'll meet at Tang Palace, VIP room 888, and we'll be awaiting your arrival." "Sounds good." Lin Jing hung up, stretching lazily and surveying his surroundings. Life is a bit lonely without a partner around. At 18 noon, Lin Jing arrived punctually at Tang Palace, discovering Feng Xiao already present, lost in thought while holding a glass of wine. Upon noticing Lin Jing, he set the glass down and gestured for him to sit. Lin Jing settled in comfortably, poured himself a drink, and inquired, "How is Miss Tang doing?" "She is fine. She was discharged this morning." Feng Xiao replied. Lin Jing observed Feng Xiu's troubled expression, chuckling softly as he deduced that he had come directly here after accompanying her home. Did you two have a spat? Feng Xiu's gaze sharpened. A hint of irritation in his tone. You better have a good reason for asking. Lin Jing casually remarked, be a little more courteous. If it weren't for your seemingly deep feelings, I wouldn't bother helping you. Feng Xiu was momentarily taken aback, softening slightly as he admitted, she asked just a woman who would do anything for money. Lin Jing shook his head, exasperated. Here I thought the illustrious Feng Xiao would be more astute when it comes to matters of the heart. Feng Xiu snapped back to attention. What do you mean? Without wasting time, Lin Jing pressed on first. Tell me what you know about the events from back then. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Xiu responded, I was hospitalized due to an illness. She came to break up with me later. My mother informed me she left for 5 million, and I never saw her again after that. Lin Jing sipped his drink, and then, that's it, she must have left me for money. Perhaps she was only with me for financial gain, Feng Xiu lamented. Lin Jing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Your emotional intelligence seems to be in the negatives, noticing Lin Jing's expression. Feng Xiu pressed, what else do you know? Lin Jing took a moment to gather his thoughts before articulating. Interestingly, you both share a connection to me. As I recall, Tang Xian dropped out of school back then, and some details were deliberately obscured. Someone must have gone to great lengths to target her. Why would that be? Feng Xiu's demeanor shifted slightly, indicating he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet he remained silent, waiting for Lin Jing to continue. That I learned inadvertently that Tang Xian's mother was in a car accident and became a vegetable, necessitating treatment abroad. She was subsequently ousted by her father along with his mistress and her daughter, leaving her with no support as she took her mother overseas for treatment. With a sudden crack, Feng Xiu's wine glass shattered in his grip. The fragment sliced through the palm, blood dripping down in crimson droplets. Lin Jing glanced at him, gesturing towards the injury on his hand. It's nothing. You may continue, he said, handing over a tissue that he then added. I suspect that at the time, it was your mother and Tang Ling who operated this scheme, using her mother's threats and monetary pressure to force her departure. Now that she has returned, it appears her intentions are twofold: to earn money and to see you once more. Feng Xiu fell silent, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, unsure of what to think. These matters, if you investigate diligently, you should be able to uncover that it would be best to steer clear of your mother and Tang Ling, as well as one other individual. Who is it? Feng Xiu inquired in a hushed tone. Wang Zhe, your brother. He is indeed Tang Ling's devoted admirer, willing to do anything for her. Feng Xiu nodded, acknowledging that he understood. He would look into this, and now that he had a direction, it would be much easier. Thank you again. I will get to the bottom of this, that I shall not spare anyone who has harmed Tang Xian, he declared vehemently. Lin Jing smiled faintly, aware that these domineering figures often indulged in grand declarations, yet seldom resolved matters until the very end. Feng Xiu wiped the blood from his palm with the tissue and stated, if you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. The Feng family will certainly fulfill our obligations. Lin Jing replied calmly, there is no rush. Let President Feng clarify matters first, that we shall converse further then. Having concluded their discussion, Lin Jing set down his chopsticks, preparing to depart. Feng Xiu nodded, needing time to process everything. Before leaving, Lin Jing turned back to say, seeing President Feng so eager, allow me to offer another hint. The car accident involving Miss Tang's mother may not have been an accident. Perhaps you should investigate the Tang family. With that, he left the room. Upon exiting, Lin Jing adjusted his attire, contemplating how he could accelerate the plot's progression through the protagonist, thereby alleviating the anguish in the heroine's romantic entanglements. If unsuccessful, he would have to immerse himself in the situation, ultimately assessing Feng Xiu's capabilities. 3 days later, Nan Feng hurried into the office. Lin Zong, the Feng family has proactively requested to collaborate with us on the apparel project, as well as a hospital transfer contract. Please take a look. Lin Jing picked up the documents, noting Feng Xiu's remarkable generosity. This private hospital ranked among the top 3 in Yun City, generating tens of millions monthly. The apparel project was valued at over $1 billion. It seemed Feng Xiu had indeed taken a liking to Tang Xian. Having received so much, Lin Jing felt it inappropriate to accept without reciprocation. He would need to pay closer attention to Tang Xian and offer assistance when necessary. Boss, what is your relationship with President Feng? Why are they sending hospitals and specifying collaborations? Nan Feng inquired excitedly. Lin Jing pondered briefly before responding. What relationship? Perhaps, in a sense, I could be considered a matchmaker. Nan Feng looked puzzled. Matchmaker? What do you mean? After swiftly signing the contract, Lin Jing handed it to Nan Feng. You should personally oversee the hospital transfer. Check if your mother requires a transfer. After all, it is your family's hospital. Although the apparel project is confirmed, we still need a solid design plan. Have the design department work overtime to produce a preliminary version. Ensure that all necessary benefits are provided. Understood. Thank you, boss. I'll take care of it right away, Nan Feng replied, taking the documents and leaving decisively. Now that they had established a connection with the Feng family, she felt increasingly optimistic about the company's future, and her mother's surgery was moving forward. All signs pointed to positive developments. However, her own proposal still required revisions. In the office, Lin Jing rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating before picking up his phone to dial Feng Xiu. The call connected swiftly. Hello, I appreciate the generous gift from young Master Feng. It seems he has made some progress on his end. Feng Xiu's voice came through, slightly muffled. Lin Zong, do you have time to grab a drink? Lin Jing was pleasantly surprised out of course when young Master Feng extends an invitation. It is an obligation to accept. Chapter 9. The Pursuit of Love at the Anya Bar. When Lin Jing arrived at the private room, he found Feng Xiu alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. He removed his coat, placing Feng Xiu's drink down, and asked, So, what's going on? Feng Xiu remained silent, frustrated as he loosened his tie. Lin Jing chuckled and poured himself a glass. Let me guess, is the pursuit of love not going smoothly? Feng Xiu looked at Lin Jing in surprise. How do you always seem to know? Lin Jing replied, beaming with pride. Well, I may not claim to be better than you in business, but when it comes to chasing girls, you ought to take me as your mentor. Feng Xiu gave a bitter smile and shook his head that I told her that I've forgiven the past and that we could be together again. But she refused. Lin Jing shook his head, finishing his drink, that it's hopeless. You're just a clueless guy. Feng Xiu looked over, his expression darkening. What would you do in such a situation? Lin Jing casually responded, I've never faced that. It's usually the girls who pursue me. Seeing Feng Xiu's increasingly gloomy demeanor, Lin Jing ceased his teasing. All right, no more jokes. How is your investigation progressing? Feng Xiu replied, I have some leads. All evidence points to them. But I lack solid proof and am still investigating. Nodding, Lin Jing inquired further. Have you told her yet? Not yet. I want to clarify everything before I do that. I just want to make amends with her. I've learned she hasn't had a good life these past years. Lin Jing sighed. After all, she accepted the money and left you. She probably hasn't forgiven herself either. Feng Xiu's eyes brightened as he asked urgently. Really? Do you mean she still has feelings for me? Lin Jing helplessly replied, You two are quite a pair. No wonder you ended up together, a match made in heaven. Feng Xiu ignored Lin Jing's jibe, gripping his arms anxiously. What should I do? Lin Jing replied, First, you need to clarify if you still have feelings for her. Is she the only one for you? Feng Xiu nodded without hesitation. That I'm certain. I want to be with her for the rest of my life. That I haven't gone a single day without thinking of her in the past 5 years. Lin Jing, observing this lovesick individual, felt a surge of emotion that he leaned closer and said, All right, let me guide you. First, alleviate her worries, such as her mother's treatment, that I assume you've already started working on this, right? Feng Xiu nodded, confirming he had already contacted professionals to treat her mother. Now, have you read any of those domineering CEO novels? They often depict how the male lead mistreats his wife, only to face dire consequences while pursuing her. Feng Xiu's expression darkened further. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Jing quickly added, Don't look at me like that. I've already fast-tracked you through the mistreating wife phase, which significantly lowers the difficulty of winning her back. Feng Xiu contemplated this, realizing there might be some truth to it. What comes next? Lin Jing continued. Do you know the saying that a fierce woman fears a clingy man? Do you understand what it means to be persistent? What about stealing a kiss? If you wish to win over the girl you like, you must embrace a single principle. Be shameless. Feng Xiu's expression shifted, clearly struggling with the concept. Lin Jing raised his glass and added, Brother, think carefully about this. It's for your future happiness. Resolute, Feng Xiu downed his drink. All right, what should I do specifically? Right now, an excellent opportunity has presented itself, Lin Jing said, raising an eyebrow as he summoned a waiter. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, in her rented apartment, had just finished a call with her mother. Inquiring about her condition, which was stable, with authoritative experts working on a treatment plan. She hesitated, contemplating whether to call Feng Xiu. Just then, Feng Xiu's call came through. "Hello?" She answered, but the voice on the other end was not Feng Xiu's. "Is this Miss Tang? President Feng has had too much to drink and is in a daze, repeatedly calling your name. Could you come to pick him up?" Tang Xine, flustered with concern, immediately replied, "Sure, where is he?" "I'll head over right away." After hanging up, Feng Xiu stood, tipping the waiter generously. "Thank you. You're free to go now." As the waiter exited with a smile, Lin Jing turned to see Feng Xiu's eager expression. "Wipe that look off your face. Don't let your act slip. Need to drink a couple more to find your groove." Feng Xiu wasted no time, quickly downing 2 more drinks before reclining to find his balance. Lin Jing found the sight of this stoico amusing. "All right, I'll take my leave now. Remember, a fierce woman fears a clingy man." With that, he gathered his belongings and exited the door. He spotted Assistant Zhou waiting and swiftly pulled him aside. "Your president will have someone coming to pick him up soon. Don't appear here." As they walked a short distance, they encountered a flamboyantly dressed woman, striking a pose as she approached. Spotting Assistant Zhou, she called out, "Assistant Zhou, where's President Feng? I heard he was drinking here, so I came specifically to find him." She then cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Jing. Lin Jing glanced at Assistant Zhou. Seeking clarification, Assistant Zhou quietly explained, "That's Tang Ling. The Tang family is interested in a marriage alliance with President Feng, and the matriarch has consented." Lin Jing, upon hearing the news, thought to herself, "This is bad. The female antagonist has come to stir up trouble. Tang Xan is on her way, and if there's a misunderstanding, it could turn sour." She quickly pulled over Assistant Zhou and whispered, "Hurry and get her away. If Tang Xan sees Tang Ling with Feng Xiu, it would only lead to further misunderstandings." Assistant Zhou, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, promptly stepped forward and stated, "Miss Tang, Mr. Feng is not here. He had to leave for an urgent matter. I'll assist Mr. Lin in escorting Ms. Lin back." Indeed, the assistant's quick thinking was commendable. Lin Jing silently resolved to find someone like him in the future. Tang Ling looked skeptically at the two. "Really?" Assistant Zhou nodded vigorously, while Lin Jing feigned a state of inebriation. "All right then, I shall take my leave. Mr. Lin, I am a supervisor at Feng S. Please feel free to contact me for any future collaborations." Tang Ling said, her gaze lingering on the handsome Lin Jing, her heart fluttering. Furthermore, with Feng Xiu sending his assistant, it was evident he held Lin Jing in high regard. She handed over her business card, which Lin Jing reluctantly accepted, feeling a chill as Tang Ling's finger grazed his palm. With a sway of her hips, she departed. The two immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could fully compose themselves, Lin Jing spotted Tang Xin approaching from the opposite direction. Inquiring about the location, he swiftly pulled Assistant Zhou into a nearby private room, peering through the crack in the door to assess the situation outside. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he patted Assistant Zhou's shoulder. "Tell me, with our current predicament, if Feng Xiu marries Tang Xin, would it be too much for us to sit at the main table?" Assistant Zhou gave a thumbs up. "Not at all. We should even prepare a generous red envelope for you." Lin Jing nodded in appreciation. This assistant truly understood the nuances. Just then, they witnessed Tang Xin staggering out. Supporting Feng Xiu, Lin Jing signaled, "Let us follow them discreetly. We mustn't be seen. Tang Ling was just here. If she spots us, it could lead to complications for Tang Xan later. We should inform Feng Xiu to be cautious." Assistant Zhou looked at him gratefully. "Mr. Lin, no need for words. If all goes well, I believe I won't even need to contribute a gift. Now, off you go." Lin Jing chuckled, giving Assistant Zhou a gentle shove. Chapter 10. A hero saves the beauty. As Lin Jing exited the bar, he saw Tang Xin struggling to help Feng Xiu into a car. A figure darted by in the distance. Was that Tang Ling? Shaking his head, Lin Jing attempted to dispel the effects of alcohol and decided he should remind Feng Xiu later. Having been drinking all evening without any food, he now felt a pang of hunger and set off in search of a late-night snack. After wandering for quite some time without encountering anything to eat, he was about to turn back when he heard a girl's cry for help from a dimly lit alley. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, he rushed in. Just around the corner, he spotted 2 thugs cornering a girl, tearing at her clothing. The girl struggled desperately, but to no avail, her cries becoming increasingly helpless. Without a second thought, Lin Jing charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one thug sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. The other thug, seeing this, attempted to retaliate but was promptly knocked out by a swift punch from Lin Jing. Thanks to his enhanced attributes, Lin Jing's physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary person, and coupled with his regular training, dealing with these two thugs was a simple task, and he quickly approached the girl, who was now visibly fatigued. Upon seeing her savior, she relaxed slightly. He removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders before lifting her into his arms. The girl, dazed and barely conscious, managed to murmur her thanks before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Jing took a moment to glance back at the two thugs sprawled on the ground, memorizing their features before carrying the girl to the hospital. Shortly after he departed, another figure appeared, stumbling and seemingly injured, only to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Upon reaching the hospital, he ensured the frightened girl was well taken care of. Fortunately, the doctor reported there were no serious issues, just some abrasions and the effects of a sedative, compounded by her heightened anxiety, which led to her fainting. Lin Jing looked at the woman lying on the hospital bed, feeling somewhat exasperated. This world seemed straight out of a domineering Sohn novel, with casual druggings and kidnappings, revealing a troubling state of public safety. But he called his assistant to inquire about the situation. The assistant informed him that by the time the police arrived, the culprits had already fled, leaving no trace behind. Furrowing his brow, Lin Jing realized he would have to investigate further at a later time. After briefing the doctor to contact the girl's family once she regained consciousness, he stepped out. Just as he exited the ward, a voice called out from behind, "Boss, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he saw Nan Feng standing there, poised and elegant. "Oh, it's you that I just encountered two thugs harassing a girl. So I intervened. She fainted, and I brought her to the hospital." Hearing this, Nan Feng felt a tight knot in her stomach. She stepped closer to check Lin Jing's surroundings. "Boss, are you all right?" Lin Jing, amused by her concern, replied, "What could possibly happen to me? I can handle a couple of thugs." Nan Feng sighed in relief. "I just finished taking care of my mother and was about to head home." Lin Jing nodded, inquiring, "Has the surgery date for your mother been set?" "Yes, next Saturday. The doctor said the chances of success are quite high." Lin Jing joked, "That's wonderful. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. After all, you have signed your life away to me." Nan Feng's face flushed slightly, catching a whiff of alcohol on him. Embarrassed, she quickly changed the subject. "Boss, have you been drinking? Let me drive you home." Lin Jing glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. "Actually, I should drive you. Assistant Li is already on his way, so just wait a moment." After contemplating for a moment, Nan Feng agreed. With some time to spare, Lin Jing seemed to recall something and pointed toward the previous ward. "Please have someone send a change of clothes for that girl tomorrow morning." "Sure, I'll go in and take a look," Nan Feng replied, stepping into the ward to estimate the size. Lin Jing sat on a bench in the corridor, feeling somewhat fatigued, resting his head against the armrest with his eyes closed as Nan Feng exited the room. She couldn't help but admire the tall, perfectly sculpted man before her, finding it hard not to feel drawn to him. Just then, Lin Jing's phone rang. Waking him from his reverie, that IT was his assistant, informing him they had arrived. Lin Jing stood up, noticing Nan Feng's unusual expression, and nodded. "Let us go." After speaking, he walked out. Behind him, Nan Feng rubbed her flushed cheeks, muttering to herself, "How can he be so handsome and have such a good personality?" She then slapped her face lightly, shaking off her thoughts before hastily following him. Chapter 11. School anniversary in the Lin Corporation's president's office. Nan Feng stood before Lin Jing, hesitating to speak. Lin Jing perused the documents in his hands, growing increasingly agitated. "It's been a week, and this is all the design department has managed. What are we paying these people for?" He tossed aside the design drafts, declaring that they must be redone. If the head couldn't deliver, they ought to be replaced. "Understood, boss. I'll get on it right away. Also, tomorrow is your alma mater's anniversary celebration. The invitation has been sent, and they might need you to give a speech." Lin Jing pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, I'll cancel my other appointments and attend. Additionally, since we have some spare funds now, let us re-establish the charity project that was put on hold. I'll allocate 50 million for poverty relief." Nan Feng acknowledged his instructions and exited swiftly, taking a deep breath once outside. That IT was her first time witnessing Lin Jing lose his temper. At Yun City University, during the 50th anniversary celebration, Xiao Wanqing walked alongside her friend Su Qing. Wanqing, have you found that person who saved you last time? Su Qing inquired. Xiao Wanqing shook her head. When I woke up in the hospital, I only had one piece of clothing. The doctors mentioned he was from Lin S, but they didn't specify who he was. Do you remember what he looked like? Su Qing pressed. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied in a hushed tone. I only have a vague memory. He was very tall, quite handsome, and had a delightful scent that Su Qing observed her friend's infatuation and teased. You're not falling for him, are you? A hero saves the beauty, and if he is handsome, you might offer yourself in return. If he is not, you'll repay him in your next life. Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at Su Qing, playfully shoving her. Stop talking nonsense. Su Qing relented. All right. Today is the anniversary. There will be many outstanding alumni attending. Let us go and see. Xiao Wanqing shook her head. I need to prepare my design competition entry. I'll join later. Su Qing understood how much effort Xiao Wanqing had put into the fashion competition and didn't press her further. Fine then, I'll take my leave. Bye. After bidding farewell, Su Qing departed. Xiao Wanqing clutched her designs and headed to the library to work on her project. Meanwhile, Lin Jing was walking through the campus. Speaking on the phone. President Feng, how are things progressing? On the other end, Feng Xiu replied with a hint of pride. Things are going well. She resigned, and I suggested she come to Feng's, but she refused. Then have her come to my company. I'll assign her to oversee the clothing project with you. This way, you'll see each other often, and it'll help you distance yourself from the chaos on your end, allowing you to handle things better. Feng Xiu responded enthusiastically. That sounds great. Thank you. But I must warn you, don't get any ideas about her. Lin Jing sighed. Why are you so possessive? You treat everyone as a rival. I have no intention of courting death by trying to steal the affections of your esteemed self, President Feng, that I am not concerned about others. However, your face raises uncertainty in me. Lin Jing chuckled. Surprised that Feng Xiu, the icy figure, would indulge in jest, and it seemed that love had transformed him entirely. Before she could finish her thought, she collided with a woman around the corner. It was Xiao Wanqing, scattering her design sketches across the ground. Lin Jing apologized, pocketed her phone, and hurried to assist in gathering the scattered papers. Xiao Wanqing also rushed to collect her designs. Lin Jing inadvertently caught sight of several fashion sketches, adorned with elements of Hanfu, which were truly breathtaking. Once the designs were secured, Xiao Wanqing expressed her apologies, saying, Sir, I'm so sorry, my apologies that it's no trouble. I was on a call, and didn't see. Lin Jing replied, just as Xiao Wanqing was about to leave. Lin Jing called out, Classmate, may I take a look at your design sketches? Xiao Wanqing gazed at the tall figure before her, feeling a tinge of familiarity. After a moment's hesitation, she handed over the designs. Lin Jing flipped through a few pages and realized it was a cohesive series, evidently crafted with great care. Observing Xiao Wanqing's attentive gaze as she studied the sketches, Lin Jing felt an inexplicable sense of recognition. Excuse me, have we met before? Xiao Wanqing inquired hesitantly. Lin Jing snapped back to reality, recognizing the petite girl before him as the one he had rescued previously. Glancing at the designs without answering, he shifted the topic, asking, Classmate, are you selling these designs? Or perhaps we could collaborate. Xiao Wanqing looked bewildered, responding, Sir, these are my entries for a fashion design competition. They are not for sale. Lin Jing paused, realizing he might have rushed things. He then produced a business card and formally introduced himself. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Lin Jing from Lin Group, that we happen to have a fashion project and would like to collaborate with you. If you decide to consider it, feel free to contact me. After saying this, he prepared to leave. Upon hearing Lin Group, Xiao Wanqing, recognizing the familiar figure, hurriedly called out, All right, Mr. Lin, I agree to collaborate. Lin Jing turned back with a smile. Have you not thought it over? Xiao Wanqing shook her head, replying, Mr. Lin, I am open to any collaboration you propose, but I still wish to participate in the fashion design competition. Lin Jing stepped closer, saying, That is not how negotiations should be conducted. Do not approach collaborations this way in the future, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage. They stood close together, and Xiao Wanqing could sense a familiar fragrance emanating from Lin Jing, confirming her suspicions about the identity of the man from that night, causing her cheeks to flush. Lin Jing glanced at his watch, stating, We'll finalize the collaboration tomorrow. I'll have someone pick you up to sign the contract. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged, and the collaboration will be on a profit-sharing basis, which will not interfere with your participation in the competition and will also enhance the project's visibility. Xiao Wanxing nodded, clutching the business card, feeling somewhat shy. Lin Jing chuckled, waving his hand. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Xiao Wanxing watched as Lin Jing walked away towards the direction of the school anniversary celebration. Hesitating for a moment before following him, as the celebration commenced, various leaders took to the stage to speak, announcing the donations from outstanding alumni, among which was Feng Xiu's contribution. However, he had withdrawn from school midway to study abroad, opting only to donate money without attending. Thus, on the stage, the most eye-catching figure was the young and handsome Lin Jing, standing out among the older leaders like a dazzling star. Xiao Wanxing approached Su Qing. Hey, didn't you say you weren't coming? She remarked, noticing the figure on stage, that I came to find someone. Su Qing replied. Drawing her gaze towards the stage, she excitedly exclaimed, Thank goodness you're here. Did you see him? Lin Jing, the president of Lin Group, started his business while still in university. In just 2 years, he expanded Lin Group significantly. I heard he just collaborated with Feng Group on a major project. And he is incredibly handsome. Truly a prominent figure in Yun City. Xiao Wanxing nodded, realizing who he was, her eyes fixating on him. Su Qing. He seems to be the one who saved me last time. Are you serious? Su Qing gasped, drawing the attention of those around them. Apologizing to the crowd, she whispered, Wanxing, is what you said true? Xiao Wanxing nodded, confident in her recognition of his scent and physique, and recalled that the hospital was affiliated with Lin Group. Sister, your romantic prospects are looking up. You should seize this opportunity. Soon, you could be the president's wife. Xiao Wanxing quickly urged her to be quiet, not wanting her to speak further. She then turned her attention back to the figure on stage. Just as it was Lin Jing's turn to speak, becoming momentarily entranced, the students below were equally captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Qing glanced around, sighing. It seems Wanxing has quite a few rivals. Chapter 12. Project launched the following day. Nanfeng contacted Xiao Wanxing early, arriving in Lin Jing's luxury vehicle to escort her to the university. Xiao Wanxing was prepared with her design sketches as they arrived at Lin Group. In the office, Lin Jing held a project proposal, addressing Tang Xian. Miss Tang, this project is in collaboration with Feng Group, and you will be in charge. Please review it. The designer I arranged will be arriving shortly for a discussion. Tang Xian, holding the project proposal, replied with exasperation. Did you coordinate this with Feng Xiu? This is clearly a collaboration project with Feng Group. Lin Jing clarified. President Feng merely requested that I recommend someone for the job. The rest is my arrangement. Or do you, Miss Tang, lack confidence in taking on this project? Tang Xian rolled her eyes. Now I understand how Feng Xiu became a rogue. He must have learned it from you. Lin Jing chuckled lightly. Thank you for the compliment. Tang Xian, resigned, moved to the sofa to review the documents. The door opened, and Nanfeng entered with Xiao Wanxing. Boss, I've brought her, he announced. Lin Jing nodded. All right, please present the contract for Miss Wanxing to review. Nanfeng retrieved the prepared contract and handed it to Xiao Wanxing, who signed it without even glancing at it. Lin Jing, exasperated, remarked, Could you at least take a look at the contract? Aren't you worried I might sell you off? You can freely propose any conditions. Xiao Wanxing shook her head. I trust you that if there are any issues, consider it my way of repaying your life-saving grace. Lin Jing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you're aware of that. Xiao Wanxing nodded, explaining, I was initially skeptical, but seeing Sister Nanfeng today confirmed it for me. Lin Jing gestured to Tang Xian, introducing, this is a minor matter. Miss Tang is the head of this fashion project. You two should discuss the details. Tang Xian approached. Hello, Miss Xia. I'm Tang Xian. I'm already familiar with the collaboration details. I heard you wish to participate in a fashion competition. You can enter under Lin Group's name, ensuring fairness. After winning, we can promote the project further, which will serve as excellent publicity. Xiao Wanxing nodded obediently. All right, I'll follow Sister Tang's lead. Tang Xian patted her head. You're such a good girl. Do you have your design sketches with you? I'd love to take a look. Xiao Wanxing nodded, and the two began to engage in a pleasant conversation. Lin Jing exchanged a knowing glance with Nanfeng. Smiling in understanding, he instructed, ensure that Tang Xian is publicized as the project leader and that no one stirs up trouble within the department. Nanfeng nodded and exited. Lin Jing observed Xiao Wanxing thoughtfully, contemplating that such a talented individual must not be ordinary. Name. Xiao Wanxing, protagonist, intelligence, 130 thinking, 120 physical fitness, 75 charisma, 85 heartbreak value, 40 character synopsis, Xiao Wanqing. The heiress of the Xiao family faces jealousy from her cousin Xia Yinran due to inheritance issues. Yinran seizes an opportunity to drug her, leading to a scandal that tarnishes her reputation. Fortunately, the male lead, Fu Sihan, saves her, resulting in a fleeting romance that leads to an unexpected pregnancy with twins. Forced to flee abroad for 5 years, she ends up losing one child to a mistaken identity scandal while Fu Sihan gets engaged to another. After 5 years, she returns with her child. Lin Jing was taken aback by Xiao Wanqing's impressive statistics, particularly her heartbreak value of 40 that over time, he had the company will provide you with a premium platform and resources. Xiao Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. How shall we collaborate? Miss Xia, under the guise of a shooting star, established a studio and entered into a strategic partnership with our company, embarking on her own entrepreneurial journey. Moreover, inheriting a legacy necessitates having your own set of cards. Xiao Wanqing was taken aback. Inheritance? How do you know? Lin Jing replied, this is not a secret within the circle. Additionally, you should be wary of your cousin. Xiao Wanqing fell silent, her youth making it difficult for her to process this information. All right, I understand that if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Jing nodded. Miss Xia, should you require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I would be delighted to have a formidable partner. Thank you, Brother Lin. Just call me Wanqing. I will not let you down, Xiao Wanqing replied earnestly, nodding before departing. Lin Jing watched her leave and then called Feng Xiu. President Feng, I've sent Miss Tang over. Please handle it well. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. Lin Jing inquired further. It has been quite some time. How is the investigation progressing? Do you need my assistance? We've gathered evidence, but we still lack an opportunity that in a few days. It's my mother's birthday banquet and everyone will be in attendance. You can witness the drama unfold then that I do enjoy a good spectacle. I shall certainly be there. Let me know if you need anything, Lin Jing said with interest. Feng Xiu pondered for a moment. I'm concerned that Tang Ling might cause a disturbance then. Could you keep an eye on her for me? Of course, no problem, Lin Jing assured him. After hanging up, he closed his eyes and thought, contemplating what schemes Tang Ling might have in mind, that on Saturday, at Jishir Hospital, this was the institution that the Feng family had gifted to Lin Jing. After completing the handover, Nan Feng transferred her mother there. The reasons were twofold. The conditions were superior, and it was her own company's hospital, which offered convenience to AT that moment. Nan Feng anxiously watched the operating room while Lin Jing stood by her side. Do not worry. Everything will be fine, Lin Jing reassured her. Nan Feng nodded, remaining silent yet visibly tense. Only when the doctor emerged, announcing the success of the surgery, did she exhale in relief. Lin Jing stepped forward, patting Nan Feng's shoulder. Rest assured, everything will turn out well. Once she composed herself, Nan Feng bowed deeply, expressing, thank you, boss, that I will surely repay your kindness, and no need for that. Simply doing your job is repayment enough. Noticing a change in Nan Feng, Lin Jing opened her status panel. Name, Nan Feng, protagonist intelligence, 140 thought process, 105 physique, 70 charm level, 100 heartbreak value, 0 after a glance. He noted that the heartbreak value was gone, intelligence had increased by 20, and charm by 10, that it seemed their attributes were randomized, or perhaps a reflection of their will. Lin Jing then opened his own panel. Name, Lin Jing, 30 attribute points, intelligence, 110 thought process, 80 physique, 90 charm level, 80 exploration points, 3 view character attributes. Explore individuals and gain attribute and exploration points through interaction. After some contemplation, he allocated 20 points to physique and 10 to intelligence, as Lin Jing desired to maintain good health. Chapter 13. The birthday banquet. Having settled Nan Feng's mother, who had just undergone surgery and required monitoring for a few days, Lin Jing arranged for a caregiver to oversee her. Then on the way to drop Nan Feng off, he decided to invite her. Tomorrow night is the Feng family's birthday banquet, that if you're free, would you accompany me? Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, of course. Lin Jing nodded. I will arrange for someone to deliver your attire. I'll come to pick you up. Upon arriving at Nan Feng's residence, she expressed her gratitude once more, suppressing the urge to invite him inside, and hurriedly exited the car. Lin Jing felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed it. Driving away, Nan Feng sighed in relief as she watched his car disappear, then ascended to her apartment. Upon returning home, Lin Jing found his sister, Lin Shui, sprawled on the sofa, shamelessly munching on chips as soon as she spotted Lin Jing. She rushed over to flatter him. "Brother, you're back." She quickly urged him to sit down and began to massage his shoulders. Lin Jing, unfazed by her antics, directly asked, "What do you want?" Lin Shui pouted, realizing that her older brother was becoming increasingly harder to dupe. Undeterred, she leaned closer. "I heard you're going to the Feng family's banquet. Can you take me with you? I want to see all the prominent figures of Yun City." Lin Jing brushed her hand aside, coldly stating, "No, your studies should take precedence. Such an occasion is not suitable for you, that if you secure admission to a good university this year, I might reward you with a car. Otherwise, I will reduce your living expenses in college by half." Hearing this, Lin Shui stood up, fuming, and attempted to plead her case, but Lin Jing firmly interjected, stating there was no room for negotiation. Frustrated at her brother's refusal, Lin Shui stormed off to her room, sulking in solitude. Lin Jing rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of recent events and the need to manage family dynamics, leaving him somewhat exasperated. After tidying up, he took a shower and slipped into bed, soon drifting off to sleep. In his dreams, a captivating figure appeared, the atmosphere charged with intimacy, their heads close, though he could not discern her face. It felt strikingly familiar. Upon awakening, Lin Jing opened his eyes, recalling that dream, which had recurred frequently, featuring a woman entangled with him, though the specifics eluded him that he chose not to dwell on it, rising to wash up and prepare for the banquet. The Feng family's gathering served dual purposes. It was both Feng Xiu's mother's birthday and an opportunity for her to push for Feng Xiu's engagement with Tang Ling. Thus, all the notable figures of Yun City would be in attendance to the entrance of the banquet. Various media outlets had gathered, eager to capture exclusives, particularly focused on Feng Xiu, the future heir of the Feng family. At that moment, Lin Jing and Nan Feng emerged from the car, interlinked as they descended. Lin Jing donned a bespoke striped suit, his hair styled casually, tall and slender with broad shoulders and long legs. Beside him, Nan Feng shone in a strapless black evening gown, her height and elegance captivating. Lin Jing noted that with an increase of 20 in her charm level, she appeared even more radiant. Especially after careful preparation, the onlookers and reporters were taken aback, as most did not recognize the pair, yet their striking presence made them resemble a pair of celebrities making an entrance upon entering the venue. Lin Jing scanned the bustling hall, but did not spot Feng Xiu or Tang Xian among the crowd, that he had no desire to socialize with others. Yet many young ladies were drawn to Lin Jing's aura, eagerly attempting to engage him. With a sense of exasperation, he used Nan Feng as a shield, resulting in her consuming a few drinks in the process. When Feng Xiu arrived with Tang Xian, all eyes turned towards them, prompting Lin Jing and Nan Feng to retreat to the sidelines. It was at this moment that Lin Jing caught sight of Tang Ling, whom he had encountered previously. Feng Xiu was the center of attention, skillfully managing the guests alongside Tang Xian, who exuded the demeanor of a hostess. Tang Ling watched the scene with a look of resentment as a man named Wang Zhe appeared beside her. After a brief exchange, Wang Zhe exited the venue. Upon seeing Wang Zhe, Feng Xiu realized that the two were indeed up to something. Lin Jing informed Nan Feng that he would follow Wang Zhe. While she seemed puzzled but agreed to explore on her own, in another corner, a lone figure sat on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, her face cast in shadow. Upon spotting Nan Feng among the crowd, her gaze sharpened, and she stood to approach her. As Nan Feng ambled aimlessly, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her. She looked up and found him somewhat familiar. "Miss Nan Feng, greetings, I am Fu Yinqing." He introduced himself. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng hesitated. "You are the second son of the Fu family from Haiqing, correct?" Fu Yinqing affirmed. "Indeed, I remember you well. You previously interviewed for a position at our Yun City branch, nearly becoming my secretary." Nan Feng smiled shyly. "Yes, I am currently thriving at Lin's. Perhaps we will collaborate in the future." Fu Yinqing smiled with an air of self-assured charm. "That small company, Lin's, doesn't suit you. Tell me, how much are they paying you? I can offer you 3 times that." Nan Feng was taken aback. "Mr. Fu, I have no immediate plans to change jobs." With that, she turned to leave, but Fu Yinqing grasped her arm. "Miss Nan Feng, do consider, my offer stands." Feeling discomfort from his grip, Nan Feng wrenched her arm free. "Mr. Fu, please conduct yourself appropriately, I will not abandon Lin's." With that, she exited the venue, leaving Fu Yinqing to watch her retreating figure with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Lin Jing followed Wang Zhe to a secluded corner of the kitchen, handing a package to a server, who then carried 2 glasses of wine back into the banquet hall. Yet another drugging scheme. Lin Jing thought, feeling exasperated as he recorded the scene, that he sent the footage to Feng Xiu, who viewed the message without responding. Yet Lin Jing continued into the hall, that he encountered Nan Feng, who seemed about to say something. But Lin Jing pulled her away, leaving her bewildered as they departed. That moment, Tang Xan was engaged in conversation with Tang Ling, while the prearranged server waited for the opportune moment to approach. Time was of the essence, and with a swift motion, Lin Jing directed Nan Feng to divert the attention of the waiter. Caught off guard, Nan Feng hesitated, but Lin Jing hurriedly pushed her forward while she herself retrieved 2 glasses of wine from the table. Although somewhat dazed, Nan Feng approached the waiter, feigning a sprained ankle and leaning against him for support. The waiter set down the wine glasses to assist her. Meanwhile, Lin Jing quickly switched out the wine. This exchange occurred in the blink of an eye. Nan Feng noticed Lin Jing's actions and grasped the situation to some extent before tidying herself up and departing. The waiter promptly picked up the wine glasses and headed towards Tang Xian. Lin Jing, holding the 2 problematic glasses, disposed of them in a nearby trash bin, stating, "There's an issue. They are not safe to drink." Nan Feng nodded, pondering whom this would harm. Lin Jing gestured for Nan Feng to look over, revealing Tang Ling handing a glass of wine to Tang Xan. Chapter 14. Watching the show, observing Tang Xan unsuspectingly consume the drink, Lin Jing sighed and sent a message to Tang Xian, instructing her to feign fainting. Upon reading Lin Jing's message, Tang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but after surveying her surroundings and spotting Lin Jing, she chose to trust her and pretended to be affected by the alcohol. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ling discreetly led Tang Xan away, dismissing Nan Feng in the process. Lin Jing followed suit, attempting to call Feng Xiu, but the call went unanswered. Where could that man be? She inwardly mused as she continued to pursue them. Tang Ling brought Tang Xan to her room, laying her on the bed and mockingly saying, "You still wish to be Mrs. Feng? Dream on. Tonight, you will be nothing more than a shameless woman." Before Tang Ling could finish her taunt, Lin Jing burst in and knocked her unconscious. Tang Xan awoke to a complex expression, staring at Tang Ling, in disbelief at the depth of her hatred. Lin Jing smiled and remarked, "Being a wealthy family's daughter-in-law is no easy feat. Be more vigilant in the future." Tang Xan, at a loss for words, asked, "What now?" Lin Jing assessed the situation, covered Tang Ling with a blanket, dimmed the room lights, and led Tang Xan out to the entrance. Nan Feng was waiting, and Lin Jing instructed them to wait nearby for a moment. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Feng Xiu was in a standoff with his mother and relatives. That an assistant approached and whispered, "Young Master Feng, Mr. Lin has finished handling his matters." Feng Xiu nodded and turned to his mother, stating, "Now, do you still have objections regarding my affairs?" Feng Ma retorted sternly, "Absolutely not. I will not allow that woman to enter our home." "Mother, I am not asking for your opinion. I am informing you," Feng Xiu replied, shifting the conversation. "You called me over to discuss previous matters to distract me, didn't you?" Feng Ma hesitated, her gaze flickering. "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend." Just then the phone rang, and Feng Ma stood up excitedly, declaring, "Son, let me show you the true nature of that wretched woman." With that, she led the way outside. Feng Xiu sighed, still wishing to give his mother a chance. Despite numerous reminders, it seemed futile to the entrance. Tang Ling's mother stood with a throng of reporters, discussing the situation. Upon Feng Ma's arrival, she feigned ignorance, but a reporter interjected, claiming there was explosive news inside the room. Feng Xiu followed closely, observing the farcical scene with a sense of helplessness, glancing at Lin Jing, who signaled with an okay gesture, assuring him to remain calm. The crowd rushed in, and the reporters began snapping photos. Suddenly, a scream emerged from the room. Two figures concealed beneath a blanket. Tang Ma shouted, "Tang Xan, what a disgrace! How could you behave like this?" Just then, Tang Xan emerged from outside, asking, "Who is calling my name?" Feng Xiu hurried forward to check on Tang Xan, relieved to find her unharmed. Tang Ma paused, realizing it was not Tang Xan, and quickly pulled back the blanket to reveal Tang Ling. "How could it be you?" Feng Ma was equally perplexed. Feng Xiu stepped forward, shooing away the reporters, then addressed his mother and the others, saying, "All right, You can stop the charade that I was initially inclined to give you some face, but that's no longer the case. Feng Xiu produced a stack of documents, which included evidence of Tang Ling's family's embezzlement, a 5-year-old murder case, and current dealings with illicit drugs that I have gathered enough evidence and have already reported this. You can expect a visit from the authorities. Both Tang Ling and her mother were left in shock. They hadn't anticipated such consequences. Tang Xan, her eyes wide with panic, picked up the car accident report, which detailed her mother's incident. Fueled by anger, she rushed to confront Tang Ling and her mother, but Feng Xiu intervened, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will ensure they pay for their actions." That he then turned to his mother, stating, "It would be best if you had minimal involvement with Tang Ling. I am already aware of the events from 5 years ago. You should leave the country and refrain from meddling in my affairs." Feng Ma collapsed to the ground, speechless. Lin Jing approached Feng Xiu, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You can handle the following matters yourself. I shall take my leave." "Thank you. I will invite you for a drink next time." Feng Xiu replied with a sigh. Lin Jing departed with Nan Feng, and upon exiting the banquet, they spotted a figure smoking, exuding an air of defiance. As he saw Nan Feng emerge, he approached, scrutinizing Lin Jing before raising an eyebrow. "So this is your boss? Greetings. I am Fu Yincheng," he said, extending a hand. Lin Jing, puzzled, glanced at Nan Feng but still politely offered her hand, only to retract it upon contact. Nan Feng edged closer to Lin Jing. Feeling uneasy, Lin Jing, noticing, asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes, we have met once," she replied. Lin Jing responded with an "oh," as she recognized Fu Yincheng's predatory gaze, prompting her to assert, "Does Fu Xiao have any business? If not, we shall take our leave." Nan Feng did not resist and followed Lin Jing out. Fu Yincheng watched their departing figures, smirking. "Miss Nan, you will return to my side that I am the car." Nan Feng explained the earlier situation, revealing that she had initially applied to Fu's company and was set to join, but after being rescued by Lin Jing during her part-time job, she switched to Lin's firm. Lin Jing chuckled, realizing that Fu Yincheng was the male lead alongside Nan Feng, whom he inadvertently overshadowed. Noticing Lin Jing's amusement, Nan Feng inquired, "Boss, what are you laughing at?" "Of course, I am amused by the allure of my secretary. Captivating those wealthy scions," Lin Jing jested. Nan Feng's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. Lin Jing observed her bashful demeanor, shaking his head at her innocent nature. Nan Feng suddenly recalled something and asked, "Boss, Tang Xion's family is despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics." Lin Jing replied, "In the realm of wealthy families, such rivalries are quite commonplace." Nan Feng tilted her head, inquiring, "Boss, are you well acquainted with them?" "That is certain. Perhaps we are already part of their circle. Merely cannon fodder." Lin Jing mused. Nan Feng chuckled, "Boss, I believe you are the main character." Lin Jing fell silent, contemplating how he had altered Nan Feng's trajectory, uncertain if it was for better or worse. Nan Feng, he asked, "Do you feel that your current life is what you desire?" Nan Feng turned her head in confusion, replying, "What do you mean? I am quite satisfied with my life now. My mother is well. My job is excellent, and everything is just fine." Lin Jing nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether the changes he had instigated in the trajectories of certain individuals were ultimately beneficial or detrimental. After escorting Nan Feng home, Lin Jing reached out to Feng Xiu to inquire about the resolution of the situation and whether everyone had been dealt with. However, Feng Xiu informed him that Wang Zhe had fled. Lin Jing pondered for a moment. Wang Zhe was one of his subordinates and, in fact, a paramour of Tang Ling, who had been working closely with her. Now that he had escaped, he posed a potential threat. Chapter 15. The car accident. The collaboration between Lin's and Feng's enterprises had begun to gain momentum, and Xiao Wanqing had also signed a strategic cooperation contract with Lin's in the form of a studio. Simultaneously, she participated in a fashion design competition under the name of Meteor, and once the results were announced, they could commence promotional activities. As the workday concluded, Lin Jing was driving home when he caught sight of Feng Xiu standing outside the company building, holding a large bouquet of flowers. It was the peak hour for leaving work, and the bustling crowd made the scene quite conspicuous. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xen exited the building, and, upon noticing Feng Xiu standing there unperturbed, she hurriedly approached him while covering her face. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, with Tang Xen feeling a tad embarrassed and ultimately leaving the flowers behind as she dashed away, prompting Feng Xiu to quickly follow after her. Lin Jing paused for a moment to capture a few photographs. These would serve as incriminating evidence against the Grand CEO. As he observed the pair crossing the street, he restarted his car and noticed a van speeding toward them from a distance. That moment, Feng Xiao and Tang Xing were precisely at the crosswalk, with no means to evade the oncoming vehicle. Lin Jing accelerated alongside them, the luxurious Maserati responding with remarkable swiftness, reaching speeds in mere seconds in the blink of an eye, just as the van was about to collide with the two. Feng Xiao promptly pushed Tang Xian away. Simultaneously, Lin Jing deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, causing his vehicle to spin and strike the van head-on, flipping it over and sending it rolling several times across the road. Lin Jing's car, too, came to a halt after the impact, the airbags deploying and his head striking forcefully against the interior. The events transpired so swiftly that Feng Xiao found himself momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, both rushed to check on Lin Jing's condition. Opening the car door, they found Lin Jing slightly disoriented and injured, yet thankfully not severely harmed, the car's high quality having mitigated the damage. Feng Xiao hastily transported Lin Jing to the hospital, in the hospital ward. Lin Jing awoke from the bed, his head bandaged and feeling somewhat dazed. "You're awake. Should I call the doctor?" Nan Feng called out, assisting Lin Jing to sit up. Lin Jing shook his head, replying, "No need, I feel all right." "Are you two unharmed?" "Feng Zong and Miss Tang are fine. Miss Tang was a bit shaken and is resting at home." Nan Feng reassured him. Lin Jing sighed. "What a pity about my car. It was a limited edition." Nan Feng retorted, "You're still concerned about the car. At least you're relatively unscathed." Lin Jing chuckled, recalling the urgency of the moment. Before Nan Feng could respond, Feng Xiao entered, declaring, "It's just a car. I'll get you a new one." Seeing Feng Xiao, Lin Jing recognized that the Grand CEO kept his promises. Feng Xiao sat beside him, earnestly stating, "I truly owe you my gratitude for saving our lives. That IT was a trivial matter." "Have you identified the culprit?" Lin Jing inquired. "Who else could it be but that scoundrel Wang Zhe?" "He has already been dealt with." Feng Xiao replied, "That I never expected someone I treated well to harbor such animosity towards me." He continued. Lin Jing responded, "People are often driven by greed and self-interest. Being in your shadow for too long can change them." Feng Xiao fell silent, taken aback by the realization that a friend could descend to such depths. "Well, let us not dwell on it. Focus on your recovery. We'll discuss everything once you're healed." Lin Jing remarked, "I'm fine on my end. Just remember to compensate me with a good car." Feng Xiao smiled. "That is a certainty, my savior." With that, he took his leave. Nan Feng, standing nearby, patted her chest and took a deep breath. Lin Jing inquired, "What's wrong?" Nan Feng replied, "They say Feng Xiao is a cold-faced EO, unapproachable and aloof. I never imagined he had this side to him." Lin Jing responded, "That is the power of love. When I first met him, he did indeed seem distant, but he is genuinely a warm-hearted person beneath that exterior. Just treat him like an ordinary person." Nan Feng rolled her eyes, recalling how Feng Xiao could annihilate the Tang family with just a few words. How could one treat him as an ordinary individual? Only Lin Jing could maintain such a calm demeanor. Not wishing to brood over trivial matters, Nan Feng summoned the doctor for a checkup. Fortunately, there were no major issues, and Lin Jing could be discharged after a couple of days of observation. She urged Lin Jing to rest while she went to procure some food. Seeing Nan Feng bustling about, Lin Jing felt somewhat embarrassed, yet her determination made it difficult to refuse her assistance. After lying in bed for a while and feeling bored, he decided to take a stroll. Just as he stepped out of the ward, a figure collided into him, a woman clad in a hospital gown collapsing limply into his arms. Taken aback, Lin Jing quickly supported her, realizing she was a pale-faced woman, utterly weak and feeble. As he glanced around, he noticed a group of disheveled men approaching, some nursing injuries and limping along. It was evident they had been in a fight. One of the men, upon seeing Lin Jing with the woman, stepped forward. "Kid, put my sister down. This is none of your business." Lin Jing regarded the frail woman in his arms. She managed to open her eyes and, upon seeing Lin Jing, weakly uttered, "Your Highness, save me," before fainting in his embrace. Though taken aback by her address, Lin Jing did not dwell on it. Instead, he turned his gaze coldly toward the men. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. His assertive demeanor caused the men to hesitate, recognizing they were in a VIP ward and sensing Lin Jing's elevated status. The man who had spoken earlier retorted, "Who are you? This doesn't concern you." She my sister, our family matter. Lin Jing surveyed the intimidating figures, confronting the group of men who were collectively bullying a woman. Is this how you handle your family matters? He questioned. One bearded man interjected. Kid, don't push your luck. Stay out of our affairs. Lin Jing shot back. I am most certainly involved. The men, incensed by his response, prepared to confront him. Lin Jing swiftly moved the woman aside and, turning, kicked the foremost man to the ground, incapacitating him. The remaining men momentarily faltered. That moment, a doctor rushed over, shouting, "This is a hospital. Who allowed you to fight?" Upon recognizing the doctor, the man called out, "Director Li, you're here. This guy is causing trouble in the hospital. Please handle this." Director Li glanced at the man and then at Lin Jing, hurrying over. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" The men, taken aback by Director Li's sycophantic demeanor, stammered. "Director Li, who is he?" Director Li promptly replied, "He is the president of Lin's group. This hospital is under his purview." The men appeared bewildered, yet they stubbornly retorted, "What of it? Can the president of Lin's group meddle in family affairs?" Lin Jing disregarded their protest, addressing Director Li, "Investigate what is happening here." Director Li nodded hastily and called for a nurse. A young nurse scurried over, head bowed. Chapter 16. Lu Fian, the nurse hesitantly explained. "Miss Lu was just in surgery and requires this young lady for a blood draw. Earlier, while we were drawing her blood, she refused and ran out." Lin Jing narrowed his eyes, a probing gaze directed at Director Li as he asked, "Is blood donation mandatory in our hospital?" Hearing this, Director Li broke out in a cold sweat, silently cursing himself. The Lu family had previously paid him to smooth things over, but had not mentioned anything about this. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will thoroughly investigate and provide you with an explanation," Director Li assured, albeit nervously. Just then, Nan Feng approached, observing the scene outside the ward with a look of astonishment. Lin Jing turned to her, instructing Nan Feng, "Assist Director Li in clarifying this matter, and ensure these individuals are expelled from the hospital." The Southern Wind responded with a note of agreement, summoning the security guard. She had always been the liaison for this hospital, serving as its administrator. As the men observed the guard approaching, they shouted and yelled, yet were ultimately dragged away by him. Lin Jing gently placed the woman in his arms onto the hospital bed, instructing someone to come and attend to her injuries. An hour later, the doctor reported that the woman was primarily suffering from severe blood loss and malnutrition, resulting in her weakened state. She required time to recuperate. Lin Jing gazed at the frail figure on the bed and nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he activated an exploration point. Name, Lu Fian, Nangong Fian. Protagonist, IQ, 110 thinking, 120 physique, 60 charisma, 80 love-hate value, 40. Character summary, Lu Fian, an adopted daughter of the Lu family, was brought back from an orphanage primarily because Lu Qian had been ill since childhood and needed long-term blood transfusions. Thus, a blood donor was sought, leading to Lu Fian's long-term residency with the Lu family, where she ultimately married into the Hua family as a replacement for Lu Qian, becoming the wife of the disabled second young master. Hua. Due to his disability, Hua's temperament was unpredictable, but after a year of care from Lu Fian, he regained his health. However, when Hua's first love returned from abroad, they became entangled, experiencing a series of events involving heritage, blood extraction, and abduction, before ultimately reconciling. Lin Jing sighed. Realizing he could no longer turn a blind eye, he had researched this system and discovered it could only be utilized by women for the time being. To earn love-hate points, one must first embark on an exploration. Lu Fian opened her eyes, observing Lin Jing, who was engrossed in a book on another hospital bed. Upon recognizing his features, she immediately leaped from her bed, half kneeling and solemnly declaring, "Your subordinate Fian pays her respects to your highness." Lin Jing glanced up from his reading, then back at Lu Fian, utterly bewildered. Had her mind faltered, he hastily set aside his book and assisted her to her feet, saying, "You are still quite weak. You should rest." Obediently, Lu Fian stood and was guided back to the bed. Looking around, everything felt alien to her. She turned to Lin Jing and inquired, "Your Highness, where is this place? Why are you dressed in such a manner?" Lin Jing helped her sit down. "First, rest well. I will summon the doctor to check on you shortly." That Lu Fian's mind was a tempest of confusion, countless memories surging within her. Reflecting on her past, she recalled that she had once been the vice master of the Crimson Blood sect in the Dacian dynasty, skilled in both medicine and poisons. The sect had been established by the Qi Wang, having made significant contributions towards securing the position of crown prince, with Lu Fian being one of the most instrumental figures. However, she had been ambushed and killed by another vice master, Qing Feng. Just as the Qi Wang ascended to the throne, in her final moments, Lu Fian had cursed Qing Feng with a deadly poison, leading to their mutual destruction. Upon awakening, she found herself in the midst of a blood extraction and struggled to break free. A few individuals nearby attempted to restrain her. Although proficient in both medicine and martial arts, she managed to evade capture by targeting several key joints and fleeing, only to encounter Lin Jing. As Lu Fian sat there, cradling her head in a state of distress, Lin Jing decided to call for the doctor to assess her condition, as well as her mental state. When the doctor arrived to conduct an examination, Nan Feng entered the room as well. Lin Jing signaled, and the two stepped out of the ward. Outside, Nan Feng reported, aside from what Lin Jing knows, Lu Fian was adopted as a blood donor for Lu Qian and has had a difficult life in the Lu family. She fainted due to the blood extraction, and upon regaining consciousness, she tried to escape, prompting her relatives to capture her. Lin Jing responded with a contemplative hum, recalling Lu Qian. Could she be the one? Shaking off his thoughts, he instructed, identify and expel anyone colluding between the Lu family and the hospital. They must be blacklisted. Nan Feng acknowledged, having already gathered information on the individuals involved. What shall we do with Lu Fian? Nan Feng inquired. Lin Jing hesitated before saying, it seems her mind is somewhat fractured. Let us observe her condition first. Nan Feng, puzzled, was about to ask further when Lin Jing gestured for them to return inside to discern the situation. Inside the ward, Lu Fian curiously fiddled with the doctor's flashlight, exploring with great enthusiasm. The doctor shook his head, addressing Lin Jing. Aside from her physical weakness, Miss Lu's memories appear to be disordered. She may have experienced intense trauma and will require further observation. Upon seeing Lin Jing enter, Lu Fian's face brightened as she exclaimed, Your Highness, you've come. Lin Jing, at a loss for words, glanced at Nan Feng and subtly gestured towards his head, indicating her mental state. Nan Feng found Lin Jing's expression amusing yet concerning. She approached Lu Fian and asked, Miss Lu, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Fian tilted her chin up and looked at Lin Jing. Naturally, I shall follow His Highness. Lin Jing's expression reflected resignation as he exchanged glances with Nan Feng. They both understood that they could not simply ignore her. Otherwise, she would be returned to the Lu family for blood extraction. Out of both compassion and obligation, Lin Jing resolved to ensure she received proper medical care in the hospital, planning to arrange accommodation for her later. Nan Feng proposed, why not let her stay at my place? I have an empty room. Lin Jing agreed, recognizing that Lu Fian's condition necessitated someone to look after her, but they still had to remain vigilant for any potential threats from the Lu family. The following day, Lin Jing escorted Lu Fian out of the hospital, settling her in and granting Nan Feng a couple of days off to rest and check in on Lu Fian. Upon arriving at the office, his assistant informed him that Feng Xiu had arrived. As Lin Jing entered his office, he spotted Feng Xiu standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding an air of authority in his trench coat. Lin Jing quietly resolved to acquire several trench coats for himself in the future. Ignoring Feng Xiu's ostentation, he approached his desk, glancing over the two documents laid out before him. With a chuckle, he remarked, Feng, do your parents know how extravagant you are? Feng Xiu turned, smiling as he replied, we owe you far too much. Consider this your matchmaking fee. Lin Jing scrutinized the documents and noted that one was a transfer agreement for 2 apartment buildings, while the other was an investment agreement for shares in Nightshade 20. Truly a substantial investment. After all, the wealthiest individuals made deals worth billions. Feng Xiu explained, this apartment complex was a project of the Wang family that I acquired after their bankruptcy. Nightshade was originally managed by Wang Zhe. With your investment, you will take over its management. Lin Jing twirled his pen. Did you drive Wang Zhe's family to bankruptcy? Feng Xiu sat down across from Lin Jing, stating, if one commits a wrongdoing, one must bear the consequences. After signing the documents, Lin Jing remarked, you executives seem to have a penchant for bankrupting others. Isn't that exhilarating? Feng Xiu chuckled, adjusting his glasses. It's quite satisfactory. I suppose. Lin Jing waved his hand. Thank you, Feng. I feel as though I am being pampered. Feng Xiu replied, you have a good attitude. If only Tang Xen shared your mindset. Lin Jing chuckled helplessly, his gaze drifting off as if lost in thought. I started out relying on others. I can't afford to have a poor attitude. Feng Xiu mused. Is that about your ex-wife? He had previously conducted an investigation into Lin Jing and only knew that the couple had co-founded a business before divorcing. However, he had no information regarding her. Yes, most of the capital for the business was hers, Lin Jing candidly admitted. Feng Xiu's interest piqued. What led to your divorce? Are you a scoundrel? Lin Jing shot him an irritated glance. Our divorce was mutually agreed upon. And while she currently holds the majority of shares in Lin Corporation, she doesn't care about my meager assets. Feng Xiu replied, Lin Corporation is still worth billions. With my backing, it has multiplied that if she isn't impressed, your ex-wife must be quite remarkable. Lin Jing set down the contract. You will understand in due time, he reminisced. He realized it had been ages since he had heard from that young lady. Noticing Feng Xiu still lingering, leisurely sipping tea, Lin Jing couldn't help but ask, Aren't you busy, Feng? You can leave after delivering the contracts. Feng Xiu took a sip, responding nonchalantly, I'm waiting for my wife to finish work. Delivering the contracts is merely an addendum. All right, you're impressive, being fed dog food. Lin Jing dismissed him and turned to review the documents. Primarily focusing on the apartment buildings, Lin Jing intended to convert them into employee dormitories as a benefit, charging only basic operating costs for rent. This would also provide accommodations for Nan Feng, Lu Fian, and others. Simultaneously, he planned to reserve 1 or 2 floors for himself. As a CEO, ought to possess a few properties. He sighed, realizing that the pace of earning money was still too slow. He needed to accelerate his efforts. Checking the progress of the clothing project, it was all set and merely awaiting the competition. Xiao Wanqing's Tinglan series had been shortlisted, with the final set for 3 days from now, and Lin Jing would also be participating. Finally, the workday concluded, and he bid farewell to the two who had been indulging in their romance. Lin Jing sent a message to Nan Feng, planning to visit her home. Nan Feng was still at the hospital and would return later. Upon arriving at the supermarket near Nan Feng's residence, he purchased some ingredients for cooking and ascended the stairs. As he approached Nan Feng's door, he was met with a cacophony of noise from within. Loud music blared, followed by Lu Fian's voice ringing out. Bold scoundrel. Who goes there? Suddenly, a crash echoed, signaling something had shattered. Lin Jing hurriedly knocked on the door, calling out repeatedly. After a considerable wait, the door finally swung open, revealing Lu Fian's petite head. Upon seeing Lin Jing, her face lit up with delight. Your Highness, you've come. Lin Jing smiled as she entered the door, carrying some items, and said, Just call me Lin Jing. Observing the slightly disheveled living room, she noted that the Bluetooth speaker had been shattered, and various items were scattered haphazardly on the sofa. Lin Jing glanced at Lu Fian, who appeared somewhat embarrassed and lowered her head, saying, Your Highness, I'm not quite sure how to use these things. Lin Jing sighed. Please take a seat and rest for a moment. Lu Fian obediently nodded and knelt on the sofa. Lin Jing began to tidy up the room, and seeing this, Lu Fian prepared to assist. Lin Jing quickly called out, Stay put. Don't move. Lu Fian sat still, her eyes darting around, watching Lin Jing with a hint of delight. It seemed as though the princess was different now. Lin Jing hurriedly organized everything, then cleared the ingredients to prepare a meal. When Nan Feng returned, she found Lu Fian sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Lin Jing was in the kitchen, washing vegetables, and Nan Feng felt that this warm scene was quite lovely, leaving her momentarily at a loss for action. Nan Feng promptly set down her belongings and moved to the kitchen to help. Lin Jing noticed Nan Feng's arrival and said, You're back. Fian broke some things, I'll compensate later. Nan Feng shook her head and quickly stepped forward, saying, Boss, let me handle it. You take a break. Lin Jing replied, No need, I'm almost done, just lend a hand. Nan Feng complied and began to tidy up, preparing to wash her hands. Turning around, she noticed Lin Jing donned in a pink apron and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Jing, puzzled, turned to see Nan Feng's gaze fixed on the apron and teased. Is this the only apron you have? Nan Feng nodded and began to assist. Soon, Lin Jing lit the stove and expertly started to stir-fry, her movements showcasing remarkable skill. Nan Feng was pleasantly surprised, realizing that the boss was quite the home cook, truly a model of domesticity. Before long, there were dishes of braised ribs, boiled shrimp, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, braised fish, tomato and egg, as well as red day chicken soup. 5 dishes and 1 soup. As the three of them sat down at the table, Lin Jing arranged the bowls and chopsticks, saying, "Give it a try. It's been a while since I cooked." Nan Feng and Lu Fian gazed at the sumptuous spread in awe. Lu Fian quickly picked up a rib, took a bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Nan Feng also tasted a dish, showering praises. The three of them began to eat, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Lin Jing then turned to Nan Feng and said, "Nan Feng, the company has 2 apartment buildings that can serve as employee housing benefits. Please arrange it. Employees only need to perform basic maintenance. And you all can move in to look after one another." Without much thought, Nan Feng agreed, considering it a benefit, especially since she heard Lin Jing might also reside there. Thinking of something, she asked, "Boss, have you decided on the decoration design for your apartment?" Lin Jing shook his head. "I just made the decision today. It won't be ready that quickly. Then why not let me handle it? I promise to design it well." Lin Jing paused, recalling something. "Oh right, you studied interior design in college, didn't you?" "Yes," she replied. "I worked in design for a while after graduation, but switched careers due to my mother's illness. Now, I only take on freelance projects." Nan Feng tossed aside a shrimp shell and continued, "Lin Jing, don't worry about the budget. If the design is good, you won't need to repay that 100,000. Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback, as that was not her intention. She merely wished to show her gratitude to Lin Jing. Now, it felt as though they were settling scores, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. And the meal lost its flavor. Noticing Nan Feng's dazed expression, Lin Jing inquired, "Nan Feng, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I assure you I'll complete the task," she replied, regaining her spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Fian was busily devouring her food, finishing 3 bowls in quick succession before resting her utensils and contentedly rubbing her belly. Nan Feng lightly tapped her on the head. "Eat slower. Get up and walk around." Lu Fian nodded and stood up, strolling about. After finishing the meal, Lin Jing shooed Nan Feng away from the dishes, taking it upon himself to clean up. Nan Feng gazed at Lin Jing's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a hint of longing. After tidying up the kitchen, Lin Jing wiped his hands and took a seat in the living room. That he observed Lu Fian clutching a pillow, absorbed in a show about a domineering prince falling in love with him. Nan Feng approached with a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Jing. Seeing Lin Jing, Lu Fian rushed over and asked, "Your Highness, no, Lin Jing, could you help me buy a few things? I don't have any currency from this side. Could you lend me some?" Lin Jing looked into her sparkling eyes and replied, "Please go ahead." That Lu Fian glanced around and asked, "Do you have any writing materials?" "I'll write it down." Lin Jing looked at Nan Feng, who retrieved paper and pen for Lu Fian. Though unfamiliar with the tools, Lu Fian held the brush in the traditional manner and began to write. Before long, the paper was filled with densely packed medicinal herbs. Lin Jing took a look and saw ginseng, deer antler, Tianshan snow lotus, red heart grass, windchime flower, panlong root, red-tailed snake, and Tianxin silkworm, an array of renowned herbs that were both valuable and rare. Pointing to the list, he asked, "What do you need these for?" Lu Fian replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, to concoct medicine. My body is too frail. I need to replenish my strength, and I also need to practice a few types of potions." Lin Jing exchanged puzzled glances with Nan Feng, equally intrigued. "You know medicine?" Nan Feng had researched Lu Fian, but found no record of her studying medicine, leaving them uncertain of her claims. Lin Jing asked, "Where did you learn about these?" "My grandmother taught me," Lu Fian replied, shaking her head. Lin Jing recalled that Lu Fian's grandmother had passed away long ago and was merely an ordinary person with no known medical background. "All right, I will help you acquire these items, but you must tell me what medicines you intend to concoct." Lin Jing agreed, preparing to test her claims. That he handed the list to Nan Feng for her to handle. Knowing that her boss would not change his mind once made, Nan Feng accepted. That Lu Fian beamed. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Oh, Lin Jing, that I intend to concoct qi blood pills and bodyguard potions. The qi blood pills can strengthen the body and enhance one's constitution. I have been severely depleted and need to replenish my energy. The bodyguard potion is for self-defense, which you and Sister Nan can also use." Hearing Lu Fian's reasoned explanation, Lin Jing found himself believing her somewhat. "All right, could you share your previous experiences?" Lin Jing prompted. The Lu Fian tilted her head in recollection and began, "I was originally the Saintess of Miaojiang, raised by my grandmother, learning medicine and raising potions. Later, when the prince was still the king of Qi, he quelled the disturbances in Miaojiang and aided our clan. The king valued our potion techniques and invited me to assist him. Subsequently, I joined the Crimson Blood sect founded by him, concocting medicines and raising potions, training personnel, and eventually became the deputy leader. In the end, after the prince ascended to the throne, I was attacked by the loathsome Qing Feng, who stabbed me. I unleashed the poison of my potions, and he should have perished as well. The next thing I knew, I opened my eyes here, still being drained of blood, and managed to escape from them before encountering you. The Lu Fian's narrative was lengthy, as she picked up a cup of milk tea from the coffee table and drank, her eyes lighting up after finishing it and taking a few more sips. Nanfeng hugged Lu Fian and gently tapped her head. Could it be that our Fian truly traveled through time? Traveling through time? What is that? Lu Fian asked innocently, her hair sticking up adorably. Nanfeng proceeded to explain the concept of time travel, and the two girls chattered excitedly. Lin Jing observed the two whispering, believing half of what they said. After all, he himself was a time traveler, so it wouldn't be unusual for others to have similar experiences. However, the truth of the matter still depended on whether the medicines she claimed to concoct were genuine. Very well, I will help you prepare the items, and if you need anything else, just ask Nanfeng, he said, then turned to Nanfeng. Once she finishes concocting the medicine, have it tested by a professional institution to verify its authenticity. Nanfeng nodded, intrigued. Could it be that a time traveler had truly appeared beside her? After their conversation, Lin Jing rose and departed from Nanfeng's home. The night breeze was slightly cool, and Lin Jing instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to find the pack empty. The original owner had smoked, but since coming here, Lin Jing had quit, though his body still retained some habits. At that moment, a message popped up on his phone. Sent by Xiao Wanqing. Brother Lin, could you do me a favor? Lin Jing smiled and replied, what is the situation? 3 days later, at the National Fashion Design Competition venue, Lin Jing would be attending with several members of his company, and Feng Xiao would also be present. At that time, Tang Xin would represent them on stage, while Xiao Wanqing wished to remain behind the scenes, participating as Meteor. At the venue, Xiao Wanqing said to Lin Jing, Brother Lin, I truly appreciate your help. That Fu Sikan is so annoying. Ever since we met once, he has been pestering me. Lin Jing shook his head, realizing that Fu Sikan had become entangled with Xiao Wanqing, and asked, how did you meet? Xiao Wanqing replied, frustrated, Brother Lin, you must know that Fu Yinqing and Fu Sikan are brothers. The last time I was dining with Sister Nanfeng, I ran into those two. Fu Yinqing came over and started to bother Sister Nanfeng. Sister Nanfeng ignored him, pulling me away, and later I was unaware of what transpired that Fu Sikan came to school every day searching for me. After several rejections, he continued to follow me, which was utterly vexing. Lin Jing sighed. As expected, the entanglement between the male and female protagonists would not conclude so easily. Lin Jing inquired about the situation from Nanfeng, questioning why Fu Sikan remained in Yunqing, considering that under normal circumstances, the Fu Corporation's Yunqing branch was managed by Fu Yinqing, while Fu Sikan held the position of CEO in Haiqing and seldom visited here. Nanfeng responded, I heard that Fu Sikan came to Yunqing for an inspection and was injured. He has been recuperating here lately, and I don't know why he isn't returned. Injured, Lin Jing narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he was present the last time when he saved Xiao Wanqing? It truly seemed that CEOs were abundant. Dismissing these thoughts, the press conference was about to commence. Now, the final 5 contestants were to showcase their completed clothing series for evaluation. Xiao Wanqing's Tinglan series was among them. The presentation began with the debut of a red dress series, predominantly featuring red hues and bridal elements, which was quite stunning. Su Qing, who accompanied Xiao Wanqing, huffed indignantly that Xia Yan is truly detestable. Lin Jing queried, what is going on? Su Qing replied, Lin, you're unaware, this red series is actually a piece stolen from Wanqing by Xia Yuyan. Xiao Wanqing tugged at Su Qing's sleeve, urging her to refrain from speaking, then turned to Lin Jing. This is an early design of mine. I was in the hospital for a couple of days, and during that time, Xia Yuyan stole the original draft and hired someone to fill in the design before entering the competition. Lin Jing frowned, realizing why this red series possessed a certain flair. Its style reminiscent of Xiao Wanqing's work. That he asked, do you have any evidence? Su Qing interjected, there's none. The original draft was stolen, and she redrew everything, leaving no proof. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Jing stated, I'll have someone investigate. Every action leaves a trace. Let us allow the situation to develop a bit. Xiao Wanqing and Su Qing nodded, falling silent. Chapter 19. The faux boyfriend the clothing showcase progressed swiftly. And soon it was time to tally the scores for a break. Tang Xin was backstage preparing, while Xiao Wanqing preferred not to expose her true identity just yet, so she let Tang Xin represent her on stage. Currently, Xiao Wanqing had just established her studio, and her relationship with the Xia family had always been strained. She could only wait until she had the ability to reclaim everything that belonged to her. However, a more pressing issue loomed. Fu Sikan, standing tall in a well-fitted suit, his demeanor cold, stared intently at Lin Jing and Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing, feeling a twinge of fear, grasped Lin Jing's arm, avoiding his gaze. Fu Sikan spoke, "Miss Xia, may I ask who this is?" Lin Jing glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who looked at him with a pleading expression, her eyes filled with trepidation. Lin Jing smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Xiao Wanqing's shoulder. "I am her boyfriend. Did I ask there an issue, Mr. Fu?" Fu Sikan's lips twitched into a smile. "Lin, there is no issue at all, that I merely wish to express my gratitude to Miss Xia." Xiao Wanqing, puzzled, shook her head at Lin Jing, indicating her lack of knowledge. "Half a month ago, I came here for an inspection and was injured. Someone diverted my pursuers, and I only caught a glimpse of their back. Later, I discovered it was Miss Xia. Thus, I have been wanting to thank her," Fu Sikan continued, maintaining the dignity befitting the proud heir of the Fu family. Lin Jing recalled that Fu Sikan was indeed present when Xiao Wanqing was saved. Had it not been for his intervention, the two would likely have never crossed paths, leading to the subsequent events that it seemed that the narrative was still powerful and that a key incident had been influenced by Lin Jing, hinting at further developments. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Jing spoke, "Mr. Fu must have mistaken someone else. I was also there that night, and it wasn't my girlfriend." Xiao Wanqing recalled that night, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Although she was unsure why Lin Jing refrained from mentioning it, she chose to trust him. Meanwhile, being so close to Lin Jing brought back memories of that night, causing her cheeks to flush as she gazed at him with starry eyes. Fu Sikan observed this scene, his hand tightening slightly. Yet he maintained his composure, saying, "Since Mr. Lin insists, then perhaps I truly have misidentified." Lin Jing nodded. "Therefore, I hope Mr. Fu will maintain some distance from my girlfriend in the future." Fu Sikan chuckled, "Of course that I only wish to express my gratitude." After their conversation concluded, it was time to announce the rankings. Lin Jing guided Xiao Wanqing back to the venue, while Fu Sikan watched their retreating figures. A cryptic smile playing on his lips that he discerned that Lin Jing was defending Xiao Wanqing. The two clearly were not a couple, but their bond appeared quite strong, although he was uncertain why Lin Jing chose to remain silent about that night. Fu Sikan understood it was her. However, it mattered not. The events of that night served merely as a pretext. His true aim was Xiao Wanqing. The host took the podium, revealing the rankings as anticipated. Xiao Wanqing's Tinglan series claimed the first prize. Exactly as expected. Surprisingly, the red dress series secured third place. Xiao Wanqing glared at the triumphant expression of Xia Yinran on stage, feeling a surge of indignation. Lin Jing tousled Xiao Wanqing's hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry. She won't bask in her glory for long." Xiao Wanqing nodded, smiling as she remarked, "I'm fine. I simply can't stand her demeanor." When it was time for the first place winner to take the stage, Tang Xin stepped up to represent her. She offered an apology on behalf of Master Liuxing, who was unable to attend due to special circumstances, then announced the collaboration project between the Lin and Feng families. In an instant, the spotlight was on them, and the Tinglan series was officially launched. Feng Xiu, seated below, snapped countless photos, his demeanor rather unremarkable, which left Tang Xin feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet on stage, she refrained from expressing her annoyance. Since announcing his relationship with Tang Xin, Feng Xiu seemed eager for everyone to be aware of their connection, constantly showcasing their affection. After the competition concluded, the Lin and Feng families activated their publicity plans, making headlines in Yunqing. Lin Jing and the others gathered briefly before heading out to their celebratory feast. They unexpectedly ran into Xia Yinran, who had just seen Xiao Wanqing in the audience and initially thought she was also participating in the competition, causing her to panic for a while. Upon realizing Xiao Wanqing's name was absent from the list, she breathed a sigh of relief, now reveling in her third-place achievement. Feeling somewhat triumphant, she approached Xiao Wanqing to gloat. Xia Yinran scrutinized Xia Wanqing beside Lin Jing, then glanced at Lin Jing's handsome countenance, jealousy bubbling within her. "I was wondering why my sister has been absent from home lately. It turns out she has latched onto a wealthy benefactor?" Xiao Wanqing felt disgusted and retorted, Xia Yinran, do you dare to appear before me again? You know how you obtained those design sketches. You will eventually pay the price. Xia Yinran smirked provocatively, leaning close to Xiao Wanqing's ear. What if I do know? Without evidence, what can you do to me? Infuriated, Xiao Wanqing shoved Xia Yinran away. Observing from the side, Lin Jing approached and wrapped his arm around Xiao Wanqing, asking, Wanqing, what is happening? Xiao Wanqing took a deep breath, shaking her head. It's nothing. Lin Jing turned to face Xia Yinran. Xia Yinran, I know a bit about your relationship with her. I am now Wanqing's boyfriend. So please be cautious in the future. Otherwise, Lin Jing leaned closer to Xia Yinran, whose height and the pressure of his presence made her retreat continuously, then whispered in a tone only they could hear. I will ruin you. Watching Xia Yinran back away, Lin Jing turned back, maintaining a calm demeanor. Miss Xia, we have matters to attend to. We'll take our leave. With that, he led Xiao Wanqing away, while Xia Yinran stomped her foot in frustration. Xiao Wanqing, I will make you pay. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Jing lowered his head to Xiao Wanqing. So, how was that? Did I sound like a domineering CEO? Xiao Wanqing narrowed her eyes into a slit, her face beaming with delight, giving him a thumbs up. Absolutely. You've captured the essence of a domineering CEO. But the group had already reserved a restaurant. Familiar faces were gathered, and Nanfeng arrived with Lu Fian, who was quite the foodie and definitely had to be present for such an occasion. That in recent days, Lu Fian had been recuperating, looking much healthier. Lin Jing inquired about the progress of the medicinal concoction, to which Lu Fian mumbled through a chicken leg, Sister Nanfeng, and I have prepared most of the herbs. We can begin in a couple of days. Lin Jing was aware of the costs involved. These herbs had cost several million, making him somewhat reluctant, especially since some rare herbs had to be sourced through the Feng family, which were exceedingly difficult to procure, and he refrained from further questioning. Fearing additional expenses to AT that moment, Xiao Wanqing raised her glass. Thank you, Lin Gu, for being willing to pretend to be my boyfriend. Previously, Fu Saiken's persistent pursuit had caused Xiao Wanqing considerable distress, hence a request for Lin Jing to play the role of her boyfriend to deter Fu Sikan. Lin Jing clinked glasses with her, replying, It's a trivial matter. I'm more than happy to assist our future great designer. Xiao Wanqing felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, feeling somewhat shy at the teasing. Lin Jing, sensing her discomfort, advised just a token gesture. Don't drink too much. After finishing her drink, Xiao Wanqing exhaled deeply and downed the remaining contents of her glass in one go. Lin Jing furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xiao Wanqing, who appeared somewhat flustered and quietly explained, Lin Gu, I only intend to drink this one cup. Unable to resist, Lin Jing ruffled her hair and admonished, Remember, little one, you shouldn't indulge in too much alcohol. Xiao Wanqing lowered her head, muttering softly, I'm not a child anymore. Lin Jing, not catching her words clearly, turned his attention to converse with others. Chapter 20. Acquisition. The following day, Lin Jing convened a meeting at the company to finalize the promotional plan for Tinglan and the management of the apartment. Consequently, the workforce became somewhat strained. The entire company sprang into action, necessitating overtime. Fortunately, Lin Jing offered generous benefits, particularly the provision of welfare housing, which motivated the employees immensely. Word had spread within their circle regarding the favorable conditions at Lin's, prompting many to reach out to the company in hopes of switching jobs. Moreover, after Lin Jing had participated in a university anniversary celebration, where he not only donated funds, but also signed a talent transfer agreement, the HR department of Lin's found itself inundated with resumes, interviews, and internships, rendering the company feeling somewhat cramped. When the company was first established, it was relatively small, and the office space, which was newly opened, occupied 2 floors for the sake of appearances. However, it now felt insufficient. Lin Jing planned to prepare for the rental of 2 additional floors and subsequently strategize to acquire the entire building as the headquarters. This location was near the city center, boasting potential for growth, particularly due to its proximity to the lakeside, offering a panoramic view where one could witness the distant sunset from the office's floor-to-ceiling windows. Nanfeng entered the office, equally overwhelmed with work, while seeking candidates to establish a presidential office directly reporting to Lin Jing, as the current workload was too much for 1 or 2 people to handle. Boss, Assistant Su from the Fu family wishes to meet with you, Nanfeng announced. Lin Jing, perusing documents, paused momentarily. Do you know the purpose of his visit? Nanfeng shook her head. I inquired, but he only mentioned needing to discuss matters with the boss in person. Lin Jing smiled. All right, let him in. Prepare 2 cups of coffee. Nan Feng exited the room. Before long, a sharply dressed figure entered, carrying a briefcase and wearing black-framed glasses, exuding an air of politeness. Hello, President Lin. I am the chief assistant to the second young master of the Fu family. Su. Lin Jing took a sip of coffee and casually remarked, Assistant Su, I am quite busy. You have 5 minutes to state your purpose. Assistant Su smiled nonchalantly, retrieving a document from his briefcase and handing it over. President Lin, please take a look. Lin Jing flipped through the document, which was a share acquisition contract for Lin's company. With a sardonic smile, he realized that Assistant Su's visit was not fortuitous, as he had not anticipated an intent to acquire Lin's. Tossing the document aside, he declared, If this is your purpose for visiting, you may leave now. Assistant Su understood that Lin's was currently the most rapidly developing company in Yun City and would not be easily acquired. Yet under the orders of his boss, he had no choice but to continue. That he added, President Lin, feel free to propose any conditions. According to our assessment, Lin's was valued at 300 million prior to collaborating with Feng's. And under your leadership, it has increased to over 3 billion post-listing, an astounding 10-fold growth. Assistant Su paused briefly. Our Fu family headquarters is in Haicheng, but Yun City holds immense potential. If Lin's collaborates with us, it could rival Feng's in this city. Furthermore, our president is willing to invest 3 billion to acquire a 51% stake in Lin's. President Lin, please consider this carefully. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing leaned back in his office chair, scrutinizing Assistant Su with piercing eyes, despite the upward angle of his gaze. Assistant Su suddenly felt a wave of pressure, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Your president is indeed quite generous. What are the conditions? Lin Jing's expression remained inscrutable, rendering his thoughts elusive. Assistant Su, summoning his courage, replied, There is just one modest condition. The personnel situation at the company is delicate, and we simply require President Lin to take on the role of vice president at Fu's. With an amused scoff, Lin Jing could not help but chuckle. Your president is rather kind. However, he quickly regained his composure, stating solemnly, 5 minutes are up. Assistant Su, you may take your leave. It was evident that he had issued an unambiguous dismissal. Assistant Su, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, was prepared to say a few more words. But upon meeting Lin Jing's calm gaze, he sensed an icy chill and realized that further discussion was unwelcome. As he turned to leave. Just before reaching the door, Lin Jing suddenly spoke, Assistant Su, your investigation appears to have been rather shallow. The largest shareholder of Lin's is not me. Assistant Su, taken aback, asked in surprise, What do you mean? Lin's is not owned by you. Before he could inquire further, Lin Jing had already returned to his documents, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Assistant Su had no choice but to exit the office. Once Assistant Su departed, Lin Jing set aside the documents and pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating, Fu Yinqing, is this all you can muster? Do not disappoint me. Nan Feng entered, observing Lin Jing's demeanor with concern. Boss, are you all right? She had noticed his displeasure after Assistant Su's departure, indicating an unpleasant negotiation. Lin Jing smiled. I find it challenging to keep pace with their domineering mindset. Seeing Lin Jing's composed demeanor, Nan Feng felt relieved and proceeded to report on other matters. Boss, Fei Yin mentioned that the medicine has been refined. When would you like to go see it? Lin Jing replied, All right, I will visit after work today. You can drive my car. Nan Feng acknowledged and exited with a cheerful demeanor. Assistant Su left the building and entered a nearby Rolls-Royce, where Fu Yinqing was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. Upon entering, Assistant Su reported, Fu Zong. He did not agree to Fu Yinqing. Upon hearing this, removed his glasses and casually began to clean them with a cloth, saying nonchalantly, He certainly has quite the appetite. Assistant Su hesitated before commenting. Fu Zong. It does not seem like he is unwilling for monetary reasons. Fu Yinqing's actions paused, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he urged, Elaborate. Assistant Su recounted the entire process, along with his analyses, as it was the basic duty of a chief assistant to provide comprehensive insights to the boss. After listening, Fu Yinqing remarked, So you mean to say you have not discovered who the largest shareholder of Lin's is? Assistant Su lowered his head, apologizing. That is our oversight. We will investigate thoroughly. Fu Yinqing dismissed the oversight, aware of his team's abilities, recognizing that there must be reasons beyond his knowledge. Yes, ensure you find out who the largest shareholder of Lin's is. As for Lin Jing, It seems the previous investigation was also incorrect. He does not strike me as someone driven solely by profit. Assistant Su nodded, sensing that Lin Jing was markedly different from what their previous inquiries had indicated. Should we continue to engage with Lin Jing for the time being? Assistant Su inquired. Not for now. First, ascertain the specifics. Let us go, Fu Yinqing replied, readjusting his glasses and gazing ahead. Fu Yinqing had not anticipated an easy acquisition of Lin's. Considering its upward trajectory, without substantial benefits, refusal was inevitable. However, judging from Lin Jing's reaction, it was clear that he was not even willing to entertain the conversation. It seemed prudent to consult his elder brother, as he was aware that his brother held a negative impression of Lin Jing, suggesting that the two might find common ground. A smile crept across Fu Yinqing's lips. He and his brother, Fu Sihan, had always competed for the position of heir within the Fu family, often at odds. Little did he expect that for Lin Jing's sake, the two could collaborate. Lin Jing, do not disappoint me. I hope you can endure a little longer, Fu Yinqing mused, adjusting his glasses as he gazed contemplatively out the window. Chapter 21. Rejuvenation Pill. After work, the two drove to Nanfeng's residence in a globally limited edition car gifted by Feng Xiu. A model that was exclusive to the Feng family in Yun City. Lu Fian had been living at Nanfeng's for some time, with her family still searching for her, albeit without success thus far. Lin Jing awaited confirmation from Lu Fian regarding her claims before making any arrangements to a supermarket adjacent to Nanfeng's home. They parked and entered to purchase groceries. This time, Nanfeng took the initiative to cook. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about the previous occasion, when Lin Jing had prepared a meal they strolled through the supermarket. Lin Jing discussed the apartment, noting that the transition had been completed and many employees would be moving in shortly. In this bustling supermarket, the pair attracted considerable attention, looking like a newlywed couple, drawing glances and whispers from those nearby. Observing Lin Jing selecting ingredients ahead, Nanfeng felt a surge of emotions she could hardly articulate. Upon entering, Lu Fian leaped over excitedly. Sister Nanfeng, you're back. Look at what I prepared for you. Catching sight of Lin Jing, she exclaimed, Your Highness, you're here too. Nanfeng set down her ingredients, only to find that Lu Fian was holding a purple pill. Curiously, she asked, What is this? It's different from the one you gave me yesterday. This is a rejuvenation pill, specially prepared for you. It can enhance beauty and preserve youth. Lu Fian casually remarked as she rummaged through the ingredients they had purchased, searching for something delectable. Nanfeng, holding a pill, looked towards Lin Jing for assistance. Momentarily at a loss, Lin Jing put away the pill and addressed Lu Fian, saying, Fian, let us prepare the meal first, and we can discuss matters afterward. Lu Fian nodded in agreement. All right, I shall assist today. With that, she took the ingredients into the kitchen. Nanfeng seized a moment to speak to Lin Jing. Boss, Fian gave me a pill this morning for Miss Tang Xian's examination. The Tang family's company is a pharmaceutical one. Although not large, it is well equipped that we should have results soon. Lin Jing picked up the box containing the pills and asked, Nanfeng, do you trust Fian? Nanfeng paused briefly, but then nodded. Through our interactions during this time, I do believe in her. Lin Jing set down the box and said, Let us not dwell on that. We should focus on cooking. He then made his way to the kitchen, but Nanfeng stopped him, urging him into the living room. Mr. Lin, you should wait here and sample our culinary skills this time. Lin Jing complied, wandering around casually until he noticed Lu Fian's door ajar, from which a fragrant herbal aroma wafted. He entered to find the previously purchased medicinal ingredients neatly organized, along with 2 boxes containing different types of pills. It appeared that Lu Fian was concocting remedies in the kitchen. Lin Jing also noticed 2 small stoves present. One type of pill was the previously mentioned youth elixir, while the other was likely the blood-nourishing pill they had discussed earlier. He picked up a pill and inhaled its unique scent. Feeling invigorated by its aroma, it seemed indeed that this medicine was genuine. That moment, an exclamation from outside interrupted him. It was the voice of Nanfeng on the phone. As she listened, she seemed momentarily distracted, repeatedly affirming, Yes, I'm at home. She is here too. We are preparing dinner. After hanging up, she approached Lin Jing, speaking softly. That was Tang Xian. The examination results are in, and judging by her excited tone, the pill must be authentic. She said she would come over. Lin Jing nodded, glancing at Lu Fian, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen. Nanfeng, it seems we have stumbled upon a treasure. Nanfeng entered the kitchen and playfully pinched Lu Fian's cheek. Our Fian is truly amazing. Lu Fian looked slightly bewildered, but seeing Nan Feng's excitement, hugged her back, raising her face in pride. Lin Jing leaned against the wall, smiling as he observed the two women sharing a tender moment. Nan Feng, noticing Lin Jing watching, felt a bit shy and released Lu Fian, shifting her focus to preparing the ingredients for their meal. Half an hour later, a knock echoed from the door, prompting Lin Jing to answer it. Standing outside was the anxious Tang Xan, who upon seeing Lin Jing, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Mr. Lin is also here. Is Nan Feng around?" "Yes, she and Fian are in the kitchen preparing dinner. That tea will be ready soon. So please join us," Lin Jing invited, adopting the demeanor of a gracious host. Tang Xan stepped inside, momentarily dazed by Lin Jing's casual presence. Her curiosity piqued. Regaining her composure, she rushed into the kitchen and engaged with Nan Feng and Lu Fian. The three of them animatedly chatted, causing Lin Jing to feel a slight headache, observing the dishes simmering on the stove. Lin Jing picked up a spatula and began to stir, realizing that the meal was nearly complete. Calling to the excited trio, he declared, "All right, everyone, it's time to eat." Nan Feng, realizing the meal was ready, approached Lin Jing with a hint of embarrassment. "Boss, Miss Tang wants to take Fian to the Tang family to guide the production of the new medicine. She has created the long-lost blood-nourishing pill." And today's examining professor was astounded. He insists on meeting Fian. Lin Jing set down the dish and replied, "That decision rests with Fian." Nan Feng nodded, summoning Tang Xian and Lu Fian to join for dinner. Tang Xian remained exhilarated, recalling her childhood experiences and the immense challenges of developing a new drug. She was astounded that a new remedy was now at hand, which showed remarkable recovery effects for patients with anemia and diabetes. She had also confirmed with Lu Fian that the current production cost for the blood-nourishing pill was exceedingly high, resulting in a steep selling price. However, to achieve widespread availability, costs needed to be reduced. It was established that aside from the main ingredient, dragon heart herb, which could not be substituted, other auxiliary materials could be replaced with less expensive options, albeit at the cost of some efficacy, essentially creating a premium and standard version difference. Tang Xian continued enthusiastically speaking at the table. Lin Jing interjected, "Tang Xian, are you considering returning to the Tang family?" Tang Xian nodded, "Yes, Mr. Lin, that I initially planned to finish the Tinglan project before leaving, but now with the unexpected turn involving Fian, I may need to return sooner. The Tang family is currently under the management of Feng Xiao, and I wish to establish my own career." After saying this, she turned to Nan Feng. "Nan Feng, why not join me at the Tang family to start a business together? I'll offer you shares, and the three of us can be an unbeatable trio." Feeling somewhat guilty, Nan Feng glanced at Lin Jing and lowered her head to eat. Lin Jing set down his chopsticks and tapped the table. "You haven't even resigned yet, and you're trying to poach my employees right in front of me." Tang Xian felt a twinge of guilt as well. Chuckling sheepishly and also focusing on her meal, Lin Jing smiled but pressed further, "Do you truly have such faith in Fian's medicine?" Tang Xian nodded. "This could potentially cause a seismic shift in the pharmaceutical industry. Such a miracle drug will not emerge without significant investments from industry giants." Lin Jing pondered for a moment before responding, "Well then, if your assessment holds true, relying solely on the Tang family's scale will not suffice. We must seek partnerships with other companies to establish production lines and sales channels, or we could encounter issues." Tang Xian was aware of these challenges and, understanding her limited knowledge, sought Lin Jing's advice. Eager to gain insights from an established CEO. Chapter 22. Shiri Security. Lin Jing inquired about their plans, and overall, he found no significant issues. However, 2 points of concern arose. First, the sourcing of the primary ingredient. Dragon heart herb, which had always maintained a high price, and with its crucial role in the new drug, the cost would likely rise further. Therefore, securing a reliable source was imperative. Second, regarding sales, if they were to compete with industry giants, a nationwide promotion was essential. The Tang family's sales channels were adequate for Yun City, but insufficient for a national reach. Without rapid expansion, the oncoming competition from pharmaceutical giants would pose significant challenges. Recalling this, Lin Jing remarked, "The Tang family's current scale is still too small. Speak to Feng Xiao. With my investment alongside him, we should at least acquire a complete dragon heart herb cultivation base, which will not be less than 1 billion in expenses, and we need to establish sales channels in collaboration with other companies." Nan Feng suddenly interjected, "I remember that the Fu family in Haiqing has recently shown interest in acquiring the local Qin family's dragon heart herb cultivation base. Lin Jing looked at Nan Feng with surprise, refraining from questioning how she knew about Haiqing's affairs. Nan Feng lowered her gaze, recalling that Fu Yinqing had previously pursued her, prompting her to investigate their background. And she had stumbled upon that news inadvertently, that if the Fu family were to acquire it, collaboration would be necessary, which could complicate matters. Although Lin Jing currently had some disagreements with the Fu family, he understood that in business, collaboration was often the best path forward. Nan Feng, feeling a hint of frustration, exclaimed, "So we must just watch as the Fu family obtains the Dragon Heart herb cultivation base." Lin Jing chuckled, "We still have time, Nan Feng. Please contact the Chen family and inquire if they are still in the process of negotiation, that if there is a chance to intercept, I'll go personally." Nan Feng nodded and began searching for contact information on her phone. Lin Jing then turned to Tang Xin. "You should expedite the application for the new drug's patent and approval. Register the Tang family and draft a budget to determine the necessary funds. We need Feng Xiu to transfer the money promptly, as we will require funds if the cultivation base is secured." Tang Xin appeared hesitant. She was not particularly keen on seeking Feng Xiu's assistance. But currently, he was their only option. Lin Jing noticed her apprehension. "Tang Xin, some emotional burdens need to be set aside. Feng Xiu has been preparing to propose to you. He is merely waiting for you to adjust. If you develop the Tang family business, even with his assistance, there will still be opportunities for you to stand alongside him. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Tang Xin beamed in response, picking up her phone to call Feng Xiu. Lin Jing then glanced over at Lu Fian, who appeared radiant, likely due to the effects of the blood-nourishing pill and the care she had received in recent days. "Fian, Nan Feng mentioned that your family has been urging you to return home. Tomorrow, I will accompany you back. It's time to address your matters." That Lu Fian looked up, her face shadowed with sorrow. "Your Highness, do you no longer want me?" Lin Jing sighed, recognizing that her title was something she would not easily relinquish. He gently patted her head. "How could that be? Our Fian is a treasure. Let us return to the Lu family and clarify our boundaries. Yes, from now on, you shall stay with us, and we can arrange for you to resume your university studies." "All right." Lu Fian's eyes sparkled, and she smiled brightly, nodding repeatedly yes. After Nan Feng and Tang Xin finished their discussions, they returned to the dining table. Knowing they would soon be driving back, Lin Jing raised a glass of juice, stating, "Let us toast to the success of our project." 4 individuals raised their drinks and clinked them together. Nearby, Lin Jing's phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Feng Xiu. "What is going on? Where did you find such a major project? Hurry up and respond. My wife is urging me to invest, and it's her first time asking for my help. Can you at least give me a heads up to prepare?" "Lin Jing, where have you disappeared to? Dining with my wife without informing me? Just wait, and I'm already on my way. Save me something to eat. Don't finish everything." Lin Jing set his phone aside, having missed the barrage of messages. By the time Feng Xiu arrived, he was already washing dishes. Noticing Feng Xiu's irritated demeanor, Tang Xin approached to offer comfort, guiding him to sit down while discussing the plans for the Tang family. Feng Xiu nodded repeatedly, and the group engaged in conversation for quite some time before finally parting ways. The next day, Lin Jing did not go to the office but went to pick up Nan Feng and Lu Fian. They were headed to the Yuncheng branch of a national security company, Shiri Security. This time, Feng Xiu intended to accompany Fian to the Lu family. As a precaution, a few bodyguards were deemed necessary. Upon arriving at the security company's entrance, a middle-aged man emerged from the security booth. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, his face was etched with the wear of life, suggesting he had a story to tell. That he walked with a noticeable limp, a sign of his disability. Approaching Lin Jing's vehicle, he inquired about their purpose, as the car indicated Lin Jing's high status. After a brief exchange, he allowed them entry. As Lin Jing drove in, he glanced back at the man, who, despite his disability, stood straight as a sword. It was evident that he had served in the military. And Lin Jing noted the respectful glances from several passing security personnel. Regaining his focus, Lin Jing exited the vehicle and entered the security company's main entrance. The manager was already waiting, having anticipated the arrival of a significant client. Upon seeing Lin Jing, Manager Zhao hurried over to exchange pleasantries. Lin Jing explained that he needed to sign a security contract primarily for the protection of himself. Nan Feng and Fei Yin, as the company continued to expand, encountering issues was inevitable, so Lin Jing felt it prudent to formalize a security agreement at this juncture. Manager Zhao enthusiastically detailed the various security levels, emphasizing that Shiri Security had strong backing, employing many retired personnel who were trained for the job, making them a trusted national leader in the field. Lin Jing chose a contract worth $10 million annually, promptly paid the deposit, and exited with a team of bodyguards. Manager Zhao beamed with delight, thrilled at securing another substantial deal. However, upon reaching the exit, the gate remained stubbornly closed. Lin Jing turned to see the security guard from earlier, now sitting on the ground, cradling his injured leg, clearly in distress. Lin Jing rushed over to inspect the situation, noting the man's cold sweat and his inability to speak. Without hesitation, Lin Jing called for an ambulance. Suspecting an old injury had flared up to that moment, Lu Fian stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, let me take a look. I might be able to help." Lin Jing nodded in agreement. Fian knelt beside the man, rolled up his pants, and began to assess the injury. Lin Jing assisted as she examined the leg and checked his pulse. Afterward, she retrieved some silver needles from her bag and commenced acupuncture. Watching Fian's skilled technique, Lin Jing was astonished, despite his prior knowledge of her abilities. Once the treatment was complete, the man noticeably relaxed, exhaling deeply, and hoarsely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I feel much better." Fian wiped the sweat from her brow and explained, "This injury seems to be from a sharp object penetrating, causing long-term pain that affects mobility. Healing it will be quite challenging." The man, taken aback, grasped her hand in disbelief. "What did you say?" "My leg can be healed." Fian winced at his grip and struggled to free herself. Lin Jing stepped in to separate them. Realizing his forwardness, the man quickly apologized. "I am sorry. I was just too excited. The doctor said my leg would never heal. Hearing that it could be treated has overwhelmed me." Lin Jing looked inquiringly at Fian, asking, "Can you truly heal his leg?" Fian nodded. "I would say there's an 80% chance." Lin Jing, unable to suppress his pride in her, affectionately ruffled her hair, but he then handed the man a business card, stating, "I am Lin Jing. I have matters to attend to, and I've already called for an ambulance. Please get checked out later, and if you trust us, feel free to contact me." The man, now identified as Li Chong, nodded earnestly. "Understood, I am Li Chong. Regardless of what happens, I will certainly express my gratitude." With a smile, Lin Jing escorted Lu Fian back to the car and departed. Li Chong watched the vehicle fade into the distance. Glancing down at the business card, Lin Jing, president of the Lin Group. Chapter 23. Hua Tingxiu. The purpose of returning to the Lu family was primarily to finalize the documentation for Lu Fian and to resolve matters with the Lu family, allowing her to pursue her studies and life with peace of mind. Just 20 years old, Lu Fian had graduated from high school and gained admission to university, yet the Lu family deemed education unnecessary, forcing her to abandon her studies for work as a means of control. Upon hearing that Lu Fian planned to return to the Lu family, they prepared eagerly at home, anticipating her arrival. They had even contacted the Hua family, indicating that they were ready to send over his fiancée at any time. The Hua family was a major player in Yuncheng. If the Feng family represented the heavens, then the Hua family represented the earth, each overseeing the open and hidden industries of the city. Despite some interactions, they were limited. Previously, there had been a marriage pact between the Lu and Hua families, but a year ago, the second son of the Hua family, Hua Tingxiu, had suffered an accident, resulting in a disability that left him unable to inherit. Consequently, the Hua family's heirship fell temporarily to the eldest son, Hua Mingxiu. Originally, Lu Qian had been willing to marry into the Hua family, but with Hua Tingxiu's loss of inheritance and subsequent disability, she became reluctant. The Lu family, not wishing to offend the Hua family, sought to have Lu Fian replace her. Unexpectedly, she had fled during her hospital stay, and they had been persistently contacting her to return home. Only yesterday did Lu Fian finally respond, stating she would return today. The Lu family had made early preparations, determined to capture Lu Fian and deliver her to the Hua family, especially since they had already accepted a dowry of 50 million. Liu Ming, the head of the Lu family, sat at the main seat, flanked by his wife, while Lu Qian leisurely manicured her nails. Two others were present, having been previously expelled from the hospital by Lin Jing. They were Lu Qian's cousins, here to assist. The four anxiously awaited Lu Fian's arrival, strategizing how to handle her. Before long, a servant reported that the second young lady had returned, accompanied by An. Liu Ming was infuriated. If this woman had truly become involved with another man, how would he explain it to the Hua family? Lin Jing accompanied Lu Fian into the living room, where the entire family sat in a state of readiness. Lin Jing chose not to bring the bodyguards inside, understanding the importance of courtesy before conflict. Yet he refused to allow Lu Fian to face them alone that he initiated the dialogue, but Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "You wretched girl! Have you turned against us, running away, and now bringing back a pretty boy?" Lu Fian remained unfazed, silently gazing at him. Liu Qian, recognizing Lin Jing, interjected, "Lin Jing, how did you find yourself entangled with my sister?" Lin Jing regarded Lu Qian with interest, exclaiming, "I hadn't anticipated it was your family. I see no reason to remain polite." Liu Qian's complexion paled. She had recently heard about Lin S Group's rapid growth and prominent status in Yuncheng. Still, she feigned confidence. "I heard you divorced by Wei Wei. Perhaps you consider me? My sister is hardly appealing, looking gaunt and frail, that I am far more sensible." Lin Jing disdainfully regarded her. "I find you unappealing." Furious, Lu Qian retorted, "You think too highly of yourself. Let me be frank. My sister is destined to marry into the Hua family, that if you think you can compete for her, you want to know how you met your end." Lin Jing frowned, recalling Lu Fian's plight, realizing she was indeed meant to marry into the Hua family. However, with matters reaching this point, he did not waver. "If I recall correctly, it is you who is supposed to marry. If the Hua family learns of your replacement scheme, it's uncertain who would meet their demise first." Liu Qian's face drained of color, rendering her speechless. Liu Ming, sensing the tension, interjected, "Mr. Lin, this is the Lu family's affair. It's best you leave us to it." Liu Fian clung to Lin Jing's arm, declaring, "I have chosen to follow Lin Jing. I'm here today to inform you." Liu Ming, furious, stepped forward to strike Lu Fian, only to be intercepted by Lin Jing. Today, he was here to negotiate with the family head on how to sever ties with Fian. He insisted, "You present the conditions." Liu Ming regarded Lin Jing with a sardonic smile. "Mr. Lin, I recognize your influence, but it pales in comparison to the Hua family that we have already promised to deliver our daughter today. The 50 million dowry has been accepted." That he then turned to Lu Fian, speaking menacingly, "Let me be clear. Today you will marry, whether you want to or not." Liu Fian glared at Lu Ming, indignant at the thought that after more than a decade of nurturing, he could so callously speak of selling his daughter. Lin Jing's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lu Ming. Since the head of the Lu family was so stubborn and unyielding, there was no room for reconciliation. Liu Ming signaled to his two cousins, Lu Qian and the others, to prepare to subdue Lin Jing and Lu Fian. Lin Jing swiftly shielded Fian behind him, ready for confrontation, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report, cautiously addressing Lu Ming, "Sir, someone from the Hua family has arrived." Liu Ming was startled and quickly instructed his men to let them in, momentarily disregarding Lin Jing and Lu Fian at that moment. Several bodyguards entered, pushing a wheelchair ahead. Seated in the wheelchair was a sinister-looking man, his expression cold and devoid of warmth, exuding an imperial demeanor. This was Hua Tingxiu, who had been paralyzed for a year and could now only sit in a wheelchair. Emotionless, he surveyed the Lu family and slowly spoke, "Mr. Lu, I have come to collect my fiancé. What is the situation now?" Lu Ming cautiously stepped forward, pointing to Lu Fian, "Young Master Hua, this is your fiancée. Rest assured, I will ensure she reaches your residence today." Hua Tingxiu glanced at Lu Fian with a fleeting flicker of emotion in his eyes, quickly masking it, then turned to Lin Jing. "Who is he?" Lin Jing smiled, "Young Master Hua, I am Lin Jing, and Lu Fian is now under my protection. It seems she can no longer marry you." Hua Tingxiu's expression finally shifted, a smile breaking through, albeit one that seemed unsettling, as if he had not smiled in a long time. "Interesting, no one in Yun City has dared to compete with my Hua family for a person. You are the first." With that, he gestured for his bodyguards to advance, preparing to seize Lin Jing. The Lu family remained silent, watching the unfolding drama. Lin Jing's expression darkened. Hua Erxiao's temperament was indeed unpredictable. Quick to resort to violence, he positioned Fian behind him and swiftly kicked over the foremost bodyguard. Just as he prepared to strike again, a group entered the room. Nan Feng, accompanied by a team of bodyguards, rushed in to protect Lin Jing, having been informed of the confrontation between Lin Jing and the Lu family. Nan Feng had hurriedly arrived with reinforcements in an instant. The Lu family's living room was filled with people, the atmosphere taut with impending conflict. Liu Ming, sensing that matters were escalating, quickly stepped forward to mediate, urging both parties to calm down. Chapter 24. Negotiating terms. Hua Tingxiu coldly regarded Lin Jing, surprised to find someone in Yun City daring to confront him. His year-long seclusion had likely led the city to forget the terror he could wield. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, he began contemplating how to deal with Lin Jing. Lin Jing, noticing Hua Tingxiu's gaze, remained unfazed, understanding that a full-blown conflict would yield no benefits for anyone and that the resolution of Fian's situation was paramount. Lin Jing recalled the narrative surrounding Lu Fian's character and turned his attention to Hua Tingxiu's legs, formulating a plan that he approached Hua Tingxiu and said, "Young Master Hua, escalating this conflict would be detrimental for all. May I borrow a moment of your time for a discussion?" Hua Tingxiu's icy stare scrutinized him, wary of any tricks, and nodded to his assistant. The assistant signaled for everyone to exit, and Lin Jing gestured to Nan Feng to have the bodyguards step outside. Hua Tingxiu's assistant likewise ushered the Lu family out, leaving only Hua Tingxiu, his aide, Lin Jing, and Lu Fian in the room. Once alone, Hua Tingxiu awaited Lin Jing's words. "Young Master Hua, I trust you have consulted many specialists regarding your legs, all saying there is no hope for recovery." Hua Tingxiu's previously frosty demeanor now bore a hint of menace as he replied, "You'd better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I will kill you right here, and no one will dare utter a word against it." The condition of his legs was a taboo for Hua Tingxiu. Any mention of it was tantamount to seeking death. Lu Fian clung tightly to Lin Jing, ready to unleash poison if Hua Tingxiu dared to approach. Lin Jing comfortingly patted Fian's hand, signaling her to remain calm, then turned back to Hua Tingxiu. "How about this, young Master Hua? Let us make a trade. We will help you heal your legs, and in return, you will annul your engagement to Fian." Hua Tingxiu regarded him with mocking disdain, remaining silent. The assistant could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Who do you think you are, claiming you can heal the young master's legs? The Hua family has consulted world-renowned experts who have deemed it impossible. What makes you think you can?" Lin Jing ignored the assistant's outburst, maintaining his steady gaze on Hua Tingxiu, confidence radiating from him. "Is it true or not? Young Master Hua, do you dare to take a gamble?" Hua Tingxiu, observing Lin Jing's unwavering confidence, found himself hesitating that he considered that there was little benefit in Lin Jing deceiving him, and he trusted the capabilities of his Hua family. If Lin Jing were to trick him, no matter where he fled, Hua Tingxiu would ensure he met a grim fate. "How can you prove it?" Hua Tingxiu finally inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Lin Jing turned to Lu Fian and said, "I believe in you. Go ahead and take a look." Lu Fian nodded. She had just treated a security guard's leg injury earlier that morning and felt confident. Approaching Hua Tingxiu, she began her examination. The assistant attempted to intervene, but was halted by Hua Tingxiu, who reasoned that a mere girl posed no real threat. Lu Fian took his pulse and assessed his legs, her expression grave. Lin Jing recalled the storyline. It was only after Lu Fian's marriage that Hua Tingxiu's legs were healed, and he believed a similar outcome could be achieved now. After her examination, Lu Fian stood and stated, "Your legs were not injured in an accident. They are the result of poisoning." Hua Tingxiu's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Only he, his assistant, and one of his doctors knew of his poisoning. No one else had been informed. To think that a woman he had merely met could uncover such a secret. The assistant readied to restrain Lu Fian, realizing that the young master's condition must not be disclosed. Lin Jing swiftly pulled Fian back behind him. Hua Tingxiu halted the assistant, directing his inquiry at Lu Fian. "Can it be treated?" Lu Fian looked to Lin Jing, receiving confirmation that as long as the poison is expelled and combined with acupuncture and medicinal baths, you could be standing within a month. Hua Tingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that truly the case?" Lu Fian remained silent, moving closer to gather her acupuncture tools while speaking. "I'll begin the acupuncture now. You should feel some sensation in your legs, and I will prepare a prescription for you. With daily soaks and acupuncture, you should be well on your way to recovery in about a month." Hua Tingxiu felt a tingling sensation in his legs, leading him to believe in the possibility of recovery. The assistant, too, felt elated. The young master's legs might truly be saved after half an hour. Lu Fian retracted the needles and returned to Lin Jing's side. Lin Jing inquired, "Young Master Hua, how do you feel?" Hua Tingxiu could now distinctly sense some awareness in his legs. He could even slightly control his toes. Suppressing his excitement, he replied, "Why should I agree to your terms? If Miss Lu comes to me, she could treat my legs just the same. Lin Jing smiled as he stepped forward. She is mine. You may certainly try. Hua Tingxiu locked eyes with Lin Jing, seeing no hint of fear in his expression. Breaking the gaze, he decided not to provoke further conflict, aware that the Hua family was not entirely under his control. If this escalated, it could end badly for all. He finally conceded. Very well. I agree today as long as you can heal my legs. I will overlook our previous disputes. Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the underground king of Yun City was indeed fraught with complications, and he felt his current strength insufficient to confront the Hua family. At that moment, Lin Jing's resolve to bolster his own power grew even stronger. Excellent. That I end that case. I will have Fian prepare a treatment plan for you until your legs are fully healed. Hua Tingxiu nodded in agreement, adding, however, I have one condition. This matter must remain confidential. Only the four of us present may know. Naturally, Lin Jing replied. Turning to Lu Fian, he said, you will have to work hard during this time. Lu Fian shook her head. It's fine. This is also for my own sake. Afterward, she procured paper and pen, wrote out a prescription, and handed it to the assistant with instructions. The specifics of the acupuncture sessions would be discussed privately later. Hua Tingxiu observed the closeness between the two and felt a strange sensation in his heart, which he quickly suppressed. Once everything was settled, he summoned the others back in. The Lu family had been anxiously waiting outside. Upon entering and seeing the tranquility among the parties, the previously tense atmosphere seemed to have dissipated. Nan Feng also entered, relieved to see Lin Jing and Lu Fian unharmed. At this moment, Lin Jing spoke up. Lu Ming, young master who has agreed to annul the engagement. Please provide me with Fian's identification and records. As he spoke, he produced a card. This is 1 million. It is for the expenses of raising Lu Fian. From now on, she will have no ties to your family. Lu Ming glanced at the silent Hua Tingxiu. Then at Lin Jing's confident demeanor. Realizing they had reached an agreement that excluded the Lu family, a wave of humiliation washed over him. Yet he gritted his teeth and instructed someone to retrieve Lu Fian's adoption certificate and household registration. Beside him, Lu Qian attempted to protest, exclaiming, Dad, you can't give it to him. My illness is still untreated. Lin Jing shot a glare at Lu Qian, warning, do not test my patience. I can ensure your illness will be the least of your worries. With a roar, Lu Ming shouted, Lin Jing. He still intends to protect his daughter. Lin Jing averted his gaze and smiled as he spoke. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Lu Qian was startled and dared not utter another word. Lu Ming also understood that in front of the Hua family and Lin Jing, they were outmatched and had no choice but to concede. He handed over the documents, which Lin Jing accepted after confirming their authenticity. He then said, since that is the case, I shall not disturb you any further and will take my leave. Lin Jing nodded towards Hua Tingxiu, signaling that they would discuss their matters later. Hua Tingxiu, expressionless, observed the scene, aware that Lin Jing was leveraging his influence, yet chose not to comment. That he departed from the Lu residence with his entourage. As they were leaving, Hua Tingxiu's assistant remarked that the Lu family should return the betrothal gifts. After everyone left, Lu Ming, infuriated, shattered a teacup, realizing that the Lu family gained nothing in the end. The betrothal gifts had to be returned. They had no connection with the Hua family, and they had offended Lin Jing. What was the worth of a mere 1 million? With this thought, Lu Ming was further incensed, sweeping everything off the coffee table, causing the teacups to shatter into pieces on the floor, producing a cacophony of sound. The members of the Lu family nearby held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Chapter 25. Further treatment. On the way back, Nan Feng still harbored some concerns. Now that they had crossed paths with the Hua family, who were the underground emperors of Yun City and involved in its gray industries, he felt uneasy. While observing Lin Jing's silence, he refrained from probing further and instead inquired about the Lu family situation. Boss, I feel that the Lu family will not let Fian off so easily. Lin Jing glanced at Lu Fian beside him and replied, we have already drawn a clear line with them. If they attempt any further antics, there is no need for us to hold back. He continued, Fian, if you wish to take revenge on the Lu family in the future, it would be best to act personally. Just let me know if you need any assistance. Lu Fian agreed. Though she had traversed into this world, the memories of her almost 10 years as a blood bag remained intact. She would ensure that they would not have it easy. Lin Jing then instructed, now that Fian is free, let's arrange for her to attend university. Regardless of the circumstances, education is still essential. Nan Feng acknowledged this, mentioning that the Tang family had a collaboration with the traditional Chinese medicine university in Yun City, and he would have Tang Xian arrange for Lu Fian to enroll there. Given Lu Fian's status as the developer of a new drug, special admission would not be difficult to AT that moment. Lin Jing's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a strange voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Li Chong that I wish to heal my leg. What must I offer in return?" It was the security guard. Lin Jing, not ready to agree just yet, hung up and turned to Lu Fian for her opinion, concerned that Lu Fian might find it arduous, especially since he had already committed to treating Hua Tingxiu's legs. He was reluctant to complicate matters further. However, Lu Fian was unbothered, believing that healing and saving lives was a matter of fate. If the opportunity arose, she would help. Lin Jing responded to Li Chong, instructing him to wait at the hospital the following day. Thus, the three returned to Nan Feng's apartment and celebrated before Lin Jing headed home. The next day, Lin Jing took Lu Fian to the hospital, while Nan Feng returned to the company to manage affairs and prepare for the collaboration with the Tang family. Li Chong arrived early at Jishir Hospital, where Lin Jing had already arranged a hospital room for him. By the time Lin Jing and Lu Fian arrived, Li Chong was already lying on the hospital bed, accompanied by a girl of about 16 or 17 years, dressed in a school uniform, clearly a high school student. Upon their entrance, Li Chong introduced, "This is my daughter. She insisted on coming to see me for my treatment." Lin Jing nodded, indifferent, thinking it was fine for someone to observe. However, he reminded Mr. Li, "You are aware of the difficulty of treating your leg, so it cannot be done for free. What can you offer in return?" Li Chong nodded, stating, "I understand that Mr. Lin is not short on money and is aware that you just signed a security contract and need bodyguards. Therefore, I can work for Mr. Lin for 10 years. Li Chong exuded confidence, which caught Lin Jing off guard that he had merely intended to probe but did not expect such assurance. "That I am curious about the source of your confidence. May I inquire about your background?" Li Chong pondered for a moment, contemplating how to articulate his response, while Lin Jing waited. After a long pause, Li Chong finally spoke. "I am a retired soldier. As you might have guessed, that I cannot disclose the name of my unit. But I can say that my records are confidential, and my personal capabilities rank among the top 10 in the military district, that I have also served in missions abroad." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing felt a surge of respect. Realizing from the fragments of information that Li Chong was indeed an elite soldier, it made sense why so many people in the security company recognized him and treated him differently. He quickly approached and shook Li Chong's hand, saying, "In that case, there is no need for further discussion. I can treat you free of charge. Just assist me with a small favor in return." He admired those who served selflessly to protect the nation and bear burdens in silence, that if it were an ordinary person, he would have let it go, but he always held admiration for such individuals. And he would not demand anything trivial in return. Li Chong shook his head, insisting, "No, that won't do. If I am healed, I would very much like to work under Mr. Lin, as long as you do not mind." Seeing Li Chong's resolute attitude, Lin Jing chose not to argue further, deciding to first ensure Fian's treatment went well. That Lu Fian stepped forward, prepared to perform acupuncture. Lin Jing and Li Chong's daughter stepped outside to wait. Li Chong's daughter was somewhat taciturn, sitting down on a chair at the door without acknowledging Lin Jing, pulling out a test paper from her backpack to work on. She felt slighted by Lin Jing's earlier condescending attitude and thus chose to ignore him. Lin Jing, respecting her silence, sat quietly nearby, taking out his phone to handle work matters. Nan Feng contacted him, stating that Tang Xian had prepared the investment plan for the Tang family, inquiring how much capital the Feng and Lin families could provide. Lin Jing instructed Nan Feng to free up the company's liquid funds and to communicate with the bank to see if a loan could be approved. Given the current projects involving the hospital, the apartment building, and Lin's clothing line, securing a loan should not pose a challenge. Nan Feng noted everything down and then mentioned that he had established contact with the Chun family from Haicheng, scheduling a meeting for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at Tianxian Hotel. Lin Jing acknowledged this. As it was a priority, he had instructed Nan Feng to expedite, emphasizing the importance of connecting with the Chun family first to avoid complications later on. He directed Nan Feng to arrange the flight itinerary for the following day, explained the situation, and then put his phone away. Lin Jing tilted his head back, closing his eyes to relax, feeling the need to clear his mind after the recent flurry of events. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chong's daughter was secretly watching him, captivated by Lin Jing's striking profile, the Li Muron, initially absorbed in her homework, inadvertently glanced at Lin Jing and found herself unable to look away as he focused intently on his phone. After Lin Jing closed his eyes to meditate, she couldn't resist stealing a few more glances. When Lin Jing opened his eyes, he caught Li Muron hastily averting her gaze, lowering her head to continue her work. Observing her flushed ears, Lin Jing couldn't help but smile and asked, "What is your name?" Li Muron, still looking down, replied softly, "Li Muron," her ears growing even redder. Lin Jing nodded and leaned closer, noticing Li Muron was solving a math problem. He pointed out one of her steps, saying, "You've made a mistake here. The division should be 2, not 3. Li Muron paused, taking a closer look, realizing she had been too anxious and written the wrong answer. She quickly erased it and wrote the correct one. Lin Jing smiled, deciding not to tease her further, and sat back down, closing his eyes again. The two sat quietly together, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. After a while, Lu Fian opened the door, allowing Lin Jing and Li Muron to enter. Inside, Lu Fian had already put away the acupuncture needles, and Li Chong was attempting to control his leg. Lu Fian spoke up, "The acupuncture has significantly restored your damaged meridians. I will prescribe you a few doses of medicine, 1 dose daily. After a week, we will do another session of acupuncture, and you should be nearly healed." Li Chong could already feel that he had much better control over his leg than before and attempted to get out of bed to kneel. Lin Jing quickly supported him, saying, "If you wish to express your gratitude, just help me with a small favor in a few days." Li Chong nodded, saying, "Don't mention it. Even if it were 100 favors, I would agree." Lin Jing planned to have Li Chong provide protection during Hua Tingxiu's treatment in the future, as he still felt uneasy about the previous incident. Thankfully, they had brought bodyguards at that time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. To be safe, it would be wise to have this elite soldier provide protection. Chapter 26. Journey to Haiqing. After Lu Fian provided her instructions, she left with Lin Jing, while Li Muron respectfully bowed at the door and thanked them. Lu Fian smiled and patted her head, reminding her to ensure her father takes his medicine regularly. Li Muron had a very favorable impression of Lu Fian, smiling as she replied, "Got it, sister." Lu Fian felt a surge of joy. She was now an older sister, no longer regarded as a child by Nan Feng and Lin Jing. It was quite delightful to hear someone call her sister. However, before she could indulge in her self-satisfaction, she was whisked away, as her schedule was about to become quite hectic. She had to visit Tang Pharmaceutical, prepare for her studies, and also attend to Hua Tingxiu's treatment for his legs. After dropping Fian off at home, Lin Jing returned to his own residence to organize his belongings for the trip to Haiqing the next day. Nan Feng remained at the company to handle affairs, while Lin Jing was accompanied by only one assistant, surnamed Sun, a newly confirmed employee from the secretarial department. There was supposed to be a position for a lifestyle assistant, but they hadn't found a suitable candidate yet, leaving Nan Feng to juggle both roles. The following morning, Xiao Sun was waiting diligently at Lin Jing's home to take him to the airport. The journey was smooth, except for a moment in the first-class cabin when a flight attendant inadvertently left her contact information with Lin Jing. He had grown accustomed to such encounters. In his previous bar-going days, it was a common occurrence. However, Lin Jing's life had become quite regimented, primarily revolving around the company and his home, with his visits to Nan Feng's residence being the most frequent. Lu Feng had invited him out for drinks several times, but he had declined. This trip to Haiqing marked his first business journey in quite some time. Haiqing was renowned as one of the foremost commercial metropolises in the country. Nestled near the coast and recognized as a pivotal commercial city, countless business legends and prodigies had risen and fallen within its bounds. The most illustrious among them was the venerable Fu family, which had been entrenched in Haiqing for 3 generations, their commercial empire sprawling across domestic and international markets. The Feng family from Yin City paled in comparison to the Fu family, despite being one of the top families in their own right. Now under Feng Xiu's leadership, the Fu family's overall industrial strength surpassed that of the Feng's, yet their family members were scattered across various sectors. Currently, the head of the Fu family was making the final decisions, and they were venturing into the pharmaceutical industry, initiating the acquisition of traditional Chinese medicine cultivation bases. Thus, the Longxin grass cultivation base owned by the Chun family was at the forefront of their targets. The Fu family held immense power in Haiqing, making it difficult for the Chen family to refuse their advances. Given the sincerity of the Fu family's offer, Lin Jing was faced with a considerable challenge. Yet he felt compelled to make the attempt. On the way to Tianxian Hotel, Xiao Sun briefed Lin Jing on the Chen family's situation, particularly focusing on the eldest son, Chen Zijian, who was on the verge of taking over the family business and was set to marry Wen Yin, the daughter of the Wen family in Haicheng. The Wen family was also among the top 5 families in Haicheng, albeit not as prominent as the Fu family, while the Chen family ranked outside the top 10. During university, Chen Zijian had fervently pursued Wen Yin, and after graduation, their relationship naturally progressed towards marriage. Leveraging the Wen family's prestige, Chen Zijian had smoothly taken charge of the Chen family's affairs and received assistance from the Wen family. Now, the Fu family had set their sights on the Chen family's assets, elevating Chen Zijian's status in Haicheng to an enviable one. Thus, Lin Jing's primary concern was to confront this formidable figure. Chen Zijian. Perusing through some information on him, Lin Jing discerned that Chen Zijian was adept at disguise, ambitious, and often prioritized personal gain without regard for consequences. Such traits bore some resemblance to Lin Jing himself. However, with the backing of the Chen and Wen families, Chen Zijian appeared to be thriving in his career, expanding his influence. The Tianqian Hotel was part of a nationwide chain, owned by the Wen family. So it was no surprise that the Chen family had chosen to meet there in the hotel lobby. Xiao Sun handled the check-in process, having already reserved a room in advance upon receiving the room key. Lin Jing ascended to his floor, instructing Xiao Sun to refrain from following him, as he preferred to manage things on his OW and as he exited the elevator and sought out his room. He was unexpectedly approached by a woman who stumbled towards him, appearing somewhat disoriented, as if influenced by alcohol. Upon noticing Lin Jing, she reached out for assistance and grasped him firmly, pushing him against the wall. It took Lin Jing a moment to register the situation as the woman, flushed and with a dazed gaze, murmured his name, Lin Jing. She then glanced down the hallway, seemingly aware that someone was approaching, and hurriedly pulled him into her room, shutting the door behind them. Lin Jing initially intended to disentangle himself from her grip, but her soft utterance of his name left him perplexed. He was acutely aware that he did not recognize her, with no memories of her in his mind. Yet, how could she know him, especially since this was his first visit to Haicheng? Before Lin Jing could ponder further, the woman pressed against him, her body radiating heat, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him as she leaned in to kiss him. Caught off guard by her boldness, Lin Jing felt his resolve wavering. A stunning beauty was throwing herself at him. However, he managed to summon his willpower and gently pushed her away, observing the woman before him, who was clearly under the influence of something. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jing halted her advances, scooping her up and carrying her into the bathroom. He placed her in the bathtub, turned on the shower, and doused her with cold water. The shock of the cold jolted her awake, eliciting a yelp in response. Lin Jing continued to soak her, drenching her in water, which rendered her long dress somewhat transparent, revealing her slender figure and porcelain skin beneath. He felt an involuntary gulp in his throat, realizing his composure was slipping as his mind wandered back to a vivid dream and a night spent with Bai Weiwei. As the woman gradually regained her senses, Lin Jing ceased his actions and tossed her a towel, instructing her to manage herself before he returned. After stepping out of the bathroom, he took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Meanwhile, the woman in the tub shot him a resentful glance, muttering under her breath about him being an unromantic man. Without a care for his presence, she proceeded to remove her clothing and wash herself, showing no concern that a man was outside. Hearing the sounds of running water, Lin Jing felt utterly bewildered by her behavior. The noise from the bathroom only heightened his agitation, prompting him to unpack his belongings and pull out his laptop to search for information on the Chen and Wen families. As he scrolled through the data, he stumbled upon a photograph from a betrothal banquet. The woman standing beside Chen Zijian was none other than Wen Yin, the very same woman currently bathing in his bathroom. Lin Jing stared in disbelief. Chen Zijian's fiancée, he was in his room, taking a shower. It was surreal. Just then, Wen Yin emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair still damp, exuding a fresh and enchanting aura. Noticing Lin Jing's stunned expression, she caught sight of the photograph on his computer and chuckled softly. Approaching him, she extended her hand and said, "Let me formally introduce myself. Hello, I am Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Jing, president of Lin Corporation. You know me?" Lin Jing finally voiced his confusion. While he had some renown in Yun City, he assumed few would recognize him in Haicheng. Wen Yin smiled. "Well, now you do." Lin Jing chose to disregard her flippant response and pressed on. Wait a minute, you called my name earlier. You already knew me, didn't you? Wen Yin sighed, somewhat exasperated by his persistence. These details are irrelevant. What matters is that I know the purpose of your visit. I can assist you. Lin Jing regarded Wen Yin. Sensing she held some secrets, he decided not to press further, adopting a more relaxed demeanor as he crossed his legs. Intrigued, oh, pray tell. Wen Yin casually tossed aside the towel, settling onto the bed as she began. You have come to acquire the Chen family's Longxin grass cultivation base, but the Fu family has already taken an interest. You re out of luck. Lin Jing fixed his gaze on her, as if attempting to see through her. His purpose for being there was known only to a select few within the company. And it was impossible for it to have reached the Wen family, especially not to Wen Yin, who seemed unrelated. Unable to contain his irritation any longer, he spoke coldly, regardless of how you know this. Just cut to the chase. What do you want? Wen Yin, sensing his icy demeanor, shook her legs playfully. Why the hostility? I can help you secure the Longxin grass base. Lin Jing remained silent, waiting for her to elaborate. Observing his evident skepticism, Wen Yin sighed. How about this? We strike a deal that I help you acquire the cultivation base, and you assist me with a favor. Lin Jing scrutinized her, sensing her sincerity. What kind of favor? Wen Yin rose from the bed, stepping closer to Lin Jing, lowering her head until their faces were mere centimeters apart. He could catch the scent of her perfume wafting from her, with a provocative glint in her eyes. She slowly articulated, I want you to help me annul my engagement with the Chen family. Lin Jing gazed at her in surprise, bewildered by her meaning. Observing Lin Jing, who had just moments ago appeared flustered yet now seemed composed, she felt an unexpected sense of defeat. Turning away, she resumed her seat and spoke to herself. I wish to call off the wedding. I no longer wish to marry that scoundrel Chen Zijian. However, since the engagement has already been announced, a reason is required. Lin Jing regarded the woman opposite him, Wen Yin, and smiled faintly, already believing part of her story. But why me? Wen Yin, her face alight with mirth, replied, because I share a fateful connection with you. Lin Jing chose to disregard Wen Yan's playful teasing, lowering his head in contemplation. Wen Yin, propping herself up on the edge of the bed, observed Lin Jing in deep thought and could not help but admire his striking handsomeness and undeniable charm. Although Lin Jing was indeed pondering deeply, the most pressing thought was the intriguing clue she had thrown his way. This Wen Yin was too peculiar, prompting a sense of caution within Lin Jing. Wen Yan's profile materialized. Name: Wen Yin, protagonist, intelligence, 120 cognition, 90 physique, 80 charisma, 95 love-hate value, 70 character synopsis. Wen Yin, the eldest daughter of the Wen family in Haiqing, is the sole heiress. After graduating from university, she became engaged to Chen Zijian, eventually marrying him and retreating to the role of a housewife. Following her parents' tragic accident, both perishing, the Wen family's assets were usurped by the Chen family, and she was conspired against by her husband Chen Zijian and her best friend, leading to her demise. After her death, she was reborn, reliving the time before her marriage, and through various means, she exacted revenge on the scoundrel and the shameless woman, causing the Chen family to go bankrupt. Upon reviewing Wen Yan's background, Lin Jing gazed at her in astonishment, realizing she had been reborn, and oh wonder she recognized him. Their acquaintance in her previous life must have stemmed from discussions about the aquaculture base with the Chen family. That explained her insight into these matters. Wen Yin, noticing Lin Jing's intense scrutiny, felt a bit uneasy and glanced down at herself, wondering if she had accidentally exposed herself to AT that moment. Lin Jing spoke. All right, I agree to your proposal. Wen Yin abruptly lifted her head, astonished. You believe me? Of course, Lin Jing replied matter-of-factly. The eldest daughter of the Wen family would not go to such lengths merely to amuse me. He was referring to Wen Yan's earlier advance. Had it not been for Lin Jing's reluctance to take advantage of her vulnerability, he might have succumbed to the temptation. Wen Yin recalled the scene from earlier, when she had embraced Lin Jing and kissed him, her cheeks flushing. She had been under the influence of drugs and, facing her former benefactor Lin Jing, had found the courage to act boldly. Now, in a moment of clarity, she felt a twinge of embarrassment that in her previous life, she had also been drugged at this very moment, betrayed by her friend Wang Shanshan, who had already been entangled with Chen Zijian. Consequently, Wen Yin, under the influence, had been taken advantage of without knowing who the perpetrator was. Later, Chen Zijian had not rejected her and had married her. Afterward, feeling guilty towards him, Wen Yin transferred all her shares to him. leading to the subsequent tragedy. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that everything might have been a conspiracy between Chen Zijian and Wang Shanshan, aimed at seizing the shares and the Wen family's assets. Originally, Lin Jing had been drawn into dealings with the Chun family concerning the acquisition of the aquaculture base, and at this time in her past life he had learned of Wen Yan's plight. Lin Jing had found the situation suspicious and had offered some warnings to Wen Yan, but at that time, she would have surely dismissed the words of a stranger. It was only after her parents' demise and her husband's brief presence before leaving her that Lin Jing stood by her at the gravesite, offering his umbrella and companionship until the end. Ultimately, when Wen Yan was betrayed and on the verge of death, it was Lin Jing who appeared, seeking to save her life, though he was too late. Contemplating these memories, Wen Yan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Observing Wen Yan lost in thought, Lin Jing inquired, "Do you have a plan you could share with me?" Wen Yan, snapping back to reality, replied, "When you meet Chen Zijian tomorrow, do not mention the aquaculture base, that I will handle the rest." Seeing Wen Yan's confident demeanor, Lin Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Very well, I shall heed your guidance." Wen Yan's face brightened with a smile, the earlier gloom dissipating. This feeling of being believed in was truly delightful. Lin Jing glanced at the time and couldn't resist saying, "Well then, Miss Wen, perhaps it is time for you to take your leave? I need to rest." Wen Yan feigned a sorrowful expression, looking quite pitiful. "But it is so late now, and my clothes are wet that I have nothing to wear, and outside there are those who wish to harm me. I cannot possibly go out, that I shall sleep here tonight. And in the morning, I will have someone bring me clothes." With that, she dashed to the bed, flung back the covers, and nestled in, shutting her eyes. Lin Jing was taken aback by her audacity. Was this a test of his resolve? He reluctantly picked up the phone to check for available rooms, only to discover there were none due to the hotel's popularity, which often required advance reservations. Initially contemplating squeezing in with a junior staff member, he quickly dismissed the idea, fearing it might frighten her on her first business trip. Ultimately, he settled for having a blanket sent to him, preparing to endure the night on the sofa. Wen Yan observed Lin Jing's bustling movements, a smile gracing her features, and teasingly suggested, "Mr. Lin, why not join me? I wouldn't mind." Lin Jing ignored her, laying back on the sofa and closing his eyes. Wen Yan, undeterred, gazed at the serene Lin Jing, his profile sharp and striking, resembling a work of art. She found herself entranced, eventually succumbing to sleep as she continued to watch him. Chapter 28. Teasing early the next morning. Wen Yan glanced at her phone, noting a message from her cousin. "Wen Li, I have arrived." Wen Yan had sent a message the previous night, requesting a full set of clothes to be brought over. Quietly rising, she noticed Lin Jing still asleep, his handsome visage calm and breathing evenly. With bare feet, she tiptoed to the door and opened it. Wen Li stood there, holding the clothes, and was momentarily speechless when Wen Yan, clad in a bathrobe, opened the door. Her sister had spent the night away from home, sharing a hotel room with another man. Initially, she thought it was with Chen Zijian, but a quick glance revealed that the figure inside was not him. The realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Her modest sister, engaged to another, was now in a hotel room with another man. This was beyond shocking. Before she could inquire further, Wen Yan yanked the clothes from her hands and shut the door. Moments later, Wen Yan emerged, darting past her cousin without allowing for questions. Only after Wen Yan had left did Lin Jing awaken, perplexed at having spent the night in the company of a woman he had just met. Yet nothing had transpired. He noticed a note on the table, bearing Wen Yan's number and a message. "Meet him today. Do not mention the aquaculture base, that I will find a way." Lin Jing chuckled softly, his mind drifting back to the image of Wen Yan's alluring form. Heat rising within him, that he shook his head, hurried to the bathroom for a shower, seeking to quell his thoughts. The two of them finally settled down at the dessert shop downstairs, both panting from their hurried arrival. Wen Li, still breathless, pressed on, "Aren't you supposed to be marrying Chen Zijian? What is the situation now? It seemed quite intense. Your clothes were even torn." Wen Yan, irritated, lightly tapped her cousin's head. "What are you thinking? Nothing happened between us, Tado. You can maintain your composure even in his presence. Is he perhaps lacking in some way?" Wen Li exclaimed in surprise. Wen Yan pondered this for a moment, wondering if he truly was inadequate. "He is quite handsome. What a shame," she mused, then quickly dismissed such errant thoughts, stating, "You needn't pry. The situation is complicated, and it's not something I can explain briefly. Suffice it to say, I do not intend to marry Chen Zijian. Wen Li, sensing the sincerity in Wen Yan's words, ceased her inquiries. After a moment, Wen Yan retrieved her phone and messaged Chen Zijian, inquiring if he was free that day. She wished to attend a meeting between him and Lin Jing. Chen Zijian swiftly replied, stating he would be meeting with a client from Yun City. Wen Yan immediately expressed her desire to join, and Chen Zijian agreed without issue. After finalizing these plans, Wen Yan asked Wen Li to help her find a reliable private investigator, which would prove useful. Although puzzled, Wen Li picked up the phone to make the necessary calls. Once all was set, Wen Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. She had devised a plan with two objectives: to acquire the Chun family's aquaculture base and to annul her engagement to Chen Zijian. Thus, a careful approach was essential. Time was still on their side, and when Yan had returned home for a brief visit, determined to act as if nothing had transpired, allowing Chen Zijian to come to his residence to pick someone up. In the afternoon, Chen Zijian arrived at the one household in a sports car, a scenario that had become all too familiar, waiting as usual for Wen Yan to descend the stairs. When Wen Yan stepped out, he wore the same smile as always, albeit with an added layer of inexplicable emotions. The two made their way to the Tianxian Hotel, to a VIP private room where Lin Jing and his assistant were already waiting. As Chen Zijian and Wen Yan entered, Lin Jing rose to greet them, that he acknowledged Wen Yan, but feigned ignorance, engaging Chen Zijian in casual conversation instead. Once seated, they began to engage in light banter. This was Chen Zijian's first encounter with Lin Jing, and observing someone of similar age who had built a vast enterprise from scratch elicited a degree of admiration from him. Reflecting on his own efforts, aided by the Wen family, to achieve his current standing, he couldn't help but glance at Wen Yan. Wen Yan appeared somewhat bored, swirling his wine glass, and when he noticed Chen Zijian's gaze, he offered him a fleeting smile, which stirred a wave of nausea within him. Chen Zijian, feeling somewhat smug, shifted his attention back to Lin Jing, that he thought to himself that no matter Lin Jing's accomplishments, once he took over the Wen family, they would no longer be on the same level. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Zijian grew increasingly animated, engaging Lin Jing in grand discussions. Adopting a mentor-like demeanor, Lin Jing responded with commendable politeness, ensuring that Chen Zijian's words were met with ample recognition. As Chen Zijian reveled in Lin Jing's flattery, he occasionally cast triumphant glances at Wen Yan, relishing the attention he was receiving. Wen Yan, observing the stark contrast between the two, one lost in arrogance, the other exuding grace, couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on how she had ever found Chen Zijian appealing. It was truly a moment of folly. Lin Jing, discerning the dynamics between the two, decided it was time to broach the main subject. With a pivot in conversation, he took the initiative and stated, "To be candid, Chen Xiao, I am here to seek your collaboration." Chen Zijian understood that Lin Jing would not approach him without reason. Their earlier dialogue had left a favorable impression. Lin Zong. "Do elaborate, that I still have a say in Haicheng," Chen Zijian replied, his interest piqued. Lin Jing offered a slight compliment in return. "That is precisely why I sought you out, Chen Xiao. You are aware of our company's Tinglan project, aren't you?" Chen Zijian's eyes lit up at the mention of Tinglan, a clothing line that had garnered national acclaim and created a sensation upon its release, with many celebrities clamoring for it. The standard models were in high demand across various regions. However, he managed to suppress his excitement and replied, "Naturally, I've heard of it. Your Lin Corporation has gained quite a reputation with this project." "Chen Xiao is too kind. It's merely a small endeavor," Lin Jing replied, leaving a hint of intrigue in his tone. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Zijian pressed on. "Just what is it? Is there an issue?" Lin Jing, finding the inquiry rather mundane, shook his head and said, "It's not a significant problem. We simply wish to capitalize on the momentum and launch a new series for Tinglan. But we've encountered a minor hiccup." Chen Zijian's eyes gleamed again, realizing Lin Jing's intention was to leverage the Chen family's resources. This was an opportunity he welcomed with open arms. If his family were to participate in such a project, it would surely elevate his standing even further. Meanwhile, Wen Yan observed Chen Zijian being led by Lin Jing, a smirk forming on her lips. As she watched Xiao Sun elaborate on the Tinglan series, she felt a mischievous impulse toward Lin Jing, discreetly extending a leg beneath the table to brush against his. The subtle contact elicited a slight change in Lin Jing's otherwise composed demeanor. He turned to see Wen Yan sipping her wine, slowly savoring it, and then delicately licking her lips, exuding an undeniable allure. Clearing his throat, Lin Jing, momentarily taken aback by the flirtation, instinctively withdrew his legs to avoid further contact. Chapter 29. A reunion with Fu Si-han. The entire exchange had been quite discreet, unnoticed by the two other attendees. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Jing finally revealed his purpose, stating, "We aim to take the Tinglan series to the international market. And thus we require a partner in Haicheng, preferably one with overseas sales channels." Upon hearing this, Chen Zijian furrowed his brows. While the Chen family had overseas connections, in terms of scale, the Fu family held the most substantial overseas sales channels domestically. The Chen family, in comparison, would not suffice. However, Chen Zijian did not allow himself to be swept away by the opportunity and asked, "Then why has Lin Zong chosen to collaborate with me? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to partner with the Fu family?" Lin Jing cast a glance at Wen Yin, hesitating momentarily before withholding the details regarding the Long Xian Chao cultivation base. "I am drawn to the potential and growth of the Chen family, especially since Chen Xiao intends to unite with Miss Wen. With the Wen family's support, the Chen family is sure to sail smoothly. As for the Fu family, there are other considerations on my end that I cannot disclose." Lin Jing's words were eloquently crafted, leaving Chen Zijian with little room to argue. The sudden opportunity had left him somewhat disoriented as he pondered what profits he could glean from this project. Lin Jing's primary aim in approaching Chen Zijian was to discuss the acquisition of the Long Xian Chao cultivation base, with the overseas promotion plan for Tinglan serving as a critical bargaining chip. He sought to exchange this project for the rights to the cultivation base, which would enable him to compete with the Fu family for the planting base. However, with Wen Yan's unexpected involvement, it became challenging to articulate his true intentions. Wen Yin, realizing Lin Jing's strategy to exchange the Tinglan project for the cultivation base, reflected on her previous life where Lin Jing had likely employed a similar method, one that appeared highly feasible. Although she was aware of Lin Jing's objective for coming to Haicheng, she had previously been preoccupied with thoughts of marriage, leaving her little attention for such matters. While Lin Jing had not secured the Long Xian Chao cultivation base in her past life, leading him to collaborate with the Fu family, the subsequent partnership had propelled the Tang family to prominence in the pharmaceutical industry. Their new drug release had created a nationwide sensation, establishing them as one of the domestic giants within a mere year, enhancing the Fu family's standing in the process. During that period, Lin Jing had engaged in negotiations with the Fu family, which ultimately led to his encounter with one Yan. As for why he had failed to save Wen Yin in the end, it seemed to be a twist of fate. Thus, Wen Yin now sought to assist Lin Jing in acquiring the cultivation base. She interjected, "Zijian, this is a tremendous opportunity that if you secure this project, your future will be boundless." Chen Zijian nodded, leaning in to whisper to Wen Yin, "I understand this is a great opportunity, but the initial investment will be substantial, and our company's finances may face challenges." Wen Yin smiled reassuringly, patting his hand. "Rest assured, I will have my parents assist you." Chen Zijian had been waiting for this affirmation. He grasped Wen Yan's hand and feigned deep affection, saying, "Wen Yin, you truly are wonderful." Wen Yin instinctively withdrew her hand, smiling gently. "Let's not discuss such matters between us." Chen Zijian nodded, turning to raise his glass toward Lin Jing, proclaiming, "Then, Lin Zong, let us toast to a fruitful collaboration." Lin Jing smiled as he clinked glasses with him, acknowledging that they were merely in the preliminary stages of discussion, with further negotiations required for the contract. There was still time, and Lin Jing was keen to observe what Wen Yin could contribute during this period, that if she fell short, it might be best to lay all cards on the table later. Just as they finished their toast, the door to the private room swung open, and a voice echoed, "Lin Zong, why did you come to Haicheng without informing Fu Xiao? It would have been a pleasure to extend my hospitality." The newcomer was Fu Si-han from the Fu family, someone Lin Jing had previously encountered in Yuncheng. Upon seeing someone intrude, Chen Zijian's expression changed, initially displeased that their private discussion had been interrupted. However, upon recognizing the visitor as a member of the Fu family, he quickly concealed his dissatisfaction, rising to greet, "Ah, Fu Xiao, what an unexpected honor to have you here." Fu Si-han offered a brief acknowledgement before turning his attention to Lin Jing, his expression inscrutable. Lin Jing, taken aback by Fu Si-han's visit, was uncertain of his intentions. Without overthinking, he stood to welcome him, responding, "I merely came to fulfill an obligation. I wouldn't dream of imposing on your busy schedule." Fu Si-han regarded Lin Jing with a subtle smirk, evoking the sense of a lamb entering a lion's den. I wonder what significant project Lin Zong is discussing. Might there be an opportunity for collaboration with our Fu family? Chun Zijian's expression shifted dramatically, realizing this was a blatant attempt to usurp their collaboration. Yet, recognizing the Fu family's formidable influence, he restrained his reaction, his fists clenched tightly, feeling the sting of being sidelined. Just moments ago, he had basked in Lin Jing's praise, only to now experience a jarring sense of neglect that left him feeling humiliated. Lin Jing, perceiving Fu Sihan's demeanor, was far from naive and responded candidly. It's merely a small collaboration. Surely it doesn't warrant Fu Xiao's concern. Please, have a seat and let us enjoy a drink together. Lin Jing chuckled lightly to ease the atmosphere, feeling somewhat relieved that the matter of the planning base had not been disclosed. Had they discussed it earlier, with the capabilities of the Fu family, they would undoubtedly have discerned his intentions, creating obstacles for him. When Yin observed this scene, sensing a hint of curiosity regarding how Lin Jing had managed to engage with Fu Sihan, and what had transpired in their collaboration in the previous life, Fu Sihan surveyed the room before sitting down, seemingly indifferent to their earlier conversation, as if it had merely been a jest. He began reminiscing with Lin Jing, exchanging pleasantries and inviting him to stay a few more days for proper hospitality. Lin Jing adeptly navigated the conversation, and the two became the focal point of the dining table. While Chun Zijian, seated nearby, clenched his fists in silence. Wen Yin cast a glance at Chun Zijian, reflecting that it is only when the tide recedes that one discovers who has been swimming naked. The two men continued to exchange pleasantries without addressing any serious matters. Fu Sihan seemed unhurried, casually mentioning Xia Wanqing during their dialogue. Lin Jing responded nonchalantly to as Fu Sihan realized he could glean nothing of substance. The gathering came to a close, maintaining an outward appearance of conviviality. Lin Jing swayed slightly, feigning intoxication as he bid farewell to Fu Sihan and Chunzi, but it was not until Fu Sihan saw Lin Jing enter the elevator that he turned to Chun Zijian and Wen Yin, saying nothing, and left with his assistant. Chun Zijian, once again overlooked, felt a wave of frustration and suggested to Wen Yin that she return on her own while he needed to vent his anger. Departing abruptly, Wen Yin, observing Chun Zijian's exit, called Wen Li to instruct her private investigator to commence their work. As Fu Sihan settled into the car, he instructed his assistant to ascertain the purpose of Lin Jing's meeting with Chun Zijian that day. Since they were in Haicheng, it was only fitting to extend proper hospitality. The assistant complied, aware of the minor conflicts between Fu Sihan and Lin Jing, and surprised by Fu Sihan's apparent concern for him. It seemed Fu Sihan's demeanor towards Lin Jing was not as placid as it appeared. That Fu Sihan gazed darkly out the window, conscious of his position as the nominal heir of the Fu family. Throughout his life, he had never been denied anything, save for the pursuit of a woman. He was taken aback by Lin Jing's audacity to obstruct him, and the sight of Lin Jing's seemingly innocuous expression filled him with disdain. One could only attribute this to a man's competitive spirit. Chapter 30. An unaccountable attraction. Lin Jing was not intoxicated. He merely wished to avoid entanglements with Fu Sihan. After the assistant escorted him to his room, Lin Jing dismissed him. He took out his phone and called Nan Feng to inquire about the progress on his end, updating him on the situation and mentioning the need to stay a couple more days due to unforeseen circumstances. Following the conversation, Lin Jing felt a slight buzz and prepared to take a shower. Before he could finish his bath, he heard a knock at the door. Wrapping a towel around himself, he opened the door to find Wen Yin, who began speaking without hesitation. "What are you doing in there? You've been knocking for so long and still." She abruptly fell silent upon seeing Lin Jing's bare upper body, glistening with droplets of water, his well-defined abs arranged like a perfect Greek sculpture. Wen Yin was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining her composure, covering her eyes with her hands, and exclaimed, "Why aren't you dressed? Hurry up and put on some clothes." Her tone was righteous, but had Lin Jing not caught a glimpse of her large eyes through her fingers, he might have believed her. "Miss, I was in the shower. How was I to know you were coming?" Lin Jing replied, hastily retreating to the bathroom to tidy himself up and don his pajamas. Wen Yin peeked into the bathroom as he entered, but once the door closed, she could no longer see him. Feeling a bit disappointed, she muttered to herself, "He does have a good physique." Coming back to her senses, Wen Yin closed the room door and began to survey the surroundings, nodding to herself. Nothing unusual here. Once Lin Jing was properly dressed, he emerged to find Wen Yin perched on the sofa, glancing around. With mild irritation, he remarked, "Miss Wen, are you aware that one shouldn't casually enter a man's room? Especially in a hotel?" Wen Yin chuckled. "It's no big deal. It's not the first time that you'll get used to it." Taken aback by her response, Lin Jing paused, momentarily at a loss for words before redirecting the conversation. "So, Miss Wen, what brings you here this time? I left you my number, didn't I? I couldn't reach you, so I had no choice but to come find you," Wen Yin replied nonchalantly. Lin Jing couldn't help but laugh at her irritation. Nodding in understanding that he rose to pour her a glass of water, settling himself on the sofa beside her. "All right, what are your plans?" Wen Yin, adopting a serious demeanor, stated. "First, I have a question for you." Seeing her earnest expression, Lin Jing nodded, lifting his glass in anticipation of her next words. Wen Yin leaned closer, locking eyes with him, and solemnly asked, "What is your relationship with Xiao Wanqing?" Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback, choking on his drink and coughing several times. Noticing his agitation, Wen Yin quickly handed him a few tissues and patted his back, murmuring, "If you don't want to say, then don't no need to get so worked up." Lin Jing shot her an exasperated glance, amused by her tone that he had anticipated a significant inquiry, yet it was merely this. His composure faltered in the presence of Wen Yin. After regaining his composure, Lin Jing asked, "Why do you want to know?" Wen Yin narrowed her eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at the sly Lin Jing, and pointed a finger at him. "What, can't you say? Is she your little mistress?" With a sigh, Lin Jing found himself at a loss against her relentless curiosity that he gently brushed aside her finger and replied, "She is more like an employee of mine. She is studying design at Yunqing University." Lin Jing refrained from revealing Xiao Wanqing's true identity. Observing Lin Jing's calm demeanor, Wen Yin, realizing he was not as she had envisioned, ceased her inquiries. Then why did Fu Sikan ask about her? Do they know each other? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jing recounted Fu Sikan's prior entanglement with Xiao Wanqing. Wen Yin listened intently, piecing the narrative together to so. Fu Sikan and Lin Jing had their disagreements. But it wasn't to the point of total animosity. That explains everything. She concluded that in a previous life, when Lin Jing sought to acquire the planting base from the Qin family, he had intended to exchange it for the Tinglan project. However, the Fu family caught wind of it, hastening their acquisition. The Qin family, unwilling to offend the Fu family, had no choice but to sell the planting base to them, ultimately forcing Lin Jing into collaboration with Fu. Reflecting on these events, Wen Yin's thoughts crystallized. Her original intention had been to secure the planting base from Qin Zijian before collaborating with Lin Jing or selling it to him later. Now, it seemed she had played her cards right, albeit needing to shift her strategy. Fixating on Lin Jing, Wen Yin extended her hand and earnestly proposed, "Lin Jing, let us officially collaborate. Our goals align." Lin Jing, amused by Wen Yan's somewhat unreliable demeanor, smiled and took her hand, noting its coolness and softness. "All right then, what plans do you have in mind, Miss Wen?" Feeling the warmth of his grip, Wen Yin awkwardly withdrew her hand and replied, "Lin Jing, your project stakes are substantial that I need you to hand over this project to me, and I'll handle the rest." Raising an eyebrow, Lin Jing regarded her with a bemused smile, inching closer and pressing her for more details. Wen Yin, feeling flustered by his proximity, stammered, "Well, what are you doing?" Having already settled on the sofa, she found herself backed against the chair, with no escape. Lin Jing leaned in, bracing himself against the arms of the sofa, trapping her in the middle. The distance between them was minimal, and Lin Jing's gaze bore down on Wen Yin, whose eyes reflected a mix of confusion and trepidation. Chuckling softly, he inquired in a low voice, "Then, Miss Wen, what guarantees can you provide me?" Wen Yin, captivated by his striking features and the hint of muscle visible beneath his pajamas, felt her face flush with heat as the potent scent of masculinity enveloped her. Quickly, she shut her eyes, avoiding his enchanting gaze. Determined, she inhaled deeply, leaning forward to plant a swift kiss on Lin Jing's lips in that fleeting moment. Lin Jing felt a rush of softness against his face before it vanished, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wen Yin, amused by his bewildered expression, burst into laughter and promptly pushed him away. She seized a glass of water from the coffee table and drank deeply, hoping to cool her now flushed cheeks. Seeing her reaction, Lin Jing cleared his throat and awkwardly remarked, "All right, I agree to your proposal. Should you need assistance in the future, do let me know." Wen Yin, hearing this, felt no inclination to linger, quickly responding, Okay, I'll take my leave now. Remember to call me for further contact. With that, she hastily rose and exited the room, almost running as she closed the door behind her, leaning against the wall outside. Wen Yan's chest rose and fell rapidly, revealing her inner turmoil. She remained oblivious to the reasons behind her actions, merely feeling that the atmosphere had reached a point where a kiss seemed appropriate. As she mused internally, her fingers grazed her lips, recalling the scene from moments earlier. At that juncture, Lin Jing also felt a twinge of unrest. He had merely intended to tease her, never anticipating that she would suddenly lean in for a kiss. A bemused smile crept onto his face as warmth began to stir within him. With a sigh, Lin Jing resolved to hit the gym, though he felt his earlier shower had been in vain. Was it possible that he was feeling lonely lately, leading to a diminishing resolve? Disregarding these thoughts, Lin Jing tidied up and prepared to exercise. Chapter 31. Playing a part the following day at a restaurant in Haicheng. Wen Yan awaited Chen Zijian and Wang Shanshan for a meal. This gathering was orchestrated by Wen Yan herself, especially after learning that Chen Zijian had spent the night with his close friend Wang Shanshan. She had even enlisted a private investigator to confirm their rendezvous, though she required more evidence to solidify her suspicions, suppressing the disdain bubbling within her. Wen Yan greeted their arrival with a smile, as usual. At the dining table, she initiated a conversation with Chen Zijian about his collaboration with Lin Jing. Chen Zijian, looking somewhat troubled, confessed, "I know this opportunity is rare, but now Fu Sahan is keen on this project. And the Fu family has begun to inquire about our conversation from yesterday." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Competing with the Fu family doesn't seem wise, does it?" Wen Yan pondered for a moment. Noticing Chen Zijian's intent gaze, clearly inviting her to respond, an invitation she was more than willing to accept. Wang Shanshan chimed in, "Oh, Wen Yan, why not lend a hand to Zijian? His success would also benefit you." "Wouldn't it?" Wen Yan nodded, suppressing her distaste as she grasped Chen Zijian's hand, saying, "Zijian, if you're considering a partnership with him, perhaps I could assist you." Chen Zijian was eager for this very suggestion. He sought collaboration while avoiding risk, hence his reliance on Wen Yan. He clasped her hand in return, asking, "Really, Wen Yan? How would you help me?" Seeing his urgency, Wen Yan felt no need to waste words. "Lin Jing is already inclined to collaborate with you. It's just that he harbors some reservations about the Fu family." Therefore, she paused, noting Chen Zijian's growing impatience. "So, I will negotiate the contract with Lin Jing. Although the Fu family is formidable, there is no need for a feud over a single project that we are destined to marry eventually, so signing with me would be equivalent, and we can collaborate with the Chen family later. After all, the Wen family lacks channels in this regard. What good would it do? Ultimately, it will still be yours." Upon hearing this, Chen Zijian gazed at Wen Yan with tender eyes, affectionately stating, "Wen Yan, you are truly kind to me." He had no doubt that Wen Yan would not betray him. His confidence stemmed from the belief that he had always held the upper hand over her. Wen Yan, suppressing her revulsion, forced a smile, feigning an appearance of deep affection. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, observing this scene, felt a surge of irritation and chose to remain silent, harboring thoughts of how one day Wen Yan would surely be ensnared by that wild man. She had already discovered that Wen Yan had not returned home that night. Although not orchestrated by her, it was evident that Wen Yan had been drugged. Who was responsible mattered little. The ideal outcome would be a scandalous revelation of an unexpected pregnancy. Wen Yan sensed the timing was right and resumed her performance, saying, "However, Zijian, regarding the deposits for distribution channels and the procurement of raw materials, the initial investment will be substantial. Can your side manage that?" Chen Zijian acknowledged this, his expression wavering as he replied, "Wen Yan, to be frank, the Chen family is currently facing liquidity issues, which is why we are considering selling the Longxin grass cultivation base. The Fu family has expressed interest." Wen Yan mused to herself that it was precisely Chen Zijian's mismanagement that had led the company into decline. Had it not been for the Wen family's support, they would have long been in dire straits. The Longxin grass cultivation base was a lucrative asset, yet due to financial constraints, the investment had been minimal, making maintenance challenging. Otherwise, it would not be on the market. In summary, Chen Zijian was a fool, and she could hardly fathom how she had once been so blind as to choose him. After contemplating, Wen Yan exaggeratedly remarked, "But if we are competing with the Fu family for this project, the acquisition of the Longxin grass cultivation base might encounter complications." Chen Zijian, upon hearing her words, found her reasoning sound and anxiously inquired, What should we do then? Feigning a sigh, Wen Yin replied, It's not that I don't want to help you, but my funds are limited. However, if I were to approach my father, Chen Zijian quickly grasped her hand again, saying, Wen Yin, why not plead with your uncle to lend me some? He cherishes you the most. And I promise to repay him as soon as the project funds arrive. Wen Yin pretended to appear conflicted and said, All right, I can ask my father, but there needs to be some collateral. Since the Longxin grass cultivation base isn't going anywhere for now, you could use it as a pledge. Once the money is returned, it remains yours and there would be no interest. Chen Zijian felt conflicted. He understood this arrangement was feasible, yet it effectively risked his entire fortune. As he pondered, Wen Yin noticed his hesitation and decided to stoke the fire further. Zijian, think it over. Shanshan, let us step into the restroom for a moment. Wang Shanshan, puzzled, smiled and replied, All right, at the sink in the restroom. Wang Shanshan hesitated before speaking. Wen Yin, perhaps you should explore other options. After all, there are risks involved. Wen Yin internally scoffed but maintained a neutral expression as she said, I would like to, but you know my father has reservations about Zijian, believing he is inadequate in his endeavors. This presents a perfect opportunity, perhaps his final test, that if he succeeds, my father will surely entrust him with greater responsibilities. Wang Shanshan nodded in understanding, affirming, You make a valid point. I believe Brother Zijian will surely succeed and is worthy of you. Seeing her agreement, Wen Yin fanned the flames further, saying, Shanshan, let me share a secret with you. But promise not to tell Zijian. Wang Shanshan nodded, assuring her silence while internally scorning Wen Yin's naivety, that I plan to transfer all my shares to him during the wedding ceremony to provide him with a safety net. Even if the project falters, he will have support. Wang Shanshan's face blossomed with a smile of happiness upon hearing this, though her disdain deepened as she embraced Wen Yin, exclaiming, Wen Yin, you are too good to Brother Zijian. You both will surely find happiness. Wen Yin embraced Wang Shanshan, wearing a knowing smile, and cautioned, Shanshan, this matter must remain strictly between us. It's a test for him. Wang Shanshan nodded, promising not to disclose anything to Chen Zijian. She then turned to send a message to him, confirming her agreement. Wen Yin observed Wang Shanshan messaging behind her back, smiling as her plans began to unfold. Upon returning to their seats, Chen Zijian eagerly interjected. Wen Yin, you're right. I must carve out my own path, that I'm committed to this. However, he hesitated, but will Lin Jing be willing to sign a contract with you? Wen Yin feigned uncertainty, replying, Let me have my father arrange a meeting with him. The Wen family's guarantee should suffice. Chen Zijian pretended to be deeply moved, declaring, Wen Yin, rest assured, I will love you alone for the rest of my life. Wen Yin nodded, feigning gratitude while feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. After the meal concluded, Chen Zijian waited for Wen Yin to depart before seizing the opportunity to meet Wang Shanshan in the parking lot to inquire about the situation. Wang Shanshan disclosed Wen Yin's intentions, and Chen Zijian felt a surge of pride. Noticing Wang Shanshan's displeasure, he offered her gentle reassurances that in the car, they found themselves drawn to one another again, oblivious to Wen Yin, who watched from a distance. Capturing several photographs. Chapter 32. Meeting the parents in the afternoon, Wen Yin messaged Lin Jing, informing him that everything was in order and requesting his assistance in staging a performance. Lin Jing agreed without further inquiry. Recognizing that once a partnership was forged, trust in one's collaborator was essential. Even in the face of potential failure, it was not an insurmountable predicament. Just as Wen Yin confirmed their meeting time, a phone call interrupted that it was Fu Sahan, personally inviting him to a charity auction scheduled for 3 days later. Without hesitation, Lin Jing accepted, understanding that mingling with some individuals in Haicheng could be beneficial. While also curious about Fu Sahan's ulterior motives, as such, Lin Jing decided to remain in Haicheng, noting that progress was exceeding expectations. That he attended to work matters online, while Tang Xin gradually transitioned her responsibilities at Lin's company in preparation for her return to the Tang family. Simultaneously, Lu Fian's development of a special medication had succeeded and was undergoing the necessary approvals. The investment from the Feng family into Lin's company was also on the agenda, awaiting the signing of contracts. Lin Jing's keen interest in this special medication was not solely for Lu Fian's sake, but also to repay a favor owed to Feng Xiu, despite having already assisted him numerous times. However, the benefits conferred by Feng Xiu are far more substantial. The IT can assist Tang Xin, providing her with a foundation, ensuring that regardless of future circumstances, she possesses a safeguard. Lin Jing has never favored treating women as mere appendages. Nor does he wish to support a delicate canary. This was, in fact, one of the primary reasons for his earlier divorce from Bai Weiwei. Perhaps perspectives vary among individuals, yet Lin Jing firmly believes that it is crucial for a woman to possess her own confidence and foundation. This is of utmost importance. One may offer assistance and support, yet ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Meanwhile, upon returning home, when Yin gazed at her parents seated in the living room, her eyes glistening with tears, their continued existence is indeed a blessing. When Dad and when Mom observed their daughter's unusual demeanor, uncertain of the situation, and initially assumed it was merely pre-wedding anxiety, offering her constant reassurances. However, a single statement from Wen Yin left them both in a state of bewilderment. When Dad exclaimed, "What? You no longer wish to marry Chen Zijian?" Wen Yin nodded and declared, "He is nothing but a scoundrel. I refuse to marry him." When Mom, watching her daughter's angry expression, inquired, "Has he been bullying you?" Wen Yin shook her head, stating that there was no immediate issue, but future troubles were another matter. "Mom, regardless, I will not marry him, and you do not like him either, do you?" When Mom nodded in agreement, acknowledging her distaste for Chen Zijian, believing him to be excessively self-serving. Yet, since Wen Yin liked him, she felt compelled to tolerate it. With a comforting pat on Wen Yan's hand, she asked, "So what do you plan to do?" "The wedding date has already been set." Wen Yin took a moment to compose herself and replied, "Do not worry. I have a plan. All I need is your support." When Dad and when Mom exchanged glances, feeling a sense of pride at their daughter's decisiveness. After discussing these matters, Wen Yin turned to her father and mentioned that she would meet someone the next day to discuss a collaboration. When Dad, noting his daughter's bashful demeanor, grew concerned, fearing that she was stepping into treacherous territory. The following day, at 5 in the afternoon, they returned to Tianxian Hotel. Lin Jing had arrived early, waiting in the private room, opting not to summon his assistant, as some matters were best kept from his knowledge. When Yin, accompanied by her father, arrived punctually at the private room, Lin Jing promptly stepped forward to greet them. Displaying the proper respect due to elders that moment, he appeared less like a businessman and more like a junior seeking guidance. Upon seeing Lin Jing, when Dad noted his poised and competent demeanor, which seemed somewhat atypical for someone of his youth, that he then glanced at the woman who was fixated on Lin Jing and sighed quietly to himself, acknowledging the reality that a daughter cannot be retained forever. After introductions were made, the three took their seats. Given the private nature of the meeting, it was inappropriate to invite others. Once the dishes were served and the room was devoid of any additional guests, Wen Yin finally spoke. "Lin Jing, the plan has commenced. You only need to sign a letter of intent for our collaboration, and the rest will be handled by my father Das for the items you require. We can also draft a letter of intent. Once they are transferred to the Wen family, we can proceed with the necessary formalities." Lin Jing, taken aback by Wen Yan's forthrightness in front of her father, recognized her confidence stemming from a sense of security. Nodding, he replied, "All right, I have no objections, but may I inquire what outcome you desire?" Wen Yin casually sampled a dish and stated, "I wish for the Chun family to lose everything." When Dad, noticing the intensity radiating from his daughter, felt a twinge of concern, which Lin Jing also shared. Sensing their gazes, Wen Yin snapped back to reality and composed herself, saying, "It's nothing. I merely recalled some unpleasant thoughts. Dad, Lin Jing is my friend. He is trustworthy and a valuable ally, which is why our collaboration is essential." When Dad scrutinized Lin Jing for a moment before nodding. After years of navigating the business world, he had honed his ability to discern character. Lin Jing, though seemingly reserved, exuded an unmistakable brilliance, while Chen Zijian, despite his ostentation, lacked substance. Thus, it was a relief to see that his daughter had gained clarity. The three engaged in a pleasant collaboration, enjoying each other's company. During the course of the meal, Lin Jing handed Wen Yin the prepared contract, having already signed it himself. Wen Yin was delighted to accept the contract and shared a few more drinks with Lin Jing. After the gathering concluded, Lin Jing escorted the father and daughter to their CR. As he watched them depart, he returned to the hotel in the car when Dad remarked, "So, you have taken a liking to this young man?" Wen Yin, her cheeks already flushed, blushed even deeper and playfully clung to her father's arm, saying, "Dad, what are you talking about? We are merely collaborating." When Dad retorted, "You are my daughter. Do you think I cannot discern your feelings?" Your gaze is practically glued to him. You never looked at Chen Zijian with such intensity. When Yin, confused, lifted her head and asked, "Dad, is it that obvious?" When Dad huffed and fell silent, feeling uneasy at the thought of his daughter being pursued again. Having just seen off Chen Zijian, now faced with Lin Jing. After a moment, when Dad spoke again, "From what I can see, this young man seems quite impressive. He possesses a certain charm, yet there is an air of ambition that leaves one guessing. Nevertheless, he appears to be a good person." When Yin beamed, "So, my judgment this time is commendable." When Dad playfully tapped her forehead, "You just claimed he was a friend, and now you admit to having feelings?" When Yin shielded her forehead, pouting, "Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she turned to gaze out the car window, her mind occupied with thoughts of Lin Jing. His image filled her thoughts, his earnest warnings on the eve of her wedding. His protective presence under the rain at her parents' gravesite, his anxious demeanor in her final moments, and his striking physique, radiating a potent, masculine energy. Outside the window, the city's neon lights sparkled vibrantly, illuminating every corner of her youthful heart. Chapter 33. Attending the banquet. The charity auction in High City is held periodically, and this occasion is particularly grand. Originally organized by the Fu family, such high-profile events typically do not require Fu Sikan as personal involvement. Yet this time was an exception. Ever since the news broke that Fu Sikan would be overseeing the event, the socialites and business people of High City flocked to participate, eager to make their presence known. Though Lin Jing was uncertain of Fu Sikan's intentions, he saw no harm in attending. The Yunding Mountain Villa, situated in a prime location within High City, sprawls over several thousand acres, encompassing a golf course, entertainment facilities, hot springs, and well-equipped hotel amenities. All under the Fu family's domain. Fu Sikan held Lin Jing in high regard, arranging for a vehicle to pick him up early in the day. Upon seeing the license plate of Fu Sikan's official vehicle, Lin Jing couldn't help but worry about her intentions. The driver was exceptionally courteous, offering introductions at the outset, but remaining silent throughout the journey. Lin Jing took advantage of the quiet time to send messages and learned that when Yin and Chen Zijian would also be in attendance. Before long, the car entered Yunding Mountain Villa. Upon passing through the main gate, they entered a residential area, driving through a recreational area, a golf course, and finally through a forest before arriving at their destination. A grand villa materialized before them, with various luxury cars parked in front. That a diverse crowd emerged, adorned in glamorous attire, engaging in pleasantries at the entrance. Flanking the roads were barricades, with throngs of journalists eagerly snapping photos, alongside many fans shouting the names of their beloved stars. Yunding Mountain Villa was typically open to the public, but Fu Sikan's involvement attracted even those who had not planned to attend. Alongside numerous business people and politicians collaborating with the Fu family, Lin Jing observed the scene, reminiscent of a film festival opening, and chuckled as he disembarked. The journalists, initially anticipating Fu Sikan's arrival, frantically clicked their cameras, only to be met by a different man upon his exit. Though this man possessed an appealing image, charisma, and striking features, he was unknown to them. Many journalists wasted no time capturing his likeness. Lin Jing remained unfazed by the commotion, continuing on his way. Several business people lingering outside cast their gazes in his direction, speculating that anyone who could ride in Fu Sikan's car must have significant connections. Hoping to forge advantageous relationships, Lin Jing approached the entrance. He presented his invitation, and a welcoming attendant dressed in a qipao escorted him to his designated seat. To his surprise, he found his name prominently displayed at one of the front tables. Lin Jing shook his head and smiled, pondering the intentions of Fu Sikan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the attendant, he signaled that he would explore the venue on his own. Reluctantly, the attendant departed. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Jing noticed a considerable number of attendees, most of whom were engaged in conversation while clutching glasses of wine. Everyone has their own circle. Lin Jing, however, felt somewhat isolated, after glancing around and feeling a bit bored. He settled down on the sofa nearby, crossing his legs as he waited. During this time, several socialites, drawn by Lin Jing's handsome appearance, contemplated approaching him for a conversation, but he politely declined their advances. At that moment, when Yin arrived with Chen Zijian to attend the gathering, as they entered the banquet hall, they sought out Lin Jing's presence and soon spotted him sitting on the corner sofa, holding a glass of wine while surveying the crowd. When Yin gestured to Chen Zijian, who also noticed Lin Jing. Hesitating, he said, should we go over and greet him?" After all, this is Fu's territory. Wen Yin shot a glance at Chen Zijian, implying that the matter was already settled, and questioned his apprehension. With that, she walked over with her wine glass in hand. Chen Zijian, hearing this, gritted his teeth and followed suit. Lin Jing rose to his feet, and the three exchanged pleasantries, merely engaging in polite conversation, intentionally avoiding any mention of their potential collaboration. Just then, a voice interjected, "Mr. Lin, how fortunate I found you here." Fu Sikan approached gracefully, and his arrival drew the attention of everyone present, making him the most dazzling figure in the room. Lin Jing clinked his glass with Fu Sikens and expressed, "Thank you, young Master Fu, for inviting me. This truly has broadened my horizons." That Fu Sikan smiled and turned to Wen Yin and Chen Zijian, frowning as he remarked, "Mr. Chen, I've heard that your family has been making significant moves lately, that I wonder what promising projects you are undertaking." Chen Zijian awkwardly chuckled, "Young Master Fu, you're jesting. We are merely dabbling in minor affairs, hardly worthy of your attention." Fu Sikan regarded Chen Zijian with a knowing look. "Mr. Chen, do not underestimate yourself, that we have been quite interested in your family's planting base for Long Zinco. Perhaps we can discuss it sometime." Chen Zijian's expression shifted, instinctively glancing at Wen Yin, who maintained a smile without revealing any signs of disturbance. Lin Jing remained calm on the surface, though internally he felt a shift. Fu Sikan displayed a remarkable acumen for business, instinctively recognizing a crucial point. Chen Zijian, steeling himself, responded, "The Chen family still needs to consider this, that if we have any ideas, we will certainly contact you first, young Master Fu." Observing Chen Zijian's demeanor, Fu Sikan chuckled softly and refrained from further comments. He then turned to Lin Jing and suggested, "Mr. Lin, shall we return to our seats? The program is about to commence." Lin Jing nodded and followed Fu Sikan as they departed. Watching them leave, Wen Yin furrowed her brow, realizing that Fu Sikan was indeed a formidable opponent. Fortunately, she hoped to leverage the information gap and stay a step ahead. Chen Zijian sighed in relief, feeling that the night was dragging on and could lead to unnecessary complications. He turned to Wen Yin and proposed, "Wen Yin, should we consider moving our wedding date up?" Wen Yin looked at him in surprise. "Why?" Chen Zijian explained, "I find myself somewhat intimidated by the Fu family. If they uncover anything, it could lead to trouble. Therefore, we should hasten our marriage to solidify our situation." Ever since Chen Zijian learned that Wen Yin intended to transfer her shares to him during the wedding, he had been inclined to this course of action. This coincided with Wen Yan's own wishes, and she feigned compliance, saying, "I will follow your lead." Chen Zijian, elated, declared, "I promise to treat you well. Once we are married and the project is secured, I will take you on a honeymoon. You mentioned wanting to visit Switzerland, right? We could spend a month or two there." Wen Yin managed a strained smile as she pulled Chen Zijian back to their seats. On the stage, a song and dance performance commenced, prompting the attendees to cease their conversations and return to their seats. Some individuals, lacking chairs, had no choice but to stand at the back with numbered placards. Lin Jing and Fu Sikan sat at the same table, watching the performance unfold. Fu Sikan's emotionless voice broke the silence. "I know you are here to discuss the Tinglin project. How would you feel about collaborating with Fu?" Lin Jing was taken aback by Fu Sikan's forthrightness. Indeed, at a certain level of status, there was no need for subtlety. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jing countered, "Could you enlighten me as to why? The Fu family surely does not need this project." Fu Sikan turned to meet Lin Jing's gaze, stating, "I am aware that this series was designed by her." Lin Jing felt a headache coming on. How could this domineering figure also possess a hint of romantic sentiment? He knew that her referred to Xiao Wanqing. Lin Jing couldn't help but mourn for Xiao Wanqing, uncertain whether being favored by Fu Sikan was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 34. Tianxian. Lin Jing maintained his composure as he responded, "Young Master Fu, you should have noticed earlier that Wanqing merely sees me as a shield." Fu Sikan nodded, having perceived this before. However, he had chosen to decline further entanglement. Yet he still found it hard to let go, as if an invisible thread bound him, leaving him in a state of longing. Lin Jing sighed, reasoning that there should have been some intersection between them. Had it not been for his interference after a fleeting romance, Xiao Wanqing would have given birth alone. Subsequently, a series of complications arose, ultimately leading Xiao Wanqing to be with Fu Sikan primarily for the child's sake. Lin Jing believed that Xiao Wanqing's path did not need to be so convoluted at such a tender age. She was inherently a radiant individual, deserving of a simpler life. First, I will not delve into whether or not she has feelings for you. But you must contemplate what the consequences of being together would entail. What would happen to an ordinary person embroiled in the conflicts of your elite circles? Fu Sikan pressed his lips together. His voice low and resolute. I will protect her. His tone was unwavering, revealing his determination. However, Lin Jing chose not to respond, turning his attention back to the performance on stage. Noticing Lin Jing's silence, Fu Sikan also withdrew his gaze. Staring blankly at the stage, his expression wavering. Once the performance concluded, a poised and dignified host took the stage, someone Lin Jing recognized from television, a renowned national host. After delivering a few opening remarks, the host commenced the official auction, with all proceeds going to charitable projects. Although some charity auctions are fraught with issues, this event was orchestrated by Fu Sikan, who would not allow any improprieties for the sake of reputation. Soon, various items were presented, and the audience displayed enthusiasm, eager to showcase their presence before the Fu family. It wasn't until a particular item was unveiled that Lin Jing's interest was piqued: blood spirit mushroom. A legendary medicinal herb said to be a rare find that he had overheard Lu Fian mention its significant medicinal properties. Watching the bidding escalate to 50 million, Lin Jing raised his paddle. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. Ultimately, only an elderly gentleman remained in competition with Lin Jing. The other attendees, recognizing Lin Jing as a distinguished guest seated beside Fu Sikan, willingly yielded, especially as the price had already exceeded the item's worth. In the end, Lin Jing secured the blood spirit mushroom for 80 million that he reminded himself to be prudent with his finances, avoiding unnecessary extravagance. Investing 80 million in the blood spirit mushroom seemed justified, as he believed Fian could enhance its value far beyond that sum. When Yen observed Lin Jing acquiring the herb and, recalling the recent new drug development by the Tang family in Yuncheng, felt that she still had much to learn about him. There were layers of mystery surrounding him that sparked her curiosity, compelling her to unveil the true essence of who he was. The subsequent items proved somewhat tedious, and Lin Jing refrained from further bidding until the final featured item was presented. Displayed was a bracelet, entirely silver-white, adorned with ornate patterns and dotted with star-like embellishments. Reminiscent of a starry sky, as Lin Jing gazed at the bracelet, he couldn't shake the feeling that mist surrounded it. The host elaborated, "You may have all heard of the 7 stars. Legend has it that the 7 stars consist of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguo. This particular piece is the legendary Tianxian." Upon hearing the name 7 stars, the audience erupted in excitement. Lin Jing, bewildered, had never heard of this before but recognized its extraordinary nature. Fu Sikan, noticing Lin Jing's confusion, explained the 7 stars are legendary jewelry pieces. For centuries, there have been tales suggesting that uniting all 7 items could yield unimaginable powers. Though, of course, that is merely folklore. Lin Jing nodded in acknowledgement. If this item is so enigmatic, why would the Fu family present it for auction? Fu Sikan replied nonchalantly, "This Tianxian was obtained by chance. The 7 stars have not been seen for over a century. I, too, wish to discover whether the legends hold any truth and see if it can lead to the emergence of the other pieces." Lin Jing was astonished. Indeed, such a wealthy family would utilize such a precious and mysterious item as bait. The audience descended into a frenzy, captivated by the allure of this item, which boasted nearly a millennium of history, and began to place their bids. The price swiftly escalated to 200 million. Lin Jing expressed interest, opting to wait for others to place their bids first, that he could ascertain that he was not merely imagining things. Indeed, a mist enveloped the bracelet. As the bidding reached 300 million, the crowd thinned significantly, leaving only a handful of participants. Lin Jing raised his paddle, and the price surged to 350 million. Ultimately, the individual competing against Lin Jing was a man in his 30s. Seated at the front, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, who also bid 350 million. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jing felt a pang of regret and decided against further competition. As the bid had surpassed his expectations, the host, noticing Lin Jing's disinterest in bidding, called out to the remaining attendees, but upon finding none, prepared to bring down the gavel. 350 million, once 350 million, twice 300 million, 400 million. A voice emerged from the crowd, and everyone turned to witness the unexpected entry of a new bidder. It was Wen Yen, who, unfazed by the gazes around her, appeared quite composed. Beside her, Chen Zijian was visibly agitated, muttering, "Have you lost your mind? Spending 400 million on this mysterious item?" Wen Yin shrugged, saying, "I simply believe it aligns perfectly with the branding of our hotel. It would make a splendid centerpiece." Chen Zijian, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on. While the Wen family's hotel was indeed called Tianxian, such extravagance seemed unwarranted. With the bidding already underway, they decided to leave the outcome to fate. The bespectacled man refrained from further bids, watching the proceedings with an air of indifference. The host's gavel fell, sealing the deal at 400 million, with the item going to Wen Yin of the Wen family. In truth, Wen Yin had not intended to purchase it. She merely raised her bid upon noticing Lin Jing's interest, convinced he would not vie for a seemingly worthless item, and wished to assist him. Lin Jing, oblivious to the complexities of Wen Yan's thoughts, simply smiled and nodded at her, offering his sincere congratulations. With the final item concluded, the banquet commenced and a series of exquisite dishes were presented, yet most attendees were not there merely to dine. The gathering served as a venue for networking and exchanging information. Lin Jing set out to make the payment and collect the blood Ganoderma. Along the way, he encountered Wen Yin, who was also there to transfer funds for Tianxian. After completing her transaction, Wen Yin handed Lin Jing a beautifully crafted box, saying, "Lin Jing, how about this as a token of our collaboration?" Lin Jing was taken aback, trying to read her expression, but found her demeanor utterly serene. Suggesting she genuinely intended to gift it to him, that he opened the box, revealing an exquisite bracelet. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding mist thickened. Confirming it was not an illusion, he reached out to take the bracelet. Feeling a cool aura brush against his skin, invigorating his blood flow, Lin Jing's instincts told him that this item would be beneficial to him. Wen Yin watched him accept the bracelet with a hint of delight. Although Lin Jing merely examined it before taking her hand and fastening the bracelet around his wrist, remarking how lovely it was, Wen Yin looked at him quizzically. "I'm just a bit curious. Since you purchased it, it belongs to you that I wouldn't dare accept such a valuable item, that I think it's better for you to keep it on hand." Lin Jing replied, "Though I sense its usefulness, I cannot accept it. Knowing its location is sufficient. Should I discover anything later, borrowing it will not be an issue." Wen Yin glanced at the Tianxian bracelet on his wrist, and then at Lin Jing. A hint of puzzlement in her gaze, yet she refrained from probing further. Lin Jing smiled and decided it was time to leave. He had no desire to linger at the banquet any longer. Wen Yin nodded, and the two departed directly. Chapter 35. Encounter at the coffee shop with the banquet concluded, Lin Jing found there was little else to attend to and returned to the hotel. Much had transpired, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting outcomes. Having stayed for several days, he felt it necessary to return home briefly. After informing Wen Yin of his intention to leave, she scheduled a meeting for the following day. Not far from Tianxian Hotel was a quaint coffee shop named Encounter, which Lin Jing had noticed while returning the previous night. The establishment, though small, boasted a serene ambience. Its decor evoked the essence of a jungle retreat, and Lin Jing felt a sense of nostalgia as he approached. Upon his arrival at the coffee shop, he found it mostly empty, with only 2 female staff members attending to their tasks. Lin Jing chose a seat and was promptly handed a menu by one of the staff. After a cursory glance, he casually ordered a drink. The barista nodded and returned to the counter to prepare the coffee. The other staff member leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Yuru, is that guy handsome or what? Even from the back, he looks impressive, and his physique is great." Zhang Yuru, the barista, turned around with a resigned expression and signed, "Very handsome." Tan Siki, her excited companion, inquired, "Really? Is he more handsome than my brother?" Zhang Yuru, exasperated, gestured with her hands, "Curious? You should go see for yourself." Tan Siki leaned against the counter. "Forget it. He clearly seems to be waiting for someone that I wouldn't want to intrude." Zhang Yuru shook her head and continued her coffee preparations. Due to an accident, Zhang Yuru had suffered an injury to her vocal cords, rendering her mute. She and Tan Siki had been close friends since childhood. Tan Siki, a wealthy heiress, had opened the coffee shop during her spare time for extra income. After Zhang Yuru married, feeling bored at home, she decided to join her friend in the shop. As Lin Jing received his coffee, he was busy sending messages on his phone and politely acknowledged the staff service with a word of thanks. Zhang Yuru smiled but said nothing, sensing that this man was quite pleasant to interact with. Taking a sip of his coffee, Lin Jing found it delightful. His eyes lighting up with approval, he turned to glance at the counter. Noticing the two staff members chattering away, one of whom occasionally stole glances in his direction. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, pretending to be busy. Lin Jing chose not to disturb them, taking another sip of his coffee while quietly awaiting his companion. Before long, Wen Yin entered, making her way directly to Lin Jing and sitting across from him. Zhang Yiru approached to take Wen Yan's order. Wen Yin perused the menu, and Lin Jing interjected, "The latte I just had is quite good." Hearing this, Zhang Yiru smiled gratefully at Lin Jing, expressing her appreciation. Lin Jing assumed she was rather reserved and returned her smile. Upon hearing Lin Jing's suggestion, Wen Yin decided to order the same. Zhang Yiru took the menu and walked away. Wen Yin then remarked, "Lin, could you perhaps tone down the charm you exude so effortlessly?" Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback by her comment and replied with a hint of resignation, "I'm just being normal." Wen Yin, regaining her composure, asked, "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" Lin Jing nodded, stating that he had been here for quite some time and still had many matters to attend to at the company. Wen Yin, not wanting to press him, said with a touch of disappointment, "When will you come back again?" Lin Jing chuckled, lifting his coffee cup to take another sip. "That depends on when you invite me again, Miss Wen." Wen Yin smiled upon hearing this, just as her coffee arrived. She took a sip and said to Zhang Yiru, "This is really good. I'll be coming here more often." Zhang Yiru beamed at her, signaling her thanks through gestures. Wen Yin was momentarily taken aback by the sign language. Realizing her companion could not speak, leaving her unsure of how to respond, Lin Jing noticed her confusion but quickly offered, "Thank you for making such delicious coffee." Zhang Yiru smiled warmly, akin to a gentle spring breeze. And with a slight bow, she excused herself. Observing Wen Yan's awkwardness, Lin Jing found it amusing, while Wen Yin, catching his gaze, felt a flash of irritation and turned away, yet couldn't help but smile at the earlier awkward moment. Shooting Lin Jing a playful glare, she continued, "Chen Zijian wants me to move the wedding date up. You must come." Lin Jing frowned slightly, concern etching his features. "Is there anything you need help with?" Wen Yin looked at him with a sense of pride. "Everything is still under control. You only need to attend my wedding." Lin Jing shook his head, solemnly stating, "You must take care of yourself. If you need anything, contact me immediately." "All right, but you must come too," Wen Yin replied earnestly. As the thought of their impending separation dawned on her, she casually inquired, "What time is your flight?" "I'll see you off." "No need. I'll be flying out tomorrow at 10 a.m. "It's all arranged," Wen Yin nodded. The two found themselves at a loss for words in that moment. At that juncture, a commotion erupted nearby. A woman wearing sunglasses was arguing with Zhang Yiru, who, unable to speak, was gesturing animatedly while another staff member assisted her. The three were embroiled in a heated exchange, and Lin Jing caught snippets of their conversation. The crux of the matter seemed to be that the woman in sunglasses was demanding Zhang Yiru, unable to articulate her side, to leave her husband, claiming that their marriage was preordained and that Zhang Yiru was merely an interloper. Lin Jing was taken aback by the audacity of such a situation. Was it truly so rampant for mistresses to be so brazen? He found the absurdity of the scenario hard to believe and began capturing the moment on his phone. Wen Yin looked at Lin Jing, shaking her head at his immaturity, and playfully nudged him. Lin Jing turned back and smiled. She understood that such an outrageous incident must have a storyline, so she decided to capture it on her phone just in case. The woman with the big waves of hair, somewhat intimidating, was none other than Tansiki, who picked up a cup of water from the table and splashed it onto Zhang Yiru's face, soaking her. Observing her friend being bullied, Tansiki stepped in and pushed the woman with the big waves to the ground. The latter, caught off guard by the sudden shove, fell and stared at the two incredulously. She shouted, "Tansiki, how dare you push me? Do you believe I can have someone smash your shop?" Unfazed, Tansiki approached her and retorted, "You better scram, or I might just take matters into my own hands." After hearing this, the woman with the big waves stood up, feigning an injury as she grasped her wrist, declaring, "I'm hurt. I'm calling the police to have you arrested." Tansiki, feeling provoked, was ready to strike her again, but was thankfully restrained by Zhang Yiru. The latter bowed slightly and gestured her apologies to the woman, who, ignoring the gesture, reiterated, "Tansiki, I'm going to get a medical examination right now, and then you'll be waiting for the police." Zhang Yiru hurriedly held her back, continuing to apologize. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, observing the scene, smiled gently at Wen Yin and waved her phone. She then stood up and approached the three, addressing the woman with the big waves. "Excuse me, but you initiated the altercation, did you not? I happened to capture the entire incident on my phone." The woman's expression shifted as she attempted to snatch the phone from Lin Jing, only to be thwarted. Realizing her failure, she regained her composure and asked, "And who might you be? I advise you not to meddle, or the Gu family won't spare you." Lin Jing dismissed her threat, saying, "Just consider me a good Samaritan." The woman was momentarily speechless, realizing her disadvantage. She shot them a fierce glare and warned, "You all will regret this." Chapter 36. A farce. Ultimately, the woman with the big waves left, as her position was far too weak. After comforting Jiang Yuru, Tensiki turned to Lin Jing and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, handsome. If it weren't for you, she would have kept pestering us." Lin Jing inquired, "Does she frequently behave this way?" Tensiki replied with irritation, "What do you think? She has someone backing her up. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly here." Seeing the two converse, Lin Jing decided not to pry further and returned to his seat. Noticing this, Tensiki recalled hearing that Lin Jing was leaving the next day and hurriedly approached him. "Handsome, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to drinks as a token of my appreciation." Just as Lin Jing was about to decline, Wen Yin quickly intervened, saying, "If you're free, then let's all go together, that I'll join as well." Wen Yin, eager to find an excuse to spend more time with Lin Jing, recognized the opportunity and was aware of the intentions of the girl opposite them, thus keeping a watchful eye. Tensiki, feeling a bit awkward, added, "Sure, let us all go. Yuru should join too. The more, the merrier." She then pulled Jiang Yuru closer to ensure she wouldn't feel excluded. Jiang Yuru hesitated, wanting to decline and return home, but Tensiki interrupted. "Why bother with your husband, who is hardly ever home? Just consider it a chance to keep me company." Reluctantly, Jiang Yuru nodded. Lin Jing, surprised by Wen Yin clinging to his arm and glancing at Jiang Yuru, eventually agreed. The four exchanged contact information and created a group chat. With time still on their side, Tensiki set a time and shared the location in the chat. Lin Jing was curious to see if Jiang Yuru was indeed a central character. But with his departure imminent the next day, he felt that exploring further would be futile. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Jing participated in 2 online meetings, had dinner, and took a brief rest before receiving a call from Wen Yin, who came to pick him up. Arriving at the entrance, he spotted a striking red McLaren parked there. Wen Yin, wearing sunglasses and clearly dressed up with exquisite makeup and attire, emanated the aura of a high society lady from Haicheng. Lin Jing approached, remarking, "Miss Wen, your presence is quite commanding." Wen Yin raised an eyebrow. "Is it not appealing?" Lin Jing paused. "It's stunning, as beautiful as a celestial being." Her face brightened at the compliment. "Get in." Following her instruction, Lin Jing entered from the other side, and the car roared to life, speeding away. Boss Bar, a renowned establishment in Haicheng, resembled a more refined lounge rather than a chaotic bar, attracting a clientele of notable figures. Tensiki, being a second-generation rich kid, had some standing in Haicheng circles, though she was not on par with the Fu or Wen families, more akin to the Chun family level. Upon entering the private room, Tensiki and her brother, Tan Shicheng, were already inside waiting, accompanied by a man. Tensiki promptly introduced him as her brother. Tan Shicheng, upon seeing Lin Jing and Wen Yin, felt an uncanny familiarity, but couldn't quite place it. After exchanging greetings, they all settled in for a chat. Jiang Yuru silently sat nearby, listening attentively while occasionally smiling. Suddenly, Tan Shicheng exclaimed, "You're the eldest daughter of the Wen family." Wen Yin nodded with a smile, while Tensiki looked taken aback, realizing her social circle was limited and not recognizing Wen Yin. Tan Shicheng, being in the corporate world, had at least some knowledge of the upper echelons, clarifying identities. He became more enthusiastic towards Lin Jing, and when Yan.as they conversed, Lin Jing learned more about their circumstances. Jiang Yuru had suffered vocal cord damage from an accident in her childhood and could not speak. Subsequently, she was fostered by the Gu family, where she grew up alongside Gu Chun, her childhood friend. They had been married for over a year, but their relationship had soured since the marriage, with Gu Chun often absent. The woman who had harassed Jiang Yuru earlier, Yang Kur, was connected to Gu Chun's adoptive mother's family and had initially been the intended match for Gu Chun, but for reasons unknown, he had suddenly married Jiang Yuru. Thus, Yang Kur had never given up on marrying Gu Chun and continually troubled Jiang Yuru. Tansiki and her brother had grown up alongside Jiang Yuru and Gu Chun, having once shared a close bond, but the differences in their statuses after Gu Chun took over the Gu family led to an estrangement. When Yin informed Lin Jing about Gu Chun's background, explaining that he was initially a love child but was later taken in by the Gu family. Due to his capabilities, he was exceptionally promoted to the position of CEO. The Gu family's main business was transportation, being a well-known maritime company collaborating with the government, controlling over 60% of the national maritime cargo transport industry, thus wielding significant influence domestically. Lin Jing nodded, comprehending that this was yet another intricate narrative unfolding. The atmosphere among the young crowd, especially with the lively Tansiki, remained pleasant. Just then, the door swung open, and several individuals entered. Among them was the woman with the big waves, Yang Kur, accompanied by a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Lin Jing recognized him as the individual who had previously snatched the Tianxin bracelet from Wen Yin at the auction. Could he be Gu Chun? The man entered the room and scanned the surroundings, pausing momentarily on Lin Jing and Wen Yin before shifting his gaze to Jiang Yuru. The latter, who had appeared relaxed just moments ago, tensed up upon seeing him, lowering her head in avoidance. The man approached Jiang Yuru, lifting a glass of wine and ominously stating, "Feeling bolder now, still daring to come out for drinks?" Jiang Yuru trembled at his words, trying to gesture an apology. Tansiki, unable to bear the sight, interjected loudly, "Gu Chun, I invited Yuru out. Why are you scaring her?" Gu Chun turned his icy gaze towards Tansiki, remaining silent as he continued to address Jiang Yuru. "You are coming home with me this instant. Otherwise, don't bother going to class." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuru immediately stood up, gathering her belongings to leave. Tansiki couldn't contain her anger any longer. Shouting "Gu Chun," her voice was filled with fury. Tan Shicheng, sensing the rising tension, restrained his sister from further outbursts. Lin Jing observed the unfolding scene with furrowed brows, feeling it was a family matter and refraining from intervening, choosing instead to watch quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kur couldn't hold back and approached Gu Chun, pouting, "Gu, you still haven't avenged me. Tansiki bullied me, and it can't just end like this." Tansiki, whose temper was already flaring, retorted, "You mistress, how dare you speak here? If it weren't for you causing trouble for Yuru, I wouldn't even bother with you." Yang Kur, stung by the remark, turned to cling to Gu Chun's arm, tears streaming down her face. Looking pitiable to Ji Yu Chun frowned, directing his cold gaze at Tansiki, commanding, "Apologize." Tansiki, stunned, questioned, "You want me to apologize to her?" Gu Chun remained silent, his cold stare fixed on her as Tansiki exploded, "No way. I will never apologize to this shameless woman." With that, she prepared to retaliate. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of chaos. Sensing the impending conflict, Jiang Yuru stepped forward to restrain Tansiki. She turned to Yang Kur, bowing deeply and gesturing, "I'll apologize on her behalf. Whatever compensation you seek is fine." Yang Kur regarded her with disdain, speaking condescendingly, "I can't understand your gestures. Have her kneel and apologize to me, and this matter will be settled." Yang Kur could clearly perceive Jiang Yuru's sign language, yet she feigned ignorance. Tansiki, upon hearing this, was on the verge of an explosion. She grabbed a bottle of wine and was about to advance, only to be halted by Tan Sicheng, who turned to Gu Chun and said, "Gu Chun, do we really have to proceed like this?" Gu Chun remained silent, his expression void of emotion as he gazed at Jiang Yuru. Noticing this, Jiang Yuru hesitated for a moment, wishing to bring this farce to an end, and directed a gesture at Yang Kur, preparing to kneel. Lin Jing, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. She reached out and grasped Jiang Yuru's arm, preventing her from kneeling. Jiang Yuru looked at Lin Jing in surprise, then glanced at Gu Chun before slightly distancing herself from Lin Jing, who, unperturbed, smiled at her. Turning to Yang Kur, she inquired, "Miss Yang, are you certain you wish to persist in this entanglement?" Gu Chun's demeanor was frigid. As Lin Jing helped Jiang Yuru to her feet, a flicker of rage flashed in his eyes, quickly masked as he reverted to his impassive expression. Chapter 37. There's no turning back. Yang Kur averted her gaze, remaining silent as she clung tightly to Gu Chun's arm, as if it could provide her with a sense of security. Surprised, Gu Chun looked at Yang Kur, furrowing his brow as he withdrew his arm. "Enough, this ends here. Yuru, come home with me." Yang Kur wished to say something further, but was dissuaded by Gu Chun's gaze, ultimately remaining silent. Jiang Yuru, too, had no desire to linger any longer. She exchanged farewells with Tan Siki and Lin Jing before preparing to leave. Gu Chen observed Jiang Yuru's flowing gown and, saying little, removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Looking at Wen Yin and then back at Lin Jing, he remarked, "Mr. Lin, take good care of your own affairs." "As far as I know, Miss Wen is on the brink of marriage, isn't she?" Lin Jing, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "I have no other hobbies. I simply enjoy meddling in others' business." "Then I hope Mr. Lin does not pay a price for his own affairs," Gu Chen retorted. Lin Jing met Gu Chen's gaze and tension filled the air. "Are you implying that you are threatening me, Mr. Gu?" Gu Chen held Lin Jing's gaze, and after a few seconds, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Lin, you jest. I harbor no such intentions." "All the better. I still hope to find opportunities to collaborate with them or the GU in the future." The GU Chun did not engage with Lin Jing's banter, responding dismissively, "We'll discuss it later." With that, he disregarded Yang Kuer and departed with Jiang Yuru and TOW. As they reached the door, Lin Jing called out once more, "Mr. Gu, humans are inherently greedy. They desire everything, yet often end up losing everything." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen paused briefly before escorting Jiang Yuru out. Thus, the farcical scene concluded. Lin Jing and Wen Yin, losing interest, bid farewell to the Tan siblings and left. Wen Yin suggested a stroll, and the two began to meander along the riverbank. The late spring evening breeze was slightly cool, ruffling the youthful strands of hair, casting a hazy glow under the dim lights. Lin Jing, feeling the night's chill, looked at Wen Yin and removed his coat, draping it over her shoulders. Initially taken aback, Wen Yin soon accepted it with delight. The scent of wine lingering on the coat mingled with Lin Jing's essence, creating a pleasant aroma. Lin Jing, sensing Wen Yan's gaze burning into him, curiously inquired, "What are you staring at me for?" Wen Yin, momentarily flustered, replied, "I've noticed that you seem to have a penchant for stirring up trouble, and you attract quite the challenging characters." Lin Jing, of course, would not admit to it. "I certainly do not. Please refrain from making baseless accusations." "Yet it's true. Previously, Fu Sahan had grievances against you and sought opportunities to provoke you. And now you've crossed paths with Gu Chun, that I find you quite capable." Lin Jing was caught off guard by her comment but chuckled, stating, "It was merely a coincidence. I happened to run into them." "Really? Because I get the impression that you deliberately provoke them," Wen Yin said, leaning closer, scrutinizing him in search of clues. Lin Jing, taken aback, smiled and said, "You've overthought it. I simply believe everyone is too weary. All of us are seeking something unattainable." Wen Yin pondered this, feeling a twinge of melancholy, and asked, "Lin Jing, what is it that you seek?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jing approached the riverbank and gazed at the shimmering water's surface, saying, "I only wish for those around me to find their own paths." Wen Yin, standing beside him, remarked, "That seems rather difficult." Lin Jing smiled, turning his gaze toward her. "But you have already found yours, haven't you?" Wen Yin looked into Lin Jing's eyes, her gaze clear and bright, sparkling like the night sky, resplendent and profound. "Lin Jing, will you marry me?" she suddenly declared, her tone resolute. In that instant, time appeared to suspend. The wind ceased its movement, and the air thickened, leaving only the two figures locked in a gaze. Lin Jing's mind went blank, and after a lengthy pause, he met Wen Yan's expectant eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He cautioned Wen Yan, "Do not make a choice based on fleeting feelings." Wen Yan's gaze dimmed, struggling to suppress the urge to cry as she replied, "Yes, I am that kind of person. I once believed my relationship with Chun Zijian was love, only to realize later that it was nothing." Lin Jing, sensing Wen Yan's despondency, felt a pang of discomfort and comforted her. "Wen Yan, do you know I have been divorced?" Wen Yan turned, looking at Lin Jing in surprise. She could not fathom how such an admirable man like him could have been divorced. The previous sorrow evaporated, replaced by curiosity. Lin Jing met Wen Yan's inquisitive gaze, saying, "I initiated the divorce, and it happened just over 2 months ago." Wen Yan, understanding Lin Jing's candor, cautiously asked, "Could you share with me the story of your relationship with her?" Lin Jing nodded and began recounting his past with Bai Weiwei, how they met and fell in love, and the conflicts between her and his mother and sister, ultimately realizing she was a daughter of the Bai family, leading him to let her go. Wen Yan looked at Lin Jing in disbelief and asked, "So, The girl from the Bai family who recently announced her return to Beijing is your ex-wife. Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback. He had not received such news, possibly due to not being of sufficient status. But he nodded absent-mindedly. When Yan's spirits fell. With Lin Jing divorced from the Bai family, her own status seemed to hold little advantage. Lin Jing, observing Wen Yan's demeanor, inquired playfully, "What are you thinking about?" Wen Yan quickly shook her head, insisting she was not contemplating anything. Lin Jing, not pressing further, continued, "Wei Wei is a good girl. She is, after all, a princess. That my divorce from her was not a matter of differing social standings. But rather, she had a brilliant future ahead and need not be mired in my struggles. Perhaps she was willing, but what I truly desired was for us to meet again at the pinnacle of our lives. By then, whether she liked me or not would be inconsequential. The focus would be on living our own lives well." Upon hearing Lin Jing's narrative, Wen Yan began to comprehend, also mocking her past self for losing everything in the name of love. "Is that why you helped Jiang Yiru earlier?" Lin Jing nodded, acknowledging, in a sense. Although she is now aware of her circumstances, she remains uncertain of her aspirations. She believes love can change everything. Wen Yan could empathize with Jiang Yiru's feelings, recognizing her own past reflections in them. "What do you think? Does Gu Chen love her?" Wen Yan pondered aloud, reasoning that Gu Chen, by openly flaunting his affair, must prefer Yang Ke. Yet, something felt amiss. Lin Jing sighed, saying, "He loves Jiang Yiru deeply, a love that runs to the core. He knows it himself." Wen Yan's eyes widened in confusion. Then why treat her so poorly, without any regard for her dignity? It's the nature of possessiveness. Perhaps he desires not only love but other things as well, Lin Jing explained. Wen Yan found herself unable to grasp this and chose not to dwell on it, giving Lin Jing a playful huff. "You men are all the same. You speak of goodness and virtue, yet your actions reveal a different nature." Lin Jing stared at her in surprise, momentarily at a loss as he observed her indignant expression. Wen Yan, noticing Lin Jing's flustered demeanor, burst into laughter, returning his coat and saying, "Humph, great scoundrel. Let us meet again at the pinnacle. For now, you should head home." With that, she turned and left, entering the car that had been waiting at the corner. Lin Jing watched her retreating figure, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Perhaps, in this world, the bonds were growing ever deeper. There may be no turning back after all. Chapter 38. The desire for control. Gu Chen pulled Jiang Yiru back to their home. And as soon as they entered the living room, he forcefully brought her down onto the sofa. Before Jiang Yiru could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Chen had already pounced on her, pinning her down on the sofa, rendering her immobile. Jiang Yiru struggled for a moment, realizing it was futile, and subsequently surrendered, gazing up at Gu Chen as she gestured. "Gu Chen, what is wrong with you?" Gu Chen's eyes bored deeply into his wife's face as he caressed her cheek, saying, "I agreed to let you go to work, not for you to flirt with other men." Jiang Yiru looked at Gu Chen in disbelief, gesturing, "What do you mean? Is this how you perceive me? I can provide for myself. You need not worry from now on. Just stay at home and be obedient. You needn't go anywhere to Ji Yu Chun. I am a person, your wife, not a pet canary for you to keep." Jiang Yiru gestured anxiously. The Ji Yu Chun stood up, asserting sternly, "You are mine. You shall do as I say." Jiang Yiru's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. The Ji Yu Chun, "Let us divorce. Please free me." The Ji Yu Chun stared at her in disbelief, abruptly seizing her chin with a firm grip. "Divorce? Don't even think about it. It seems that allowing you to return to work has emboldened you." Jiang Yiru struggled to pry his hand away, gesturing emphatically. "What do I even mean to you? Am I just a pet you've kept? A divorce would liberate you to be with Yang Ke, wouldn't it?" Gu Chen's expression was icy as he leaned closer to Jiang Yiru, his voice devoid of emotion. "This time, I shall let it pass, but if you dare mention divorce again, I will ensure that Siki, the CAF, and even Lin Jing vanish from your life completely." Jiang Yiru's face blanched in panic. She understood Gu Chen's nature. He was a man of his word. She quickly grasped his hand. "All right, I promise to behave and will not bring up divorce again." "Please don't do this," observing the fear in Jiang Yiru's eyes. Gu Chen noted that such distress only surfaced when discussing her friends. A flicker of pain crossing his features, he then gently embraced her, saying, "Good girl, That's my rower. That a hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Yuro's gaze as she grappled with the reality of who he truly was. After a moment's hesitation, she reciprocated his embrace. She loathed herself for knowing that their union would not bring happiness, yet still marrying him, clinging to the hope of change, only to be met with disappointment. At that moment, when Yin returned home in a huff, glancing at her parents engrossed in a television show, she tossed her bag aside and rushed to her mother, enveloping her in a silent embrace. Noticing her daughter's gloomy demeanor, Wenmu asked, "Who made my daughter unhappy?" Wenba perked up, equally concerned. Wen Yin lifted her head and, with a hint of grievance, confided, "Mom, your daughter confessed today and was rejected." Just as she was about to cry, tears streamed down her cheeks without falling. Wenmu, heart aching for her daughter, pulled her close, exclaiming, "Who is so blind as to overlook my own family's daughter? Tell me who it is. I'll make them pay." Wen Yin chuckled, quickly interjecting, "No need for that. I'll handle my own affairs." Wenmu playfully tapped her daughter's forehead, exclaiming, "How did I end up with such a daughter? Always in love. First it was Chun Zijian, and now another has come along." Wen Yin pouted, "Mom, is this how I'm seen in your eyes? And why bring up that scoundrel Chun Zijian? It's bad luck." Wenmu could only embrace her daughter helplessly, opting for silence. When Ba finally spoke up, "So, you confessed to Lin Jing. He rejected you, didn't he?" The image of Lin Jing flashed in Wen Yan's mind, and her face instantly flushed. The couple exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that their daughter had genuinely fallen in love. When Ba sighed, "If you like him, go after him, that I think that young man has decent character and abilities. He might just be worthy of my daughter." When Yan's eyes brightened as she eagerly asked, "Dad, you really think he's good?" Then, her expression fell. "But I still don't know if he likes me." When Ba felt a sense of helplessness towards his daughter. "My dear, when it comes to matters of the heart, you must be bold, love fiercely, and don't let regret linger. Your father and I will always have your back," inspired by her supportive parents. Wen Yan's resolve strengthened. "All right, I will also work on improving myself, so he will see me in a new light." With that, she left to prepare for a shower and rest early, aiming to cultivate good habits for her skin. Watching her daughter leave, Wen Ba sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Our daughter has truly grown up. She is no longer a child." Wen Mu leaned in, asking, "So, who is the boy you like? What does he look like? How old is he? What is his family situation?" Wen Ba could only respond with a vague description, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lin Jing was blissfully unaware that two concerned elders were discussing him and planning an investigation into his background. Upon returning to his hotel, he drew back the curtains, gazing at the myriad lights of the city, lost in thought. When Gu Chen made an appearance at the bar, Lin Jing had already researched Jiang Yuro. Learning about her past and circumstances that at this moment, however, Lin Jing was aware that their story had reached a pivotal point. Jiang Yuro was already pregnant. The crucial incident was the kidnapping, and Lin Jing pondered how he might intervene on his next visit. Gu Chen's controlling nature was in play, oblivious to the consequences of losing Jiang Yuro, and Lin Jing needed to devise a plan. Yet, no clear ideas surfaced. For now, he decided to refrain from dwelling on it. Tomorrow he would leave, and he had no desire to entangle himself in their marital issues. A reckless intervention could yield disastrous results. The following day, Lin Jing, accompanied by his assistant, headed to the airport, preparing to return to Yun City after nearly a week. While in Yun City, he hadn't missed home, but now he felt a pang of longing. When Yin messaged him, saying she was too busy to see him off but promised to pick him up upon his return. Lin Jing smiled at her message, readying himself for boarding. From a distance, Wen Yin concealed herself within the crowd, watching Lin Jing depart. Though she claimed she wouldn't come to see him off, she had still made the effort. Inspired by Lin Jing, she realized she needed to clarify certain matters for herself. After all, with the chance of a second life, she ought to engage in meaningful pursuits that justified her rebirth. There was no need to fixate solely on romance. She required time to ascertain whether her feelings for Lin Jing stemmed from gratitude for being rescued or were genuinely heartfelt. After several hours of flight, Lin Jing finally set foot on the soil of Yun City. Approaching the arrivals area, he spotted a striking figure, a tall woman clad in a tailored suit, standing out amidst the crowd. He immediately recognized Wen Yin, who approached him with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Boss, welcome home." Chapter 39. The new apartment. In the car on the way back, Nan Feng sat in the back seat with Lin Jing, briefing him on the company's progress. Regarding the investment from the Tang family, the equity documents have been finalized. Aside from reserving some liquid funds, the rest has been allocated according to your instructions, and we are now just awaiting your signature. The apartment takeover has been completed, fully equipped, and ready for you to move in at any time. Your room is arranged on the top 2 floors, and I've prepared the design plans for your review. Additionally, the enrollment procedures for Fian have been completed. She will be able to start once the new drug development is finished. The global promotional plan for the Tinglan project is currently being drafted, and the new design for the Evening Star project has been completed. However, this time it will be fully outsourced. That reliable. Lin Jing took the stack of documents from Nan Feng, quickly signing them without much scrutiny. Many matters had already been arranged. He merely needed to provide his signature. These were the more urgent tasks, as time equated to money, and everything was prepared, awaiting his approval. After completing the signatures, Lin Jing picked up Nan Feng's design plans. Flipping through a few pages, the renovation style was exactly to his liking, and he nodded approvingly. Crucially, there was a spacious terrace design with a leisure area. Lin Jing remarked, "The room's decoration is fine. But can we transform the terrace into a greenhouse?" Nan Feng paused for a moment before promptly responding, "That is possible, but it would require setting up a greenhouse and hiring someone for regular maintenance, which could be quite costly. That's all right. I have no qualms about spending a little more. I enjoy the tranquility amidst the chaos," Lin Jing replied. Nan Feng nodded, understanding that the boss's requests must be fulfilled. Lin Jing turned to look at Nan Feng, examining her face closely. That moment, she wore a pair of frameless glasses, her chiseled features complemented by flawless skin, which was somewhat alluring. However, dark circles under her eyes were not entirely concealed. Feeling Lin Jing's gaze, Nan Feng instinctively looked down, embarrassed. She had dressed up specially for this occasion. Don't forget to balance work and rest. "Look at you. Those dark circles are quite pronounced," Lin Jing remarked. Leaning back against the seat, Nan Feng quickly retrieved a compact mirror from her bag to inspect herself. Indeed, there were shadows beneath her eyes that she had failed to cover. Glancing at Lin Jing, who was resting beside her, she felt a surge of irritation. Despite her hard work, she was still at his service. After all, who asked the boss to be away for such an extended period? Realizing her tone was inappropriate, she felt a twinge of regret. Lin Jing, surprised by her outburst, smiled and said, all right, our hard-working Nan assistant deserves a treat. Let's go out for dinner, and afterward, we can check out the apartment." Nan Feng, slightly flustered, murmured an affirmative and proceeded to send a message to arrange work matters. The rest of the journey was filled with silence, and after dinner, they visited the apartment together. This was Lin Jing's first time there. The location was excellent, and the facilities were complete. Originally intended to be upscale apartments, the current tenants are relatively orderly, with the majority designated for urban professionals. They are conveniently located just a few subway stops away from Lin Jing Company. Upon reaching the top floor, Nan Feng mentioned the desire to merge the 2 levels into a single flat. Although Lin Jing found this somewhat wasteful, Nan Feng was quite insistent, noting that as the boss, certain standards must be upheld. Lin Jing then examined the terrace, which was spacious with a panoramic view, allowing one to overlook half of Yinqing. This space was initially designed by the Wang family for their own use. Wang Zhe, who enjoys hosting parties, had this terrace specifically for that purpose, but it now inadvertently benefited Lin Jing. After assessing the space and finding no issues, Lin Jing was ready to give the go-ahead for construction and inquired about the room arrangements for Nan Feng and her team. Nan Feng informed him that they were located just 1 floor below, having taken into account Lin Jing's preference for tranquility, so she arranged for a limited number of people. Herself, Fian, Wanqing, and reserved a room for Tang Xian, though the extent of her personal motives remains uncertain. With everything seemingly in order, Nan Feng had managed to alleviate a considerable amount of Lin Jing's concerns. Lin Jing occasionally pondered whether it would be a wise choice to become a hands-off manager, entrusting the company entirely to Nan Feng, but he dismissed the thought for now, as the company was still in a rapid growth phase, and he would reconsider once it stabilized after completing these tasks. Lin Jing returned home, only to find his mother absent once again. A phone call revealed she was playing cards. Not wishing to pry further, he prepared to take a shower and rest when another call came in. It was Li Chong, who had heard of Lin Jing's return and wished to fulfill a promise. Lin Jing instructed him to come by the office the following day. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Lin Jing noticed an increase in personnel, with a fresh batch of newcomers greeting him, that he reciprocated their greetings before returning to his office. where Nanfeng reported on the day's agenda. Lin Jing found himself momentarily distracted. Adjusting to the rhythm of work, which felt somewhat unfamiliar, it seemed he needed to spend more time unwinding. After discussing the arrangements, Nanfeng mentioned that Li Chong had arrived early and was waiting for him. Lin Jing nodded and instructed that Li Chong be brought directly to his office. Shortly thereafter, Li Chong entered, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Observing Li Chong's steady gait, Lin Jing asked in surprise, "Are you fully recovered?" Li Chong nodded, indicating that he was nearly back to normal and just needed a little more time for complete recuperation, that he was there to express his gratitude to Miss Liu and to repay them for their support. Lin Jing acknowledged this and reflected briefly before stating, "I have signed a contract with Shiri Security, but I still require some personal bodyguards, particularly to ensure Fian's safety. Could you recommend someone?" Li Chong responded affirmatively, mentioning that he knew some retired comrades who were currently employed elsewhere and could bring them in, including a few women. Lin Jing's eyes brightened at this, asking if they were similar to Li Chong. Li Chong pondered for a moment and replied candidly, "They can't compare to my former self to AT present. I'd say it's a 60-40 split in my favor." Lin Jing stood up, assessing Li Chong's physique, which appeared rather slender and did not suggest immense strength. Curious about his capabilities, Lin Jing decided to take him to the company gym for a demonstration. The gym was nearly empty, equipped only with basic apparatus, as few employees utilized it. Lin Jing frequented it occasionally for a jog or to practice boxing. Li Chong approached a punching bag, donned his gloves, and after taking a deep breath, assumed a stance with a swift twist. His right fist struck the bag with a thunderous impact, akin to a cannonball hitting its target, causing it to explode with a loud noise, scattering its contents across the floor. The silence of the gym was broken by the resounding clatter. Li Chong glanced back at Lin Jing, slightly embarrassed by his excessive force, having not anticipated the bag's poor quality. Lin Jing, astonished, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Join me. I will offer you a monthly salary of 10,000. Bring as many people as you wish, and I will accept them, but there is one condition." Li Chong, intrigued, inquired, "What is the condition?" "Teach me." Lin Jing replied earnestly, momentarily shedding his role as president to assume that of a student. Li Chong, taken aback, nodded in confusion. "All right." Chapter 40. Shopping. After finalizing the contract with Li Chong, Lin Jing sent him off to recruit personnel, recognizing the necessity of ensuring his safety given the current vulnerability. Following 2 more meetings at the office, Lin Jing's phone rang again. It was an assistant from Huitingxiu, scheduling a treatment appointment. For security reasons, Huitingxiu had long-term reservations at various hotel suites, and they would provide the location after confirming the time. Understanding the potential threats to his life, Lin Jing appreciated the precautions. Once he wrapped up the day's tasks, he discreetly left the office to meet Lu Fian. When Nanfeng arrived at the office with a stack of documents, she was taken aback to find Lin Jing missing. After inquiring with an assistant at the entrance, she learned he had already departed, leaving her in a state of confusion. This was quite unusual for Lin Jing, who rarely skipped work. She hurriedly called him, only to discover he had driven away, leaving the decision in her hands. Nanfeng felt somewhat bewildered. What should she do now that her boss had left? Having been out for a while, Lin Jing observed how well Nanfeng managed the company, with minimal issues arising. He began to consider the prospect of delegating more authority, trusting her to handle operations, provided he remained involved in key decisions. While driving, he contemplated whether it might be time to consider a promotion and raise for her. Soon, he arrived at the Tang family's pharmaceutical research department and contacted Tang Xian, learning that Lu Fian was currently working in the lab. Lin Jing decided to pick her up, as the development of the new drug was nearing completion, leaving little else concerning Lu Fian. The laboratory maintained strict security protocols due to the confidentiality surrounding the medication. After passing through several layers of screening, Lin Jing waited outside the research department, having been informed that the session was concluding shortly. Seated at a coffee table, he casually flipped through several newspapers, all focused on medical news. One of the recent headlines reported that the medical department had approved a new drug, a novel and effective treatment. Since discovering its efficacy, the medical department had expedited the approval process and was conducting final experiments. It was also mentioned that the new drug would soon be launched, with unconditional support from the medical department. These stories seemed reminiscent of the Tang family's specialty drugs, albeit still under wraps, without specific company details or effects disclosed. While perusing additional articles, Lin Jing noticed 2 individuals clad in lab coats emerging, a man and a woman. The woman was Lu Fian, accompanied by a bespectacled, polite young man who complimented her, saying, "Fian, you are truly remarkable. You've tackled such a challenging topic." Lu Fian simply smiled and continued packing her belongings. The young man, undeterred, extended an invitation. "Fian, do you have time later? I know a newly opened Western restaurant with great food. I'd love to treat you." Lu Fian turned to him and replied, "Thank you, but no need," before quickly walking away to increase the distance. The young man, seemingly accustomed to her responses, followed, saying, "If you don't like Western food, Chinese is also fine. I'll treat you to whatever you prefer." Growing increasingly annoyed, Lu Fian continued her brisk pace until she heard someone call out, "Fian." She turned to see Lin Jing standing at the entrance, smiling at her. Having witnessed the exchange, Lin Jing refrained from interrupting and waited patiently. As she approached, she rushed into Lin Jing's embrace, almost letting slip "Your Highness" before catching herself, and exclaiming, "Lin Jing, you're back." Amused, Lin Jing affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "What? Did you miss me?" Lu Fian nodded, slightly pulling back to inquire, "What brings you here?" "I came to pick you up. Nanfeng has been swamped lately, so I decided to come myself," he explained. Lu Fian acknowledged this, recalling that it was usually Tang Xian or Nanfeng who came to collect her. Considering her a precious young girl who mustn't encounter any issues today, she expected Tang Xian to arrive, but after reaching out to her, Lin Jing had shown up instead. The young man who had chased after Lu Fian awkwardly observed the two of them, his expression souring as he asked, "Fian, who is he?" Lu Fian, thinking quickly, clutched Lin Jing's arm and replied, "Oh, he's my boyfriend." Lin Jing glanced between them, comprehending the situation. He was well acquainted with the notion of playing the role of a faux boyfriend. He extended his hand to the young man, saying, "Hello, I'm Lin Jing. I believe you're Fian's colleague. Please take good care of her." The young man, visibly uncomfortable, stammered, "Not a bother. Not at all," before hastily finding an excuse to leave. Watching him retreat, Lu Fian remarked, "That guy is so annoying. He doesn't understand anything. It's hard to believe he is a disciple of Professor Zhu." Professor Zhu serves as the director of this laboratory, and he is also the mastermind behind this remarkable drug. Holding high hopes for Lu Fian, the recommendation letter for her studies was penned by none other than Professor Zhu himself. Lin Jing smiled wryly. "Were you doing that on purpose?" "Not at all. I genuinely missed you," came the reply. Lu Fian was indeed quite pleased. Still clinging to Lin Jing's arm, without letting go, as they traveled, Lin Jing inquired when Lu Fian would be available to treat Hua Tingxiu's leg. Lu Fian had little desire to return to the laboratory. It was far too dull, and now that matters were nearly resolved, her presence was no longer required. Thus, she declared she would be free the following day. Lin Jing, of course, was attuned to Fian's sentiments and was eager to expedite the resolution of Hua Tingxiu's situation. After confirming the treatment time for the next day with Hua Tingxiu's side, they acquiesced, stating the location would be determined by them, and they would inform Lin Jing an hour in advance. Acquiescing to their arrangements, Lin Jing informed Fian and then drove to the shopping mall. Having finally managed to spend time with Lin Jing, Lu Fian was intent on more than just dining. Shopping was a must. Upon arriving at the mall, Lin Jing found the first hour tolerable, but by the second hour, he began to struggle. Observing the numerous bags in his hands while watching Lu Fian try on clothes, he pondered what he had learned during this time. Where had that obedient girl gone? Half an hour later, Lin Jing noticed Nanfeng hastening towards them, undoubtedly summoned by Lu Fian. After giving Lin Jing a fierce glare, she dragged Lu Fian off to continue shopping. Lin Jing felt like crying. Just when he thought it would end, another person had arrived. He somewhat regretted not bringing an assistant along. Fortunately, Nanfeng seemed exhausted from work that day, and after a short while, they decided to indulge in hot pot. Lin Jing sighed in relief, finally free from the ordeal. Accompanying women on shopping trips was terrifying. He vowed never to do so again. Even if he had to accompany someone, it would be essential to bring along 7 or 8 assistants. After their hot pot meal, they contemplated watching a movie, but Lin Jing declined, stating it was exhausting enough to skip work, and offered excuses about needing to rest early from matters the next day, assuring them he would definitely accompany them to a movie next time before sending them home. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 41. Setting a trap after dropping the two off. Lin Jing also took the opportunity to present Lu Fian with the blood Ganoderma he had previously purchased, which elicited a delighted expression from her. However, Nanfeng's expression turned somewhat glum upon seeing it. But she quickly masked it, feigning happiness for Fian. The next day, Li Chang arrived before Lin Jing with 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, who appeared rather ordinary, except for their keen eyes. Lin Jing was somewhat surprised to see a woman among them, and Li Chang introduced them, saying, "These 3 are comrades, each bearing some injuries, recently discharged from service." Lin Jing nodded and said, "Li Guo has likely briefed you on the job details. Rest assured regarding compensation. As for your health, I will arrange for my friend to examine you when time allows." The group brightened at this, knowing that Li Chang's leg injury had been treated by a renowned healer. Considering themselves fortunate to receive treatment now, Lin Jing arranged for 2 of the 3 men to take turns as his bodyguards and drivers, while the woman, named Zhu Yu, would serve as Lu Fian's personal bodyguard. After sorting these matters, Lin Jing went to pick up Lu Fian for her scheduled follow-up appointment with Huating Xiu. Feeling somewhat anxious about the first follow-up, Lin Jing asked Li Chang and the others to accompany them. Shortly after picking up Fian, a location ping arrived on Lin Jing's device, indicating a hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, he instructed the 2 to remain outside while he, along with Li Chang, Zhu Yu, and Fian, ascended. That as they traveled, Li Chang discreetly informed Lin Jing that there were no fewer than 10 undercover guards in the hotel. Lin Jing frowned. Given Huating Xiu's current status, being cautious was prudent. Yet this seemed excessively so, hinting at undisclosed matters. Upon reaching the designated floor, they were met by an escort who led them to the hotel room, at the entrance. The bodyguards only permitted Lin Jing and Fian to enter. Lin Jing hesitated but ultimately agreed, instructing Li Chang to wait outside as he entered with Fian. Upon entering the room, they found Huating Xiu seated on the sofa, meditating with his eyes closed, while a man lay sprawled on the floor, breathless. Several men in black stood respectfully nearby. Huating Xiu smiled upon seeing Lin Jing and Fian, waving his hand dismissively as the black-clad individuals dragged the man away. It was Lin Jing's first encounter with such a scene, and he felt a twinge of discomfort, though he quickly suppressed it. "Apologies, I had to deal with some surrounding matters that MY Brothers' reach has extended a bit too far lately, causing some complications," Huating Xiu explained with a smile. Lin Jing interrupted, "There's no need for elaborate explanations, that we prefer to maintain our distance from your family. Once your leg is healed, we will be even." Huating Xiu, unperturbed, replied, "Currently, the treatment is proceeding well. After this period of medicinal baths, I have regained some sensation in my leg." Lin Jing nodded at Fian, who stepped forward, saying, "It's best if you lie down. I'll administer acupuncture and assess your recovery." Huating Xiu displayed an unusually amiable demeanor toward Fian, readily complying as he was assisted to the bed. Rolling up his trousers, Lu Fian prepared her acupuncture needles. Huating Xiu's gaze remained fixed on her, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, she continued with her treatment, disregarding his lingering gaze. Lin Jing took a seat nearby, waiting patiently as a subordinate offered him a cup of tea, remaining by his side. Lin Jing paid little mind, sipping his tea while time slipped by in silence, the room enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, a series of message alerts broke the stillness. Assuming them to be spam, he ignored them. After a considerable interval, Lu Fian finished the acupuncture, stating, "The recovery looks promising. With a few more days of soaking, you should be able to attempt walking. Another acupuncture session afterward should suffice." Huating Xiu expressed his gratitude as he began to assess his legs. While his underlings assisted him in tidying up, Lin Jing stepped forward, saying, "If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." Huating Xiu did not press for their continued presence, responding, "Very well, that if you ever need assistance. Lin Zong, do not hesitate to reach out." Lin Jing nodded, taking Fian's hand as they departed. Huating Xiu's gaze followed them, his expression shifting between clarity and obscurity, fluctuating unpredictably. Upon exiting the room, Li Chang approached with concern. But Lin Jing gestured for them to discuss outside. The 4 of them exited the hotel, and only then did Lin Jing check his phone, his expression turning frosty upon reading the messages. Lu Fian, noticing the abrupt change in Lin Jing's demeanor, inquired with concern, "What is it?" After a moment of composure, Lin Jing smiled at Lu Fian, saying, "Fian, Zhu Yu will be your bodyguard from now on. You 2 should stay close and find time for her to assist with your health." Lu Fian beamed at Zhu Yu. "Great, Sister Yu. I look forward to your guidance." Zhu Yu nodded, smiling in return. Lin Jing instructed, "Zhu Yu, please escort Fian home. I have some matters to attend to." Zhu Yu complied, leading Lu Fi into the car as Lin Jing maintained his usual demeanor to reassure her. Though somewhat puzzled, Lu Fian obediently entered the vehicle. Once they had driven a distance away, Lin Jing's expression darkened. "Let us go. We need to handle some issues," he instructed Li Chong, swiftly entering another car. Having initially arrived with two vehicles, inside the car, Lin Jing pulled out his phone to review the messages, which were from his mother. "Your mother is currently at the Tianshang Renjian Club in the east suburb." It was evident that his mother had found herself in some trouble, prompting Lin Jing to exhale deeply and reply, "Understood. I will arrive in half an hour." The car sped along, arriving at the Tianshang Renjian Club, a known underground trading venue in Yun City, notorious for its gambling establishments that have led many to financial ruin. Lin Jing left one person to secure the area and entered the club with Li Chong and another associate. The three had already gleaned some information about the situation from their car ride, and Lin Jing was somewhat taken aback by their excitement that at the entrance of the club, several lackeys stood by. Lin Jing approached and introduced himself. Upon hearing his name, the lackeys regarded him with an expression akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, leading him inside. Inside the Tianshang Renjian Club, the establishment appeared closed for business, with only a sparse number of patrons present. They took the elevator down, navigating through a series of winding passages. After passing through several concealed doors, they finally arrived at a lavishly adorned room. Replete with ostentatious decor, in the center sat a middle-aged man clad in white, his face round and bloated, leisurely puffing on a cigar, flanked by a row of subordinates. Without unnecessary preamble, Lin Jing stepped forward, stating, "Brother, may I inquire your surname? If it's merely financial assistance you seek, rest assured, I possess ample resources. There is no need to trouble an elder." The man in the white suit exhaled a plume of smoke, replying, "President of the Lin Group, I certainly know of wealth that I'm not unreasonable either. Those in my circle call me brotherly, and I cannot afford to lose face." After Li Ge finished speaking, he waved his hand, and one of his subordinates went to the next room and brought in a person that was none other than his own mother. Lin Jing looked at his mother, who appeared somewhat frightened, and let out a sigh of relief. This moment, it was not the time to admonish her. He simply helped her to sit down. Lin Jing took a cursory glance and asked, "Did they do anything to you?" Lin Mu shook her head, saying they had merely confiscated her phone and locked her up. Still somewhat afraid, she felt relieved upon seeing her son and said, "My son is here. He has money. If I give the money, can we leave?" Li Ge responded with a smile, "Don't worry. I only seek financial gain, that I have no desire to escalate matters unnecessarily at this point." Lin Jing fixed his gaze on Li Ge and inquired, "Can you now enlighten me on the situation?" Li Ge extinguished his cigarette and replied, "It's not a major issue. This lady owes us 50 million for Mr. Lin. That's merely a small sum. But since we are in a minor business, we certainly need to address it." Lin Mu shouted indignantly, "You're talking nonsense. I clearly only borrowed 30 million. How has it turned into 50 million? Li Ge merely chuckled and remained silent, while a nearby thug stepped forward, intimidating Lin Mu into silence. Lin Jing glanced at his mother, feeling an immense anger surge within him. Taking a deep breath, he stated, "Li Ge, I acknowledge this. 50 million will be considered as a token of friendship." Li Ge shouted in delight, "Splendid. I appreciate making friends with someone like Mr. Lin." Lin Jing, unwilling to prolong the conversation, directly asked, "Give me the account details. I will arrange the transfer." Li Ge shook his head. "No rush. Since we are friends, discussing money might sour our relationship." Lin Jing's expression shifted, subtly signaling Li Chong with a glance. The individuals across from them evidently had ulterior motives that he bluntly asked, "Li Ge, if there is something to say, please be straightforward. Let me know if there is any way I can assist." Li Ge stood up, approached Lin Jing, and leaned in close, whispering, "I merely wish to know what dealings you have with Tingxiu from the Hua family." Lin Jing's expression changed drastically as he fixed a steely gaze on Li Ge. After Li Ge finished speaking, he turned around with a grin, saying, "As long as you tell me, you need to pay the 50 million. And I'll even reward you with an additional 50 million." Lin Jing stared at Li Ge, contemplating the situation before him, and replied, "Li Ge, that is quite a bold proposition. I suspect this isn't solely your decision." Li Ge patted Lin Jing's shoulder and remarked, "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm showing you some respect here." Lin Jing brushed aside Li Ji's hand. Li Ji's expression darkened. "Kid, do you have any idea whom you've offended? It doesn't matter whom I've offended. What is important is that you've offended me now. Lin Jing stood his ground. Initially, Lin Jing had made concessions, but it was evident that the other party had come prepared, and the money his mother had lost might have been part of a trap, filling Lin Jing with trepidation. If the enemy had no moral boundaries, it would indeed be exceedingly troublesome. Li Ge glared at Lin Jing, no longer wasting words, and shouted, "Get him!" The surrounding thugs rushed forward, and Lin Jing acted first, delivering a kick that sent Li Ge sprawling, that he then grabbed a nearby bottle and smashed it over the head of the foremost assailant. There were about 10 of them, while Lin Jing had only 3 allies. They believed victory was assured. However, they were unprepared for the swift and brutal efficiency with which Li Chong and another person advanced, their movements simple yet devastating, incapacitating one assailant in an instant. Before Li Ge could catch his breath, he realized his subordinates had already been subdued, all sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Lin Jing, who had only dabbled in basic boxing and street fighting, was merely holding his ground, with most of the work being done by Li Chong and the others. Paying little mind, he approached Li Ge with the shattered bottle, cautiously testing the waters near his neck. Li Ge, drenched in cold sweat, forced himself to say, "Mr. Lin, let us discuss this calmly. If something happens, it won't be good for either of us." Lin Jing pressed him against the table, demanding, "Speak. Who orchestrated this scheme against me?" Upon hearing this, Li Ji's pupils constricted, trembling uncontrollably, not out of fear of Lin Jing's threat, but out of dread of the consequences of betraying the person behind this plot, that he resolved to remain silent. "Not willing to speak, are we? I can probably guess it's the big boss from the Hua family," Lin Jing murmured close to Li Ji's ear, his tone reminiscent of a devil whispering. Upon hearing this, Li Ge struggled to kneel, pleading, "Please spare my life. I have an elderly parent and young children. I'm merely a hired hand." Lin Jing observed the terrified, tearful Li Ge with disinterest and proposed, "How about this? I'll transfer you 50 million, and we'll consider this matter settled. Just ensure your crew doesn't trouble me again." That Li Ge looked up in confusion, uncertain. "Really?" Lin Jing nodded, pulling out his phone and asking, "Give me your account details." That Li Ge cautiously wrote them down. Lin Jing took the paper, glanced at it, and instructed the bank manager on the other end of the line to transfer 50 million. Soon, Li Ge received the notification of the transfer, feeling as though he were in a dream. Lin Jing adjusted his clothing and asked, "Now, can we leave?" Li Ge eagerly nodded, quickly kicking one of his thugs to lead the way. Lin Jing stopped him, instead supporting his visibly shaken mother as they exited the room. At this moment, Li Ge was still in a daze, watching his incapacitated subordinates on the floor, cursing under his breath. "A bunch of useless fools," that he then muttered to the already departed Lin Jing. "Thought you were tough." Before he could finish, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Li Ge hurriedly answered. Though the person was not present, he still bowed and nodded repeatedly. When Li Ge briefly recounted the situation, omitting his humiliating defeat, he merely stated that the other party refused to comply and left that moment. The voice on the other end erupted in fury. "What good are you? You can't even handle this trivial matter. A bunch of worthless fools. Just wait." Upon hearing the enraged words, Li Ge felt a wave of confusion wash over him, followed by a shiver. A clear sign of fear. Having provoked that individual, the consequences were all too predictable, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Lin Jing, accompanied by a few others, exited the club and ensured his mother was taken to the hospital for a checkup. He remained behind with Li Chong, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your help. Without you, I wouldn't have escaped so easily. Rest assured, there will be a bonus for today's events." That Li Chong chuckled. "It was nothing. It's been a while since I've gotten into a scuffle. I'm a bit out of practice." After a moment of hesitation, Li Chong inquired, "Mr. Lin, why did you still choose to pay them after we could have left?" Lin Jing responded with a mysterious smile. "Of course, it's to keep evidence." With that, he dialed 110, informing them that his family had been kidnapped for ransom and that there were illicit dealings involved. Urging the police to come quickly, Li Chong stared in astonishment at Lin Jing's audacity, questioning, "Is that even allowed?" Lin Jing shot him a glance. "If one is subjected to illegal harm, shouldn't they report it?" However, this would only lead to the capture of Li Ji's crew, while the mastermind behind it would remain unaffected. It served merely as a warning to refrain from meddling with him in the future. Li Chong ceased to inquire further. Such cerebral maneuvers were not his forte. He preferred straightforward action. The police arrived swiftly, deploying numerous personnel to surround the venue. Lin Jing recounted the events as he watched the SWAT team storm in, apprehending Li Gu and his associates, while seizing a plethora of illegal assets and contraband, marking a decisive victory. At first, Li Gu was bewildered by the police's sudden intrusion, but soon felt a surge of relief. Being captured was far preferable to falling into the hands of the individual they feared. He complied readily, having never encountered such cooperative criminals before, and the net closed swiftly with Li Gu's assistance. Lin Jing and his companions were also required to accompany the police to the station to provide statements. Not long after, Lin Jing and Li Chong returned to the police station to assist with the documentation. Lin Jing had garnered a bit of renown, prompting the higher-ups to take the situation seriously. After understanding the circumstances, they expressed concern for any potential retaliation against Lin Jing and arranged for undercover protection. However, Lin Jing declined, believing his own people could ensure his safety, only requesting that they keep the case confidential. Shortly thereafter, Nanfeng arrived at the police station to escort them home. Upon seeing Lin Jing engaged in conversation, she felt a wave of relief. After checking to ensure he had not been harmed, she scolded, "What on earth happened? How did it escalate to such a degree? If anything happened to you, what would I do? What about the company?" She almost choked on her words, substituting I with the company. Lin Jing, observing Nanfeng's anxious demeanor, smiled and said, "Are you worried about me?" Nanfeng shot him an exasperated look. "I was worried about the company. If something happened to you, who would ensure we get our salaries?" Lin Jing wrapped his arm around Nanfeng's shoulders. All right, I'll be more careful next time. We've wasted enough time here. I'm starving. Let us hurry and get something to eat." Nanfeng was pulled along, deprived of the opportunity to continue her reprimands. Once outside the police station, she suggested, "Let us go to my house. Fian has been quite worried about you. She has been trying to contact you." Lin Jing agreed and got into the car. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up her phone and called Hua Tingxiu. This matter was somewhat related to him, and Lin Jing would not allow herself to suffer too much. Once the call connected, Lin Jing spoke directly. "You should have heard some news by now. The incident at Tianshang Renjian was orchestrated by me." On the other end, Hua Tingxiu responded with an prompting Lin Jing to continue. "They wish to know what sort of dealings we have. But I refuse to divulge anything. Handle the person behind this yourself, and also warn them that if they wish to confront me, they should come directly to me and not involve those around me. For I cannot predict what I might do otherwise. That I will provide you with an explanation." Hua Tingxiu finally uttered a response. "Very well, then there's nothing more to discuss." After saying this, he hung up. Beside her, Nanfeng cast a concerned glance, wanting to inquire about something, but unsure how to begin. Lin Jing had no intention of concealing the truth from her. It was better for her to remain vigilant. She comforted Nanfeng, saying, "Move over to the apartment as soon as possible. That I've already arranged for a bodyguard to accompany you for a while. Soon, everything will be fine." Nanfeng nodded but still asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" "Not for the time being. This matter only involves collateral damage, and someone else will take care of it." Observing Nanfeng's worried expression, Lin Jing inquired teasingly, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Nanfeng shook her head, replying, "I just feel like I can't be of any help to you." Lin Jing leaned back, stretching her body lazily, and said, "Keeping an eye on the company for me would be the greatest assistance." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng felt a bit relieved and smiled. If you could refrain from skipping work so often, it would be even better. Lin Jing's expression fell, having only taken a day or two off. She was already being reprimanded. Being the president still meant being monitored. Sigh. Seeing Lin Jing's dejected expression, Nanfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She turned her gaze away and looked out the window, feeling that ever since Lin Jing returned from her business trip, she had changed significantly, becoming more vibrant. Upon arriving at Nanfeng's home, Lu Fian and Zhu Yu were already there. Lin Jing assigned the Suri security team to Li Chong and the others to oversee the security situation. After dinner, they discussed the arrangements for their move. When Lin Jing returned home, her mother was already waiting there, and there appeared to be no major issues. That on the way, Lin Jing had packed some food and, upon entering the house, noticed her mother anxiously sitting on the sofa, with her sister Lin Shui comforting her. Lin Shui had also received news and returned from school. Seeing Lin Jing enter, Lin Shui anxiously asked, "Brother, what on earth is going on? What happened to Mom? She won't tell me anything." Lin Jing placed the food on the dining table and instructed, "Xiao Shui, go back to your room for now. Lin Shui, with wide eyes, protested, "No, I want to know what's happening." At that moment, Lin's mother was reluctant to let her daughter know about her issues, insisting that Lin Shui return to her room. Reluctantly, Lin Shui stormed back to her room, but pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. Lin Jing sighed as he looked at his mother and said, "Mom, playing cards is one thing, but how could you get involved in gambling? Do you think I've earned too much money and want to spend a little?" Lin's mother quickly retorted, "Son, I didn't want this either. It was someone who goaded me into it. How was I to know I would owe so much money?" Lin Jing decided to skip the pleasantries and asked, "Tell me everything that happened." There could be no secrets that Lin's mother recounted the entire ordeal. Initially, she had been living off the fixed allowance provided by Lin Jing, enjoying outings, traveling, and playing cards with a group of friends. Life had been carefree until a new member joined their circle, lavishly spending and frequently treating them to meals, tea, and visits to high-end venues. Out of envy, the others asked where this new friend got so much money, which led them to a casino at first. They won more than they lost and enjoyed themselves, but a week ago, Lin's mother lost a large sum in one go. The newcomer offered to lend her some money, claiming to know people who could help her win it back. The individual who lent her money, upon discovering Lin Jing's mother's identity after a phone call, treated her well, which ultimately led to her being ensnared in a trap that as the amount owed increased. The group approached Lin's mother for repayment, leaving her no choice but to contact Lin Jing. After listening, Lin Jing felt a surge of anger. Although someone had indeed set a trap for her mother, the fault ultimately lay with her mother for being so easily manipulated. Lin's mother fell silent, carefully gauging Lin Jing's expression, and seeing his displeasure, she dared not speak further. Lin Jing rubbed his forehead, realizing that even fixed allowances could lead to complications. That it was clear that they had been targeted, and the person who lent money must have recognized Lin's mother's identity. After a moment of thought, he said, "Mom, I will give you two choices. The first is to return to our hometown, and I will arrange for someone to take care of you there." The second, before Lin Jing could finish, Lin's mother interrupted, "Son, I do not want to go back. We have worked so hard to come this far." But upon seeing Lin Jing's calm demeanor, she fell silent. "Secondly, I will set up a fund for you, with someone assigned to manage your expenses. From now on, all your expenditures will be determined by them." That Lin's mother stared, disbelief etched on her face. "Are you attempting to restrict your mother?" She then began to throw a tantrum, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my ungrateful son. Just let this old woman die." Lin Jing, now annoyed, raised his voice. "Do you desire to drive me to bankruptcy?" Lin's mother ceased her faux weeping, aware of her own culpability, and fell silent. After listening for a long time, Lin Shui couldn't hold back any longer and burst into the room, shouting, "Brother, while Mom is at fault, you can't treat her like this. You earn so much money. Isn't it meant for us to spend?" Lin Jing felt as if he had misheard. He had initially thought his sister was merely being willful. However, looking at his sister and mother, who both seemed to lack any sense of remorse, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him, that he firmly stated, "Be quiet. You two from now on, your expenses will be grouped with Mom's, that if you fail to get into university, your allowance will be cut off." Lin Shui gazed at her brother in shock, bewildered by his demeanor. Witnessing her mother and sister's lack of contrition, Lin Jing experienced a profound sense of powerlessness. He left them with a final remark to reflect on their actions before exiting the house. Staying any longer would surely lead him to explode. Chapter 44. An accidental encounter stepping out of his home. Lin Jing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he found himself uncertain of where to go. He picked up his phone and dialed Lu Feng's number. The call connected, and he could hear the raucous noise of a bar in the background. "Hey, where are you?" "I'm at the bar drinking. Are you coming?" "I'll send you my location," Lu Feng replied, sounding tipsy. Lin Jing agreed and hung up the phone. Instead of driving, he called for a ride to the bar. Typically, when Lu Feng invited Lin Jing, he would decline, but today, he felt like having a drink. Upon arriving at the bar's booth, Lin Jing saw Lu Feng and several acquaintances toasting each other, with 7 or 8 beautiful women accompanying them, creating a lively atmosphere. Spotting Lin Jing, Lu Feng hurried over. "Bro, it's really hard to get you here. What made you think of coming for drinks today? With you living in such indulgence every day, doesn't your father ever say anything?" Lin Jing admonished, "That I have no head for business. My ambitions are modest, as long as I have drinks and women around." "That suffices," Lu Feng said, pulling Lin Jing to sit in the center of a nearby beauty, noticing Lin Jing's handsome features and Lu Feng's amiable demeanor towards him, instinctively moved closer. After settling down, Lu Feng pointed at Lin Jing and loudly introduced. This is Lin Jing, the young master of the Lin Group, currently making waves in Yun City. The individuals nearby responded with surprised exclamations, their astonishment laced with a strong emotional resonance. Several beautiful women gazed at Lin Jing with sparkling eyes, eagerly approaching him to propose toasts, posing alluringly in hopes of capturing his attention. Lin Jing deliberately maintained a distance from them, choosing to drink alone while Lu Feng, now aware of Lin Jing's character, ignored him and mingled within the crowd, energizing the atmosphere. Observing the lively scene, Lin Jing felt somewhat out of place. He sipped his drink while watching the energetic DJ in the distance and the exuberant revelers dancing wildly. He felt a sense of disorientation, realizing why so many were drawn to this place. It truly captivated attention and offered a temporary escape from worries. Lin Jing remained composed, quietly savoring his drink. Rising to visit the restroom upon his return, his gaze fell upon a familiar face. Xiao Wanqing, to AT that moment. Xiao Wanqing was celebrating her graduation with a class reunion at the bar, initially intending to decline the invitation, but ultimately yielding to Su Qing's persuasion. She didn't want to dampen the mood as her classmates were about to part ways. Did I end the booth? The boys and girls had already become a raucous mix, letting loose as they prepared to say their goodbyes. Xiao Wanqing felt somewhat out of place, sipping her drink in small gulps. Lin Jing, recognizing this gathering was for them, chose not to intrude. He returned to his own booth, summoned the manager, and instructed him to send a few bottles of wine to Xiao Wanqing and her friends, also covering their tab. Meanwhile, a boy from Xiao Wanqing's group, emboldened by alcohol, approached her and declared loudly, Xiao Wanqing, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? This caught Xiao Wanqing off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. As he was the class monitor with a generally good reputation, although they had barely spoken, others, witnessing the scene, chimed in, urging her to accept him. Say yes, say yes, say yes. They surrounded her, leaving her uncertain about how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wanqing replied, I'm sorry, monitor, but I already have someone I like. The monitor's expression darkened, and the surrounding crowd fell silent, leaving him feeling embarrassed that Su Qing quickly stepped in, saying, I can vouch for her. She truly has someone she likes. The monitor's demeanor softened slightly as he asked, Can you tell me who he is? He was eager to know who his rival might be. Xiao Wanqing was reluctant to disclose this information, caught in a dilemma, while Su Qing, unafraid, declared loudly, It's Lin Jing, the president of Lin Group. The monitor's face froze. If it were indeed him, he felt inferior, yet he scrutinized Su Qing with skepticism. Seeing her serious expression, unwilling to concede, he asked, You really know someone like President Lin? Xiao Wanqing, observing the monitor's persistent questioning, grew increasingly put off by him and contemplated leaving. Just before she could speak, she noticed the bartender entering with several bottles of fine wine, accompanied by the manager. The monitor approached, saying, You must have made a mistake. We didn't order these. That he recognized the bottles, each worth thousands, far beyond their means. The manager smiled and replied, There's no mistake. These are sent by President Lin, that he mentioned he would cover your expenses. Upon hearing President Lin, Su Qing turned to Xiao Wanqing and whispered, Is it really him? She was aware of Xiao Wanqing's connection with Lin Jing, as she was part of her studio. Xiao Wanqing shook her head, signaling that she didn't know, secretly wondering if it could be such a coincidence. The monitor stood there, baffled by the puzzled expressions of the crowd, and asked again, Who is President Lin? We don't know him. The manager continued to smile, saying, Of course, it's Lin Jing from Lin Group. He is friends with Miss Xia here, and specifically asked us to send these over. After delivering the news, he left the bewildered group behind at Su Qing, excited, pulled Xiao Wanqing aside, saying, Wanqing, I told you it was him. Xiao Wanqing was taken aback, never expecting such a coincidence. Remembering that he didn't enjoy drinking and was now at a bar, her face flushed. The classmates were equally astonished, flocking to Xiao Wanqing to inquire about the situation. All were design students, most aspiring to work for Lin Group, and now with a connection, they were eager to learn more. It was as if she were the center of attention. Meanwhile, the monitor felt extremely awkward. Having just faced rejection, now overshadowed by the unfolding drama, Xiao Wanqing, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, wished to avoid discussing her relationship with Lin Jing. Seeking an excuse, she grabbed Su Qing and left the booth. guiding the bartender as she realized Lin Jing was next door. They proceeded to his booth, and upon entering, Lin Jing looked surprised, asking, "What brings you here? Did I interrupt something?" Xiao Wanqing shook her head. Sitting beside him as she explained, "We came for our graduation dinner. I wanted to introduce you." Lin Jing nodded, amused by her explanation, and smiled at her. "You should come less often, maybe head home early." Xiao Wanqing quickly agreed, raising her glass to drink with Lin Jing. Su Qing observed Xiao Wanqing's dazed expression and sighed, realizing her friend was hopelessly smitten. She stepped forward, saying, "President Lin, I'm Xiao Wanqing's best friend." "What a coincidence. Let us share a drink." She pulled Xiao Wanqing into the toast. Lin Jing nodded and poured them a lighter drink. The three began to drink together. Xiao Wanqing, while sipping, watched Lin Jing's expressions, wondering if he had seen the earlier confession from the monitor and what he thought of it. Su Qing noticed Xiao Wanqing's distraction and prompted her to continue drinking, determined to assist her friend. As Chapter 45 unfolds, Lin Jing found himself unusually intoxicated, feeling a bit lightheaded, and deciding it was time to leave. He called Lu Feng over to arrange for his ride home. Lu Feng staggered over, also feeling the effects of the alcohol, preparing to summon the manager to arrange transport for himself. Su Qing quickly intervened, saying, "No need for that, President Lin, we can take him home. It's not a bother." Lu Feng glanced at the woozy Lin Jing and then at Xiao Wanqing, smiling knowingly as he gave Su Qing an okay sign and staggered off with the girl at this point. Xiao Wanqing, having drunk little, was quite sober, while Su Qing, a seasoned drinker, had managed to keep Lin Jing under the influence. Watching as Su Qing helped Lu Feng leave, Xiao Wanqing asked, "How will we get him home? I don't even know where President Lin lives. Should I call Sister Nan Feng to come pick him up?" Su Qing frowned, saying it would be inappropriate to disturb her at such a late hour. Xiao Wanqing hesitated, realizing it was indeed late. What should they do? Why not book a hotel nearby for him to rest? Su Qing suggested. Xiao Wanqing felt her friend had ulterior motives but didn't argue. Su Qing approached Lin Jing, saying, "President Lin, we'll take you home." Lin Jing muddled, stood up but struggled due to his height, calling for Xiao Wanqing to assist. Without time to think, she rushed to help him on the other side. And together, the two girls helped Lin Jing to a nearby hotel. After checking in, they managed to place Lin Jing on the bed. At that moment, he was thoroughly under the influence, barely conscious. Xiao Wanqing, feeling bewildered, asked, "What do we do now?" Su Qing, no longer hinting, pulled out a box of protection she had retrieved from the front desk earlier and handed it to Xiao Wanqing. "You're foolish. This is the perfect opportunity for you to make your move. I'm leaving now." Xiao Wanqing's face turned crimson as she clutched the item, saying, "I'll go back with you." Su Qing blocked her, insisting, "You can't leave him here alone. What if something happens?" Xiao Wanqing looked at the unconscious Lin Jing, torn. She realized it was indeed important to keep an eye on him, given his inebriated state. Su Qing handed the item back to her, saying, "Think about it. I'm leaving now." Without waiting for Xiao Wanqing to speak, he left the room, shutting the door behind him. Xiao Wanqing opened her mouth but chose not to say anything, hastily stuffing the items in her hands into her coat pockets. She then glanced at the reclining Lin Jing, approached him, removed his shoes, and took off his coat. Rolling up her sleeves, she climbed in front of him, attempting to remove his outer garment. However, Lin Jing's body felt somewhat heavy, and after considerable effort, Xiao Wanqing finally succeeded in slipping off his clothes. Setting the garments aside, Xiao Wanqing felt fatigued and lay down beside him. Panting heavily at that moment, Lin Jing, who had previously allowed her to take charge, seemed to be in a dreamlike state. With a sudden movement, he rolled over, pinning Xiao Wanqing beneath him, startled by the unexpected turn of events. She gazed at Lin Jing with wide, frightened eyes. Lin Jing, in a daze, felt a slight warmth in his body and noticed a coolness beneath him, accompanied by a delightful fragrance that lingered in the air. He leaned closer, rubbing his face against Xiao Wanqing's cheek and neck, trying to discern the source of the enchanting scent. Feeling his actions, Xiao Wanqing was overwhelmed by his intense presence, which rendered her body rigid and immobile. Lin Jing's face continued to brush against her skin, eliciting a peculiar, tingling warmth. The desire within her stirred, causing every pore to open up, fully absorbing the masculine essence that enveloped her, with a fragment of her remaining rationality. Xiao Wanqing mustered the strength to push Lin Jing away, slightly, as he propped himself up on the mattress. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a hazy gaze directed at the girl before him. her face flushed and undeniably captivating. Xiao Wanqing found herself entranced by Lin Jing's alluring eyes, as if they had etched themselves into her heart. The defenses she had built crumbled once more, and their lips converged in a fervent kiss, a luscious exchange that seemed unbreakable, as if they were unwilling to part even for a moment. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Wanqing regained some clarity and gently pulled them apart. Lin Jing, panting, slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to sleep once more. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks were flushed, and she too breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically. She touched her lips, recalling the recent events with a mix of shyness and disbelief. Her first kiss had slipped away so unexpectedly. After enduring the turmoil, Xiao Wanqing could no longer withstand the weight of the situation and closed her eyes. The following morning, she found herself nestled against Lin Jing's chest, her body draped over him like a spider. A slight discomfort stirred in her head, and she nuzzled against his chest, only to suddenly awaken fully to the memories of the previous night flooding her mind. Stealing a glance at the still sleeping Lin Jing, she began to carefully detach herself from him, slowly withdrawing her body, starting with her right hand and then her calf, finally freeing the left hand that had been pinned beneath her. However, the movements were too pronounced, causing Lin Jing to roll over and awaken as his eyes opened. He beheld Xiao Wanqing in disarray, sitting beside him in a state of bewilderment, still trying to comprehend the situation. Xiao Wanqing quickly leapt off the bed, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you're awake. Last night, you got drunk and we had no idea where you lived, so we brought you to the hotel to rest." Lin Jing nodded, acknowledging her words and glancing down at his and her disheveled attire. He pointedly asked, "Last night, we—" The implication was unmistakable. "Nothing happened between us. You got too drunk, and I carried you to bed, then fell asleep from exhaustion," Xiao Wanqing hurriedly explained. Lin Jing examined the state of their clothes. Finding them somewhat disordered yet still relatively intact, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for last night." Sighing in relief, Xiao Wanqing replied, "Well, Mr. Lin, since you're awake, I'll take my leave." She felt compelled to exit quickly. If Lin Jing remembered the events of the previous night, the outcome could be difficult to manage. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes, preparing to depart. Seeing her eagerness to leave, Lin Jing stood up, intending to help her and suggesting he accompany her home. As he reached for her coat, it slipped from his grasp and a small box tumbled out. Xiao Wanqing froze, recognizing the object, and at that moment, wished she could vanish in a thin air. Lin Jing, initially oblivious, bent down to pick it up, but upon catching sight of its contents, Xiao Wanqing snatched it away, clenching it tightly to her chest. "Mr. Lin, I have to go. I have matters to attend to at school," she stammered, rushing out of the room before he could respond. Lin Jing's words remained unspoken. He too felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recognized the box's significance. After washing his face in the bathroom, he reflected on the previous night's events, realizing the consequences of excessive drinking. Memories of the night flashed through his mind, leaving him to wonder if he had truly crossed a line with Xiao Wanqing. Chapter 46. The Aftermath in the Ensuing Days. Lin Jing was preoccupied with company matters. The direction of Tinglin's plans was shifting towards international markets, with a dedicated brand in the works and plans to open exclusive stores and collaborate with fashion shows and magazines domestically. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing had completed the shooting plan for the new series, which was set to be published once the collaboration with Haiqing commenced. However, she had been avoiding Lin Jing, their only encounter being a brief moment at a reporting meeting where they exchanged no words before she hurriedly departed. Additionally, her mother and sister's fund manager had been appointed despite their objections. Lin Jing knew he had to manage this situation carefully, as they were akin to a ticking time bomb. Nan Feng and her companions had already moved into their new apartment, and renovations on Lin Jing's apartment were underway, primarily during the day when they were occupied, causing little disruption. Nan Feng could check on the progress whenever she wished. Time swiftly passed, leading to the third treatment session for Huitingxiu. After their last phone call, the two had not been in contact until now, when a notification about a new treatment location arrived as usual. Lin Jing brought Lu Fian to a different hotel. This time, security was considerably more relaxed, and the atmosphere was less tense than during their first visit. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by Huitingxiu and his assistant. Huitingxiu stood upright, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. His rehabilitation appeared to be progressing well. Upon noticing Lin Jing's arrival, he walked a few steps to the sofa, managing to sit down, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Lu Fian approached without further ado. Beginning her examination and treatment, Lin Jing took a seat nearby, despite his busy schedule, making time to support Lu Fian in her work that he was also curious about the outcome of the previous matter. Hua Tingxiu remained silent, patiently awaiting treatment. The procedure unfolded as usual, with no complications arising. The Lu Fian noted that Hua Tingxiu would soon be able to return to normalcy. Grateful, Hua Tingxiu nodded and gestured for his assistant to bring in a bloodied woman who had been severely beaten. Lin Jing frowned, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" Hua Tingxiu casually replied, "This is the person who lured your mother into this mess. You may deal with her as you see fit." The woman trembled at the implication. Rendered speechless, Lin Jing approached her, disliking the method employed, and stated, "Here's the deal. Apologize to my mother in this state. It should serve as a lesson for her. After that, turn yourself in, and once you serve your time, you will be free." The woman's vacant eyes flickered with uncertainty as she regarded Lin Jing, contemplating the truth of his words. That a bitter smile crossed her lips as she rasped, "All right." With great effort, she stood and walked toward the exit, where Lin Jing instructed Li Chong to escort her away. Lin Jing's decision was not born from compassion. After all, she had paid a price and was partly responsible for her mother's greed. Nevertheless, her crime did not warrant death. Perhaps she harbored her own secrets, but Lin Jing was unaware of them. People must face the consequences of their actions. She was merely a pawn, with greater players orchestrating the game. After dealing with the situation, Lin Jing returned to Hua Tingxiu, initially intending to conclude their dealings. However, the Hua family's calculations regarding his mother indicated that mere monetary compensation would not suffice. He needed to send a clear message to those outside that harming his associates could provoke severe retaliation. At that moment, Hua Tingxiu produced a check for 100 million, declaring it as a consultation fee and extending a favor from the Hua family, stating, "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Lin Jing accepted the check and handed it to Lu Fian, allowing her to decide whether to keep it. She shook her head, expressing disinterest in the money. She was not in need. Even if she were, Lin Jing had already provided for her. He had given her a card for expenses, the balance of which remained unknown, but it had primarily been used for purchasing medicinal materials, with Tang Xian also contributing to Fian's salary. Thus, wealth has always been abundant. Lin Jing returned the check and stated, "I shall not accept the money. Fian has a penchant for alchemy, so if there are any precious medicinal materials, they may be given to her." Upon hearing this, Lu Fian immediately broke into a smile. Although she relished shopping, her true passion lay in alchemy and potion crafting. However, in modern society, the complexities of potion crafting proved daunting, necessitating a gradual approach. Hua Tingxiu, eschewing any formalities, replied, "Very well," and promptly instructed his assistant. Once the formal matters were addressed, Hua Tingxiu added, "I would appreciate it if you could keep my recovery confidential." Lin Jing nodded, believing that Hua Tingxiu could handle the matter himself. "Of course, I trust you. You did not betray me last time, and this time will be no different." Upon hearing his words, Lin Jing inquired, "Does Hua Xiao have any plans at present?" Hua Tingxiu pondered for a moment, then responded with a grunt, continuing, "After all, he is my brother, so..." He was aware that Lin Jing intended to take measures against his elder brother. Lin Jing interrupted him, saying, "I merely wish for him to bear some consequences. Therefore, if Hua Xiao requires assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." "Very well. I have a plan that involves acquiring shares of his company, and you are welcome to join." Lin Jing nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he could be informed when the time came. That he recognized that this was an opportunity provided by Hua Tingxiu, and with his own capabilities, he was fully capable of managing without the need for collaboration with others. After concluding their discussion, Lin Jing took his leave, as he had other matters to attend to. He was soon to embark on a trip to Haicheng, as when Yan's wedding date approached, necessitating some advanced preparations. After his departure, Hua Tingxiu's assistant approached and remarked, "Young master, why not mention the matter of the alliance? Are you not interested in Miss Lu?" Hua Tingxiu shifted in his seat and replied, "Did you not see how Miss Lu is practically clinging to Lin Jing? If I were to retract my interest now, not only would they oppose it, but it would also complicate matters further." "So you are simply giving up?" the assistant said, unwilling to accept it. Hua Tingxiu smiled, stating, "The focus is not on them, but rather on my impatient elder brother. Once I address his issues, then we shall see. When it comes to what I, Hua Tingxiu, desire, I shall not be denied." The assistant understood and, Observing his confidence, felt disinclined to dampen his spirits. To it was evident that Miss Liu had no interest in him. Had it not been for the binding marriage contract, the two would scarcely have crossed paths. Now that the contract was nullified, it was clear that his young master would find pursuing a woman quite challenging, akin to a formidable task of unearthing an obstacle. With a sigh, he silently mourned for his young master's future. Lin Jing accompanied Fian on a shopping excursion followed by a meal, and fortunately, a few bodyguards were present to assist, allowing them to enjoy the afternoon before returning home. Upon arriving home, Lin Jing found his mother staring blankly at the sofa. Her body trembling slightly. Ichang explained that the woman, covered in blood, had come to apologize to his mother, kneeling before her and urging her to steer clear of gambling, lest she suffer a fate similar to hers. Lin Jing's mother, shielded by Lin Jing, received some respect from others, but this woman had no such luck. Her imprisonment was already a fortunate outcome. Initially, Lin Jing's mother harbored a strong hatred for the woman. Yet upon witnessing her bloodied state and hearing her frantic apologies, coupled with her announcement of intent to surrender to the authorities, Lin Jing's mother was rendered speechless, too frightened to step outside. Observing this scene, Lin Jing was uncertain of the effectiveness of this approach, but he acknowledged that it served as a reminder that he poured a cup of tea for his mother and earnestly advised, "Mother, while I may be regarded as a significant figure in Yunqing, outside of it, I am but a mere individual. As my affairs grow larger, I will inevitably offend many, and your disposition may lead to troubles that I cannot resolve for you. Ultimately, you risk losing everything," he sighed, adding, "So, mother, do you wish to continue living this way, or would you prefer to face a fate of utter ruin?" Lin Jing's mother paused, responding softly, "I understand, my son." Lin Jing felt compelled to speak firmly. Otherwise, she might not learn her lesson. Hearing her response, he said nothing further and turned to leave. Just a few steps away, Lin Jing's mother suddenly called out, "Son, I wish I had not let you divorce Wei Wei. She is a good girl." Lin Jing turned back, smiling gently. "I understand, rest assured, mother, our divorce was not due to you. Do not overthink it." Lin Jing's mother nodded in a daze, falling silent. Chapter 47. Return to Haiqing in the office of Lin Corporation's president. Lin Jing listened as Nan Feng reported on work matters, needing to address current issues. After the briefing, Lin Jing replied to messages while instructing Nan Feng to book plane tickets to Haiqing, intending to bring several bodyguards along for added security. After finishing, he set down his phone and accepted the documents Nan Feng handed him, preparing to sign. Nan Feng, waiting nearby, caught a glimpse of Lin Jing's phone, which had not yet turned off, displaying a chat interface. Unable to resist, she stole a couple of glances. The contact bore a rabbit avatar, with Lin Jing's note reading Wen Yin. The conversation included, "When are you coming over? If you miss my wedding, you're done for." To which Lin Jing replied, "Soon, I've already booked the tickets." That a heart emoji followed. Attempting to sound casual, Nan Feng asked, "Are you going to Haiqing for the wedding?" Lin Jing nodded while signing to ex-girlfriend. Nan Feng's tone shifted, surprised by her own question. Lin Jing paused, the pen momentarily halting in his grasp. Turning to Nan Feng, he glanced at the still-lit phone screen, chuckling softly while propping his head on his hand, teasingly looking at her. "I had no idea you were so inquisitive." Nan Feng blushed, realizing her abrupt personal inquiry was out of line. "Boss, are you finished signing? If so, I'll step out." Nan Feng, feeling the weight of his gaze, shifted the subject. Lin Jing, observing her flustered demeanor, decided not to tease her further and resumed signing. While doing so, he clarified, "Not an ex-girlfriend, rather a business partner, but you will find out later." Nan Feng was somewhat lost in his explanation, eager to exit the office. After signing, she quickly gathered the documents and hurried out, only to be called back by Lin Jing. Stopping in her tracks, she turned with a forced smile. "Boss, is there something else?" Lin Jing appraised her, noting her well-tailored professional attire, a white shirt, black jacket, black skirt, and stockings, accentuating her figure. Her hair was styled neatly, showcasing her striking features, and the glasses she wore contributed to her urban elegance. "You look wonderful today," Lin Jing remarked, tapping the pen against Nan Feng approvingly before resuming his pretense of reviewing documents. Nan Feng, already feeling uneasy, was caught off guard by his compliment. Stammering, "Oh, thanks," she hurriedly left the office, leaving Lin Jing smiling in amusement. Once outside, Nan Feng exhaled deeply to regain her composure, glancing back at the office door. She made a small fist and muttered to herself, so stingy. Having resolved company matters, Lin Jing boarded a flight to Haicheng with several bodyguards. Upon disembarking, he noticed a woman at the exit holding a large sign bearing his name. Lin Jing felt somewhat uncomfortable with such a reception and quickly approached to greet her. The woman, clearly an assistant, promptly stated, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wen's assistant. You can call me Xiao Qiao. Please follow me." Lin Jing followed her outside, where several luxury vehicles awaited. Xiao Qiao escorted him to the frontmost car, opening the door for him while the others entered different vehicles. Settling into the back seat, he found Wen Yin dressed in a crisp white suit, sporting large black sunglasses, exuding an air of aloofness. Lin Jing, unfazed, quipped, "When did you become Wen Zong?" Wen Yin adjusted her sunglasses slightly, revealing her beautiful eyes as she appraised Lin Jing with a smile. She extended her hand, introducing herself. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Wen Yin, Vice President of Wen Shengshi Group." Lin Jing, taken aback, grasped her hand. "Have you started working at the company?" Wen Yin withdrew her hand and removed her sunglasses, saying, "Well, I had no choice. I wanted to become equally exceptional as the person I admire." Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. Glancing at the driver in front, he chuckled awkwardly, "Mind your influence. You're getting married soon." Wen Yin suddenly leaned closer, whispering enticingly in his ear, "Isn't that even more thrilling?" Lin Jing felt a tingling sensation in his ear. Struggling to maintain composure, he cleared his throat a couple of times to regain his calm and shifted the topic. "Let us discuss business." Wen Yin, teasingly gazing at him, nodded. "Right. Speaking of business, have you missed me?" Lin Jing, caught off guard, stared at her in exasperation, rendered speechless. Observing his reaction, Wen Yin pouted slightly and ceased her teasing, stating, "Everything has been arranged. Just follow my lead when the time comes." Lin Jing nodded, refraining from inquiring about specifics, trusting Wen Yin to handle matters adeptly. "And what is the situation with Chun Zijian?" Lin Jing turned her head and asked, while Wen Yin furrowed her brow and replied, "He is currently investing recklessly in the early stages. Besides borrowing from my father, he has also taken out a loan from the bank." Wen Yin then snapped her fingers confidently and continued, "Now, all he needs is a trigger, and it will explode in an instant." Lin Jing observed Wen Yin, who seemed to be in control, beginning to exhibit the demeanor of a strong woman, a quality that was undeniably captivating. Sensing Lin Jing's gaze upon her, Wen Yan's expression softened as she playfully leaned closer and said, "You still haven't answered me, have you?" Lin Jing turned her head away, no longer looking at her, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Upon seeing this, Wen Yin smiled inexplicably and boldly wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on Lin Jing's shoulder and closing her eyes. Lin Jing, feeling Wen Yan's affectionate gesture, hesitated to push her away. After a while, he noticed that Wen Yan's breathing had become steady. She had fallen asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, Lin Jing gently tucked her hair behind her ear, realizing that she must have been quite exhausted to have drifted off so quickly. The car soon arrived at the Tianxian Hotel. Lin Jing, seeing that Wen Yan was still asleep, felt reluctant to wake her. He removed his coat and wrapped it around her, lifting her up and carrying her into the hotel. Xiao Qiao, who had just exited the car, hurried over, slightly bewildered by the scene, and softly said, "Mr. Lin, the room has been arranged. You can head up directly. That's the same room you stayed in last time. After you left, the young lady booked it, ensuring no one else could stay there." Lin Jing nodded and instructed his bodyguards to create a barrier, preventing anyone from seeing that he was carrying Wen Yan. Standing at a height of 187 centimeters, Lin Jing found it quite easy to carry Wen Yan, who was concealed within his coat, leaving only her long legs visible. With the bodyguard surrounding them, it was difficult to discern the identity of the person he was holding. In truth, Wen Yan had already awakened but chose to remain still, relishing the warmth of Lin Jing's presence enveloping her. Upon entering the room, Lin Jing carefully placed Wen Yan on the bed, gently supporting her head with his hand as he laid her down on the pillow. Noticing that she had not yet awakened, he quietly withdrew to the adjacent suite to gather his belongings. That moment, Wen Yan opened her eyes, her gaze darting around before she brought Lin Jing's coat to her nose, inhaling its scent with satisfaction. After a brief moment, she stretched lazily and sat up, bewildered as to how she had suddenly fallen asleep. Since her rebirth, she had often struggled with sleep, with the rare occasions of restful slumber being only when Lin Jing was nearby. Chapter 48. The diva Wen Yin got out of bed and walked to the suite's door, spotting Lin Jing seated on the sofa, reviewing documents she had previously placed there pertaining to the collaboration with the Lin family. Although these documents were bait to lure Chen Zijian into the game, the collaboration itself was genuine. Lin Jing sensed her movement and turned to see Wen Yin leaning against the doorframe. Her legs crossed, eyeing him intently, that he raised the documents in his hand and remarked, "You're awake. Are these what you prepared?" Wen Yin approached and sat beside him, taking the documents and saying, "Yes, I put in a lot of effort. The most crucial aspect is the spokesperson. Who do you think we should invite?" Lin Jing perused the documents, which included profiles of various celebrities. Previously, they had sought models for the Lawn series, but for the new collection, they needed someone with greater recognition, predominantly featuring first-tier stars and actors from the domestic scene. As he browsed, Lin Jing's attention was drawn to a female singer's profile. Diva Xiao, yet he pointed at her and asked Wen Yin, "Is she even available? Didn't I hear she was temporarily retiring?" Wen Yin responded, "In terms of fame, status, and compatibility, she is the best choice. However, she is indeed hard to invite, that we have had some collaborations in the past. So I plan to invite her to the wedding and discuss the possibility then." Lin Jing nodded. He was familiar with Xiaoya, though he had not been in this world for long. Her fame had already reached unparalleled heights in Asia, and she held a respectable presence in Europe and America as well. The accolades she had received were extensive, spanning 2 pages, showcasing her esteemed achievements. Starting her career at 18 by participating in singing competitions, she quickly rose to prominence, winning championships and releasing an album that sold over 8 million copies, earning her the title of Best New Artist. The subsequent years brought her continued success, establishing her own studio, releasing albums, and garnering numerous awards. Her exceptional vocal talent and unique voice earned her the title of the Diva of the New Century. After shining brightly in the music industry, she transitioned to film, achieving notable results and receiving nominations for Best Actress, almost attaining the status of a dual-title diva. However, she had recently retreated from the limelight, releasing fewer albums and fewer film projects, but it had only been 7 years since then. Now at 24, Xiaoya was in her prime within the entertainment industry. Lin Jing felt that the likelihood of inviting her was slim. She was practically a protagonist template, akin to someone with cheat codes, that if we could secure her, that would be ideal. That I have also brought the design drafts. We can discuss those when the time comes. The more Lin Jing considered it, the more suitable Xiaoya appeared. Wen Yin placed the documents down and said, "In a couple of days, my ceremony will take place. Do you think it's necessary to meet with Chen Zijian?" Lin Jing pondered for a moment, replying, "I still have some matters to investigate. That if you need anything, just let me know in advance." "Then forget it. You should attend to your own affairs first," Wen Yin decided. "Are you not curious about what I need to handle?" Lin Jing asked with a smile, "That you'll naturally say it when you're ready. That I should take my leave now. It's not good to linger for too long." Wen Yin replied nonchalantly. She turned to leave, realizing she couldn't stay in the hotel room with Lin Jing for too long. Even though it was their own hotel, it was still safer to be cautious. After sending a message to her assistant, Wen Yin exited the room. Lin Jing made no effort to retain her, picking up his phone to message Tansiki, inquiring whether the coffee shop was open yet. Upon learning that it was temporarily closed and that Jiang Yuro had not reported to work due to her recent car accident, Lin Jing decided to visit the hospital to check on her condition. Lin Jing's purpose for visiting was related to Jiang Yuro. He sought to see if he could alter her eventual fate. She had always been in frail health and would ultimately suffer a fall, resulting in a brain injury, amnesia, and a significant physical toll due to a miscarriage. Upon arriving at the hospital, it was fortunate that Tansiki's situation was not severe. She had merely fractured her leg and needed rest. She was worried about Yuro and had asked her brother to check on her when she mentioned that she was doing well at home but still felt uneasy. Now that Lin Jing had arrived, she provided him with the address, hoping he could visit. Lin Jing agreed and, after leaving the hospital, discreetly instructed Li Chong to look into the matter if Lin Jing were to visit recklessly, given Gu Qin's temperament. The situation might worsen, that he hoped it wasn't too late. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jing resolved to tackle one issue at a time. Before long, it was the day of Wen Yan's wedding. Their union was a significant event in Haiqing, and Wen Yan aimed to make it as grand as possible, even inviting reporters to attend. Local dignitaries filled the venue, all keen to show respect for the Wen family, creating an atmosphere akin to a large banquet. At that moment, Chen Zijian was in high spirits, welcoming guests at the entrance, fully embodying the role of the day's protagonist. Nearby, bridesmaid Wang Shanshan watched Chen Zijian and Wen Yin with a dark expression, her jealousy peaking. Lin Jing also arrived at the venue, and Chen Zijian quickly approached him to engage in pleasantries, eager to solidify their relationship ahead of their impending collaboration. Chen Zijian took the opportunity to ask Lin Jing about the details of their future partnership. But Lin Jing deflected, stating he would be staying in Haicheng for a few more days and was in no rush. Chen Zijian subtly reminded him, not wanting to press for an immediate discussion about cooperation, especially since it was Wen Yan's wedding day, and he was still waiting for her to transfer shares to him. The Chen family was feeling somewhat desperate. Acquiring Wen Yan's shares would allow them to stabilize and successfully execute their collaborative projects. Upon entering the venue, Lin Jing found many guests already seated, locating his place beside the stage where several individuals were already gathered. As he greeted them and took his seat, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Upon closer inspection, he saw a woman shrouded in sunglasses, half of her face concealed, emanating a frosty aura that suggested she was not to be approached. Yet, Lin Jing recognized her immediately, the diva of the music industry. Xiao Yi was unclear whether Wen Yan had mentioned Lin Jing to Xiaoya, but upon noticing him seated beside her, she turned to look. Lin Jing greeted her, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Lin Jing." Xiaoya nodded in acknowledgement, indicating she was aware of his presence. Observing Xiaoya's somewhat aloof demeanor, Lin Jing chose not to intrude further. He sat quietly, awaiting the commencement of the wedding at that moment. The venue was filled with the familiar strains of a wedding march, a classic foreign piano piece that resonated deeply. While the melody was undeniably beautiful, Lin Jing found himself yearning for the heartfelt songs of his homeland. Particularly Today You Are Marrying Me and For You. Nostalgia washed over him as he recalled these tunes. Though there were indeed excellent songs here, the emotional connection and memories associated with the music of his own time were irreplaceable. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Jing found himself enveloped in reminiscence, the melodies echoing in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoya suddenly widened her eyes, fixated on Lin Jing. As a song began to play in her heart, the blossoms of spring dispel the sorrows of winter. A gentle breeze carries the scent of romance. Each love song suddenly takes on profound meaning. And in this moment, I see you. She was acutely aware that this song was not any mainstream hit, but perfectly aligned with the wedding's atmosphere. Xiaoya harbored a secret ability to discern the inner thoughts of others. Essentially, a form of mind reading to her. Everyone was an open book, which rendered her interactions devoid of pretense. Yet, it was the first time she had heard someone's inner voice sing so distinctly. Instantly intrigued by Lin Jing, she felt that had it not been for her sunglasses, her intense gaze would have burned right through him. Chapter 49. The performance begins after 3 consecutive songs. Xiaoya, possessing absolute pitch and a remarkable memory, managed to grasp the essence of each piece after just one listen. She discerned the stark differences in style among the 3 songs and surmised that they were Today You Are Marrying Me, For You, and Confession Balloon. Lin Jing had already become a treasure in her eyes. Since her debut, she had encountered numerous challenges, and the more she understood human nature, the more she felt its treacheries. This realization had stifled her creativity, diminishing the initial fervor she once possessed, leading her to shift her focus to film and television, albeit with unsatisfactory results. Now, in a state of uncertainty, she had withdrawn from the entertainment industry to clear her mind. However, she now glimpsed a glimmer of hope, sensing the gentle heart of this man and the immense treasure he represented. For the first time, she yearned to understand him. Who exactly was he? Steadying her emotions, Xiaoya took the initiative to speak to Lin Jing. "Mr. Lin, do you enjoy music?" Lin Jing was taken aback. The previously frosty Xiaoya was now engaging him in conversation, but he promptly replied, "I quite enjoy it. I listen frequently." At that moment, Xiaoya truly noticed Lin Jing, clad in a well-tailored suit that accentuated his tall frame and striking features, particularly his deep-set eyes that were hard to look away from. Although she usually had reservations about handsome men, Lin Jing exuded a uniquely comforting aura, perhaps due to his intrinsic charm. With a playful tone, Xiaoya inquired, "So, Mr. Lin, do you like my songs?" Lin Jing had been eager to converse with Xiaoya. Although he hadn't listened to many of her songs, he still complimented her, saying, "Of course, who wouldn't enjoy the songs of a diva?" "What is your favorite song of mine?" Xiaoya asked, albeit more out of a desire to keep the conversation flowing. Lin Jing hesitated, struggling to recall a specific title, momentarily caught off guard. All he could muster was, All of your songs are wonderful. Xiaoya caught on a Lin Jing's awkwardness and couldn't help but chuckle at his inability to name a single song. She graciously replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Perhaps we can discuss it further sometime." Feeling a bit flustered, Lin Jing seized the moment to ask for her contact information, stating, "Could we exchange WeChat? I have a collaboration I'd like to discuss with you." "Sure," Xiaoya replied with a smile, taking out her phone to share her WeChat details. Watching from the sidelines, Xiaoya's manager, Sister Zhao, was wide-eyed with astonishment as she observed Xiaoyu engaging with a handsome man. She had never witnessed Xiaoyu being so approachable. Since ascending to her current status, Xiaoyu had become somewhat aloof, particularly towards attractive men, a behavior rooted in her past experiences. The sight of her willingly striking up a conversation, let alone agreeing to exchange WeChat, seemed utterly surreal. Cautiously, Sister Zhao tugged at Xiaoyu, asking, "What on earth are you doing? Has spring come?" Xiaoyu shot her a glance and then turned her attention back to Lin Jing. Responding quietly, perhaps, Sister Zhao was both bewildered and elated. Ever since the incident in university, Xiaoyu had closed off her heart, dedicating herself solely to her career. Now, seeing her open up was a cause for celebration. Even if the reasons remained unclear, Xiaoya's spirit soared, not solely because of the 3 songs, but also because she could not hear Lin Jing's inner thoughts, only the melodies. Thus, she resolved to forge a deeper connection with him. As they continued their light-hearted banter, the wedding ceremony finally commenced. The vast banquet hall dimmed, leaving a dazzling array of floral arrangements glowing softly, transforming the space into a vibrant sea of color. Beneath a radiant galaxy, twinkling stars filled every corner, with the most prominent feature being the celestial pathway extending towards the stage, accompanied by the constellation of the Big Dipper. That moment, the doors swung open, and countless spotlights turned toward the entrance, when Yin, adorned with a crown and resplendent white wedding gown, descended like an angel, becoming the sole focus of attention. The audience erupted into applause as she gracefully ascended the stage. Flowers in hand, she chose not to involve her father, wishing to retain a semblance of autonomy and not allow him the chance to hand her over to another. Since Wen Yan's entrance, Lin Jing's gaze had been unwavering, captivated by her presence. Not a saint by any means, he felt a ripple of emotion within him, long suppressed by his own resolve. When Yin caught sight of Lin Jing in the audience, his intense stare eliciting a radiant smile as she approached the stage. The gathered crowd assumed her smile was a reflection of her joy in marrying the man she loved. Chen Zijian, standing on stage, shared this sentiment, feeling a swell of pride at the thought of marrying such a woman, believing she would give him everything. When Yin stepped onto the stage, standing opposite Chen Zijian, the officiant began to narrate their love story. Internally, when Yin scoffed, her relationship with Chen Zijian was rooted in animosity, devoid of love. With each carefully crafted word from the officiant, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Finally, let us turn our attention to the big screen to witness the journey of this couple's love, the officiant concluded. All eyes shifted to the screen, but when Yin revealed a subtle smile, the display illuminated, showcasing not the anticipated video of Chen Zijian and Wen Yin, but rather an explicit recording featuring Chen Zijian and Wang Shanshan. The clarity of the footage left no room for doubt. Chen Zijian remained oblivious to the spectacle until gasps arose from the crowd, prompting him to look over and realize the nature of the video. His face drained of color, and panic set in as he shouted for it to be turned off. Yet, the video continued, transitioning to a scene of the two engaged in a car rendezvous. Chen Zijian, now unraveling, grasped Wen Yan's hands, pleading, "Wen Yan, this is all fabricated, a mere montage. You must believe me." Feigning distress, Wen Yan pulled away. Retorting, "Chen Zijian, I cannot believe you would stoop so low, entangled with my best friend. She is my closest companion." She gestured toward Wang Shanshan, who stood pale and speechless, the surrounding crowd instinctively distancing themselves from her. The onlookers erupted in whispers, and a bewildered Xiaoyu glanced between the stage and the composed Lin Jing, nudging him with her elbow. "Hey, do you know something we don't?" Lin Jing merely smiled mysteriously, signaling her to continue observing. Xiaoyu pouted but chose not to press further, perplexed by Wen Yan's actions, that if this was indeed her orchestration, it seemed a self-destructive ploy, while Chen Zijian's reputation might be tarnished. Wen Yan's would undoubtedly suffer as well. Chapter 50. The conclusion the farce continued on stage, with Chen Zijian nearing his breaking point. Desperately, he reiterated, Wen Yin, I am truly sorry. I was momentarily lost. Please forgive me. Seeing the disappointment in Wen Yan's eyes, he pressed on. It was her. She seduced me. You can ask her. He then pulled Wang Shanshan forward, throwing her to the ground. With a furious shout, he struck her, demanding, You wretched woman, explain yourself to Wen Yin. Did you not entice me? Wang Shanshan, stunned from the slap, covered her face and retorted, Chen Zijian, what promises did you make to me? Did you not profess your love? Was your relationship with Wen Yin merely for her wealth? Chen Zijian, feeling exasperated by Wang Shanshan's words, stepped forward and struck her again, demanding silence. Wen Yin interjected, urging Chen Zijian to cease his actions. Holding a document that Xiao Qiao had handed her, Wen Yin remarked, Chen Zijian, I initially intended to transfer all my shares to you, but it seems you have greatly disappointed me. With that, she tore the contract in her hands into shreds, scattering the pieces into the air. Watching the fragments float down like fallen leaves, Chen Zijian felt his heart sink, collapsing before Wen Yin and pleading, Wen Yin, you cannot treat me this way. The Chen family has invested so much. Without your shares, we will face bankruptcy. Wen Yin stepped closer, coldly retorting, This is the consequence of your own actions that I hereby announce that the wedding is cancelled at that moment. Chen Zijian, having lost all restraint, seized Wen Yin's hand, his eyes gleaming with malice as he declared, Wen Yin, we have already held the wedding. The people of Haiqing are aware, and your reputation is tarnished that no one will marry you but me. I can sever ties with Wang Shanshan, but today, you must marry me. Wen Yin, unable to break free, retaliated with a resounding slap across Chen Zijian's face. Chen Zijian, even if I were to marry a stray cat or dog, I would never choose you. And who told you that no one would want to marry me? After saying this, she cast her gaze toward Lin Jing in the audience. The crowd followed her gaze. And Xiaoya looked at Lin Jing in astonishment, her expression one of intrigue. Lin Jing glanced around at the onlookers, smiled, straightened his attire, and approached the stage. Pushing Chen Zijian aside, he shielded Wen Yin with his hand and declared, I am willing. Wen Yin looked at Lin Jing, her eyes sparkling with hope at that moment. Even Chen Zijian, despite his foolishness, grasped the situation. Pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Yin and Lin Jing, he furiously exclaimed, So you two have been colluding all along, scheming against me. With that, he lunged forward, intent on violence, but Lin Jing, quick on his feet, kicked him to the ground. Chen Zijian clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise. Wen Yin approached him, bending down to whisper in his ear, Chen Zijian, this is merely the beginning. I am just returning the favor. I in a fit of rage. Chen Zijian attempted to strike again but was evaded by Wen Yin. He then shouted, Someone throw this pair of scoundrels out. The bodyguards, who had been waiting nearby, rushed in to restrain Chen Zijian and Wang Shanshan, dragging them outside. Chen Zijian, refusing to yield, thrashed and cursed as they exited the banquet hall. Once the commotion was quelled, Wen Yin addressed the remaining guests. I apologize for the spectacle. Today's wedding is cancelled, and all gifts and monetary contributions will be returned, that I will personally extend my apologies at a later date. As the audience began to disperse, the reporters outside had already captured video and photographs, ensuring that the story would soon headline Haiqing News. Wen Yin's parents, witnessing the conclusion of their daughter's debacle, sighed and stepped outside to apologize to the departing guests. Though they were aware of the wedding's cancellation, they were oblivious to the nature of the events that transpired. As their only daughter, they could only indulge her whims as the crowd dwindled. Lin Jing accompanied Wen Yin down from the stage and approached Xiaoya. Wen Yin shyly said, Sister Xiao, I'm sorry for making you witness such a farce. Xiaoya surveyed both Wen Yin and Lin Jing before responding with a smile. I've just witnessed an intriguing show and met an interesting person. I find it quite delightful. Wen Yin's gaze lingered on Lin Jing. Her original intention had been to introduce him to Xiaoya, hoping to foster a connection, though she hadn't held much hope for it. Now it appeared that Lin Jing's charm was undeniable. As Xiaoya had formed a favorable impression of him within just a few moments, she couldn't help but shoot Lin Jing a pointed glance. Unfazed, Lin Jing turned to Xiaoya, saying, Miss Xiao, may I inquire when you are available for a discussion about our collaboration? Xiaoya removed her sunglasses, revealing her sparkling eyes, and replied, You're referring to the Tinglan project, right? Wen Yin has briefed me on it. IVE agreed to the endorsement, and you can coordinate the subsequent contract with my agent. With that, she turned and strode away confidently, leaving behind a somewhat bewildered Zhao Jie, who hurriedly handed over a business card and mentioned future contact before hastily following Xiaoye. Wen Yin exchanged a glance with Lin Jing, astonished that the arrangement had been so swiftly established. "What just happened?" she asked, pinching Lin Jing's arm and puffing up her cheeks. "You must come clean. What did you two discuss? Why did she agree so readily? Just a moment ago, she was resistant, and now she's on board after only a few minutes with you." Lin Jing, equally perplexed, replied, "We were merely chatting. I couldn't even recall the name of the song she sings, which was quite awkward. What more could we have discussed?" Wen Yin, listening to Lin Jing's explanation, couldn't quite believe that their interaction had been so casual. Regarding him with skepticism, could it truly be due to his looks? She couldn't help but wonder, completely unaware of the underlying dynamics, just as Lin Jing himself was in the dark. Regardless, their objectives had been achieved. The wedding was annulled. Chen Zijin was cast down, and a collaboration with Xiaoye was established. The next step was to ensure that Chen Zijin lost everything. Wen Yin took out her phone and made a call, instructing others to prepare for action. The Chen family had already invested all their resources, even mortgaging the Dragon Heart grass cultivation base, leaving them with few tangible assets. The forthcoming actions would involve revealing that the Chen family had failed to secure the Lin family's project, rendering all investments futile and necessitating the payment of a breach of contract penalty. Additionally, she would notify the bank that the Chen family was on the brink of bankruptcy, urging them to pursue debts and seize tangible assets, thus leaving the Chen family with nothing. At that point, the Wen family would take over the Dragon Heart grass cultivation base and subsequently assume the Chen family's sales channels. Finally, they would announce the partnership with the Lin family, establishing an ambassador to bolster public confidence in the project and ensuring its smooth operation. On Lin Jing's side, he simply needed to collaborate with the Wen family. As for the Dragon Heart grass cultivation base, future cooperation or acquisition would be arranged in a manner that benefited both parties. Regardless of the circumstances, the two families were now irrevocably intertwined. Chapter 51. Knowing the face but not the heart. Shockingly, on the day of the wedding, Haiqing's renowned heir was exposed for infidelity. The Chen family, embroiled in scandal since their youth, faced imminent bankruptcy due to a fractured financial chain. Lin Jing sat in his office, perusing the news articles that had circulated for 2 days. The Chen family was now akin to a piece of meat on a chopping block, attracting the attention of many who wished to take a bite. Their downfall was imminent. Setting his phone aside, he glanced at Wen Yin, who was diligently working on the opposite side. "Your composure is remarkable. You can still carry on with work as usual." Wen Yin lifted her head, stating, "I have a meeting scheduled with Xiaoye today regarding our collaboration. I must be present. Besides, I am not as fragile as you might think. I understand that those who have weathered storms do not falter at mere raindrops." Wen Yin scrutinized Lin Jing, hoping to glean some insight, but all she saw were his charming, smiling eyes. Shaking her head, she tossed a file at him that if you have nothing else to do, review the contract. "Once you're done, sign it. Do we need to prepare for the project?" "Oh," Lin Jing replied, catching the contract and glancing over it before signing without delay. Wen Yin appeared hesitant, sighing inwardly, regretting that she hadn't stipulated a higher profit-sharing ratio. After Lin Jing signed the document, he handed it back. "Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Wen Yin checked the time. "She should be here soon." Before she could finish her sentence, the secretary outside reported that Xiaoye had arrived. Wen Yin instructed her to show Xiaoye in. Before long, the secretary led Xiaoye and her manager into the room. Still wearing sunglasses, with cascading waves of long hair, and dressed in a sleek black gown topped with a chic little jacket. Her height of 1.70 m and commanding presence made it hard to believe she was still in her 20s. Xiaoye settled onto the sofa in the meeting area, and Lin Jing and Wen Yin approached to greet her. They engaged in discussions about their collaboration. Xiaoye seemed less concerned about the partnership and more intrigued by Lin Jing's affairs, asking when he would return to Yun City and whether he would be involved in the project's execution. Though puzzled, Lin Jing answered her inquiries one by one, that the collaboration was swiftly established, with Xiaoye expressing little objection to the profit-sharing ratio and terms, only requesting that Lin Jing attend future press conferences and fan meetings, as well as hosting an upcoming concert in Yun City with the Lin family's support. The Lin family had little experience in the entertainment sector and initially considered rejecting the proposal or seeking a partnership with another company. But Xiaoye declined, After exchanging glances with Wen Yin, Lin Jing decided to acquiesce to her peculiar demands that moment. Wen Yin sensed something amiss. Xiaoya's demeanor towards Lin Jing fell off, instilling a sense of unease within her. The collaboration concluded in this strange atmosphere, and while it was deemed successful, they had at least secured the partnership. Wen Yin had intended to suggest going out for a meal, but she suddenly received a message from Wang Shanshan. Wen Yin, I'm pregnant, I'm sorry. Everything is my fault. Wen Yin stared at the message in silence for a long time, observing her frozen expression. Lin Jing approached her, prompting her to share the content of the message. Upon reading it, Lin Jing offered, "Shall I accompany you to confront her?" Wen Yin nodded gently and apologized to Xiaoya, suggesting they could meet another time. Sensing the turmoil within Wen Yin, Xiaoya remarked profoundly, "Those who are pitiable must also possess their share of contemptible traits." With that, she dismissed Wen Yin and departed gracefully with her manager. Wen Yin stood momentarily in a daze before dialing a number, but it went unanswered. Checking her phone's location, she discovered it was the tracker she had secretly installed for Wang Shanshan and Chen Zijian, revealing that they were near Chen Zijian's residence. Wen Yin hurriedly rushed over with Lin Jing. The sky was overcast, ominously threatening rain. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan arrived at Chen's home, clutching a prenatal checkup report, and knocked on the door. Ever since their last encounter, Chen Zijian had not reached out to her. When he opened the door and saw Wang Shanshan outside, he did not let her in, instead blocking her entrance and shutting the door. "What do you want? We have no relationship anymore," Chen Zijian stated coldly. Wang Shanshan held up the checkup report and pleaded, "Chen Zijian, I'm pregnant, that we should ask Wen Yin for mercy. Perhaps she will spare us considering our long history." Chen Zijian took the report, scoffing, "You are nothing but a promiscuous woman. Who knows if this child is even that of the wild man?" Shocked, Wang Shanshan stared at him. "Chen Zijian, what are you saying? Were your previous words all lies?" As she stepped forward to grab him, he forcefully pushed her away, causing her to fall to the ground. With a deafening roar, the rain began pouring down, drenching Wang Shanshan instantly. Chen Zijian stepped closer. "That wretched Wen Yin has been plotting against me for so long. Do you truly believe she would let me go easily? You are far too naive. She has ruined me, and I certainly will not let her off the hook. As for you, you're of no use now. Go wherever you wish." Wang Shanshan glared at him with venom. "Chen Zijian, may you meet a terrible fate. Retribution will find you." Provoked by her curse, Chen Zijian, already in a foul mood, struck Wang Shanshan with a slap, knocking her to the ground. Still unsatisfied, he kicked her several times while cursing. "What are you? How dare you speak to me? You wretched woman. This is all you're doing." After kicking her, he spat on the ground. "Get out of my sight. Don't dirty my floor." Wang Shanshan, nearly unconscious from the beating and overwhelmed by the mental shock, collapsed with determination. She stepped forward. Wen Yin found herself helplessly collapsed on the ground, clutching a high-heeled shoe in her hand, prepared to confront him in a desperate struggle. Ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Both individuals turned to glance inside, revealing a towering figure emanating an aura of fury, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Upon recognizing Lin Jing, Wen Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be engulfed by concern once more. Lin Jing, witnessing the scene before him, charged out and delivered a swift kick to Chen Zijian, sending him sprawling. Chen Zijian, wincing in pain, scrambled to his feet, wildly swinging a dagger that inadvertently grazed Lin Jing's arm. This only served to intensify Lin Jing's ferocity. He seized the hand wielding the dagger and forcefully twisted it, dislocating Chen Zijian's arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Over the past few days, Lin Jing had been training in combat techniques alongside Li Chong, and with his exceptional foundation, he had progressed rapidly. Chen Zijian let out a miserable scream, fearfully retreating. "What are you doing here? I thought I had this place sealed off." Lin Jing ignored him, lunging forward to grasp his collar, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches. 1, 2, 3, rendering Chen Zijian's face a bloody mess. Meanwhile, Wen Yin struggled to rise and grasped Lin Jing's arm, pleading, "Don't kill him." Calming down, Lin Jing released Chen Zijian, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After ensuring Wen Yin was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Yin shook her head, signaling that she was fine, but her gaze fell upon Lin Jing's injured arm, prompting her to inspect it with concern. That moment, Lin Jing's bodyguards rushed in, stating, "The individual in the security office has been killed." which delayed our entry. Lin Jing nodded, instructing them to handle the situation and to contact the police. When Yin, anxiously observing the still bleeding arm, insisted, "We need to get to the hospital quickly," Lin Jing agreed, swiftly scooping Wen Yin into his arms and striding forward. "But you're injured. I can walk by myself," she protested, regaining her composure. "Stay still," Lin Jing gently admonished. Wen Yin complied, resting her head against him and allowing her body to relax. At the hospital, after tending to his wounds, Lin Jing visited Wen Yin in her hospital room, where she had just completed her examination. The doctor reassured her that there were no serious issues, attributing her weakness to the anesthesia, and that rest would suffice. Relieved, Lin Jing sat beside her, meeting her gaze filled with warmth. "That you're all right? He asked, inspecting her condition. "It's just a minor issue. Don't worry and focus on resting." He assured her to "By the way, my phone broke earlier. Can I use yours to call my parents?" Wen Yin extended her hand. Lin Jing unlocked his phone and handed it over. She called her parents, merely stating there had been an incident and urging them to remain calm, which took considerable time to convince them. Before she could finish the call, 2 police officers entered to take statements, prompting Wen Yin to quickly hang up. They both cooperated, clarifying the events that transpired. Once they finished, one of the officers turned to Lin Jing, asking, "Have you trained before?" Lin Jing paused, recalling his recent training, and nodded. The officer continued, "The suspect you incapacitated is in critical condition and currently receiving medical attention." Wen Yin, her voice laced with concern, inquired, "Will there be any repercussions for you, Lin Jing?" The officer shook his head, stating, "That individual is implicated in murder, kidnapping, and commercial crimes. You acted in self-defense and may even receive commendation." After that, they departed, allowing Wen Yin to finally relax. Lin Jing chuckled softly, "Don't worry so much. Just focus on resting. Then you should stay with me," she replied. "All right." Wen Yin turned on her side, resting her head on her hand, her eyes intently fixed on Lin Jing, reminiscent of their first encounter in the hotel. Chapter 53. The Stalking that night. Lin Jing stayed by her side, resting on the caregiver's bed. Early the next morning, he went to fetch breakfast. When Wen Yin awoke, she noticed Lin Jing was absent, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Suddenly, her parents burst through the door, inspecting her for any issues, with her mother chastising her for not informing them about her predicament. Surprised, Wen Yin exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" "I am fine and will be discharged today." Her mother retorted, "If it weren't for the police notifying us, I wouldn't have known you were in trouble. That wretched Chen Zijian, he wanted to get away with this." Wen Yin, feeling embarrassed, reassured her, "Mom, I'm really okay. Chen Zijian is seriously injured. I don't know if he is even awake yet, but even if he is, he'll be in prison for life." Her mother finally settled into a chair, saying, "You need to take it easy at home for the next few days. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." Wen Yin smiled, grasping her mother's hand, yet was about to respond when Lin Jing entered with breakfast. "Wen Yin, I wasn't too sure what you'd like, so I bought a bit of everything." Upon seeing Wen Yin's parents, her face lit up with a smile, while her parents regarded Lin Jing with caution. Lin Jing, feeling slightly awkward, stammered, "Uncle and Aunt are here too." Wen Yin hastily introduced, "Mom, Dad, this is Lin Jing. We met at the wedding." Her mother's eyes brightened instantly, rushing forward. "So you're Lin Jing, truly a fine young man. How old are you? What does your family do?" Lin Jing awkwardly responded while setting down the breakfast, but sensing his discomfort, Wen Yin intervened, "Mom, he saved me last night and got injured too. Let him rest." Her mother quickly urged Lin Jing to sit down. "Oh dear, I'm sorry." "Lin Jing, please sit. Thank you for saving my daughter. When you have time, come over for a meal so we can properly express our gratitude." Lin Jing, taken aback by her mother's enthusiasm, agreed. Wen Yin, amused by Lin Jing's awkwardness, couldn't help but smile as she observed the situation. Lin Jing interrupted her mother, offering Wen Yin some breakfast. Her mother, seeing their chemistry, was delighted, continuously exchanging glances with her father. However, her father, feeling a bit irked by the presence of this young man who had captivated his daughter's attention, sighed. Just as Wen Yin had a few bites, Lin Jing's phone rang. It was Li Chong. Upon answering, Li Chong stated, "Boss, we've got a situation." Lin Jing's expression shifted, sensing the gravity of the matter. Wen Yin noticed his concern and said, "Lin Jing, if you have something to attend to, go ahead." Nodding, Lin Jing pondered for a moment before leaning towards Wen Yin, whispering, "Wen Yin, could you do me a favor? curious, when Yin looked at him, and upon seeing her parents nearby, he leaned closer, sharing his request in hushed tones. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she processed his words. Watching the two whisper, her mother beamed with joy. After Lin Jing finished, he bid farewell and left. Her mother, eager, remarked, "Daughter, your choice seems promising, but he is too handsome. Might attract too much attention." When Yin pondered her mother's words, realizing their validity, and chuckled softly. Her mother, seeing her daughter's infatuation, began to inquire about how they met, leading to an animated discussion. Meanwhile, her father, feeling somewhat obstructed by their chatter, stepped outside to assist Wen Yin with her discharge paperwork, having already confirmed that her injuries were not serious. As Lin Jing exited the hospital and finished messaging Li Chong, preparing to summon a ride, a luxurious business vehicle halted before him. The door swung open, revealing Xiaoya. "Why are you here?" Lin Jing inquired, perplexed. Xiaoya replied, "I heard about the incident. I wanted to check on you." "Is Wen Yin all right?" Lin Jing affirmed, "She is fine. She is currently handling her discharge." Xiaoya nodded, asking, "Where are you headed? Can I give you a ride?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jing accepted, sending his location to the driver. Xiaoya glanced at the address, but refrained from further questioning, instructing the driver to proceed. Meanwhile, Li Chong had been closely monitoring Jiang Yuru's whereabouts, ready to report any developments to Lin Jing. Today, he finally caught a lead. Shortly after Guchen left, Yang Kura arrived, and the two exited together. At the entrance, a van pulled up, and several individuals abducted them. Li Chong could have intervened, but recalling Lin Jing's instructions to observe and follow without revealing their presence, he refrained from acting and tracked them instead, reporting back to Lin Jing. Armed with the location Li Chong sent, Lin Jing directed Xiaoya's driver to head to the scene. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiaoya inquired, "Are you about to confront someone?" Caught off guard, Lin Jing chuckled, "Not quite. I'm merely lending a helping hand." The kidnapper's vehicle arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts, with Li Chong trailing behind, ready to assess the situation and provide backup for Lin Jing. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Jing turned to Xiaoya. "Thank you for bringing me here, but it might be dangerous. You should head back." Xiaoya surveyed the desolate surroundings, her interest piqued that I'm not leaving. "I'll accompany you to my driver can assist." Xiaoya removed her sunglasses, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed. Lin Jing, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at the exuberant Xiaoya and then at the burly driver. "All right, you can come with me, but once inside, you must follow my instructions," Lin Jing decided swiftly. "Okay," Xiaoya agreed, eager to discover Lin Jing's intentions. Much like filming a movie, she was filled with curiosity about the unknown. The trio parked the car in a concealed location, then disembarked and walked a short distance, arriving beside a vehicle that belonged to Lin Jing's bodyguard. Upon seeing Lin Jing, the bodyguard quickly approached and said, "Boss, Chong has already gone inside. We should receive news shortly." Lin Jing nodded, refraining from entering recklessly, and chose to wait for updates. Before long, Lin Jing spotted a figure at the factory window, who leapt out and, with a few agile bounds using the external scaffolding and terrain, returned to the ground, running towards Lin Jing. Xiaoya, somewhat bewildered, observed a shadow that resembled a rabbit jumping down from several stories high. Xiaoya's bodyguard was also momentarily stunned, squinting his eyes, recognizing a skilled individual Li Chong. Noticing that Lin Jing had brought two people along, did not inquire further, but stated directly, "They have tied up the two women. But it seems that one of them is the one who hired the kidnappers." Lin Jing nodded in understanding that is it possible for us to slip in unnoticed. Li Chong replied, "No problem. The terrain here is complex, and they are unaware of it." "Good, let's proceed inside, and we will address the rest once the main characters arrive," Lin Jing commanded. Thus, the five entered, with Xiaoya brimming with questions, yet realizing that this was not the appropriate moment to voice them. She fell silent, quietly following Lin Jing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 54. Letting go, the group ascended the stairs cautiously. The kidnappers were on the second floor, while Lin Jing and his companions reached the third floor. Through the gaps in the floor, they could see below. Lin Jing instructed Li Chong and the others to hide and be ready to act, while Xiaoya's bodyguard joined them, taking up positions around the area, awaiting Lin Jing's signal. Only Lin Jing and Xiaoya remained above. Turning to Xiaoya, Lin Jing warned, "Whatever happens, do not come out or make a sound until I call for you." Xiaoya nodded vigorously. mimicking a zipper motion with her hand to indicate that she would not cause any trouble. Lin Jing observed the excitement in Xiao Ye's eyes with a sense of resignation, knowing he couldn't leave her alone outside. He chose not to dwell on it further and focused on the scene below in the kidnapper's lair. Yang Kuer sat calmly, chatting with the kidnappers, while Jiang Yuru was bound nearby, staring at Yang Kuer in disbelief. Still under the impression that they had both been abducted, unaware that it was Yang Kuer who had hired the kidnappers. Yang Kuer, noticing Jiang Yuru's expression, became irritated that I can't stand your pitiful demeanor. It infuriates me that I was supposed to be the young mistress of the Gu family, but thanks to you and that illegitimate son of Gu Chun, look at the situation we've ended up in. Jiang Yuru, unable to speak with her hands tied, could only gaze at Yang Kuer. Yang Kuer leaned closer, saying, "Sooner or later, I will blind you too, making you deaf and dumb, and we'll see if Gu Chun still wants you." She continued, "Let me tell you the truth. Gu Chun will be here soon. Let's see how he comes to rescue you." As she spoke, she laughed, and at that moment, the sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears, prompting Yang Kuer to hastily instruct the kidnappers to bind her and move to the other side. Lin Jing took note of the commotion outside, deducing that Gu Chun had arrived, in contrast to his usual composure. Gu Chun emerged from the car with a suitcase, jogging towards the building while calling out Jiang Yuru's name. It was only when the kidnappers made noise that he reached the second floor. Upon seeing the two women tied up, he hesitated for a moment before speaking in a calm tone. "I have the money you requested. Please release them." Jiang Yuru looked at Gu Chun with tear-filled eyes, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Yang Kuer cried out, "Gu Chun, save me!" Gu Chun was on the verge of a breakdown at the sight before him. The lead kidnapper grinned, brandishing a dagger as he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, but how was I to know we could do a 2-for-1 deal? Your money only covers one." Ji Yuchen's eyes flared with rage as he demanded, "What do you want?" The kidnapper glanced meaningfully at the two bound women, saying, "Mr. Gu, I have a bit of a twisted sense of humor. I enjoy watching others make choices. Here, you have one, your wife or your lover. Choose one to take with you. The other will be left for my brothers." With that, he burst into laughter, and the other kidnappers joined in with their grotesque grins. Ji Yuchen's fury was palpable. He longed to dismember the kidnapper before him. Yang Kuer, sensing his anger, cried out, "Gu Chun, save me," displaying a masterclass in acting. The kidnapper, oblivious to Gu Chun's wrath, continued to wave the dagger between the two women. "Mr. Gu, I don't have much time left. Choose quickly. Point 3-2. I choose Yang Kuer," Gu Chun blurted out, his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to meet Jiang Yuru's gaze. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuer joyfully shouted, extinguishing Jiang Yuru's last glimmer of hope. Jiang Yuru's face went pale, devoid of any anger, as if she had become a mere shell of herself. The lead kidnapper exclaimed, "Excellent. I appreciate your decisiveness, Mr. Gu. Leave the money and go." Ji Yuchen placed the money down and slowly approached Yang Kuer, unbinding her. Yang Kuer excitedly embraced him, saying, "Thank you, Gu Chun. I knew you would come to save me." Ji Yuchen stiffly nodded, lifting Yang Kuer as they walked out step by step, each stride feeling burdened as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He did not once glance at Jiang Yuru, whose eyes were now as gray as a SHAT that moment. It felt as though Jiang Yuru's heart had stopped. It should have ached, yet she felt nothing. Watching Gu Chen's distant figure, the affection and persistence she had harbored for so many years had transformed into a cruel joke. She managed a bitter smile, her lips twitching painfully. Lin Jing witnessed this scene, fully aware of the outcome, yet still feeling a pang of sorrow. And no matter how many unspeakable truths lay behind it all, the moment Gu Chen made his choice, the harm was irrevocably done. Xiaoye felt a heaviness in her chest, knowing that the woman being rescued had orchestrated this entire affair. Seeing the tumultuous emotions on Lin Jing's face, she wondered what his true intentions were. The kidnappers, noticing Gu Chun and Yang Ke moving away, cast lecherous glances at Jiang Yuru, taunting, "Don't look so forlorn. Your husband has abandoned you. Come, have some fun with us." With that, they began to close in, and Jiang Yuru snapped back to reality, struggling frantically. She was pregnant. She could not die here. Jiang Yuru fought to rise from the chair, attempting to flee, but the kidnappers outnumbered her and would surely not let her escape. Lin Jing observed this and shouted, "Act now." He then leapt from the third-floor opening that Li Chong and the others, who had been waiting, surged forward, launching an attack on the kidnappers. The kidnappers, not expecting such a confrontation, were caught off guard. Before they could react, several people charged in, swiftly overpowering them with brutal efficiency, breaking arms and legs, rendering them unable to rise. As Jiang Yuru attempted to flee, several figures rushed out and tackled the kidnappers to the ground. Believing them to be Gu Qin's men, she cautiously looked over, only to be astonished to find Lin Jing standing before her. What is he doing here? She thought. Lin Jing noticed the confusion in her eyes and offered no further explanation. Simply untying her hands, that I will give you a choice. Stay here and wait for Gu Qin to rescue you, or seize this opportunity to leave him behind. Jiang Yuru, sensing no malice from Lin Jing, contemplated the weight of her past with Gu Qin, her heart heavy with despair. She shook her head with a bitter smile, indicating, I want to leave. Lin Jing nodded, producing a vial of medicine. Take this. It will induce a state of false death for 24 hours. Rest assured, it will not harm your child. Jiang Yuru stared at Lin Jing in shock, gesturing. How did you know I was pregnant? I told no one. That Lin Jing pondered briefly, realizing he had no reasonable explanation, and replied, there are some things I cannot explain. Let time bear witness that I can only say that if I hadn't come, your child would not survive today. Holding the vial in her hands, Jiang Yuru lowered her gaze in contemplation. Indeed, had Lin Jing not arrived, her survival was uncertain, let alone that of her child. Gathering her courage, she swallowed the pills from the vial. Lin Jing was somewhat surprised by Jiang Yuru's decisiveness. He knew that offering her a choice was crucial. Their entanglement only brought harm to both, and if she chose to stay, he would respect her decision. As for the pill, it had been specifically concocted by Fian, and such a remedy posed little issue for her. Lin Jing supported her, saying, you will soon fall into a deep sleep. You will still sense some external occurrences, but you will be unable to move. The rest will be taken care of by me. Jiang Yuru nodded slightly, realizing that she had limited options at present. Lin Jing had no need to go to such lengths to deceive her. This time, she was truly ready to let go. Chapter 55, I'm sorry, I love you. Lin Jing gently carried the nearly unconscious Jiang Yuru downstairs, carefully placing her on the ground, and instructed Li Chong to smear a bit of blood around, ultimately allowing them to take the kidnapper away. Throughout the ordeal, Xiaoya remained close to Lin Jing, observing his meticulous arrangements. Suddenly, Xiaoya heard a song and turned her head to see Lin Jing fixated on Jiang Yuru below. Lost in thought, as she inched closer to Lin Jing to hear better. The lyrics resonated. I'm letting go. I've finally mustered the courage to release my grip, for I love you so deeply it pains my heart. Yet you remain oblivious that I'm letting go. Your weakness and indifference raise doubts. Did you ever truly love me? Did you ever genuinely care? I can find no more excuses for you. Listening to the poignant lyrics, Xiaoya felt a deep ache in her heart, struggling to breathe. She ached for Jiang Yuru, a girl so wonderful, yet now reduced to this. Soon, Gu Qin rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor, and Xiaoya was astonished to see Lin Jing's calmness. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. Upon seeing Jiang Yuru collapsed on the first floor, Gu Qin's heart sank. The sight of the surrounding blood sent him into a frenzy as he crawled towards her, gathering her into his arms. He had just sent Yang Ke home alone, intending to return to rescue Jiang Yuru, but he had arrived too late. Trembling, he held Jiang Yuru close, feeling her icy body temperature, as despair washed over him. Yuru, please wake up. Don't scare me, please. But there was no response. Her breath faded gradually, her body growing colder. Ji Yuchun was on the brink of collapse, crying out in desperation, holding her tightly, unable to comprehend the reality before him. He yelled for help, demanding an ambulance. His friends rushed in, quickly taking them away to the hospital. Lin Jing observed the entire scene with an indifferent gaze, then made a phone call to Wen Yan, awaiting Gu Qin's arrival at the hospital. Xiaoya, witnessing Gu Qin's profound sorrow, found it hard to believe it was feigned, and she felt a surge of curiosity about their love. Glancing at Lin Jing, he exhaled a heavy sigh and said, let us go. The show isn't over yet. Xiaoya nodded, following him, eager to witness the outcome. At the hospital, upon seeing Wen Yan waiting, Lin Jing paused momentarily at the sight of Xiaoya before quickly regaining his composure and informing Lin Jing that everything was arranged. With no time to explain, Lin Jing stated, I'll head in first. You two can talk. Xiaoya eagerly pulled a bewildered Wen Yan aside, excitedly recounting the earlier events. Wen Yin was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Ye's narrative. Whispering to herself in disbelief, Lin Jing approached the wall, observing Gu Chun standing despondently at the entrance of the emergency room. His spirit seemingly extinguished. It was only when the doctor emerged, shaking his head at Gu Chun and stating they had done their best, that Gu Chun's eyes reddened. He grasped the doctor, shouting, "What do you mean by did your best? Hurry up and continue the resuscitation. If you can't save her, I'll tear down your hospital." The doctor trembled in fear, initially apprehensive about revealing the truth, as it was a plan orchestrated by Wen Yin. Seeing this, Lin Jing quickly intervened, pulling Gu Chun back, who calmed slightly upon being restrained. He collapsed to the floor, his head bowed in silent tears, his soft sobs permeating the air with profound sorrow. Lin Jing gestured for the doctor to leave before standing silently beside Gu Chun. After a while, Jiang Yuru was wheeled out of the emergency room, a white sheet covering her, slowly being pushed into the isolation room. Gu Chun followed closely, unable to believe what lay before him. That he stepped forward, gently unveiling the white sheet from Jiang Yuru's face, his hands trembling as if burdened with 1,000 pounds. Upon seeing her pale visage, he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry. Outside, Tensiki and her brother rushed in, unable to fathom the scene before them. Tensiki, limping towards Gu Chun, struck him across the face. Are you satisfied now? Is this what you wanted? Yuru's death is on your hands. Why don't you just die? Continuously striking Gu Chun, he seemed devoid of strength, allowing her to hit him without resistance. Meanwhile, Tan Siqing pulled his sister away, urging her to calm down. Ji Chun, overwhelmed with pent-up emotions, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson, his gaze becoming unfocused as he staggered toward Jiang Yuru, softly saying, I'm sorry. Those nearby gasped in shock, hastily calling for the doctor as they lifted Gu Chun away. Lin Jing observed Gu Chun's condition with a twinge of compassion, uncertain if his actions were right or wrong. Sitting outside the hospital room, he stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought, when Xiao Ye joined him, once again hearing the haunting melody. I just haven't told you yet. I am sorry. I love you. Without you, I cannot breathe. I cannot bear to see you shed tears. I just haven't gathered the courage. I haven't told you yet. I'm sorry. I love you. Even if one day I leave this world, I will remain steadfast in my devotion. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ye felt another wave of anguish. Tears streamed down her face, a stark contrast to her usual stoicism, as she wept for their love and the suffering depicted in the song. Lin Jing, witnessing Xiao Ye's tears, felt at a loss, retrieving several tissues and handing them to her. She accepted them, gradually regaining her composure. Inside the hospital room, Gu Chun lay unconscious, overwhelmed by grief, and the strain had caused him to vomit blood and faint. When Wen Yin arrived, she nodded to Lin Jing, indicating that everything was in order. Jiang Yuru had been taken away, and a dummy had been procured to replace her for a swift cremation. Seeing the time was right, Lin Jing led the two away, heading to the designated location he had arranged for Jiang Yuru, waiting for her to awaken for the next step. Wen Yin had begun to grasp the entire sequence of events and gained a new understanding of Lin Jing's audacity. While in the car, she asked, if Gu Chun discovers you orchestrated this, he will come after you. Lin Jing shook his head dismissively. He will ultimately thank me. Only now does he truly see what he desires. People often realize their regrets only after losing something precious. Wen Yin turned to him. Are you really going to ensure they never meet again? Lin Jing sighed, stating that the next steps depended on them, whether they could come to terms with their situation. We are not infallible. Flaws will inevitably emerge, and when that time comes, it will hinge on Gu Chun's choices. Wen Yin nodded, albeit with a sense of confusion, not entirely understanding why Lin Jing went to such lengths. But she was resolute in her support for him, willing to assist without reservation. Chapter 56. Arrangements. Xiao Ye returned home, having spent the day observing the unfolding drama without contributing much. It was time to leave. She intended to transcribe the song, nearly finished, confident in her ability to reconstruct it accurately. Lin Jing and Wen Yin ensured Jiang Yuru was settled, providing her with a false identity in a few days. When Lin Jing returned to Yun City, he would take her back, especially since she was pregnant, and he felt uneasy leaving her elsewhere for the kidnappers. Li Chong would detain them for a couple of days, extracting confessions about their crimes before turning them over to the police. Sending them in too soon, while Jiang Yuru remained, might lead to Gu Chun uncovering the truth. Whether he would eventually discover anything depended on fate. Their connections were too deep to sever easily. It would ultimately require mutual understanding. Thus, 2 days passed, and when Gu Chun awoke, Jiang Yuru's false identity had already been cremated, prompting him to spiral into madness, which took considerable effort to quell. The funeral arrangements were swiftly organized. Upon learning of Jiang Yuru's death, his adoptive mother, Du Man, insisted on a prompt funeral to clear the way for Yang Kuer. While Gu Chun, now devoid of ambition, complied like a soulless being done on the 3rd day following the announcement of Jiang Yuru's passing. The funeral took place, attended by a handful of Gu Chun's relatives and friends. As the family wished to minimize the public spectacle, given the scandal surrounding the circumstances of Jiang Yuru's death at the hands of kidnappers, to the cemetery, after the attendees had paid their respects. They gradually departed, leaving only a few behind. Jiu Chun knelt before the grave, inscribed with the words "beloved wife, Jiang Yuru." Beside him, Tansiki, still filled with resentment, berated Gu Chun. "What are you pretending to be so distraught for? Do you think she can hear or see you? Why didn't you do something sooner? Being with you is the worst luck she could have." Jiu Chun remained silent, bearing the weight of her words. In that moment, he yearned for Jiang Yuru to appear before him, no matter her intentions, even if it meant she wished to take his life. Let Tansiki utter a few scathing words on her behalf. In the past, you were at a loss for words. Let Tansiki speak for you now. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she stepped forward but was halted by her brother, who shook his head. Reluctantly, Tansiki turned back and followed her brother away. Lin Jing approached Gu Chun, now that no one else was around, and said, "Once a choice has been made, one must see it through to the end. Do not let Miss Jiang become a laughingstock." That a flicker of emotion finally crossed Gu Chun's eyes as he slowly turned his head. After days of silence, when he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse, like parched earth. "What do you know?" Observing his demeanor, Lin Jing felt a pang of sympathy and continued, "What I know is of little importance. What matters is that you owe yourself an explanation, as well as one to Miss Jiang." The Jiu Chun did not inquire further, but remained kneeling, fixated on the photograph of the tombstone before him. In that picture, Jiang Yuru smiled radiantly, a sight he had not witnessed since their marriage. Lin Jing said nothing more and turned to leave, stepping onto the roadside. That moment, Tansiki was still embroiled in an argument with her brother, debating right and wrong. Tansiki longed to assist Jiang Yuru, while Tan Siching believed it was a matter between the two, fearing to offend the Gu family, and thus continued to obstruct her, leading to the current outcome. Consequently, Tansiki harbored resentment towards her brother. Observing her distress, Lin Jing took out his phone and sent a text. "Would you like to meet Siki?" "All right," came the swift reply. Lin Jing's car was parked nearby, and seated in the back was Jiang Yuru, who had witnessed everything. Seeing her best friend in such a state pained her deeply. After Lin Jing sent the message, without much thought, she agreed. Lin Jing approached the siblings with politeness and said, "Miss Tan, may I trouble you for a moment to discuss something privately?" Tansiki looked at Lin Jing, puzzled. Was this truly the right time for such matters, even if he was undeniably handsome? Tan Siching also regarded Lin Jing with curiosity. Lin Jing met their gazes with forthrightness, indicating that they should speak in his car. Recognizing the seriousness in Lin Jing's demeanor, Tansiki instructed her brother to leave first. Confused, Tan Siching had his own matters to attend to and departed. Lin Jing's car pulled up beside them. "Miss Tan, please step inside. The answers lie within." Tansiki felt a moment of panic. Was this a kidnapping? However, recalling Lin Jing's status, she reasoned that there was little he could covet from her, and she gritted her teeth before opening the door. Upon entering, she was met with the sparkling gaze of Jiang Yuru. In broad daylight, it felt surreal. Tansiki thought she was hallucinating, glancing around to find everything as it should be, then locking eyes with Lin Jing's smiling countenance. Suddenly, she let out a scream and rushed inside, embracing Jiang Yuru as tears streamed down her cheeks, voicing her grievances. Jiang Yuru was also brought to tears, gently patting Tansiki's back in consolation. Lin Jing hastily closed the door to prevent any onlookers from noticing, allowing the two friends to converse privately. After a while, seeing that the time was right, Lin Jing tapped on the car window, beckoning Tansiki to exit. With red eyes and reluctance, Tansiki stepped out of the car. Lin Jing instructed, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone, including your brother. Tansiki nodded. Where do you plan to take Yuru? I have arranged for her a new identity. We will first return to Yun City, and we shall discuss the future later. Tansiki immediately replied, I will accompany her. Lin Jing hesitated for a moment before conceding. That is acceptable. Ensure your affairs are in order, and you can join her. So she has someone to look after her. Tansiki eagerly agreed. Her spirits lifted, playfully punching Lin Jing's arm, that I never expected you to possess such remarkable abilities, to make someone disappear from the Gu family. Her nature was one of clear-cut emotions, swift to embrace joy, and equally swift to depart from sorrow. Lin Jing chuckled softly, but said nothing further. You should return and prepare. Avoid raising any suspicions. I will notify you of the specific time. Tansiki cheerfully affirmed, then re-entered the car, exclaiming to Jiang Yuru, Yuru, I will accompany you. Jiang Yuru was momentarily taken aback by Tansiki's declaration, and upon realizing it, tears began to flow anew. Tansiki, filled with compassion, assured Jiang Yuru, I can no longer allow you to be alone. Besides, I have no desire to remain in Haicheng. Even if I am not accompanying you, I intend to leave. Whenever I see Gu Chun and my brother, it infuriates me. From now on, I will be by your side, acting as your child's godmother, and we shall raise them together. Jiang Yuru nodded through her tears, and the two embraced once more. Lin Jing, observing the emotional reunion, felt a twinge of headache and promptly took the front seat, driving away. Chapter 57. All because of you at Haicheng Airport. Lin Jing stood at the VIP ticketing counter, waving to Wen Yin behind him. No need to see me off. I will take my leave. Wen Yin responded with a subdued wrapping her arms around Lin Jing and resting her head against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. When will you return to Haicheng? Not yet determined. It depends on subsequent collaboration arrangements. Lin Jing, I will miss you, Wen Yin said, tilting her head to seek an answer from him. Lin Jing gently pushed her away, holding her shoulders while gazing into her expectant eyes. His gaze fell, and he remained silent. Sensing his hesitance, Wen Yin sighed, regaining her composure. Lin Jing, it's all right. You need not respond now. After all, I have already set my sights on you and shall not let you go. Lin Jing smiled, pulling her into another embrace. What am I to do with you? Wen Yin laughed and mimicked Lin Jing's tone. What about you? I am just as perplexed about how to deal with you. Lin Jing chuckled helplessly, patting Wen Yin's back. I truly must leave now. Until next time. Wen Yin closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of his embrace. Whispering, until next time, the airplane soared into the blue sky, and Jiang Yuru and Tansiki gazed out the window at the receding city, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Noticing Jiang Yuru's downcast mood, Tansiki quickly reassured her, from now on, we shall soar high like birds, with bright tomorrows awaiting us. Witnessing Tansiki's enthusiasm, Jiang Yuru could not help but smile, her spirits lifting considerably. Lin Jing interjected. I have arranged accommodations for you. Also, would you like to open a coffee shop beneath our company? I truly miss Miss Zhang's coffee. Tansiki glanced at Jiang Yuru, who nodded in agreement, prompting Tansiki to respond. Once we reach Yun City, we must establish a firm foothold. Very well, I have the funds. I will cover the expenses. Lin Jing contemplated for a moment. That works. Let the coffee shop be registered under my company name. I will invest some money and hold shares, while you two remain the major shareholders. You will have many expenses in the future. Jiang Yuru felt a bit embarrassed, knowing Lin Jing had already aided them immensely and did not want to impose further. However, Tansiki was less concerned, thinking that the more the merrier. The trio continued discussing plans for the coffee shop until they arrived in Yun City. As they exited the airport. As usual, Nan Feng stood gracefully waiting for Lin Jing. After ensuring everyone was settled in the car, she expressed her displeasure. Boss, this time you took far too long. Were you reluctant to leave the warm embrace of the Wen family? Lin Jing found her complaint amusing. Noticing that she had surprisingly omitted her usual work report, that he leaned closer and asked, What troubles you? Nan Feng turned her head slightly, replying, I am unaware that Lin, the president of Lin Group, has gained such notoriety at the Wen family's wedding. It has become common knowledge. Lin Jing was taken aback. Oh, has the news spread to Yun City so quickly? Nan Feng shot him a disapproving glance. You trended for 3 consecutive days. Did you not say anything? Oh, Lin Jing's confidence faltered, and he quickly shifted the topic to Jiang Yuru's arrangements. When it came to business, Nan Feng was dependable. She had already organized everything. They were now headed to the new apartment, where they would reside together, with plenty of rooms available. Once the renovations were finished and the furniture added, they could move in. Lin Jing observed that Nan Feng had things well in hand and nodded, tentatively asking, "Aren't you curious why I brought them to Yun City?" Nan Feng, still slightly miffed, remarked, "It is not my place to pry into the boss's private affairs." Lin Jing noted her growing irritation and chose not to engage further. Recounting his experiences with Jiang Yuru, Nan Feng leaned in attentively, her ears perked up until she suddenly found herself in tears. Lin Jing, seeing her emotional reaction, became flustered and quickly handed her a tissue. As Nan Feng dabbed at her tears, she lamented, "I spent so long on my makeup today. It nearly smudged." "What will happen to them now?" Nan Feng inquired. "They are resourceful. They will not starve. Moreover, Miss Zhang's coffee is extraordinary. I adore it. Once they open a CAF, business will surely flourish." Nan Feng shot a sidelong glance at Lin Jing. "Boss, you truly are a benevolent citizen." Lin Jing shrugged off her praise. "Of course, please refer to me as Mr. Lin, the benevolent citizen." Nan Feng chuckled at Lin Jing's smugness, contemplating what her life would have been like had he not meddled. She also thought of Xiao Wanqing and Lu Fian, wondering if their fates would have differed. She felt fortunate to have encountered Lin Jing, but was increasingly aware that his romantic prospects were likely to multiply, prompting her to keep a watchful eye on him. The southern wind resolved firmly in her heart. Lin Jing gazed into the profound eyes of the southern wind, feeling a shiver of unease within. She pondered whether the southern wind was a relative visiting, her emotions fluctuating unpredictably, and it seemed wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements. With this thought, Lin Jing chose silence, sitting quietly in her place. After settling Jiang Yuru in the new apartment, Lin Jing ascended to inspect her own room, finding the renovations completed and merely awaiting furniture for her to move in. The materials employed for the renovations were all environmentally friendly, and formaldehyde tests had been conducted multiple times, ensuring utmost safety. Lin Jing was quite pleased with the decor. The proximity to her workplace made commuting convenient. The Southern Wind and Fian had also moved in, and the Southern Wind's mother had been discharged from the hospital, residing with them. Checking the time, Lin Jing noted it was already after work. With Jiang Yuru and the others arriving, it would be essential for them to meet the residents here, prompting her to suggest a meal together. The Southern Wind agreed, deciding to host a gathering at her home and inviting several close friends. With plans solidified, the Southern Wind immediately began making calls, forming a group chat to include Jiang Yuru and the others, commencing the organization. Lin Jing accompanied the Southern Wind to the supermarket to purchase ingredients. After discussion in the group, they concluded that a hot pot would be the quickest and most convenient option. Thus, a gathering was swiftly organized, attracting many attendees, including the long-missed Tang Xian, Feng Xiao Lu Feng, Xiao Wanqing with her friend, the Southern Wind's mother, Fian, and Lin Jing's acquaintances Li Chong and another person, totaling over a dozen. Fortunately, the Southern Wind's residence was spacious, designed for 3 occupants, constituting a large apartment. As the Southern Wind counted the attendees, she noticed the 3 overflowing shopping carts and felt it was still insufficient, prompting Lin Jing to call Feng Xiao and Lu Feng for assistance. Feng Xiao had already brought Tang Xian downstairs when Lin Jing called them back, insisting Tang Xian ascend while he and his assistant helped carry the supplies, unwilling to let his wife bear the burden. With 5 or 6 individuals, they transported numerous bags to the car, and with the assistance of the apartment security, they finally moved the plethora of ingredients upstairs, observing the gathering of familiar faces. Lin Jing felt a sense of liveliness for the first time, realizing her growing connections in this world. She introduced Jiang Yuru and her companion to the others. Initially uneasy, Jiang Yuru smiled at the harmonious atmosphere, while Tan Siki quickly blended in, her amiable nature allowing her to connect with everyone effortlessly. The living room soon buzzed with activity. Everyone was busy, some handling ingredients, others simmering broth, preparing utensils, and cleaning. Jiang Yuru, however, was exempt from work due to her frail condition and pregnancy, necessitating ample rest while also ensuring she and Lu Fian focused on the well-being of the unborn child. The Southern Wind combined 2 tables, setting up 3 hot pots, though it still felt a bit cramped. She contemplated acquiring a larger dining table and grilling equipment for Lin Jing's room. Once everything was prepared, the group sat down at the table, all radiating smiles. After a long-awaited gathering, Lin Jing raised his glass, stating, "Let us toast to welcome Jiang Yuru and Tan Siki to Yun City." The group raised their glasses in a warm welcome to the newcomers, all reveling in the familial atmosphere. The southern wind observed Lin Jing's rosy complexion, silently reflecting, "This gathering is all thanks to you." Chapter 58. Medical affairs with the Zhou family. The lively group lingered late into the evening before dispersing to their respective homes. Lin Jing's room was still not set up, so he returned to his family residence first. Recently, his mother had settled down considerably, engaging in activities with friends from the neighborhood, such as gatherings and travel. Lin Jing had also hired a long-term nanny, having previously relied on temporary help. Now that the apartment was ready, he planned to move in and no longer visit home frequently, that he resumed his normal work routine. And at the company, Tang Xin had completed her handover and left, with subsequent projects now in capable hands as she returned to the Tang family to take charge. Lin Jing did not expect her to stay long. And as a shareholder of the Tang family, he naturally hoped for its continued prosperity. The decision to acquire the planning base for Long Zinco was still in place. The Wen family was temporarily not involved in the pharmaceutical project, having already absorbed a significant portion of the Chun family's assets, requiring time for digestion. The crucial aspect was not the Chun family's assets, but rather their established distribution channels, which had significantly elevated their standing in High City due to their collaboration with the Lin family. Now that the production site had been addressed and drug approvals were underway, the only remaining task was to secure sales channels. Tang Xin and her team unanimously agreed that finding a partner company to grant agency rights would be the most efficient approach, thus alleviating much of the burden. However, selecting a company posed challenges. They could not opt for a pharmaceutical giant and needed a firm with a robust sales network. After screening over 10 companies for potential collaboration, they prepared for negotiations, which did not require Lin Jing's involvement. Just as he contemplated this, Tang Xin called, stating that a pharmaceutical company sought to collaborate with the Tang family for exclusive rights to nationwide sales of new drugs. Lin Jing was puzzled, thinking they could handle this themselves, until Tang Xin revealed the prospective partner. The Zhou family, one of the top 5 pharmaceutical giants, controlling the second-largest sales channel in the nation. With nationwide coverage, the chairman himself was intending to visit Yun City for collaboration discussions, which made Tang Xin a bit anxious. This was a legitimate powerhouse reaching out to the Tang family, and she worried about any potential leaks regarding the new drug development, as issues arising at this critical juncture could be detrimental. The Zhou family's visit to Yun City was particularly sensitive. Feng Xiu could also represent them without difficulty, that it was not wise to reveal their cards too early, especially since Lin Jing's previous matters in High City had likely drawn scrutiny. Thus, Lin Jing and Tang Xin's appearance was not problematic. Lin Jing readily agreed, eager to discern the Zhou family's intentions in Yun City, at Yulan Manor, a private venue frequented by individuals within their shared circles for leisure and business discussions. Lin Jing visited for the first time. Feng Xiu could attend, but found the place too stifling. However, upon learning that Tang Xin and Lin Jing were coming, he decided to accompany them, though he did not make an appearance. Lin Jing and Tang Xin arrived at the manor, guided by a server into an elegantly appointed tea room. Inside sat 3 individuals, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, calmly sipping tea, presumably Zhou Guomin, the chairman of the Zhou family. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses, clearly a butler or similar role, and a woman with her hair elegantly styled and dressed in professional attire, exuding a mature charm as she half-squatted to brew tea. Upon seeing Lin Jing and Tang Xin enter, the elderly gentleman gestured for them to sit and introduced the man as his secretary, Uncle Zhong, and the woman as his wife, Su Nongyu. Lin Jing and Tang Xin exchanged surprised glances. Su Nongyu appeared to be under 30, having married an older man. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to enjoy life. Their curiosity piqued, they proceeded with introductions before settling down. After Su Nongyu served tea to Lin Jing, she nodded slightly, maintaining a quiet demeanor. After finishing a cup, Lin Jing nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "What excellent tea!" Zhou Guomin, smiling, replied, "Mr. Lin likes it. I shall have some sent to you." Lin Jing grinned, saying, "I was merely being polite. I don't particularly enjoy tea, and cannot discern its quality, that tea would be wasted on me." Tang Xin stifled a laugh, while Zhou Guomin seemed momentarily taken aback, acknowledging Lin Jing's candid nature. Lin Jing accepted the compliment with ease, and Su Nongyu poured him another cup. Observing her impassive expression, he intentionally scrutinized her. After finishing the tea in one gulp, he exclaimed, "Delicious." Zhou Guomin watched Lin Jing's behavior, remaining silent but nodding with a smile. Tang Xing then inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Guomin's demeanor turned serious as he looked at Tang Xing, stating, "Miss Tang, I will be direct. The Zhou family wishes to collaborate with your Tang family." Tang Xing cautiously replied, "What kind of collaboration does Mr. Zhou refer to?" Zhou Guomin, unhurried, lifted his teacup, blowing gently before taking a sip. Continuing, "It pertains to the Tang family's new drug. We seek exclusive rights for production and sales." Lin Jing and Tang Xing's hearts sank at this revelation, confirming their worst fears. The new drug's details had indeed leaked. Lin Jing discarded any pretense, directly questioning, "Mr. Zhou, could you explain how you came to know about the new drug?" Zhou Guomin smiled at Lin Jing without answering, instead shifting the topic. "I heard that Mr. Lin made quite a stir in High City, acquiring the Chun family's planning base." Lin Jing's expression darkened. Although he anticipated that this old man would know quite a bit, it was still difficult to accept. Despite their efforts to remain low-key, the wisdom of the old often prevails. Zhou Guomin's remarks were intended to demonstrate his awareness of their confidence, suggesting he had accurately deduced their plans to this juncture. Feigning ignorance was futile. Lin Jing stated plainly, "Mr. Zhou, you know we are prepared for this, so it's impossible for us to hand over everything to you." Zhou Guomin, unfazed, replied leisurely, "What if I were to offer 5 of the Zhou family's original equity in exchange?" Lin Jing and Tang Xing, despite their usual composure, were taken aback by these words. Even Su Nongyu, who was merely an onlooker, cast a surprised glance at Zhou Guomin, evidently not anticipating such a statement from him. The Zhou family in Beijing had become a colossal entity, comparable in scale to the Feng family. Thus, his mention of acquiring a 5 stake was undoubtedly a significant gesture. Lin Jing was perplexed as to why Zhou Guomin would wager such a substantial amount. Did old Zhou truly have such faith in our new drug? Was he genuinely willing to place such a considerable bet? After regaining his composure, Lin Jing inquired, "That I have learned about Mr. Lin's experiences during this period and trust that he would not embark on ventures without assurance. Coincidentally, I have an old friend who has witnessed your new drug." Zhou Guomin refrained from elaborating further. Lin Jing understood the implication. The information regarding the new drug had been leaked during the approval process. A grave issue indeed, one worthy of risking one's future for. The next step would be to investigate Lin Jing's movements to ascertain his intentions and plans. That as the situation stood, it was unchangeable. Lin Jing's mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate this predicament. For the first time, he felt that events were slipping from his control. Collaborating with them was indeed a prudent choice. Yet in the face of such titans, seizing the initiative was challenging, as one could easily fall into a trap. Suddenly, Lin Jing recalled something. Before coming here, he had conducted a brief investigation into Zhou Guomin's background. He was a late father, having lost his first wife during childbirth, and had raised his son alone that he remarried 3 years ago, and his only son had been studying abroad for the same duration. Chapter 59. The human heart. Lin Jing had begun to grasp the intricacies of this world. Certain narratives were utterly absurd. Those who bore an aura or appeared to have a story were invariably unique. Often the protagonists of their own tales, or at the very least, significant supporting characters that an opportunity lay before him. Where there was anomaly, there was intrigue. Lin Jing cast an exploratory glance at Su Nongyu, noting her potential. Name: Su Nongyu. Protagonist: intelligence, 120 thinking, 105 physique, 90 charm, 95 tortured love value. 50 character synopsis. Su Nongyu, hailing from a prestigious university, had to work diligently due to her family's financial struggles. Subsequently, she became a tutor for Zhou Shiyan, the son of the Zhou family, and developed feelings for him. Upon learning of their relationship, Zhou Guomin sought to sever their bond, leveraging his wealth and the life-saving medication for his younger brother, coercing her into marriage and compelling her to relinquish her son. In the aftermath, Zhou Shiyan, heartbroken over his beloved marrying his father, sought solace abroad. Zhou Guomin aimed to bind Su Nongyu to counter his sister's power grab, ensuring his son could inherit the family business. However, Zhou Guomin's unexpected heart attack prompted his son to return early to vie for power, leading to a complicated entanglement with Su Nongyu, ultimately culminating in Zhou Shiyan seizing control of the Zhou family. As Lin Jing absorbed the information before him, he felt a sense of reassurance that if the cunning old fox, Zhou Guomin, were still alive, collaborating with him might well lead to the Tang family becoming his in a couple of years. However, time was not on Zhou Guomin's side. Reflecting on this, Lin Jing relaxed, smiling at Zhou Guomin. Since old Zhou is so inclined, collaboration is certainly feasible. Zhou Guomin observed the previously somber Lin Jing, now exuding confidence, silently commending him, and shifted his gaze toward Tang Exin. Surprised, Tang Exin regarded Lin Jing, noticing his self-assured demeanor, and nodded in agreement. Zhou Guomin could not yet discern their thoughts, but it mattered little, as long as cooperation was achievable. Further opportunities would arise. After years of navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce, he felt confident in managing a few young individuals. Very well, I shall have known you remain to discuss the specifics of our collaboration while I take my leave for some much-needed rest. Let us toast with tea instead of wine, and may our negotiations be fruitful, Zhou Guomin declared, raising his teacup. Lin Jing readily reciprocated, lifting his own cup, and the three clinked their cups together, signifying the preliminary agreement to collaborate. All wearing smiles, while their inner thoughts remained unspoken. Upon departing the tea room, Tang Exin attempted several times to inquire about Lin Jing's thoughts. Trusting him, she had refrained from speaking earlier, knowing he was aware of the risks associated with partnering with the Zhou family. Lin Jing observed her hesitance, choosing to remain silent as they walked to another estate where Feng Xiu awaited them. As they entered, Feng Xiu hurriedly approached Tang Exin, guiding her to a seat and offering her a glass of water. Lin Jing rolled his eyes, settling into a chair with his legs crossed. Tang Exin set the water aside, having had her fill. Noticing her displeasure, Feng Xiu inquired, "What's wrong?" Was the discussion not fruitful? Lin Jing felt overwhelmed by their bickering. Tang Exin, exasperated, shot a glance at Lin Jing and emphasized, "It went too smoothly." Lin Jing chuckled, and Feng Xiu, observing his girlfriend's upset demeanor, found it somewhat endearing, playfully addressing Lin Jing. "What's your deal? Did you upset my girlfriend?" Taken aback by Feng Xiu's playful accusation, Lin Jing hesitated, while Tang Exin laughed at their antics, interrupting, "All right, enough. Lin Jing, why are you inclined to agree to their terms?" Lin Jing adopted a serious tone, stating, "Before we discuss this, we must acknowledge that our drug has already come to their attention. The crucial question is why he is willing to expend such considerable resources to collaborate with us." Tang Exin nodded, relaying the earlier conversation to Feng Xiu. After listening, Feng Xiu produced documents, saying, "I didn't sit idly by. I researched the Zhou family. Currently, Zhou Guomin is embroiled in a power struggle with his sister and brother-in-law, compounded by external pressures from competitors. His situation is quite precarious, yet the Zhou family remains stable." Lin Jing reviewed the documents, then addressed the two. "Hence, he seeks to seize this opportunity to gain our new drug project, potentially acquiring the patent outright or merging with the Tang family to elevate the Zhou family's standing and pave the way for his son." Feng Xiu and Tang Exin acknowledged the likelihood of this scenario, prompting Tang Exin to pursue further. "If you recognize the risks, why still consider agreeing?" Lin Jing paused, contemplating his response. Collaborating with the Zhou family carries significant risk, yet the potential rewards are even greater. Risk and reward are proportionate. If Zhou Guomin enjoys gambling, then we shall engage in the gamble with him. Feng Xiu nodded in agreement. This could indeed be a rapid ascent opportunity. Such occurrences are common in business. Worst case, I'll back you up. Feng Xiu also perceived collaboration with the Zhou family as a promising opportunity. Tang Exin, observing her caring boyfriend, smiled knowingly. This was her first encounter with such a powerful figure. Leaving her somewhat flustered, she nodded, accepting their reasoning. The two individuals before her were now her most trusted allies, and with their backing, what was there to fear? Seeing Tang Exin's reluctant acceptance, Lin Jing added, "There's no need for excessive concern. We shall engage in a standard collaboration. Who knows what unforeseen developments may arise?" Feng Xiu and Tang Exin regarded Lin Jing with puzzled expressions, unsure of his meaning. Lin Jing preferred to say no more. Delving deeper would be inappropriate, and thus the three settled on their course of action. Meanwhile, after Lin Jing's departure, Zhou Guomin sat in contemplation. Uncle Zhong, noticing his demeanor, inquired, "Sir, do you believe they are aware of something?" Zhou Guomin shook his head, eyes closed. "Whether they know or not is inconsequential. Has Professor Qin made the necessary arrangements?" Uncle Zhong bowed his head. Everything is in place. Nothing essential is missing. Zhou Guomin acknowledged with a sound, recognizing the significant assistance they provided, having compromised their vital identities. He could not allow them to feel disheartened. Uncle Zhong nodded in agreement, turning to Su Nongyu. Zhou Guomin stated, "Now, it falls upon you to negotiate the collaboration. The bottom line is the agency rights. We must secure them." Still in a daze, Su Nongyu, now witnessing Zhou Guomin's earnestness regarding the collaboration, felt a pang of determination and nodded in agreement. Gazing at his daughter, Zhou Guomin's tone softened. This collaboration cannot be taken lightly. Should we secure the patent rights, Shiyan will have the opportunity to firmly establish himself as the chairman of the Zhou family. So, you must be vigilant that Su Nongyu felt a wave of nostalgia. She hadn't heard that name in ages, having thought she had forgotten him. Yet, its mention stirred something within her. Looking at her father, who toiled for her son's future, she resolutely nodded. Zhou Guomin observed the expression on Su Nongyu's face, smiling gently. But how much of that smile was sincere, and how many knew? Chapter 60. Dynasty Entertainment in the ensuing days. Tang Xian, accompanied by Lin Jing, formally engaged in discussions regarding collaboration with Su Nongyu. It was evident that Su Nongyu, already employed at the Zhou Corporation as the executive assistant to the president, had taken on the additional role of project director following the partnership with the Tang Corporation, thereby assuming full responsibility for their collaboration. Her negotiation skills were formidable, as she firmly insisted on securing exclusive rights for the production and sale of the new drug. Naturally, Lin Jing would not acquiesce. They could not relinquish production rights, lest their meticulously cultivated planning base be rendered futile. At most, they would concede sales rights. Furthermore, Lin Jing sought not only a 5% stake in Zhou Corporation, but also a seat on its board of directors. Su Nongyu, of course, would not agree. While she was amenable to granting shares in exchange for annual dividends, a board seat conferred voting rights and was not easily obtained. Lin Jing was determined to enter the board. Aware that Zhou Guomin had intentions towards the Tang Corporation, and he could not afford to overlook opportunities with Zhou Corporation. Although this ambition seemed fantastical, Lin Jing needed a position, for without it, his efforts would be in vain. Negotiations reached an impasse as time slipped away. However, Zhou Corporation eventually relented, consenting to Lin Jing's terms. The national agency for the new drug, the transfer of the 5% stake in Zhou Corporation, and Lin Jing's induction onto the board. Zhou Guomin could not afford further delays. Having invested considerable effort in courting the Tang Corporation, he was resolute. He believed that as long as he was present, Lin Jing, as a minor shareholder, would not pose a significant threat. Should they ultimately refuse to cooperate, he would not hesitate to disseminate the information he possessed, enough to cause considerable distress to the Tang Corporation. Ultimately, both parties signed a letter of intent, with the formal announcement of their collaboration slated for the new drug's launch event. This matter was, for the time being, resolved that at last, Lin Jing found a moment of respite. Seated in the quaint CAF located at the base of the office building, savoring a cup of coffee. This establishment had been tailored for Jiang Yuro and her companions, recently refurbished and equipped with new amenities. As Lin Jing descended to inspect it, Jiang Yuro presented him with the very first cup of coffee from the CAF. Observing the duo directing the staff in their arrangements, Lin Jing remarked, "Could you two perhaps take a break? And Yuro, you mustn't overexert yourself, especially in your condition." Jiang Yuro smiled, shaking her head as she gestured to indicate her lack of fatigue, her face radiating happiness as she gently caressed her belly. Having acclimated to her surroundings, she had fostered a strong rapport with Nan Feng and the others, who were particularly attentive to her needs. Fian frequently checked on her and provided prenatal care, and both her physical and emotional states were steadily improving. Tan Siki had also become quite familiar with them, directing her words at Lin Jing. "Are you two so busy that you won't lend a hand?" Lin Jing had no intention of engaging in menial labor. He raised his coffee as a gesture and replied, "I still have coffee to enjoy, so I'm rather occupied." This attitude irked Tan Siki, who stepped forward to argue, only to be playfully intercepted by Jiang Yuryu. In truth, the situation was nearing completion. Their meticulousness led to continuous adjustments regarding chair placements, sofa arrangements, and optimal lighting colors, demonstrating their dedication. Lin Jing chose to ignore their deliberations, aware that it was still working hours that he had sneaked out, and returning would mean confronting a multitude of tasks from Nan Feng, so he relished this moment of tranquility. However, Reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Just as he took a sip of his coffee, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was the long-absent second young Master Hua Tingxiu dead on the other end. A single phrase was uttered. "We can proceed." Lin Jing's gaze sharpened. It appeared the time had come to in the office of Lin Corporation's president. Lin Jing reclined in his chair, attentively listening to Nan Feng as she presented a dossier on a particular company. Dynasty Entertainment wielded considerable influence in the entertainment sector of Yun City, boasting a renowned MC agency, several internet celebrities with millions of followers, and popular television actors. It also housed a professional advertising production team and had established channels for film and television promotion. With a market value of approximately $3 billion, once Nan Feng concluded her report and closed the file, a hint of concern creased her brow as she inquired, "Boss, why are you researching this company? Our corporation has no dealings in the entertainment sector, and expanding into that realm could result in complications." Lin Jing nodded in acknowledgement, but when he spoke, his words conveyed a different sentiment. "What do you think about us acquiring Dynasty? Let it become one of our subsidiaries." Nan Feng was taken aback by Lin Jing's suggestion. A flourishing entertainment company, especially one currently profitable, was not a viable acquisition target, even if there were opportunities. The company lacked sufficient capital, having previously invested heavily in the Tang Corporation, leaving little in reserve. It seemed utterly implausible. Sensing Nan Feng's reservations, Lin Jing straightened in his seat, propping his chin on his hand as he tilted his head to regard her. "Prepare an acquisition plan for Dynasty, and assess the liquid assets we can mobilize. I need $10 billion. Let me know the shortfall, and I will devise a solution." Nan Feng was nearly exasperated. She could no longer comprehend Lin Jing's motives. The company was already stretched thin, having previously engaged in a clothing project and subsequently invested in the Tang Corporation, and now he sought to acquire Dynasty. Each step seemed to risk everything, akin to adding blood to a blade's edge, where one misstep could lead to total loss. Observing Lin Jing's nonchalance, Nan Feng sighed and acquiesced. After all, she was merely an employee and had to heed her boss's directives. Yet she pondered the implications. If Lin Jing were to go bankrupt, what would become of her? With only a modest savings and the prospect of finding another job, could she sustain him? Oblivious to Nan Feng's spiraling thoughts, Lin Jing was already contemplating the logistics of managing Dynasty Entertainment post-acquisition. During their recent conversation, Tingxiu had informed him that they could collaborate to acquire shares in his older brother's company, namely Dynasty Entertainment, which represented his brother's most prominent asset. This situation posed its own challenges, as the more clandestine ventures would become easier to navigate once Tingxiu solidified his position as the heir. This acquisition opportunity was a gift from Tingxiu. They had agreed to execute the acquisition simultaneously. However, prior preparations were necessary, ensuring his brother was preoccupied and exposing any scandal surrounding Dynasty Entertainment to precipitate a decline in stock prices, thus creating an opening for acquisition. Tingxiu had already begun to gather evidence against his brother, coupled with the company's scandals, effectively placing him under house arrest while awaiting trial. This interim period afforded Lin Jing and Tingxiu the opportunity they needed. With the operational aspects of the acquisition underway, Lin Jing needed to prepare in advance and await news from Tingxiu that he was considering how to run Dynasty Entertainment, even if the acquisition succeeded. The company's scandal and subsequent leadership changes would necessitate a complete overhaul, leaving behind a mere shell. Thus, Lin Jing planned to stabilize Dynasty after the acquisition and subsequently seek a dedicated manager for the company. He even contemplated involving Lu Feng, hoping he could gain some experience managing an entertainment company, given his interest in the industry. However, this left Lin Corporation in search of a suitable candidate. Lin Jing deliberated on who might be appropriate. It struck him that Nan Feng could be the ideal choice. What if he appointed Nan Feng as the acting president of Lin Corporation? He mused quietly, twirling the pencil in his hand. Chapter 61. A song from another world. Gazing at the company's financial shortfall, Lin Jing sighed. His recent endeavors had been considerable, yet the returns were still pending, and certain project balances remained unpaid. He felt a headache coming on as he contemplated whether to pursue further loans. While immersed in these thoughts, Lin Jing received a message from Xiaoya, detailing her flight schedule and indicating her arrival in Yun City, requesting Lin Jing to pick her up. Lin Jing was puzzled. Why did she need him to fetch her? More importantly, what was her purpose for coming to Yun City? Her endorsement was arranged with Wen Yan, so coordinating with her should suffice. Was it possible that the previous discussion about a concert was coming to fruition? He had been too preoccupied to manage such matters, as large venues required extensive advance planning, including site preparation and promotional efforts. With no time to ponder these questions, Lin Jing messaged her for clarification, but received no response that he noted the timing of her message coincided with her boarding. Taking a deep breath, he decided to oblige her request, canceling a meeting to personally collect her. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Jing discovered that Xiao Ye's visit was arranged on short notice, resulting in a lack of fans present for her arrival. Moreover, her low-key demeanor and infrequent public appearances meant her followers remained relatively subdued, exhibiting minimal fanfare. Xiao Ye traversed a special passageway, and Lin Jing had arrived early to await her. Shortly thereafter, he spotted her approaching, adorned in a large sun hat and sunglasses, clad in a black trench coat over a white camisole and short skirt, exuding an air of fashion and intellect, accompanied by several assistants managing her sizable luggage. Lin Jing wondered if she was planning to stay long-term. Not dwelling on this, he approached her. Catching sight of Lin Jing standing at the entrance, Xiao Ye was momentarily blinded by the bright light surrounding him. Standing at an impressive height of 1.87 meters, Lin Jing's silhouette was striking, characterized by broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, emanating a warm aura akin to a gentle summer breeze that invited familiarity. Xiao Ye stepped forward, unable to resist embracing him, catching Lin Jing off guard, though he instinctively reciprocated. After a brief moment, they politely separated, and Xiao Ye, maintaining her composure, inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just arrived." "What brings you here?" Lin Jing asked, seeking clarity on her intentions. "Let's go. I'll take you to a place where we can talk," she replied. Xiao Ye took the lead with a decisive air. Lin Jing, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded and guided her into the vehicle. Fortunately, he was aware of her celebrity status. In addition to her personal car, a business van had also been prepared. Once Xiao Ye comfortably settled in the back seat, Lin Jing made some arrangements for her assistant before joining her. Perhaps due to fatigue, she instructed the driver on their destination and promptly closed her eyes to rest. Lin Jing chose not to disturb her and sat quietly beside her. The car eventually arrived at an old residential area in Yun City. Although it belonged to the older part of town, it was among the first village districts where the earliest affluent residents of Yun City had acquired properties. Noticing that Xiao Ye had truly fallen asleep, Lin Jing called her name a couple of times before she slowly opened her eyes, a bit bewildered that she had dozed off after merely resting her eyes. Glancing around, she realized they had reached their destination and opened the car door to exit. From the business van behind, an assistant hurriedly approached, handing her a thermos. After taking a sip and exhaling a breath of relief, she gathered her composure. Lin Jing also stepped out of the car and walked up beside her. "It was then that Xiao Ye mentioned, 'This place has a professional recording studio. One of my collaborators is already here. I'm primarily here to record a song today.'" Lin Jing nodded, finally understanding the purpose of her visit to Yun City. "Then I'll discuss the rest with you after I finish recording," Xiao Ye added as she walked ahead. Lin Jing took a deep breath and followed her. After all, it was merely a song recording. Yet here he was, summoned to pick her up and wait for her. He felt somewhat overwhelmed, but decided to endure it for the time being. Xiao Ye skillfully entered a villa, which was well-furnished and exuded a homely atmosphere as they made their way to the basement. The space resembled a recording studio, likely transformed from the basement itself. Inside, two individuals awaited, a young man seated and a middle-aged man in his 40s standing and providing guidance. Upon seeing Xiao Ye enter, their eyes lit up, and they approached her for a warm embrace. "Xiao Ye, you're finally back. I've been eagerly anticipating your new work," the older man exclaimed. Xiao Ye smiled and introduced the two, revealing that the renowned music producer Qin Li was present, along with his apprentice, Xiao Qi. Lin Jing quickly greeted them, aware that Qin Li was one of the most celebrated figures in the entertainment industry, holding significant influence in the Chinese music scene. After some pleasantries, Qin Li could no longer contain his excitement and directly asked, "Xiao Ye, where's your work? Let me see it." With a smile, Xiao Ye gestured to her assistant, who promptly produced several sheets of music scores. Qin Li eagerly took them, his astonishment growing with each page. With his discerning eye, he could tell that every piece was a potential hit. Overwhelmed with excitement, he looked at Xiao Ye with astonishment and inquired, "Did you write all of these?" Xiao Ye glanced at Lin Jing, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "These are collaborative creations with Lin Jing." Lin Jing, who had been observing quietly, was suddenly caught off guard by her statement. Writing songs? That was beyond his capabilities. He could sing, but songwriting was out of the question. Qin Li enthusiastically shook Lin Jing's hand, exclaiming, "Really, Mr. Lin, you have the makings of a master songwriter." Lin Jing, still bewildered, looked at Xiaoya in confusion. Noticing his expression, Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh, clearly amused. "Let us focus on recording first. We can talk afterward," she suggested. Qin Li was more than willing and promptly asked, "Which song should we start with?" Xiaoya pulled out a page from the music scores, saying, "Let us begin with this one," casting a meaningful glance towards Lin Jing. Lin Jing, puzzled, watched as Xiaoya entered the recording studio. They prepared, and with a countdown of 3, 2, 1, the music began to play. Instantly, Lin Jing felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, and when Xiaoya began to sing, it became even more apparent. The song was a farewell letter detailing the reasons for leaving. The lyrics were hauntingly familiar, and the melody stirred deep memories within him as he gazed at the deeply emotive Xiaoya. Her voice was enchanting, perfectly suited for the song, imbued with a hint of languor, mockery, and helplessness. Lin Jing was mesmerized, wanting to rush in and question her. "Are you from another time?" After the first take, Qin Li signaled that it was satisfactory, but Xiaoya felt otherwise and indicated for another attempt. Qin Li nodded, appreciating Xiaoya's commitment to perfection. Despite the recording being nearly flawless, she sought to refine it further. After 2 rounds, Xiaoya emerged, and her assistant quickly handed her a water cup. Taking a sip, she noticed Lin Jing's myriad of questions and, with a smile, handed him a music score, asking, "Can you sing this one?" Lin Jing took a look and nearly lost his composure upon seeing the title. "I'm sorry, I Love You." Another familiar song, and his expression was one of astonishment, on the verge of breaking down. Without a doubt, the remaining songs were similarly known to him, but he could only nod numbly, indicating that he would manage. Xiaoya beamed, saying, "Let us record first. If there are any issues, we'll address them afterward." Lin Jing suppressed his curiosity and began to sing. As he glanced at the score, he noted the simplicity of the lyrics. The original composition was Snow Flower by Mika Nakashima, a superb melody that would resonate beautifully with any lyrics. No wonder it had supported half of the Chinese music industry. The Chinese version of I'm Sorry, I Love You was equally remarkable, bursting with profound regret. As Lin Jing began to sing, his magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, instantly filled the atmosphere with emotion. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. She had only intended to test the duet, searching for the right feel, but was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Lin Jing's singing, despite lacking technical finesse, was steeped in genuine emotion, drawing listeners into the experience. Xiaoya, in turn, harmonized with his style, dismissing any technicality and prioritizing the song's emotional core. Their first duet felt remarkably synchronized, each lyric carrying a story, a sense of regret, and an involuntary surrender. Lin Jing fully immersed himself, while Xiaoya, after connecting with the emotion, matched his rhythm, resulting in a beautifully cohesive performance that as the song concluded. Qin Li erupted into applause, discreetly wiping away tears at the corners of his eyes, while Xiaoya's assistant was already in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Jing, slightly breathless, realized it had been ages since he sang with such heartfelt intensity. He understood his own capabilities, and while his voice had been enhanced through training, it was Xiaoya's emotive guidance that allowed him to deliver such a performance. Previously, he had never grasped the level of a superstar until now. Experiencing it firsthand, he gave Xiaoya a thumbs up in appreciation, and she responded with a radiant smile, reciprocating with a thumbs up of her own, genuinely admiring his ability to keep pace with her. After a brief rest, Lin Jing prepared to leave, but Xiaoya stopped him, insisting, "Let us finish the recording. You're the one I want for this duet, but I want to sing it without you." Xiaoya spoke earnestly, and Lin Jing smiled, feeling honored that a superstar valued his vocal contribution. All right. They resumed recording, and after several more takes, they finally completed the song, though Lin Jing had encountered some difficulties along the way. After a break for lunch, Xiaoya and Qin Li could hardly contain their eagerness to record more. Lin Jing admired the dedication of such artists, their relentless pursuit of perfection, fully immersed in the creative process. The subsequent hours saw Xiaoya recording 3 more songs in a remarkably swift manner, leaving Lin Jing feeling slightly embarrassed about the time spent on their duet. After finishing the recordings, they exchanged contact information, and Qin Li, along with Xiao Qi, departed. The villa was Xiao Ye's property, and the studio was her exclusive recording space, accessible only to a select FEW.AS. Lin Jing ascended the stairs with Xiao Ye. He was brimming with questions. Sensing his curiosity, Xiao Ye took the documents from her assistant and dismissed her before leading Lin Jing to an upstairs reception room. Now alone, Xiao Ye wasted no time and presented a document, saying, "Take a look at this. If there are no issues, please sign." Lin Jing examined the document, which turned out to be a song revenue-sharing agreement, including the recent songs, each worth 10 million along with a 30% profit share. He was taken aback. Such treatment rivaled that of a renowned songwriter, and the terms were exceedingly generous. Yet, what Lin Jing sought was not merely monetary gain, but he set the contract aside, gazing intently at Xiao Ye, needing an explanation. Understanding his need for clarity, Xiao Ye took a cigarette from the table, slowly placing it between her red lips and lighting it. She exhaled a wisp of white smoke, creating an ethereal ambience. Lin Jing furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Leaning against the table, Xiao Ye playfully regarded him and asked, "Do you believe I can hear the voice deep within your heart?" This marks the first occasion on which Xiao Ye divulges her secret to another individual. She is also taking a gamble. Lin Jing is momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a revelation, and within him lingers a hint of regret. After all, she, like him, has traversed through time. After a brief pause, Lin Jing inquires, "So, you can hear the songs within my innermost memories?" Xiao Ye stands there, momentarily stunned, and skeptically replies, "Do you truly believe me?" Lin Jing, with a resigned gesture, shrugs his shoulders, although it seems absurd. It is logically sound at this juncture. Xiao Ye finally regards Lin Jing with sincerity. She had contemplated his reaction, but did not foresee his remarkably calm acceptance, devoid of any excessive emotional response. As though it were an utterly mundane affair, that of course, Lin Jing can accept it. He himself has traversed time, and one of his companions hails from ancient times, while another has been reborn. Now, encountering someone with the ability to read minds seems quite normal. Xiao Ye, wishing to avoid excessive discourse, states directly, "If you can accept this, then the copyrights to these songs belong to you. They are rightfully yours." Lin Jing lowers his head in contemplation, pondering for a while before asking, "So, can you hear my inner voice at any time and place?" Xiao Ye shakes her head. "I am unsure of the specifics. For instance, right now, I cannot hear anything. Perhaps it requires certain conditions, like that time at the wedding or when I witnessed the stories of you Ro and the others in the hospital." Lin Jing nods, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, that if she could hear the thoughts of others at all times, it would be akin to being exposed and vulnerable. With this thought in mind, Lin Jing continues, "What are your plans moving forward?" Xiao Ye extinguishes her cigarette, initially intending to discuss it later, but since you have asked, I shall share that in the future, we may need to spend time together for research purposes. And I have thoughts regarding the songs buried deep within your heart that I find utterly captivating. Of course, your compensation will be substantial. Lin Jing shakes his head. "I cannot adhere to your rhythm. I have my own matters to attend to. This is not urgent. We can negotiate that I will strive not to disturb you. You only need to agree to our most fundamental cooperation," Xiao Ye replies. Lin Jing, observing the earnestness in Xiao Ye's gaze, finds it difficult to refuse her. Seeing Lin Jing's acquiescence, Xiao Ye feels a surge of joy and hands him the contract once more, saying, "Take another look at this contract. Are there any conditions you wish to propose?" Lin Jing shakes his head. "I can agree, but this contract requires some modifications that I said a matter of the profit sharing." She queries that no, in a few days, I will be acquiring an entertainment company, and we will collaborate under the company's name. The credits for the lyrics and music do not need to bear my name. You may put your own that I have no desire to act as a music producer. Xiao Ye gazes at Lin Jing in confusion, acquiring an entertainment company. Lin Jing looks at Xiao Ye, then back at the contract, a thought surfacing in his mind. With fervent eyes fixed on Xiao Ye, he asks, "Since we are to be long-term partners, would you be able to advance me 200 million? Consider it a loan, da-da." Xiao Ye stares at him, bewildered. The president of the Lin Corporation is asking her for money. Chapter 63. Successful acquisition in the end. Xiao Ye did lend Lin Jing the 200 million, though she remained uncertain of its purpose. However, the earnings from just a few songs would certainly justify the investment. To ensure security, Lin Jing also provided Xiao Ye with a point of exploration. Name: Xiao Ye, protagonist, IQ, 110 thinking, 140 physique, 85 charm, 95 suffering love value, 20 character synopsis. Xiaoya, a prodigious singer, won first place in a singing competition at the age of 18. Subsequently, she established a studio, but her boyfriend conspired with outsiders to seize her studio and the copyrights to her songs. He even pushed her down the stairs, leading to severe injuries and a coma. Fortunately, she was rescued by Sister Zhao and awoke with the ability to read minds. She revitalized herself and partnered with Sister Zhao to establish a company. Relying on her mind-reading ability and talent, she secured a foothold in the entertainment industry, sending her ex-boyfriend to prison and causing the rival company to go bankrupt. Ultimately, exhausted, she prepared to retreat from the spotlight. Lin Jing reflects on the fact that this woman has risen on her own merit, requiring little intervention from him. With the funds amassed, he awaits developments from Hua Tingxiu's side. Indeed, things progressed rapidly there. Local newspapers suddenly erupted with scandals surrounding the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, revealing allegations of sexual harassment by executives and other improprieties involving artists. This led to a dramatic plunge in the stock prices of Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. Upon receiving this news, Lin Jing recognized that an opportunity had arisen, and Hua Tingxiu sent a message indicating action was being taken. That he also forwarded a video in which a middle-aged man, clad in a shirt, kneels on the ground, while a butler mercilessly lashes his back with a rattan stick, staining it with blood until the man can no longer endure the pain and faints. Lin Jing surmises that this man is Hua Mingxiu, the young master of the Hua family. At that moment, he is too preoccupied to manage his own enterprises, while the employees of Imperial Dynasty Entertainment are in a state of panic, with many major shareholders beginning to sell off their stocks to mitigate losses. The elder Hua, reluctant to bring Hua Mingxiu to justice, contemplates secretly sending him abroad. Seizing this condition, Hua Tingxiu acquires Hua Mingxiu's shares in Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, alongside Lin Jing's external acquisition, quickly surpassing the 51 threshold. Imperial Dynasty Entertainment officially changes hands, leaving its internal personnel scattered and creating an almost empty shell company. Lin Jing remains unperturbed. Their departure is advantageous, sparing him the need to clean house, that he plans to let things settle for a few days before addressing the aftermath. Subsequently, Hua Tingxiu sends over the share transfer contract, gifting it to Lin Jing. Once signed, he will become the largest shareholder of Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. Lin Jing gazes at the contract before him, hesitating to sign that he can acquire Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, but these shares should not belong to him. He picks up his phone and calls Fian, inquiring about her whereabouts. At this time, Fian has already embarked on her academic journey. The new drug no longer requires her assistance, so she is now attending school. Lin Jing drives to Fian's University, the prestigious Chinese medicine university of Yun City, known for nurturing students over lengthy periods, often spanning 5 to 8 years. Fian, having been specially recruited, possesses a solid foundation. And despite some challenges with theoretical knowledge, her overall learning exceeds that of her instructors, creating a sensation shortly after her arrival. As a result, she enjoys considerable attention, especially for her charming demeanor. This afternoon, she has no classes and is invited by several classmates to go shopping, only to receive Lin Jing's call. She must decline her classmates' invitations, waiting for Lin Jing to arrive. The classmates do not press further and prepare to leave. At that moment, Lin Jing messages her to say he has arrived at the gate, prompting Fian to instruct him to hold on a moment as she rushes to meet him at the university entrance. Lin Jing drives a striking Aston Martin, its silver-white body and somewhat extravagant design exuding a unique charisma. Passers-by cannot help but steal glances, some whispering sarcastically about the wealthy second-generation heir coming to court young ladies. Fian's classmates, just exiting the school, also take notice of the flashy sports EA. As a captivating figure emerges from the school gates, the occupants of the sports car disembark, and Fian rushes over, grasping Lin Jing's hand with delight. Exclaiming, "Lingo, what brings you here?" "Of course, I came to see how you are faring at school," Lin Jing replies with a smile. Fian is aware that Lin Jing has something to discuss, yet his words bring her joy. They walk side by side toward the sports car. Her classmates stare in astonishment at the scene, as do the various students passing by. Rumors are bound to spread quickly, suggesting that the new medical prodigy has been taken under someone's wing. Fian's classmates express concern. As human nature is unpredictable, they will wait to clarify things once Fian returns. Unfazed by such thoughts, Fian hops into Lin Jing's car, and they head to a private room in a Chinese restaurant. Lin Jing inquires about her life at school, whether she has made any friends, emphasizing the importance of mingling with peers at her age. Fian, brimming with curiosity about modern society and her university experience, shares her thoughts and experiences, both joyful and disheartening. Lin Jing listens attentively, allowing her to express herself without interruption, clearly noting her happiness. After some time, feeling parched, Fian quickly drinks the tea before her, prompting Lin Jing to refill her cup while advising her to take her time. Fian chuckles, clearly pleased by Lin Jing's visit. Once she has spoken at length, Lin Jing produces a contract, stating this is a share transfer agreement from Huatingxiu, that if you sign it, the shares will be yours. Fian looks at the document with confusion, asking, "What is this for?" "This is a token of appreciation from Huatingxiu for your assistance with his treatment. It is rightfully yours," Lin Jing patiently explains. "I don't want it. I want to be managing a company that I already have my salary share from Sister Tang and the card you gave me. I'm not lacking in funds." Fian declines. Lin Jing shakes his head, understanding her stance, and directly states, "You want to need to manage the company. I will handle that. You just need to enjoy the dividends." Lu Fian looked at Lin Jing with a puzzled expression and asked, "Brother Lin, do you not intend to give me any money? If so, I shall return the card to you." As she spoke, she reached for the black card that Lin Jing had previously given her. Lin Jing hurriedly interrupted, "These two matters are not in conflict. I will utilize my card as I see fit, and I still expect to receive my share of the profits. That I don't want it. What would I do with such a large sum of money? Regardless of what I desire, you will procure it for me," Lu Fian insisted. Lin Jing, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, "Then how do you propose we handle the shares?" Lu Fian refrained from offering Lin Jing a response, as he was not in need of that small amount. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Brother, you may keep the shares, but let us forego the dividends. Instead, let us donate the dividends. There are so many people in need of medical assistance that my grandmother once said, when one is impoverished, one should cultivate oneself. When one is prosperous, one should benefit the world." As Lin Jing gazed at Lu Fian's sparkling eyes, his expression softened, and he reached out to gently pat her head, simply uttering a single word, "Good." Ultimately, Fian signed the agreement, but she would only receive the dividends while the authority remained in Lin Jing's hands, as it was essential to gain the trust of those on the imperial side. Regarding future dividends, Lin Jing planned to establish a charitable foundation to assist those who could not afford medical care. The Lin family already had a charitable organization dedicated to providing scholarships for impoverished students and aid for underprivileged rural areas. With annual donations, that Lu Fian's early arrival had indeed caused Lin Jing to overlook this aspect. The annual donations were insufficient, and it was crucial that assistance genuinely reach those in need. Consequently, Lin Jing resolved to take charge of the charity himself, overseeing every process to ensure that philanthropy did not devolve into mere rhetoric. After their conversation concluded, Lin Jing accompanied Lu Fian for a meal and later for a shopping spree, returning her home quite late. Unbeknownst to Lu Fian, her dormitory roommates were already prepared to interrogate her, as photos of the two had circulated across the school forum that afternoon. Initially, they had anticipated a scandal involving a sugar daddy, but upon seeing Lin Jing's handsome visage, the narrative shifted. Curiosity arose regarding how Lu Fian had come to know such a high-quality, wealthy individual. It was evident to discerning eyes that Lin Jing was not the type to be a mere gigolo. The photographs of the striking couple garnered admiration, prompting many at the school to ship them as a couple. Chapter 64. Entering the capital. Once the preliminary investigation by the police at the Imperial Entertainment concluded, Lin Jing was finally able to take over, though it would require a few more days. The most urgent matters at hand were announcing Nan Feng as the acting president of the Lin Corporation and finalizing the collaboration between the Tang family and the Zhou family. As the new medication was prepared for launch, the Zhou family needed to begin their preparations, requiring Lin Jing's representation as the third largest shareholder of the Tang family. Lin Jing had just taken on a hot potato, having relinquished some of Lin's authority, and now he was burdened with responsibilities of the Tang family as well. He truly had no time to rest. Nevertheless, Lin Jing agreed, intending to familiarize himself further with the Zhou family members, while also planning a trip to the capital, as it had been quite some time since he had seen that girl. It had been over 3 months since her departure, and although they had been in sporadic contact, she seemed very busy, and he was uncertain of her current endeavors. However, the only daughter of the Bai family would surely not allow herself to be bullied. Lin Jing prepared several gifts, some for the Zhou family, but mostly for Bai Weiwei. During the Lin Corporation shareholders meeting, there were only a few minor shareholders. The majority of the shares were held by Bai Weiwei and Lin Jing, leaving the others with little power. Seated at the head of the table, Lin Jing announced Nan Feng's appointment as acting president for a term of 6 months, leaving the shareholders utterly bewildered. Nan Feng was equally astonished just a moment ago. She was the executive assistant, and now she found herself thrust into the role of acting president. The speed of her promotion was faster than a rocket. Naturally, the shareholders protested, but the company's authority had long been consolidated in Lin Jing's hands, rendering it a veritable autocracy. Furthermore, Nan Feng was well-versed in the company's major projects and was the most suitable candidate to lead. Empowering Nan Feng with management authority, Lin Jing felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was a pleasant feeling, and he began to contemplate whether to extend Nan Feng's tenure. Observing the bewildered expression on Nan Feng's face, Lin Jing approached her and guided her to sit in his office chair. As he helped her settle into the seat, he said, "From this moment forward, you are the president of the Lin Corporation, and your salary has increased several-fold. Are you happy?" Nan Feng shot him a glare, retorting, "If you want to work me to death, just say so that is it really necessary to go this far. I have other matters to attend to, which is why I needed you to oversee the Lin Corporation." Crossing her arms and defiantly tilting her head, she looked at Lin Jing and challenged, "Then tell me, what is it that you have to handle?" Lin Jing sat on the table, lowering his head to meet her gaze earnestly. "You see, the Tang family is collaborating with the Zhou family, and Tang Xin is unavailable, while Feng Xiu cannot make an appearance, leaving me as the laborer to handle it. Additionally, the acquisition of Imperial Entertainment has been completed, and I must wait for the handover. Am I to be the one overseeing that as well? How can I manage all of this?" Nan Feng leaned in closer, and although she understood his reasoning, something felt amiss as she scrutinized Lin Jing's face. Lin Jing gazed at her with sincere eyes. As Nan Feng took a closer look at Lin Jing's handsome features, she found herself momentarily entranced by his striking countenance and deep-set eyes, as though she could lose herself in them. Noticing Nan Feng's daze, Lin Jing waved his hand in front of her, prompting her to snap back to reality and quickly lean back. Her ears flushed slightly, clearly indicating her inner turmoil, and she hurriedly responded, "All right, I shall trust you. When the time comes, return to me immediately." Lin Jing stood, signaling his agreement with a gesture, and replied, "Okay," as he turned to leave. Nan Feng called after him, "Hey, it's not the end of the workday yet. Are you planning to run off again?" Without breaking his stride, Lin Jing replied, "I'm just going down for a cup of coffee. I'll be right back." Nan Feng couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. She knew that if he left now, he would not return for the rest of the day. Shaking her head in resignation, she muttered, "This person is becoming increasingly lazy." With a sigh, she rubbed her temples and began attending to the documents on her desk. Lin Jing was indeed not mistaken. He was genuinely heading down for coffee, and whether he returned afterward would depend on his mood. The coffee shop downstairs had officially opened, albeit in a low-key manner, with just a modest floral arrangement and a lion dance performance to mark the occasion. Zhang Yuru and Tan Siki primarily managed the business, having hired 3 staff members, as Zhang Yuru was pregnant and could not work too hard, although she still needed to stay active by making coffee and doing miscellaneous tasks. After exchanging pleasantries and chatting for a while, Lin Jing received a message from Su Nongyu, who was responsible for coordinating all of Lin Jing's itinerary for this trip to the capital. Lin Jing felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering if Zhou Guomin suspected that he had taken a liking to Su Nongyu and had intentionally sent her to get close to him. Though she appeared to have few boundaries, Zhou Guomin's style, in his eyes, was to exploit everything, including love and familial bonds, that he could use Su Nongyu's brother as leverage, feigning a marriage of convenience, while also leveraging Su Nongyu's affection for his son to clear obstacles for him. In the eyes of such individuals, nothing is deemed unworthy of exploitation, that if Lin Jing truly possessed qualities that warranted Su Nongyu's investment, he would unhesitatingly deliver her to his bed. However, speaking of Su Nongyu, a person like her, being used, threatened, and yet still unwavering in her pursuit of love, evokes a sense of being sold while counting the money for the seller. It raises the question of whether to label her as foolish or simply innocent. Lin Jing pondered whether to engage with her, to see if he could alter her perspective, thereby instigating a rift between the Zhou father and son, allowing them to engage in their own internal strife while he reaped the benefits. Lin Jing's sentiment was clear. Since they were exploiters, he preferred collaboration over manipulation, an alliance that would benefit both parties. With this thought in mind, Lin Jing cordially responded to Su Nongyu's itinerary and requests, even indulging in a bit of extra conversation. Yet her replies were merely perfunctory. Okay, understood. Lin Jing found himself puzzled, wondering if this woman harbored some discontent towards him. Reflecting on their prior interactions, he could discern nothing amiss and shook his head. Deciding to set aside these thoughts for the moment, preparing for his trip to the capital, he opted to bring only 2 bodyguards, leaving his assistant behind, as his primary purpose was to sign a contract and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Work-related matters were minimal. As for the relationship with Su Nongyu, that could be addressed later. The plane touched down at the largest airport in the nation, and Lin Jing landed safely. The capital, the heart of the nation, serves as the epicenter of power and culture, boasting both ancient esteemed families and builders from all corners of the country. This was Lin Jing's first visit to the capital, and it bore little distinction from the capital of another world. Upon exiting the terminal, he found that Su Nongyu had arranged for someone to hold a large sign bearing his name, a scene that felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of an earlier gesture by Wen Yan. As he glanced at the name on the placard, he felt a twinge of discomfort and embarrassment. Once in the car, Su Nongyu sat quietly, exuding a cold aura, resembling a statue. Upon Lin Jing's entry, she merely cast a fleeting glance before instructing the driver to commence their journey. Did I end that moment? Lin Jing could genuinely sense her discontent towards him, though he remained perplexed as to what had provoked it. He chose not to indulge her with further conversation, opting instead to message Wei Wei, inquiring about her schedule in hopes of surprising her. However, Wei Wei did not respond, leaving Lin Jing unaware of her preoccupations. Then, from the car speakers, he learned of an upcoming birthday banquet hosted by the Bai family. Uncertain if it was Wei Wei's birthday celebration, he resolved to investigate further. Soon they arrived at the hotel, where Su Nongyu led Lin Jing upstairs to a presidential suite. The linens, toiletries, and other amenities were all new, with provisions for replacements at any time. The refrigerator was stocked with wine and beverages provided by her husband, and her staff was arranged in adjacent rooms, with 2 cars made available for their convenience. Did I ask there anything else you require? Su Nongyu inquired as she guided Lin Jing around, but he nodded, a laid-back individual by nature, unencumbered by unnecessary formalities. Taking a seat on the sofa, he inquired, is there a banquet at the Bai residence tomorrow? Could you assist me in obtaining an invitation? Su Nongyu furrowed her brow, but replied, yes, I plan to attend, and I can take you with me. Thank you very much. Lin Jing expressed his gratitude with a smile. Su Nongyu, unsure of Lin Jing's intentions regarding the Bai family, had assumed his purpose was merely to make an appearance at the Zhou family's press conference and sign a contract. There was no need for any additional complications. Yet now that Lin Jing had made his request, she agreed, indicating her acquiescence to Zhou Guomin as well. Was he attempting to forge ties with the Bai family? Such naivety seemed ill-advised. The Bai family was not someone he could easily engage with. This thought elicited a hint of sarcasm from Su Nongyu. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Jing curiously asked, Miss Su, may I inquire about something? Su Nongyu composed herself, responding coolly, what is it? Do you harbor any grievances against me? Lin Jing asked candidly. Taken aback, Su Nongyu was momentarily speechless. Caught off guard by his directness, she quickly regained her composure and replied, Mr. Lin, you are overthinking. How could I possibly have any objections towards you? Observing her expression, Lin Jing chuckled. That's a relief. That I thought Miss Su might have misconstrued something about me, so I wanted to clarify. Please don't take offense. That Su Nongyu forced a smile, stating, there is nothing to worry about. I hold great admiration for Mr. Lin's accomplishments. Lin Jing rose, modestly demurring, you're too kind. I'm merely dabbling, not comparable to the Zhou family. Su Nongyu nodded, refraining from further comment, as she was now eager to leave, searching for an excuse to make her exit. However, Lin Jing interjected, if you truly have any concerns, please feel free to express them. I am quite straightforward, and I prefer not to keep my thoughts hidden. Su Nongyu managed a strained smile, indicating her tacit agreement. Lin Jing continued, some individuals tend to conceal their thoughts, unwilling to share with others. This only leads to a disconnection from their true selves. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Su? Su Nongyu looked up, momentarily entranced by Lin Jing's teasing gaze. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Mr. Lin is correct. It is getting late. I suggest you rest early, and I will come to collect you for the banquet tomorrow." With that, she departed. Lin Jing observed her retreating figure, contemplating his approach that if she held reservations about him, perhaps amplifying those sentiments would serve his purpose better. In the elevator, Su Nongyu felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. The prolonged suppression of her feelings had left her disinterested in everything, yearning only to conclude this distorted relationship, heal her brother's ailment, and escape this place. Yet, Lin Jing's words had struck a chord, stirring a flicker of introspection within her. When would she reclaim her true self? The essence of who she once was seemed to have faded from her memory. Indeed, her reservations towards Lin Jing stemmed from her role in investigating him, which had unveiled aspects of his past, including entanglements with several women post-divorce and his tumultuous disruption of the Wen family wedding in Haiqing, establishing a reputation for promiscuity. During their negotiations, Lin Jing had often cast meaningful glances in her direction, solidifying her suspicions. While these matters were bearable, the crux of her disdain lay in the realization that during their discussions, the Zhou family had been at a disadvantage, with Lin Jing deftly maneuvering the situation, leading her to simultaneously admire and resent him, creating a complex dichotomy of feelings. Now, it seemed her assessment of him was accurate. He possessed an uncanny ability to see through the facades people constructed around themselves. Taking a deep breath, Su Nongyu steadied her emotions and reported her findings to Zhou Guomen. Upon learning of Lin Jing's intention to attend the Bai family's banquet, he consented, intrigued to uncover Lin Jing's motives. Unbeknownst to them, they had failed to uncover that Lin Jing's ex-wife was the Bai family's eldest daughter. This information had long been suppressed by the Bai family. And since Bai Weiwei had clandestinely married Lin Jing, few were privy to the truth. The following day, Su Nongyu escorted Lin Jing to the Bai family's banquet, where he brought along gifts, assuming Bai Weiwei would be present. Observing Lin Jing's arrangements for transportation, Su Nongyu became increasingly convinced that he sought to ingratiate himself with the Bai family, a sentiment that filled her with disdain. Unperturbed by Su Nongyu's thoughts, Lin Jing settled into her vehicle, embarking towards the venue. Their journey was marked by silence, as Lin Jing understood that some matters required patience and gradual progression. Having attended several banquets before, Lin Jing noted that the atmosphere in the capital was less ostentatious compared to the high-profile events in Haiqing. It possessed a more subdued elegance. The attendees were prominent figures from noble families and influential circles, exuding an air of superiority distinct from the brashness of Haiqing. As Lin Jing and Su Nongyu entered, most guests offered only cursory glances before redirecting their attention. Su Nongyu was recognized by some, yet her status remained insufficient to garner significant attention. Had old Master Zhou been present, the impact would have been different. But as it stood, Lin Jing was a complete stranger, unworthy of their regard. Relishing his newfound freedom, Lin Jing seized the opportunity to wander, seeking out familiar faces in the crowd, at Su Nongyu, oblivious to his intentions. Engaged in conversation with several acquaintances, leaving her little time to monitor Lin Jing. After a fruitless search, Lin Jing settled into a corner. Observing his surroundings that as more guests arrived, he suddenly overheard a conversation among a group of women nearby. "What about the Bai young lady?" one woman in a red dress whispered. Lin Jing leaned closer, catching snippets of the exchange that I locked her in the bathroom upstairs with a sign saying it's under maintenance. "She won't be getting out anytime soon," another woman, sporting curly hair, chimed in. "That's exactly how she should be treated." "Who does she think she is, opposing our Bai young lady?" a third woman, flamboyantly dressed, attempted to mediate. "All right, let's not let her ruin our mood. My brother and his friends will be arriving soon." The curly-haired woman immediately spoke. "Miss Bai, could you assist us with an introduction? We have long wished to meet your three brothers." The elegantly dressed woman feigned reluctance and replied, "That would depend on the circumstances. The MY brothers are not individuals whom just anyone can meet." The woman in red showered compliments, saying, "Isn't it merely a matter of your word? Who doesn't know that among the Bai family as three prominent figures, you are the most cherished?" The elegantly dressed woman forced a smile, but did not respond. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, who was listening in, felt somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Chapter 66. An Encounter. Lin Jing gathered from the conversation among the women that they had conspired to bully a girl who was now locked in the restroom. The key point was the mention of Miss Bai. All the details matched Bai Weiwei, But Lin Jing did not recognize this woman. Could it be that there was another young lady from the Bai family? Now was not the time to ponder that, as someone was currently trapped. Lin Jing ascended the nearby staircase to the second floor in search of her. The second floor was relatively empty, and in a corner of the hallway stood a sign indicating it was under maintenance. Indeed, there was someone inside. Lin Jing approached and faintly heard sounds from the restroom. Is anyone there? Is anyone inside? As she got closer, she discovered that the lock on the women's restroom door was broken, and the familiar voice emanating from within was Bai Weiwei's. Hurrying forward, she found the door unable to budge and called out, "Step away from the door." The woman inside responded with a puzzled and then said, "All right." Lin Jing lifted her foot and kicked the door open that a figure came into view. Bai Weiwei, clad in a white evening gown, stood timidly. Upon seeing Lin Jing, her eyes brightened and she exclaimed as she rushed over, embracing Lin Jing tightly. "What are you doing here? I thought I recognized your voice, but I didn't expect it to truly be you." Lin Jing reciprocated the embrace and patted her back gently. "I came to find you." "You didn't reply to my messages." Bai Weiwei pulled back slightly, looking embarrassed as she explained, "My phone was broken, and I didn't have time to get a new SIM card." Lin Jing tapped her forehead lightly and glanced around. "How did you end up locked in here? Also, what was that discussion about you earlier?" Suddenly, Bai Weiwei exclaimed and hurriedly pulled Lin Jing toward the exit, saying as they walked, "I can't explain everything right now. There's no time. We need to get downstairs quickly." Lin Jing was dragged downstairs, and as they reached the ground floor, she felt several piercing gazes directed at them. Those same women were looking over with unfriendly expressions. Lin Jing frowned, intending to inquire about the situation with Bai Weiwei. But the group approached them. The instigator, the woman in red, taunted Lin Jing and Bai Weiwei. "Oh, I see you found yourself a little gigolo. Handsome, but she is no good. She's the best at seducing men." Bai Weiwei glanced at Lin Jing, stepped forward and slapped the woman in red, declaring, "That slap is for locking me in the restroom earlier." The woman in red stared at Bai Weiwei in shock. Incredulous, "You dare hit me?" Bai Weiwei retaliated with another slap, stating, "This slap is for your loose tongue." Then she turned slightly bashful and looked at Lin Jing, who was smiling at her boldness. Lin Jing stepped forward, took Bai Weiwei's hand, and softly asked, "Does your hand hurt?" Bai Weiwei squinted her eyes and shook her head with a smile. The woman in red, furious, turned to another woman behind her and said, "Miss Bai Weiwei is being outrageous. You need to have someone throw her out." The woman named Tingting felt awkward under scrutiny, but forced herself to step forward and said, "Weiwei, you are being too much. Apologize to Tingting at once, or we will have to have you removed." Lin Jing watched the scene unfold, leaning in to whisper to Bai Weiwei, "Who is she?" "A relative." Bai Weiwei was unsure how to explain and replied to the group, "Minglu, she has no right to demand an apology from me." The woman named Tingting exploded in anger, shouting, "Security! Security! Get this woman and her gigolo out of here!" The commotion drew a crowd, and the security personnel rushed over to evaluate the situation. Uncertain of how to proceed, Tingting pointed at Bai Weiwei, "Security, this woman is causing a disturbance at the Bai family banquet. Throw her out quickly, or Miss Bai will hold you all accountable." Lin Jing found Tingting's frantic behavior amusing and whispered to Bai Weiwei, "Does this woman not recognize you?" Bai Weiwei quietly responded, "She thinks Bai Minglu is the young lady of the Bai family da." Lin Jing exclaimed, realizing the situation involved a case of mistaken identity. Hence Tingting's arrogance. The elegantly dressed woman, Bai Minglu, seized the moment, urging the security, "This is the true young lady of the Bai family. Act swiftly, or you'll regret it." Seeing the woman's opulent attire, the security personnel were partially convinced. They did not know the Bai family's young lady and were about to intervene. Lin Jing shielded Bai Weiwei behind her and warned, "Think carefully before you take a step closer." The security guards were intimidated by Lin Jing's assertive stance and turned to Bai Minglu, awaiting her command. Should she give the order, they would surely proceed, believing they were only following orders. Bai Minglu, realizing the absurdity of the situation, being in her own family's banquet while imposters sought to have her removed, had no choice but to assert, "Security, throw these two out." Lin Jing found the scenario utterly ridiculous and turned to Bai Weiwei with a smile, remarking, "Your gathering is rather entertaining." Bai Weiwei understood Lin Jing's implication and felt somewhat helpless. Lamenting her low profile had allowed others to take advantage, just as Lin Jing was about to take action. A voice rang out, "Stop!" Everyone turned to see a tall figure approaching, impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression cold and imposing. The chilling aura he emanated caused those around him to step back. Someone recognized him as Bai Mucio, the eldest son of the Bai family and the president of Bai Enterprises. Upon noticing Lin Jing beside Bai Weiwei, his expression grew even colder, surveying the gathering. Bai Mucio directly addressed the security personnel, "Throw this troublemaker out." The security guards recognized Bai Mucio, who frequently made public appearances, and immediately complied, seizing Tingting and dragging her away. Tingting, bewildered, protested loudly, "Why me? Isn't at that Bai Weiwei. The shameless one? I'm not leaving. Menglu, help me." Her cries for help grew fainter as she was dragged farther away, while Bai Menglu stood silently, having become mute since Bai Mucio's arrival. Only after the security had moved out of earshot did Bai Menglu muster the courage to approach Bai Mucio. Timidly addressing him, "Elder brother." Bai Mucio ignored her, walking directly to Lin Jing, staring at him with a momentary daze. Lin Jing smiled back, both recognizing each other from a previous encounter. Lin Jing extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, President Bai. I am Lin Jing." Bai Mucio politely shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin. What brings you here?" Lin Jing turned to Bai Weiwei and smiled, conveying a clear message. Bai Mucio's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained composure. Turning to Bai Weiwei, "Weiwei, it's time. You need to go on stage." Bai Weiwei nodded hurriedly, having sensed the tension between Lin Jing and her elder brother. She quickly said to Lin Jing, "I'll go on stage now. Wait for me. I'll find you afterward." Lin Jing nodded with a smile, as Bai Weiwei took Bai Mucio's arm and departed. As Lin Jing observed their retreating figures, his mind wandered. The crowd dispersed, leaving Bai Menglu, who felt quite embarrassed after being overlooked, glaring at Lin Jing before turning to leave with her companions that a voice interrupted. "Do you know the Bai family?" Chapter 67. The Reveal of the Disguise. Lin Jing turned to see Su Nongyu standing beside him, her gaze following the Bai siblings. "Sort of why?" He replied ambiguously. Su Nongyu shot him a glance. Sensing his evasiveness only confirmed her suspicions. She did not know Bai Weiwei, but recognized Bai Mucio. Having not seen the preceding events, she had only observed Lin Jing speaking with Bai Mucio from a distance, leading her to inquire. Now, it seemed, her concerns were unfounded. Lin Jing remained unaware of her thoughts. Looking up as the spotlight on stage began to shine, drawing everyone's attention. The room fell silent, as all present knew the main event of the evening was about to commence. That a middle-aged man appeared on stage. He was the current head of the Bai family, Bai Liwei. That he stood at the center of the stage, smiling at the audience as he announced, "Tonight's banquet is primarily to celebrate my daughter's birthday and to formally introduce her to everyone." As the lights on stage dimmed, the spotlight shifted to reveal the silhouettes of two figures. Bai Mucio raised her hand to gently support Bai Weiwei as they ascended the stage. The guests in attendance enthusiastically applauded, their claps resonating like thunder, warmly welcoming the princess of the Bai family to AT that moment. Bai Weiwei donned a resplendent white evening gown, adorned with a magnificent necklace that sparkled brilliantly around her neck. While exquisite earrings named Tears dangled from her ears, the dazzling crown sat atop her head, rendering her the sole princess present. She smiled as she advanced, surveying her surroundings until her eyes fell upon Lin Jing, to whom she joyfully waved. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Menglu fixed her gaze intently on Bai Weiwei on stage. The person beside her glanced between Bai Menglu and Bai Weiwei, promptly tugging at her arm, leading to a heated exchange. Bai Menglu's expression darkened as she hastily departed. Bai Mucio, noticing the commotion below, paid it little mind as Bai Weiwei approached her father. She greeted the audience below. Bai Liwei continued his introduction. "Allow me to formally present to everyone my only daughter, Bai Weiwei. She possesses another remarkable identity as a student of the renowned international jewelry master, Carl, and is also famously known as Xiaoye." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Xiaoye was indeed the youngest daughter of the Bai family, whose debut had been nothing short of spectacular. Recently, she had released several exquisite pieces that garnered acclaim both domestically and internationally, significantly boosting the Bai family's jewelry enterprise. Lin Jing was equally surprised to realize that she was Xiaoye. It explained her peculiar expression when he purchased earrings previously. This little lady certainly had a knack for surprises. Bai Liwei continued, "The reason my daughter chose to remain anonymous in her designs was to avoid leveraging the Bai family's prestige. Now that she has gained some recognition, she wishes to clarify, hoping you will not take offense. Applause erupted once again, this time in admiration of the Bai family's daughter. With a proud demeanor, Bai Liwei handed the microphone to Bai Weiwei, encouraging her to share a few words. Bai Weiwei surveyed the crowd and declared, "Today is the happiest day of my life, as all the most important people to me are here with me. Thank you." After a graceful bow, another wave of applause ensued. That moment, a path in the crowd parted as the grand doors swung open, revealing a towering cake castle over 4 meters high. Slowly gliding into view, the melodious strains of the birthday song filled the air, celebrating Bai Weiwei's special day. As the cake castle approached the stage, the song concluded, and Bai Weiwei clasped her hands together, made a wish, and then opened her eyes. Suddenly, a cascade of colorful ribbons and balloons fell from above, enveloping the entire venue. The crowd chorused, "Happy birthday, Miss Bai." Bai Weiwei stood amidst the enchanting scene, feeling as if she were in a dream. With all eyes upon her, sparkling with admiration, that moment, she truly embodied the essence of a fairy tale princess. Lin Jing observed this spectacle, marveling at the grandeur of the Bai family. Affluent individuals indeed possess a flair for extravagance. Soon after, guests began to approach with gifts, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. The Zhou family casually presented a gift, while Lin Jing arranged for his staff to deliver theirs. Most attendees were aware that it was a birthday celebration and had prepared gifts. Those who were oblivious either had not been informed or lacked the means to know, thus felt no obligation to present a gift as the event neared its conclusion. Su Nongyu offered to escort Lin Jing home, but he declined, assuring her it was unnecessary. Observing Lin Jing's unwavering gaze upon Bai Weiwei on stage, she bit her lip and left without a word. Lacking Bai Weiwei's contact information, he felt it prudent to remain seated until he could inform her of his departure. The crowd gradually dispersed, and after Bai Weiwei had managed to engage with a few friends at her father's behest, she caught sight of Lin Jing still seated. After a brief exchange of glances, Bai Weiwei gestured towards the back door. Understanding her cue, Lin Jing headed toward the exit, while Bai Muqiu, engrossed in conversation with several friends, kept a watchful eye on Lin Jing. Upon witnessing the subtle interaction between Lin Jing and Bai Weiwei, he tightened his grip on his glass. Excusing himself from his friends, he followed suit. Upon reaching the back door, Lin Jing waited idly. It was then that Bai Muqiu approached him, stating, "You shouldn't be here." Lin Jing smiled lightly, responding, "You have no authority over me, dear brother-in-law, or should I say former brother-in-law." Bai Muqiu leaned closer, lowering his voice. Since the divorce has occurred, it would be best to avoid further entanglements and maintain some dignity for both parties. Lin Jing chuckled despite his irritation, but managed to suppress his temper, replying, "There is no need for you to worry, former brother-in-law." Bai Muqiu, undeterred by Lin Jing's indifference, pressed on, "I am aware of your recent successes, particularly concerning the matters in Haicheng. How do you suppose Weiwei would react if she found out?" Lin Jing scoffed. He had nothing to hide and had no habit of deceit, but he suddenly remembered that if the original plot remained unchanged, Bai Weiwei would ultimately end up with his elder brother, Bai Muqiu, who was, in fact, an adopted son with no blood relation to the Bai family, being the son of Bai Liwei's comrade-in-arms. Rest assured, there are certain matters I will clarify with her, so there is no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Bai. Lin Jing's demeanor was remarkably composed. Realizing Lin Jing was unyielding, Bai Muqiu decided to refrain from further discussion. Aware that prolonging the conversation could lead to a confrontation, "I hope you will conduct yourself accordingly," Bai Muqiu said before preparing to depart. That moment, Bai Weiwei bounded out, colliding directly with Bai Muqiu. Embarrassed, she called out, "Brother." Bai Muqiu observed her in a casual outfit, responding somewhat stiffly, "Don't stay out too late. Return home early." Bai Weiwei nodded in acknowledgement, waiting until Bai Muqiu left to stick out her tongue playfully. Turning her attention to Lin Jing, she gleefully leaped toward him and embraced him. Lin Jing supported her, teasing, "It seems you've put on a bit of weight since we last met." Bai Weiwei pouted. "Not at all. I maintain a perfectly standard figure." "Very well, my lady. Where shall we go now?" Lin Jing responded, his tone serious as he placed her back on the ground and leaned closer to her. Bai Weiwei's eyes twinkled mischievously as she playfully stated, "Oh, I stood for so long. My feet are sore. Carry me wherever you go." Lin Jing smiled at her, agreeing to her request. He turned around and crouched down. And with a small leap, Bai Weiwei clambered onto his back. Lin Jing lifted her effortlessly, strolling forward, and as they walked, Bai Weiwei chattered incessantly, and Lin Jing occasionally responded, the two wandering aimlessly along the path. Chapter 68. The moonlight tonight. Listening to Bai Weiwei's recounting, Lin Jing began to grasp the situation. It turned out that since returning to the capital, Bai Weiwei had chosen to live incognito. Working as an intern at the company, Bai Minglu, who had joined the company at the same time, was the illegitimate daughter of the Bai family's second branch. The coincidence of their simultaneous employment led to rumors that the Bai family's daughter had come to intern. And thus Bai Minglu, with her fashionable demeanor, was mistakenly regarded as the true heiress. Bai Weiwei's gentle nature, combined with her intention to remain anonymous, led her to avoid exposing the truth and focus on her work. However, she faced her share of challenges. Bai Weiwei had no desire to engage in conflicts, being focused on her design work and preparing for the International Jewelry Master's Apprentice assessment under Carl. It was only after Carl confirmed her acceptance as a student that the Bai family revealed her identity at the birthday banquet that A.S. Lin Jing carried Bai Weiwei along. She continued her narrative. They arrived at a lakeside in a park and casually chose a long bench to sit. After hearing Bai Weiwei's story, Lin Jing, both amused and exasperated, playfully rubbed her cheeks, asking, so you, the illustrious heiress of the Bai family, were bullied by your colleagues for months? Bai Weiwei shot him an annoyed glance, playfully pulling at his hand as she pouted. It wasn't that severe, that it was just a bit of teasing now and then. I didn't take it to heart, that oh really, they even locked you in the restroom. Bai Weiwei chuckled awkwardly, wrapping her arms around Lin Jing, nuzzling against him like a kitten. That was just an accident. Seeing her playful demeanor, Lin Jing decided not to press the issue further, sighing as he said, Weiwei, kindness can be taken for weakness. Some individuals won't cease their behavior simply because you step back. Instead, they will only push further. Understood. I'll make sure to fire those few tomorrow, Bai Weiwei promptly assured him, raising her hand in determination. Lin Jing gently ruffled her hair, sighing once more. This little lady was far too soft-hearted and had been overly sheltered. If this continued, she might find herself at a disadvantage. Noticing Lin Jing's silence, Bai Weiwei inquired, what about you? Tell me what you've been up to lately. That I know your company is thriving, but I'm unaware of the details. Lin Jing began to share his recent experiences, omitting the more extravagant aspects, that he spoke candidly about the people he had met and what he had encountered, not wishing to deceive Bai Weiwei. It was better to be honest. Initially, Bai Weiwei listened with keen interest, but as he delved into the more serious parts, her expression turned somber, particularly when he mentioned Wen Yin, causing tears to stream down her face. If he continued, she would surely break down completely. Lin Jing immediately wrapped her in an embrace, comforting her until her emotions subsided. Taking a few deep breaths, Bai Weiwei looked earnestly at Lin Jing and asked, do you like her? Lin Jing gazed at Bai Weiwei with sincere eyes before slowly speaking. I have felt a flutter in my heart. Bai Weiwei found herself momentarily breathless and, with a hint of choked emotion, replied, what about me? Of course, I like you. Without hesitation, Lin Jing responded. However, he trailed off, leaving his statement unfinished. Bai Weiwei, who had initially been filled with joy, became anxious and pressed. But what? Lin Jing looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and asked Weiwei, do you like the old Lin Jing or the current Lin Jing? Bai Weiwei was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his words. However, she could sense the seriousness in his inquiry, which left her flustered. Not wanting to overthink it, she reached out and embraced him, saying, you are Lin Jing, the one I like. Lin Jing smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further, but he gently pulled Bai Weiwei away. Retrieving a card from his pocket, meeting her puzzled gaze, he explained, take this card. That it contains your dividends from Lin's corporation. That I know you're not short on money, but this is rightfully yours from now on. Any dividends will be deposited onto this card for your convenience. Bai Weiwei attempted to refuse, but Lin Jing insisted firmly, stating that some matters needed to be clarified. Reluctantly, she accepted the card, smiling as she declared, all right then, this card's funds will be my dowry, right? As long as you like it. Furthermore, she added at the banquet, I already sent you a gift, a dress specially designed to your measurements, along with several pills from Fian. Some are for maintaining youth, and others are for enhancing vitality. You can take them yourself or share them with your parents. I've included instructions in the box. Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, is that Lu Fian really that remarkable? She is currently the prized asset of our company. That MY collaboration with the Zhou Corporation originated from her. Lin Jing playfully flicked Bai Weiwei's nose, and she looked up, determined to find an opportunity to meet her. All right, he readily agreed. Bai Weiwei then feigned anger. As soon as I step away, so many women appear around you that I'll need to be cautious. What can I say? Divorced men are quite appealing, Lin Jing quipped. Bai Weiwei shot him an annoyed glance and, grabbing his hand, playfully bit him. Caught off guard, Lin Jing felt a slight sting but did not push her away. Noticing his lack of reaction, Bai Weiwei released him and met his smiling gaze. Seeing the bite mark on his hand, she asked, somewhat regretfully, "Does it hurt?" Lin Jing shook his head, assuring her it was nothing. Just as Bai Weiwei was about to say more, a man approached, bowing respectfully as he addressed her. "Miss, the master has sent me to escort you home." Recognizing her family's driver, Bai Weiwei pouted in displeasure and turned away. Lin Jing gently tapped her shoulder, saying, "Weiwei, you should head back now that I still have a couple of days to take care of things, and I'll come find you once I'm done." Bai Weiwei, ever obedient to Lin Jing, nodded and stood to follow the driver. This left the driver astonished, as he knew his young mistress often disregarded her father's words, but was so compliant with this man. After taking a few steps, Bai Weiwei contemplated before turning back to call out, "Lin Jing, no matter who you are now, I have chosen to believe in you." Without waiting for a response, she turned and departed. Lin Jing watched her retreating figure, initially sighing before breaking into an involuntary smile. That he turned to gaze at the lake before him, where the crescent moon hung in the night sky, its reflection shimmering on the water's surface. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples that danced like liquid silver, composing a beautiful melody. The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. Chapter 69. Truly asleep. Upon returning to the Bai residence, Bai Weiwei found her father, Bai Liwei, and her elder brother, Bai Muqiu, waiting silently in the living room. Knowing that his daughter had left the banquet, Bai Liwei had sent someone to follow her back, timing it just right for her arrival. Spotting her brother and father seated on the sofa, Bai Weiwei sensed the tense atmosphere and hurried over to her father, playfully asking, "Dad, where did they put the gifts from tonight? I want to see." Bai Liwei grunted, "Have you gone to find that boy again?" Embarrassed, Bai Weiwei stuck out her tongue. "Dad, we haven't seen each other in ages." Bai Liwei's frustration grew. "You are divorced now. You have no ties to him. You ran off to marry him on a whim, and now that you're back, why are you still entangled with him?" Bai Weiwei countered, "Dad, he's a good person and capable too. The company's value has multiplied under his management. That was only because your brother secretly assisted him." "Don't think I don't know," Bai Liwei retorted angrily. Glancing at her expressionless brother, Bai Weiwei realized he showed no interest in the conversation and decided not to rely on him for support. She pleaded, "Dad, I've grown up. I can handle my own affairs." Bai Liwei pointed a finger at her. Unable to be harsh with his daughter, he merely huffed and retreated to his room, with a sigh of relief. Bai Weiwei turned to the butler to inquire about the location of the gifts. The butler led her to a large room filled with an assortment of presents, gold, jewelry, antiques, and paintings, displayed like a treasure trove. Bai Weiwei ignored everything else and followed the records to find Lin Jing's gift that on a display rack. She spotted a 20-centimeter long box and a larger box, both labeled with Lin Jing's name. Embracing the small box, she instructed the staff to move the larger box to her room, disregarding the rest. Once back in her room, Bai Weiwei opened the small box to find two smaller boxes inside, labeled youth-preserving pills and vitality pills, with instructions written below. Recognizing Lin Jing's handwriting, she couldn't help but smile with delight. After placing the box aside, she opened the larger box, revealing a collection of clothing boxes accompanied by a card introducing the new Tinglan series, a fully customized outfit set that had yet to be released. Excitedly, she unwrapped the boxes, revealing a color palette dominated by teal, featuring long skirts, outerwear, and various styles of clothing. Bai Weiwei twirled in front of the mirror, brimming with happiness. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Turning around, she saw Bai Muqiu standing at the entrance. Though the door was open, he still knocked before entering. "Brother, do I look good in this?" Bai Weiwei asked as she continued trying on the clothes. Bai Muqiu glanced at the gifts and replied slowly, "It looks good. Lin Jing sent this. I think it looks great." Bai Weiwei exclaimed, still focused on trying on the outfits, contemplating which ensemble to wear when she saw him the next day. Bai Muqiu's somber voice interrupted, "Weiwei, our family won't approve of you being with Lin Jing. It only takes one act of defiance." Bai Weiwei turned to face her elder brother, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity wash over her. Why? Bai Muqiu looked at her, his eyes slightly shifting. He is not suitable for you, Wei Wei. Let him go. Bai Weiwei stared at Bai Muqiu in disbelief, feeling a pang of hurt. Why was her elder brother, who had always cared for her, now unsupportive? Brother, what do you mean? She asked earnestly. Bai Muqiu's eyes turned red. He felt on the verge of losing his composure. Since Lin Jing's arrival, all his restraint had crumbled, but he fixed his gaze on Bai Weiwei. Weiwei, father intends to... Before Bai Muqiu could finish, Bai Weiwei interrupted. I need to rest. Please leave for now. Bai Muqiu, devoid of energy, nodded quietly. All right, take care. As he turned to leave the room, just before exiting, Bai Weiwei suddenly called out, Brother, you will always be my most beloved elder brother. Bai Muqiu offered no response, continuing to move with deliberate steps as she exited the room. Bai Weiwei let out a sigh, setting down her clothes before reclining on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The following day, seizing an opportunity when her family was distracted, Bai Weiwei stealthily slipped out of the house. She took a vehicle directly to Lin Jing's hotel, having learned of his whereabouts the previous night, and arrived bright and early to AT this moment. Lin Jing had just awakened, intending to reach out to Bai Weiwei shortly. When the doorbell suddenly rang, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Bai Weiwei standing there, vibrant and full of energy, who promptly embraced him. Lin Jing sensed that Bai Weiwei's mood was somewhat off today. Since she chose not to speak of it, he refrained from probing further. After enjoying breakfast together, they embarked on a day trip to Beijing, driving the vehicle prepared by the Zhou family, and meandering about like an ordinary couple. They visited the Forbidden City, explored the museum, and indulged in local cuisine, with the exception of bean juice. During their adventures, they purchased a new phone and recharged a SIM card as the day wore on. Both began to feel fatigued. Lin Jing playfully carried Bai Weiwei on his back, whispering softly to her, while she responded intermittently. Eventually, as evening descended and Lin Jing prepared to drive Bai Weiwei home, she succumbed to slumber in the car. Observing her long eyelashes flutter, Lin Jing sighed and drove back to the hotel. He carried Bai Weiwei upstairs, gently placing her onto the bed, removing her shoes and coat, and tucking her in with care. Noticing that she had turned over, her legs dangling out from the covers, he ensured she was well covered again, leaning down to check if she was truly asleep. A smile crept upon his face, amused at how she had genuinely drifted off. It seemed the day's activities had indeed worn her out. Feeling a bit tired himself, Lin Jing took a shower and cautiously lay down beside her. As Bai Weiwei sensed the familiar aura, she instinctively nuzzled against Lin Jing's chest, finding a comfortable position to continue her rest. Lin Jing chuckled softly, enveloping her in his arms, planting a gentle kiss atop her head before closing his eyes. Thus, the night passed, and on the following morning, Bai Weiwei awoke feeling somewhat unwell, rubbing her eyes and surveying her surroundings, only to realize she was in an unfamiliar place. Quickly lifting her head, she spotted the familiar visage of Lin Jing and breathed a sigh of relief as memories from the previous night flooded back. Frustrated, she smacked her forehead, feeling a twinge of annoyance at having truly fallen asleep. With this thought, she glanced at the still sleeping Lin Jing, lowered her gaze to her attire, and wrinkled her brow, rising cautiously. She searched the room and found one of Lin Jing's new shirts. Pleased, she nodded and made her way to the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon echoed that moment. Lin Jing awoke to find the space beside him empty. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, he realized Bai Weiwei was inside. Stretching lazily, he got out of bed and opened the curtains, standing before the window as the morning sunlight poured into the room, casting a golden hue across the space. Chapter 70. The press conference. Lin Jing had just concluded a phone call requesting breakfast to be delivered to their room when he noticed Bai Weiwei emerging from the bathroom, clad in an oversized shirt that fell to mid-thigh, revealing her smooth, fair legs beneath. Her damp hair and slightly flushed cheeks, combined with her porcelain skin barely concealed by the shirt, created an alluring sight. The temptation of her appearance was difficult for any man to resist, and Lin Jing was no exception, feeling a rush of warmth and dryness in his throat. Bai Weiwei, observing Lin Jing's reaction, felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as she was about to make her next move, the doorbell rang. Being closer, she hurried to answer it. Upon opening the door, both the visitor and the occupants inside were momentarily taken aback. It was Su Nongyu, who had come to discuss the upcoming press conference with Lin Jing. only to find Bai Weiwei, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, standing before her, freshly showered and wearing Lin Jing's shirt. Bai Weiwei regarded the mature woman with some confusion, wondering what business she had with Lin Jing at such an early hour that a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. And for a moment, neither spoke. Lin Jing, noticing Bai Weiwei's stillness at the doorway, stepped forward and, upon seeing Su Nongyu, pulled Bai Weiwei back, inquiring, "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Su Nongyu processed the situation before responding. "The press conference is today. I need to take you to prepare." Lin Jing nodded. "All right, I will get ready." At that moment, Su Nongyu felt a bit awkward waiting inside, and just as she was about to suggest stepping out, Lin Jing suddenly called out, "By the way, could you please prepare a new outfit for a lady? I'll send you the measurements shortly." As Su Nongyu glanced between Lin Jing and Bai Weiwei, gritting her teeth slightly before offering a forced smile to Bai Weiwei. "All right, I will prepare it right away." With that, she turned and exited, her high heels clicking on the floor. Lin Jing closed the door and turned to Bai Weiwei, explaining, "She is the project liaison from the Zhou family. Here for the collaborative press conference that you wish to attend?" Bai Weiwei nodded with a smile, affirming her interest. After this brief interlude, Lin Jing regained his composure, realizing there were matters to attend to, and the two refrained from lingering any longer. After sending Bai Weiwei's measurements, Lin Jing tidied up. While they were having breakfast, Su Nongyu arrived promptly with the clothing. Once they were ready, the three departed the hotel and headed to the venue for the press conference. During the journey, Su Nongyu said little, merely informing Zhou Guomin of the situation regarding Lin Jing and the Bai family's eldest daughter. She still felt a bit dazed, having previously thought Lin Jing's attendance at the Bai family banquet was merely a networking opportunity, and had even prepared to mock him, only to discover he had charmed the Bai family's heiress. She found herself questioning her own perceptions, feeling as if her understanding of the world was unraveling. Upon their arrival at the venue, numerous business figures and journalists were already present. Zhou Guomin sat in the front row, and Su Nongyu led Lin Jing over to him. Zhou Guomin stood up, warmly greeting Lin Jing, while also offering a friendly smile to Bai Weiwei. Having received prior notice from Su Nongyu about Bai Weiwei's attendance, he had promptly arranged seating for her. Lin Jing was unconcerned about these details. Since the Zhou family was aware of Bai Weiwei's identity and her presence, they would certainly not be remiss in their hospitality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they awaited the commencement of the press conference. Lin Jing settled Bai Weiwei comfortably before accompanying Zhou Guomin onto the stage. On stage, Su Nongyu began outlining the purpose of the press conference, detailing the promotion of the new Tang pharmaceutical product and the Zhou family's commencement of comprehensive collaboration. As she elaborated on the advantages of the new drug and the collaborative efforts with Tang, much of her commentary was filled with platitudes, though some truths interspersed. The process included signing contracts and a sequence of journalist inquiries, a rather tedious and monotonous affair. Lin Jing wished for a swift conclusion, only to find that a brief banquet awaited them afterward, where Zhou Guomin insisted on introducing Lin Jing to local partners, compelling him to engage in small talk. At that moment, several individuals entered from outside, led by Bai Liwei, the head of the Bai family, who scanned the room in search of something. Zhou Guomin, with keen eyesight, noticed the Bai family members' arrival and promptly approached them. Although the Bai family had no formal collaboration with the Zhou family, their status warranted due respect. Bai Liwei extended his hand, greeting Zhou Guomin amicably, while he was somewhat aware of the Zhou family's significant undertakings, although not closely following events in their sector. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Liwei's gaze quickly landed on his daughter, Bai Weiwei, who was attempting to slip away. He immediately abandoned Zhou Guomin and strode over to block her path. Realizing escape was futile, Bai Weiwei forced a smile, saying, "Dad, what a coincidence. You're here too?" Bai Liwei shot her an annoyed look, replying, "Not a coincidence. I came specifically to find you." His tone was eerily calm, devoid of any visible emotion. As Bai Weiwei prepared to defend herself, Lin Jing stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "Hello, uncle. I am Lin Jing." Bai Liwei appraised Lin Jing with a scrutinizing glance but said nothing, turning to Bai Weiwei instead, ordering, "Now, immediately, return home with me." Bai Weiwei's eyes widened in surprise, ready to retort, yet Lin Jing interjected, "It's all right, Weiwei, you should go back for now." Bai Weiwei's tone softened considerably as she lowered her head, conceding, "All right," seeing his daughter acquiesce so obediently left Bai Liwei momentarily dizzy. His daughter had grown up beyond his control. Bai Weiwei reluctantly departed, and Lin Jing watched as she exited with the Bai family's attendants, Bai Liwei remained still, waiting until his daughter had left the venue before addressing Lin Jing. "Do you have a moment? We need to talk." Lin Jing nodded, recognizing the necessity of showing respect to an elder. After exchanging a brief goodbye with Zhou Guomin, the latter promptly led them to a lounge. Inside the lounge, once Zhou Guomin had exited, Bai Liwei turned to Lin Jing and, without preamble, declared, "Speak. What conditions would allow you to leave my daughter alone?" Lin Jing was taken aback by the abruptness and lack of courtesy in his tone. Reminiscent of a scene where someone might offer 5 million to part ways with his daughter. Bai Liwei, observing Lin Jing's stunned silence, continued, "I am aware of your company's promising development, but I will not allow my daughter to leap into the fire again. She will have other arrangements." Lin Jing smiled and said, "I dare to call you Uncle Bai. You are well aware of our situation. Although we are divorced, our feelings have not completely fractured. Some matters are best left for us to handle ourselves." Bai Liwei's gaze was icy. "You are merely a small figure emerging from a humble background. With a modicum of success, you seem to have lost your sense of proportion. Lin Jing, the chasm between you and us cannot be bridged merely by wealth." Lin Jing took a deep breath. Despite the mockery, she recognized that she was facing Wei Wei's father and saw no need to escalate the conflict. However, her tone became resolute. "Head of the Bai family. First and foremost, she is an individual. She has grown up now, becoming an independent entity with her own thoughts. Though she may not be entirely mature at this moment, I believe that one day she will discern her own path. Please refrain from further interference between us." Bai Liwei's eyes flickered, but he remained silent, coldly staring at Lin Jing. After finishing her statement, Lin Jing softened her tone and continued, "I only wish for her to see her own heart and to freely determine the course of her life. In certain aspects, I share your sentiments." Bai Liwei's expression eased slightly, realizing Lin Jing's convictions were steadfast and not easily swayed. Yet his tone remained somewhat brusque as he stated, "Wei Wei intends to study abroad and become a member of the Carl training camp. This is a rare opportunity. Once she graduates, she will secure a stable position in the international design industry that I hope you will not obstruct her." Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback, but slowly nodded in agreement. Chapter 71. I miss you. Listening to Bai Liwei's words, Lin Jing found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling that in the original narrative, Bai Weiwei had never become a disciple of Carl. After 3 years of marriage following the original owner's divorce, she ended up working at her own company, eventually taking over the jewelry design division and marrying Bai Muqiu. That it was not that Bai Weiwei's fate was unfavorable. Rather, she ultimately did not carve her own path, inheriting the family business and marrying Bai Muqiu to outsiders. She was primarily known as Bai Muqiu's wife, and secondarily, as a daughter of the Bai family. Now, she had the opportunity to step onto a larger stage, and Lin Jing was undoubtedly happy for her, provided this was in alignment with her own desires. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Jing had been inadvertently altering the fates of others during this period. At the very least, their paths had progressed more smoothly than the original story. Bai Liwei observed Lin Jing's nod and was momentarily at a loss for words, beginning to see her in a new light. In his prior investigations, he had perceived Lin Jing as somewhat capable, but more reliant on external support to achieve her successes. It now appeared that her greatest strength lay in her ability to find common ground with others. A unique charm of personality. Contemplating this, Bai Liwei sighed softly. "I hope so." With that, there seemed little point in prolonging the conversation, and he exited the room. Lin Jing rose to see him off, standing there in a daze. Lost in thought. Outside, Zhou Guomin watched Bai Liwei leave, the previous hostility dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor. Beside him, Su Nongyu remarked, "It was our oversight not to investigate the relationship between Lin Jing and the Bai family." Zhou Guomin shook his head. "The Bai family is adept at concealing information, making it exceedingly difficult for us to uncover. However, I must admit I underestimated Lin Jing's magnetism. It seems that Bai's daughter is utterly devoted to her. Or else the head of the Bai family would not have intervened." That is, Su Nongyu hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Guomin noted her indecision and smiled. Lin Jing is no simple character. Engage with her more, but exercise caution. Though Su Nongyu was reluctant to interact with Lin Jing, she nodded in compliance with Zhou Guomin's directive. He leaned on his cane as he departed, intent on placing a strategic anchor in Lin Jing's path. Regardless of its future utility, as the press conference concluded, Su Nongyu escorted Lin Jing back to her hotel. Lin Jing's itinerary had come to an end, and she was free to return to Yun City at any time. Upon returning to her hotel, Lin Jing finished her evening routine, poured herself a glass of wine, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city's neon lights. After a moment's pause, she decided to make a phone call. The call was quickly answered. "Hello? Your father informed me that you're going abroad," Lin Jing asked softly. "Yes," came the simple, affirmative reply. "That's wonderful news. I support your decision." Lin Jing continued, "The deal you want me to go?" Bai Weiwei's voice sounded somewhat subdued. Lin Jing sighed. "Weiwei, emotions can sometimes be misleading, but a career is steadfast. Will you deceive me then?" Bai Weiwei pressed on to, "I would never deceive you," Lin Jing assured her immediately. A soft laugh came from the other end, followed by Lin Jing. "How would you choose? Career or love?" Lin Jing downed her drink, gazing out at the myriad lights, and smiled. "I am rather greedy. I desire both." Bai Weiwei fell silent on her end, and Lin Jing, unhurried, continued to observe the view, her reflection in the glass revealing a hint of arrogance. "Then so do I," Bai Weiwei eventually replied. "Well then, when will you leave?" Lin Jing finally voiced the desire that had been suppressed within her. Bai Weiwei did not respond immediately, simply murmured, "Lin Jing, I miss you. All right, are you home? I will come find you," Lin Jing stated without hesitation. "Yes, please unlock the door," Bai Weiwei began, but before she could finish, the doorbell rang. Lin Jing turned, a glimmer of disbelief in her eyes. That in a few swift steps, she reached the door and opened it. Before she could even discern the figure before her, a delicate form rushed into her embrace, holding her tightly. Lin Jing lifted her, gently pressing her against the door. Gazing into those shimmering eyes, she saw nothing but that singular silhouette in the depths of those dark pupils. The soft parting of red lips released a faint, intoxicating scent that enveloped Lin Jing's senses, emanating a palpable wave of desire. Without hesitation, Lin Jing leaned down, tentatively kissing, savoring the mutual connection. Their lips melded together, greedily inhaling each other's breath as they embraced tightly, gradually shifting from the door to the coffee table, the counter, and eventually collapsing onto the bed. They gasped for air, their chests rising and falling violently, fervently breathing in oxygen, only to entwine again in a fervent embrace. As garments fell away, it was evident that this night would be anything but tranquil. In the morning, Lin Jing opened her eyes to find the beauty beside her sleeping peacefully. She reached out to brush a strand of hair from her face, revealing her flawless countenance. Gently, Lin Jing placed a kiss on her forehead, which stirred the slumbering figure. Opening her eyes, she recognized the familiar visage and murmured softly before closing them again. Reaching out to embrace the other, nuzzling against her chest, Lin Jing held her close, and they remained in that embrace, quietly savoring the moment. After a while, Lin Jing inquired, "Do you have any plans for today?" Bai Weiwei suddenly opened her eyes, turning to check the time on her phone. "Oh no, I have to go to the office today. I'm going to be late," she exclaimed, hastily springing from bed to search for her clothes. Lin Jing also got up, wrapping a towel around herself, and assisted Bai Weiwei in finding her attire as they both hurried through their morning routines. Lin Jing had no engagements that day and offered to drive Bai Weiwei to her company. During the drive, Lin Jing learned that Bai Weiwei's identity had been made public, and she no longer needed to go to work. Initially set to inherit the company, she now had to postpone her involvement due to the Carl training camp. Today, she needed to go to the office to handle some handovers and retrieve design drafts. "There's no rush. We can still make it in time," Lin Jing reassured her. Upon arriving at Bai Weiwei's internship company, they stepped out of the car, only to see someone exiting the building with a storage box. Upon closer inspection, it was Bai Minglu. Bai Minglu spotted Bai Weiwei and approached, resentment evident in her voice. "Have you been watching me make a fool of myself? Is it amusing to you?"